What do you envision the apocalypse to be like? For Xiang, the end of the world is characterized by the omnipresence of zombies, rampant monsters, harsh climates, and a scarcity of resources. It is a realm of the strong preying upon the weak, filled with deceit and moral decay. It is a landscape of despair, fear, and death. He watches as his valiant comrades, who have accomplished countless feats for humanity, are devoured by advanced zombies and fierce beasts. He repeatedly unleashes his healing abilities, desperately trying to save them. Alas, the sheer number of zombies and beasts overwhelms him, tearing his friends into shreds. Soon, he too shall be torn apart. He harbors a deep-seated resentment, loathing his soul-healing powers and despising those who betrayed them. If only I could start over, I would awaken other abilities, ensuring that I eradicate you traitorous beasts beforehand. Countless zombies surge forward, engulfing him, tearing him apart. Pain and darkness assail him, consuming him. When he opens his eyes, once more the air is filled with the aroma of coffee, mingled with both high-end and inexpensive perfumes. There are no rotting zombies, nor terrifying monsters. Surrounding him are well-dressed girls, relaxed and enjoying their coffee, chatting and laughing. Heal! Xiang attempts to unleash his powers, only to find no radiant light emanating from his hands, nor the familiar surge of energy flowing through him. Rebirth. Have I truly been reborn? Overcome with joy, he hastily checks his phone. Damn, less than 2 hours left? What can one accomplish in such a brief time? Ding! A voice echoes in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Global catastrophe is about to commence. System activation successful. Not only have I been reborn, but I've also acquired a survival system. Ecstatic Xiang, with years of reading experience, understand what a system entails and its implications. Before him appears a luminous screen displaying simple information. Host, Xiang level. LV1 experience to level up. 0-100 can be gained by hunting zombies or mutated beasts. Zombie resurrection. 0-3 effect. 1 hour cooldown. 24 hours enhance all. 0-1 each target can only be enhanced once this skill cannot be upgraded. Storage space. 0-1 cubic meter, no shape or size limit. Only volume counts. Can increase with host level zombie resurrection skill. Can it truly restore zombies to normal humans? Then, wouldn't I have countless subordinates? Xiang's eyes sparkled at the thought of powerful high-level zombies. Only I can resurrect zombies, and I need not worry about them being disobedient, as a resurrection lasts only an hour to be revived again. They must heed my commands. Furthermore, I wonder if the enhancement function can augment my abilities or physical prowess. Let's give it a try. System, I wish to enhance my strength. Enhancement successful at that moment. As the prompt appeared, Xiang felt his muscles rapidly swell. His work attire was stretched to its limits, revealing his newly robust physique, transforming him astonishingly. His formerly frail body now exudes strength, leaving him in awe. System, you're impressive. He was genuinely amazed by the system's enhancement capabilities. However, contemplating its limitations brought him a tinge of gloom. Hunting zombies allows for leveling up and acquiring more storage space. I can hardly wait to hunt zombies. Xiang clenched his fists, gazing at the girls in the CAF. Once the catastrophe commences, countless humans will turn into flesh-eating zombies. In his previous life, during the onset of the catastrophe, he worked in this very CAF, witnessing many transform into zombies, attacking ordinary people. With just over an hour until the catastrophe begins, I must leave and procure some weapons. Xiang didn't plan to gather supplies, as his storage space was too limited, only 1 cubic meter. Moreover, there was no rush to collect resources other survivors would do so. What he needed to do was seize. This Grabango mentality thrived in the apocalypse, and Xiang had been a victim of theft before. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, all resources in this world are easily attainable. In this life, he would only take from others. He would not allow anyone to rob him again. Should anyone dare to steal, he would crush their skulls. Why? Chapter 2. Reviving the beautiful zombie, drawing upon his years of survival experience in the apocalypse. Xiang had gleaned information that affirmed each individual could awaken only a single ability. There had never been any reports of anyone manifesting a second power. Rather than yearning for healing abilities, he longed for a formidable offensive capability. The prospect of acquiring immense combat strength and subsequently recruiting a cadre of beautiful healers was undeniably enticing. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air from outside. Xiang lit a cigarette and stood in the corridor, gazing out at the chaos beyond the community and Appo's walls. The anguished cries emanated from the outside world. Thus began the transformation. Within 3 minutes, over 30% of the population would succumb to the undead, launching a frenzied assault upon humanity. On the first day of the apocalypse, more than 60% of the global populace would fall victim to this horrific fate. Such grim statistics would only be uncovered by survivors years later. However, the reborn Xiang was privy to this knowledge, aware of countless events that would transpire over the next 2 decades. This foresight was his advantage. Lost in thought, a resounding crash jolted him back to reality. Bang! At the far end of the corridor, someone forcefully flung open a door. A woman, clad only in undergarments, staggered out, retching black blood as she moved. Years of survival experience had left Xiang unperturbed by the sight of zombies. He was acutely aware of their vulnerabilities and knew how to swiftly incapacitate them. Furthermore, he understood that to acquire abilities, one must slay zombies. Now, he was eager to discover what powers he might awaken with the system at his disposal. The woman, on the brink of transformation, could perhaps provide him with the answers he sought. Help me. The woman's gaze locked onto Xiang, as if he were a lifeline, and she ran toward him. Yet, midway through her sprint, her pace faltered, her movements becoming unnaturally rigid, as if each step required immense effort. The transformation had concluded. She had fully succumbed to zombification. Xiang, cigarette dangling from his lips, observed the approaching female zombie. The words "help me" sparked a flicker of hesitation within him. Should he experiment with the resurrection skill bestowed by the system? He murmured to himself, having never before tested this ability. Notably, he noticed the words "revivable" hovering above the girl's head. It seemed today was her fortunate day. Quickly making up his mind, Xiang approached the now zombified woman. As they closed the distance to a meter apart, he realized he could activate the resurrection skill. Revive. Xiang focused on her. Help me. The girl instantly returned to her former self, rushing forward to grasp Xiang's arm. She looked at her hands, then exclaimed with joy. There's no need for doubt. You indeed just transformed into a zombie, Xiang clarified, then turned to glance at another girl he had previously healed. She was a stunning beauty with an alluring figure, inciting a primal urge within him. He felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before, though he could not recall her name or where they had met. Zombie? What do you mean by that? The girl's expression shifted, and she retreated a few steps in alarm. A voice echoed from the corridor's end. As a zombie, its mouth stained with black blood and skin a ghastly gray, shuffled toward Xiang and the girl. You looked just like that a moment ago. No recollection? Xiang flicked away the cigarette, but his demeanor cold. The girl pondered for a moment, glancing at the remnants of black blood on her body. You saved me, restored my normalcy? Do not thank me. In your current state, you can only maintain it for 1 hour. Once that time elapses, you will revert to a zombie, Xiang explained. His willingness to divulge this information stemming from his intent to eliminate her once she transformed again. Why? The girl asked, her voice trembling with fear. Xiang offered no response. Instead, he abruptly dashed toward the approaching zombie. As he neared, he swung his machete, severing the zombie and Appo's neck. The head did not detach completely. Hanging by a strip of flesh, a glimmer of purple light emerged from the zombie's body. Purple light? Xiang's expression turned to one of surprise as he swiftly reached for it. The light instantly slipped into his palm. To his astonishment, slaying the first zombie had resulted in the acquisition of this mysterious light. What abilities might he gain? Typically, such lights were white. Why was this one purple? Perhaps it was a secret known only to a select few? Xiang murmured quietly to himself, beginning to sense the changes within his body. To obtain extraordinary powers, one must hunt zombies, as some would emit this otherworldly light upon their demise, vanishing within a minute. Humans who touched this light could potentially absorb it and gain abilities. However, many remained unable to absorb it, thus failing to acquire any powers. In Xiang's previous understanding, each individual could only possess one ability. After obtaining a power, one could enhance it through absorption of this light, yet awakening a second ability was deemed impossible. Perhaps the truth lay hidden within the hands of a fortunate few. Until now, he had been unaware of the existence of purple light, nor had anyone mentioned any hues beyond white. Another zombie appeared at the stairwell. For Xiang, these early-stage zombies were merely tools to enhance his strength. Their sluggish movements, feeble strength, and brittle bones rendered them easily manageable. Indeed, the zombies of the first 3 days were the most straightforward to confront. After 3 days, their speed, power, and physical resilience would significantly increase. At that point, ordinary individuals would struggle against them. In his previous life, he had missed this crucial window, forced to leave his apartment on the 5th day due to dwindling food supplies, thus foregoing numerous advantages. This time, however, Xiang was determined not to let such opportunities slip away. Before the zombie could approach, he charged forward, delivering a decisive blow to its neck. This time, the zombie's head was cleanly severed. Evidently, his strength had increased. Xiang smiled broadly, eagerly anticipating the nature of the abilities he might acquire. Perhaps, in this lifetime, he would no longer need to play the role of a healer. Regrettably, upon the zombie's collapse, no otherworldly light emerged. No light. A sense of disappointment washed over Xiang, as he had expected this particular zombie to yield some form of extraordinary illumination. Chapter 3. I will surely repay you since there was no other choice. He could only descend the stairs to continue hunting zombies and gather more of the mysterious light. He remained unaware of the nature of his powers or how long it would take to fully awaken them. However, he refused to wait idly. His desire was to hunt more zombies, absorb more of the enigmatic light, and hasten his awakening. He felt that this time he might awaken a formidable ability. With the powers he would gain, coupled with the system, what was there to fear in this post-apocalyptic world? The ground floor was eerily quiet, devoid of any zombie presence in the corridor. He understood that many zombies were trapped inside homes. In their country, the outbreak occurred at 7 in the evening, and numerous individuals were likely at home enjoying dinner. When the time came to scavenge for supplies, he would need to deal with these zombies first. In this apocalypse, many had honed their skills in lockpicking for the sake of gathering resources, and Xiang was no exception. However, due to the sparse population in this community, many houses were uninhabited, resulting in fewer zombies locked inside. Thus, Xiang chose not to search for tools to pick locks but proceeded directly to the next floor. His intention was to eliminate all the zombies roaming outside, and then secure the entrance of the community to lure them in for extermination. The community was surrounded by tall walls and equipped with electric fencing, with only 2 entrances, the south and the north. The southern gate was the main entrance, and once the tempered glass door was locked, it would be quite difficult for an ordinary person to breach. The northern gate, however, utilized an electric retractable door, standing at just over a meter high, making it easy to infiltrate. Additionally, the side of the northern gate led to the entrance of an underground garage, which also required sealing. Otherwise, the zombies would pose a threat, let alone humans. In this apocalypse, humans were far more formidable and terrifying than zombies. Having struggled for a decade in this harsh world, Xiang had witnessed all manner of darkness. Wait for me. Hey, handsome, hold on. A voice called from behind, causing Xiang to halt. At that moment, the individual had dressed, sporting a bun hairstyle, and brandishing a kitchen knife. It was then that Xiang finally recognized her. No wonder she seemed familiar. She was Gu Ning, the stunning campus belle. It was understandable that he had initially failed to remember her, as he had never encountered Gu Ning clad only in undergarments, spewing blood as a zombie. Furthermore, the disheveled appearance of her zombified self was vastly different from her current state. It was only natural that he could not recognize her. He had not anticipated that the first revived zombie he would encounter would be the belle of their school, the white moonlight of countless boys. Xiang diverted his gaze from Gu Ning, choosing not to engage with her. Regardless of her status, she bore no significance to him. In this apocalypse, what manner of woman could one not meet? As long as one possessed strength, even former celebrities high atop their pedestals could be within reach. Will I really become that terrifying zombie in an hour? Gu Ning queried as she caught up to Xiang, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Yes, of course. Dawn and Oppos, worry. Once you transform into a zombie, I will grant you a swift end. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I might even assist in cremating you, Xiang replied, his tone dismissive. Gu Ning was momentarily speechless, wishing to retort, could you, for once, act like a human and speak sensibly? What was that light? If it enters your body, will you awaken some ability? Did you save me because you hunted zombies and gained power? Gu Ning asked, her curiosity piqued. A lover of novels, she often indulged in fantasy, xianxia, and post-apocalyptic tales, which naturally led her thoughts in that direction. Xiang glanced at her in surprise, not expecting such questions. Indeed, you are correct. So please do not impede my zombie hunting, he replied curtly, quickening his pace in an attempt to shake her off. Can I gain powers too? If I hunt zombies and acquire abilities, will I no longer have to become a zombie? Gu Ning pursued, her desperation palpable. She did not wish to die or become a horrifying creature. How would I know? I've never experienced it myself. Stop following me, or I will send you away right now, Xiang shouted, hoping to deter her persistence. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you for reviving me, Gu Ning responded, bowing slightly in gratitude. She truly felt indebted to Xiang. Without him, she would still be trapped in her current state, though an hour was brief. She considered herself fortunate. Others were not so lucky. The fallen zombies were testament to that. With a glance at Xiang, she sprinted toward the opposite end of the corridor, eager to discover whether she could also absorb that mysterious light by vanquishing zombies. This was her final chance. She was determined not to die or transform into a zombie again. Clutching her kitchen knife tightly, she dashed down the stairs and burst through the unit door. Outside, a zombie wandered by, moving in another direction. Without making a sound, hesitating, or feeling fear, her powerful instinct for survival propelled her toward the creature. Upon reaching it, she struck down with her knife at the base of its neck. Initially, she believed she would need multiple strikes. However, after just one blow, the zombie and Oppo's neck snapped, leaving its head hanging precariously. Come forth, mysterious light, Gu Ning shouted, continuing her assault, determined to sever the zombie and Oppo's head completely. Soon, the zombie and Oppo's head was entirely decapitated. Xiang, hearing the commotion, looked down the corridor and witnessed the emergence of a radiant light from the decapitated zombie before Gu Ning. A green light? What was happening? Had he missed something? Or was this no longer the same world? In his understanding, there existed only white light. Now, not only was there purple light, but a green one had also appeared. Had absorption truly occurred? He watched in astonishment as the green light flowed into Gu Ning's body. What was this situation? Could she genuinely gain powers and revert to her normal self? Xiang regarded Gu Ning with burgeoning curiosity. This was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. I did it. Thank you, handsome. If I survive, I will surely repay you. With that, Gu Ning turned and returned to her apartment, intent on locking herself away. She could feel her body undergoing a transformation, a unique energy coursing through her. She eagerly anticipated what she might become, what abilities she might acquire, and whether she would still face the fate of becoming a zombie. Chapter 4. Acquiring gravitational powers. Xiang swiftly eliminated the visible zombies within the apartment building, regrettably failing to acquire any new powers. Although he felt a twinge of curiosity regarding Gu Ning's situation, he refrained from seeking her out. The paramount task was to hunt zombies for their abilities. All else was secondary. Upon exiting the building, Xiang observed several zombies feasting upon a corpse. The more humans a zombie consumed, the stronger it became, since the zombies Xiang had previously dispatched had not feasted on flesh. His eyes gleamed with anticipation upon seeing these more formidable creatures. He hoped to gain new powers from them. Despite the presence of 3 zombies, Xiang felt no fear. Armed with a machete in each hand, he charged toward the undead. Zombies that had not consumed human flesh were brittle and easily dealt with. However, those that had devoured humans possessed hardened bones and enhanced speed. One of the zombies noticed Xiang and Oppo's advance, lifting its head to fixate on him. In the next moment, it lunged toward him, for living flesh was far more desirable than carrion, as the blood of the living significantly boosted a zombie's strength. Its aggressive approach inadvertently aided Xiang. As he met the creature, he unleashed a flurry of strikes at its head with his dual blades. Clad in armor fashioned from books, he was well protected against the typical claws of ordinary zombies at the onset of the apocalypse. However, as time passed, the zombies grew increasingly powerful. It was said that they could absorb dark matter energy, continuously augmenting their strength. After a brief skirmish, the other 2 zombies, drawn by the commotion, rushed toward Xiang. As he fought and retreated, he successfully cleaved the first zombie's head in 2. The bones of the flesh-eating zombie were no longer fragile and now matched those of a normal human. Nevertheless, Xiang remained unfazed by the approaching undead. A seasoned survivor of over a decade in the apocalypse, agile and experienced, he deftly maneuvered against the 2 zombies without sustaining a scratch on his bookish armor. During the encounter, the decapitated zombie and Oppo's head emitted a golden glow. Although the luminescence persisted for 3 minutes, Xiang instinctively reached out to touch the radiant energy. The strange light swiftly integrated into his being, causing his body to visibly swell. Have I acquired magnetic powers? He pondered, but then realized, no, it is gravitational power. The exhilaration surged through him as he grasped the magnitude of his newfound ability. Universal gravitation. What in this world can escape the grasp of gravity? To manipulate gravity is to wield dominion over all. He knew several individuals endowed with gravitational powers. Each one was a formidable figure of global renown. Such power was extraordinarily potent, enabling one to ascend to greatness with ease. Finally, he was no longer burdened with healing abilities. He was liberated from the role of a caretaker. This was exhilarating. Xiang was overjoyed, for he had long desired an offensive power. To his astonishment, he had obtained a versatile ability. Gravity could serve not only as a weapon but also as a means of defense, and it possessed the capabilities of flight and immobilization. Indeed, gravitational control had been among his most coveted abilities, and now, in this new life, he had truly attained it. Taking a deep breath, Xiang began to experiment with his gravitational powers. An apple on the ground soared toward him as if drawn by an unseen force. Remarkable! Just after awakening, I can influence an apple. Soon, I shall use gravity to combat zombies. A grin spread across his face as he gazed at the distant zombies. His eyes alight with ambition. These zombies were mere tools for his empowerment. Big brother, I have powers now. Just as Xiang prepared to hunt the undead, he heard a voice calling from behind. Could it be that she had truly awakened her abilities? He turned in surprise to see Gu Ning running toward him. A panel of information hovering above her head. Target: Gu Ning, status, human, 15, 30 SIXS, ability, self-healing blessing, affinity, 50, self-healing blessing, such as a high-level power. A zombie. Yet a nurturing guardian? Xiang was momentarily taken aback. His curiosity piqued at the prospect of whether she would retain her abilities should she transform into a zombie. Thank you. Thank you for saving me and for revealing how to acquire powers. Gu Ning expressed her heartfelt gratitude. My ability grants prolonged self-healing. She articulated her powers with clarity, fully aware that her ability did not confer substantial combat prowess, compelling her to rely on others. Xiang, undoubtedly, was her most dependable ally, for she was uncertain if she would become a zombie herself. If Xiang could heal her once, perhaps he could restore her countless times. She needed him to recognize her worth to remain by his side. Indeed, a commendable ability. You may accompany me as my personal healer. Should you ever transform into a zombie, I shall restore you to humanity, he proposed. Affinity 10, as a notification floated above Gu Ning's head. Xiang couldn't suppress a smirk. Thank you, big brother, she exclaimed excitedly. Big brother? Xiang raised an eyebrow. That title is rather ordinary. I am not particularly fond of it. Please choose another. Having witnessed too many betrayals from subordinates in the apocalypse, he preferred to set boundaries early on. What title would you prefer? Gu Ning gazed at him with a flattering expression. Perhaps you could refer to me as master? Xiang teased, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Gu Ning and Appo's eyes sparkled as she sweetly responded, Master, does master wish for a Ning to don a maid outfit? She was not devoid of shame. Rather, she believed that some sacrifices were necessary for survival. Hearing her endearingly call him master evoked a peculiar sensation within Xiang. He had merely jested, yet this once revered goddess now addressed him so. The stark contrast was utterly captivating. However, he quickly regained his composure. Gripping Gu Ning's chin and adopting an indifferent expression. Simply fawning over me will not empower you, nor will it grant you a prosperous existence in this apocalypse. To thrive, you must grow stronger, and to grow stronger, you must hunt zombies. He offered her a machete, determined to guide her path. Yes, my master. Your words are a Ning's decree, she replied, embracing her role with earnestness. Master, allow me to bestow a blessing upon you, she offered, fully aware of her value. Gu Ning prepared to use her self-healing blessing on Xiang. Xiang nodded, watching as a green light emanated from her hand, enveloping him. This blessing can only last for half an hour. After that, I shall bless you anew. Pleased, Xiang responded, the current zombies are the weakest. Let us eliminate as many as possible. After speaking, Xiang disregarded Gu Ning and charged directly towards the zombies. Gu Ning followed suit, yet refrained from vying for the zombies that Xiang targeted. Instead, she set her sights on a delivery worker adorned with a pink helmet, who also carried an insulated delivery box on his back, likely containing meals. However, what truly captivated her was the helmet. This full face piece could completely shield her head, ensuring that if she were to transform into a zombie, she would pose no threat to Xiang. As she approached the undead, she began to sever the creature's arms. With the helmet as a barrier, Gu Ning felt no apprehension of being bitten. Ultimately, she removed the female zombie and Appo's helmet and dispatched the creature. Upon the completion of her task, a crimson glow emanated from the fallen zombie. Chapter 5. Gu Ning's enhanced metallic abilities. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Ning called out, "Master, there is a red light here. Would you like to absorb it?" Upon hearing this, Xiang's fondness for her increased significantly. However, he opted not to take it for himself. "You should absorb it. I would not steal from my own." With that, he cleaved through the skull of a nearby zombie. After obtaining gravitational abilities, Xiang's strength had increased tremendously, allowing him to easily sever the bones of primitive zombies. As he sliced through, a blue light burst forth from the zombie's head. Overjoyed, he immediately absorbed the blue light. If this continued, he would soon gather all 7 colors of light, wouldn't he? He wondered if collecting all 7 would yield any extraordinary outcomes. Thus far, he had acquired purple, gold, and blue. Xiang did not pause. He pressed forward to confront more zombies. Gu Ning successfully absorbed the red light and discovered that she had awakened a second ability. A red glow emanated from her hand, swiftly merging with the cleaver she held, transforming its blade to crimson. She then swung it at a tree, severing the trunk as thick as her thigh with ease. This enhancement was remarkably powerful. With this ability, her master would surely never abandon her. Gu Ning smiled brightly, donned a pink helmet, and dashed towards Xiang. "Master." Xiang glanced at her and noticed a change in her data. Target: Gu Ning. Status: Human, 958. Ability: Healing Blessing. Enhanced Metal. Affinity: 69. Xiang and Amp. Oppos. S eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Gu Ning would acquire such a formidable ability, Enhanced Metal. This power could amplify the potency of various weapons. "You have indeed gained Enhanced Metal abilities? What extraordinary luck!" Xiang exclaimed, marveling at her fortune. With such a skill, he felt an overwhelming urge to keep her close. Gu Ning blushed at his bold words. "Please help me enhance this cleaver." She handed her weapon to him. Gu Ning bit her lip, closed her eyes, and began to channel her enhancement power. "I'm sorry, Master. My strength is insufficient at the moment to enhance it." She looked apologetic and remorseful. "Please use my enhanced cleaver for now." She offered her own weapon to Xiang. "There and Amp, Oppos, as no rush. Go ahead and slay more zombies to absorb more light." Xiang declined her kind offer. Affinity 5, seeing Gu Ning's affection for him increase once more. Xiang felt a wave of happiness. Indeed, women are often easy to please. The two of them threw themselves back into the fray, eager to gather as much light as possible during this golden hour. "Master." Xiang heard Gu Ning's anxious voice and turned to look. He noticed her movements had slowed and stiffened, resembling a zombie. Simultaneously, the light above her head turned gray. Target: Gu Ning. Status: Zombie. Ability: Healing Blessing. Enhanced Metal. Affinity: 74. Indeed, she had transformed into a zombie. He promptly activated the zombie resurrection skill. After its use, the light above Gu Ning and Oppos' head regained its golden hue. "Thank you, Master." Gu Ning gazed at him with immense gratitude. "What did it feel like just now? Do you have any memories?" Xiang inquired curiously. Gu Ning nodded, seemingly reluctant to recall the experience. "It felt as though I was suddenly dragged into an abyss, where I could sense nothing, leaving me in despair." Honestly, she did not wish to become a zombie again, although it lasted only a fleeting moment. The sensation was utterly distressing, akin to plummeting into a frigid abyss devoid of awareness, surrounded by darkness. The feeling of being human once more was simply exquisite. For this reason alone, she could never betray Xiang. She truly wished to avoid becoming a zombie again. Seeing the terror in Gu Ning and Oppos' eyes, Xiang comforted her. "As my powers grow stronger, your duration in this state will also extend." Gu Ning nodded and retrieved the cleaver she had discarded earlier. She planned to bind her hand to the weapon, ensuring that she wouldn't and Oppos' abandon it if she transformed into a zombie again. Additionally, she felt the need to craft a special pair of gloves to avoid injuring Xiang. She had to guarantee his safety so that he could restore her humanity. Perhaps one day, she would be completely healed. Observing that Gu Ning had re-engaged in battle, Xiang too launched himself at the surrounding zombies. Before long, he acquired a red light, though, regrettably, it did not awaken a new ability. Gu Ning, reinvigorated in her combat, soon obtained a golden light. However, after absorbing the golden luminescence, she did not awaken any new powers. It merely strengthened her existing abilities. She enhanced Xiang and Oppos' cleaver once more before diving into a new hunting expedition. With the cleaver strengthened by Gu Ning, Xiang effortlessly dispatched zombies. Before long, he had gathered all 7 colors of light. Upon the 7th light entering his body, he felt a profound transformation within him, as if something was gestating. Unfortunately, he was unaware of what it was. The surrounding area was devoid of zombies. After all, their current location had not housed many to begin with. After slaying so many, Xiang and Appo's stamina was completely drained, and his stomach growled in hunger. He walked over to Gu Ning, admiring her slender waist. "Are you hungry?" he inquired curiously. Gu Ning nodded, bashfully responding, "I'm quite hungry." "Master, are you? There's fried rice and stir-fried noodles in that warming box over there." Xiang nodded and opened the box, retrieving the fried rice inside. Human endurance and stamina are limited. Even those with abilities require rest to recuperate. Otherwise, the apocalypse would not seem so terrifying. As Xiang ate the fried rice, Gu Ning also took out the noodles, imitating his casual demeanor as she sat on the ground and began to eat. Xiang was somewhat surprised to see her enjoying the meal heartily. Initially, he had assumed that she could not partake in food like a human. After all, she was originally a zombie, merely temporarily restored to humanity. If she could eat normally, did that imply her other functions were also intact? Contemplating this, Xiang's gaze turned avidly toward Gu Ning. Perhaps sensing his intense scrutiny, Gu Ning looked back at him. "Master, what and Appo's? That's wrong." Her obedient demeanor only intensified Xiang and Appo's fervent gaze. "Is there any difference in how you eat compared to before?" he casually asked. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Gu Ning replied, "After eating, I feel nauseous. It seems these foods are not what I require. I may need flesh and fresh blood. My body, it appears, has not fully returned to normal. I might still possess some remnants of zombie instincts. Master, what should I do?" Gu Ning looked helplessly at Xiang. Her heart filled with trepidation, fearing that she might, like the zombies, lunge towards humanity. Chapter 6. I do not wish to be alone. The description provided by Gu Ning dispelled some of Xiang's thoughts. He suspected that Gu Ning might still carry the zombie virus, possessing the potential for contagion. Engaging in deep conversation or exchanging bodily fluids with her could very well result in his own infection. The sight of such a beautiful Gu Ning being off-limits left him somewhat despondent. As for her pleas for help, after a moment's contemplation, Xiang offered a succinct response. "Adapt. Our human capacity for adaptation is remarkably strong. We can swiftly acclimatize to our surroundings." Upon hearing Xiang and Appo's words, Gu Ning nodded. As the first zombie resurrected by Xiang, she surmised that he might not know much more than she did. After satisfying his hunger, Xiang rose and made his way toward his apartment building. His body still could not withstand the intensity of today's battles. Despite the awakening of his powers and the enhancement of his physique, he was left with an overwhelming sense of fatigue and soreness. "Master, what shall we do next?" Gu Ning inquired curiously, trailing behind him. "Doesn't it, Appo's? To your body ache?" Xiang casually asked. "It does. It feels as though I and Appo's been beaten," Gu Ning admitted. Having long been aware of this sensation, she had been relying solely on her willpower and survival instinct to persevere. Earlier, adrenaline had masked the discomfort, but now, fully relaxed, the pain was all too palpable. Therefore, we should rest, and a cold shower may alleviate some of the soreness. After gaining our powers, our recovery abilities have improved. Xiang explained as he stepped into the elevator. Thanks to robust infrastructure, electricity could be sustained for an extended period. In some areas, power persisted even 2 years post-catastrophe. Zombies did not understand how to destroy infrastructure, which allowed for such continuity. Gu Ning accompanied Xiang to his rented room, but he insisted she return to her own. The convenience of residing on the same floor was undeniable. "You have 19 minutes remaining. Remember to lock your door. Once I've rested, I will come to help you resurrect again," he instructed. Gu Ning shook her head, fear evident in her voice. "Master, may I stay with you? I do not wish to be alone." Upon witnessing her forlorn expression, Xiang relented, nodding in resignation. "Then go fetch some clothes. Remember, time is limited." With that, he entered his apartment. Currently, Xiang occupied the space alone, as the other rooms had yet to be rented out. Once Gu Ning arrived, he could confine her to one of the vacant rooms. He approached the refrigerator, retrieving a bottle of chilled cola, and settled onto the living room sofa to rest for a while. He dared not shower without securing Gu Ning, fearing that if she were to come over and fail to confine him, he could be attacked upon her transformation into a zombie. He had only one resurrection opportunity left and needed to conserve it wisely. He hoped for a swift recovery, allowing him to hunt zombies before nightfall and elevate to level 2. Contemplating the prospect of leveling up, Xiang opened his system panel. Host, Xiang, level LV1, experience to level up, 57,100, zombie resurrection, 2-3, Effect: 1 hour. Cooldown: 24 hours. Strength and all: 1-1. Storage space: 0.51 cubic meter. Had he truly only killed 57 zombies after all this time? He had believed he had dispatched many more. To hunt zombies effectively, he needed to leave the community, as there were few residents, and he lacked the time to search each unit individually. Before long, Guning returned with a backpack in tow, having packed swiftly. She had only 6 minutes remaining before her transformation into a zombie. You may stay in this room. Ensure you lock the door. I will shower first, Xiang instructed as he headed toward the bathroom. Guning longed to join him, believing that would allow her to be resurrected immediately. However, she ultimately restrained herself, understanding that it was inappropriate to make demands of Xiang. As a maid, fulfilling her master and Appo's tasks was paramount. Entering the designated room, Guning secured the door and set down her backpack. From it, she retrieved a JK uniform and a box of luxurious stockings, initially intended as a birthday gift for a close friend. Yet now, she could no longer reach her friend. Not only her friend, but also her parents remained unreachable. Calls went unanswered, and messages received no replies. Meanwhile, notifications from various groups she had joined continued to flood in, filled with messages and videos. Thanks to the robust infrastructure, communication remained intact, and various messaging platforms functioned normally, leading many to share updates. Guning watched a few videos depicting people filming zombies attacking others. However, she noticed no one was venturing out to hunt zombies, nor did anyone mention any extraordinary lights. She refrained from discussing the extraordinary lights or powers in the groups, believing it inappropriate to speak without Xiang's permission. With few friends, and those she did have now unreachable, her high school and university class groups were the only ones where many had mentioned her, inquiring about her well-being. Yet she chose not to respond, knowing she would soon become a zombie, deeming it unnecessary for everyone to be aware of her impending transformation. In truth, she felt no fear regarding her friends or parents becoming zombies, for Xiang possessed the ability to resurrect them. As long as she could locate them, she could request Xiang to revive them. Her true concern lay in the possibility of them being killed by survivors, which would render resurrection impossible. While Guning fretted over her loved ones, Xiang emerged from the shower, feeling quite satisfied with his physique, which had been enhanced significantly. After a moment of self-admiration, he donned clean clothes and put on his protective gear once more. Just as he prepared to recline on the sofa to continue resting, he heard the sound of a phone ringing from Guning's room. He promptly opened the door, only to find Guning, now a zombie, attempting to attack her phone. Given that she wore a helmet, he felt little fear of being bitten. Approaching her, Xiang picked up the phone from the floor. He noticed Guning leaning closer, sniffing him through the helmet's visor, displaying no signs of aggression. Could it be that she would not attack me? Xiang pondered, surprised, as he lifted her helmet's visor. Indeed, she showed no intent to harm him. Intrigued, he playfully pinched Guning's cheek, teasing, "After being resurrected by me, you no longer wish to attack? Or does your fondness for me persist even in your zombie form?" Regardless of the reason, it was all connected to the system. Thus, Xiang felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. It appeared that those he had resurrected could coexist harmoniously even after reverting to zombies, which brought him great comfort. Chapter 7. The Flame Goddess of the Future. After confirming that Guning would not pose a threat, Xiang connected the video call. As soon as the connection was made, an exuberant voice filled his ears. "Aning, I'm so relieved to see you're all right." A beautiful face emerged on the screen, captivating Xiang's attention. "Wait, who are you? Where's Aning? How do you have her phone?" Xiang refrained from pointing the camera at Guning, for her current appearance as a zombie would surely frighten her friend. "Guning is taking a shower. I'll have her contact you shortly," Xiang said as he made his way to the living room. For now, he had no intention of reviving Guning. So, Aning is fine. Hasn't turned into a zombie, and has T been attacked? Upon seeing Xiang nod, the caller's joy was palpable. "I'm Chuyu, a close friend of Aning. Where are you now? Can you take care of her and ensure she remains unharmed?" "Chuyu? So, she is the campus belle from the nearby Normal University. No wonder she seems familiar. Wait, this Chuyu is the flame goddess, Chuyu? The one with the mysterious black flame abilities?" Memories from the past flooded back. Xiang scrutinized her closely, noticing she bore a striking resemblance to the renowned flame goddess of his city, possessing about 60 to 70% similarity. At this moment, Chuyu's beauty had yet to reach its later stunning heights. He recalled that Chuyu had an elder sister named Chu Yuan, who had become a zombie and was often criticized for being kept by Chuyu. However, Chuyu was formidable, and her mysterious black flames elevated her to a top-tier combatant in the apocalypse, rendering her sister as condition a lesser concern. In truth, many chose to keep their zombified relatives close. Particularly, many parents would retain their young children by their side, even after they had turned. They held on to the hope that future advancements in technology might yield a vaccine to revert zombies back to humanity. Alas, this was merely a fanciful illusion. Over a decade since the apocalypse, no such vaccine had been developed. Moreover, as time progressed, the internal structure and appearance of zombies transformed, rendering them unrecognizable as human. Nonetheless, Xiang possessed a system and the skill of resurrection. If given the chance, he could delve deeper into this matter. Handsome, can you hear me? Chu Yu's voice snapped Xiang back to reality. I can hear you clearly. My name is Xiang, a Ning's neighbor. From the Jiwanhao Tinfu community near the university town. Are you planning to come find us? Xiang was curious if Chu Yu had awakened her powers. Okay. Just stay there. Once I contact my sister, I'll rush over to you, Chu Yu stated confidently, observing her self-assured demeanor. Xiang was convinced that she had indeed awakened her abilities. However, he wondered if it was the flame ability. Previously, he had heard rumors that Chu Yu possessed two abilities, with the second being more enigmatic, and those who had witnessed it met their demise. At the time, Xiang dismissed such tales as absurd. How could one person possess two abilities? Now he realized that having two abilities was entirely plausible, as Gu Ning was a living example. He himself might also possess dual powers, for alongside his gravitational ability, a new power was evidently gestating within him. Perhaps Chu Yu had already acquired both abilities. Furthermore, from her words, it could be inferred that her sister had not yet turned into a zombie and likely still had contact with her. The fact that she mentioned having a sister further solidified Xiang's belief that this Chu Yu was indeed the flame goddess. Consequently, Xiang's gaze toward her shifted subtly. Unaware of Xiang's changing demeanor, Chu Yu continued, please have a Ning contact me once she's available. I have something crucial to discuss with her that concerns your survival. It's imperative that a Ning reaches out to me promptly. With that statement, Xiang could ascertain that Chu Yu had indeed awakened her powers. He had to admit she was quite vigilant, not divulging too much information. All right, I'll relay your message as soon as she finishes her shower, Xiang replied. Afterward, Chu Yu ended the call. Xiang reclined on the sofa with his phone, preparing to rest for a while until he needed to revive Gu Ning. After about an hour, feeling fully restored, he readied himself and entered Gu Ning's room to utilize his resurrection skill. In an instant, she returned to her former self. As soon as she revived, Gu Ning exclaimed, "Thank you, Master, for bringing me back to life." Her gratitude was genuine. The longer one lingered in a zombified state, the more one cherished the opportunity to regain humanity. The suffering and despair of that existence were unbearable. Favorability 15. Seeing Gu Ning's affection for him rise to 89. A smile crept onto Xiang and Appo's lips. This Gu Ning understood the value of gratitude. In this apocalypse, treachery was rampant, with many wolves in sheep's clothing adept at deception through words. Yet, in moments of weakness or injury, these very wolves would betray, seizing everything. Xiang had witnessed such betrayals countless times. In his previous life, he had been a caregiver, lacking in combat prowess and easily manipulated by various traitorous individuals, making him all too familiar with betrayal. About an hour ago, someone named Chu Yu contacted you, asking you to reach out to her. She mentioned having something important to discuss. Xiang handed the phone to Gu Ning and recounted Chu Yu's message. I just regained this segment of memory. After being resurrected by you, I am now able to recall the time I spent as a zombie, Gu Ning explained. Oh, is that possible? Xiang was taken aback. So, during that time, you had no consciousness? I had no awareness at all. It was as if I were trapped in an endless darkness. I couldn't hear sounds or perceive anything from the outside world, Gu Ning clarified. Xiang nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. There's a set of protective gear in the living room. Hurry and put it on. We need to venture out and continue hunting zombies. Time is of the essence. Gu Ning nodded and promptly headed to the living room to don the protective suit. Xiang had already been wearing his, which provided a reassuring sense of security. She had anticipated she would also have one. Once she was suited up, Xiang led Gu Ning directly to the entrance of the community, preparing to step out to hunt zombies. Upon reaching the entrance, Xiang discovered a large gathering of zombies, all appearing exceedingly agitated, seemingly drawn by something. Chapter 8. Harvesting the mutated spirit plant. Upon close observation, Xiang quickly made a remarkable discovery, a mutated spirit plant. Approaching it, he could feel the energy emanating from the plant. This energy resembled that of the capable of enhancing the of extraordinary warriors. A form of energy acquired by those endowed with abilities after absorbing serves as the foundation of their strength, akin to internal power in martial arts. The more potent the greater the might of their abilities. In addition to absorbing, certain unique mutated plants can also augment this energy. While mutated plants come in various forms, those that can generate energy are referred to as mutated spirit plants. In a post-apocalyptic world, these spirit plants are exceedingly rare, and their appearance often incites fierce competition among many. Possessing a mutated spirit plant is a hallmark of the elite in such dire times. Xiang recalled that the flame goddess, Chiao, possessed a mutated spirit plant, a rose. Therefore, this pot of mutated rose, which he now claimed, was originally destined for her. Explaining her formidable strength, the exhilaration of seizing another's fortune was undeniably pleasing. However, at present, the true potential of the mutated spirit plant remained unknown. This was an opportune moment to gather such fortunes. He remembered a mutated plant in the city center that bore fruit capable of enhancing human neural responses. Currently under the control of a powerful faction, he could easily excavate it before anyone else. The resilience of mutated plants was remarkable. They could thrive almost anywhere. If nourished with, they might not even require soil. Gu Ning was taken aback when she saw Xiang cradling the potted rose. Its blossoms appeared unusually plump, distinctly different from ordinary roses. Xiang did not explain but attempted to store the mutated rose within his spatial compartment. Embracing the flower, he charged into the horde of zombies, beginning his hunt. Gu Ning, witnessing Xiang plunge into battle, followed suit. Understanding that she must grow stronger to garner his attention and continue to be revived by him. Clad in protective gear, she fought with renewed ferocity. Undeterred by the outstretched hands of the zombies, Xiang wielded a blade, enhanced by Gu Ning, which sliced effortlessly through the zombies' skulls, resulting in swift kills. The fallen zombies caused Xiang's experience points to surge. Where are all they? Gu Ning inquired, puzzled at the absence of the energy despite the numerous zombies fallen at their feet. Xiang remained silent and exited the residential area. This locale typically saw little human traffic, and thus, few zombies lingered outside. The street was devoid of shops, rendering it of little value. He led Gu Ning towards the student district of the university, with no immediate plans to enter the campus. Upon nearing the student street, they encountered a throng of zombies. Outside, no other survivors were hunting them. Most had chosen to remain hidden in safe places, unwilling to risk exposure. Those who ventured out understood that slaying zombies could yield, enhancing their strength. The two plunged into the heart of the horde, where the zombies sensed the presence of the mutated spirit plant, becoming agitated and converging towards Xiang. At this moment, Gu Ning recognized that the rose Xiang held was extraordinary. The zombies posed little threat to them, as their bodies had been augmented by, far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary humans. With Gu Ning having reinforced their blades twice, dispatching the zombies was effortless. Wherever they went, the zombies fell before them. Master, there's, Gu Ning exclaimed, elated as she absorbed a white. Just as she finished, Xiang's side erupted with two bursts of, one following the other. Sensing the mutated rose trembled, seemingly eager to absorb it. Xiang offered the rose a piece of, subsequently absorbing one himself. Can it absorb as well? Gu Ning asked, astonished. She felt that Xiang seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge, almost as if he could foresee the future. I merely wished to test it. I didn't end oppose. To expect it to work, Xiang replied, reluctant to reveal that he was a reborn individual, even if he could manipulate Gu Ning. You should be able to sense it. It is a mutated plant, he elaborated. Gu Ning nodded, somewhat bewildered, although she had initially thought Xiang was omniscient. His current demeanor suggested otherwise. However, she could indeed sense the essence of the mutated rose, feeling comforted in its presence. It smells wonderful. After absorbing, it has become so fragrant. Gu Ning couldn't help but lean closer. Could it awaken abilities like us? Xiang observed the blooming roses secreting a copious amount of nectar and instinctively approached. Taking a deep breath, he savored the nectar, reminiscent of absorbing. With determination, he moved to the next rose. There were 7 blossoms in total, and Xiang quickly consumed the nectar from 6. The last one is for you, he declared, leaving the final bloom's nectar for Gu Ning, who had long coveted it. However, he didn't allow her to consume it directly, instead pouring the nectar into her palm. Given the possibility of lingering zombie viruses on her, he feared contamination could harm the flower. If Xiang were to absorb the nectar again later, he might risk infection. How sweet. And there and oppose, as such a generous amount. Gu Ning remarked, her eyes sparkling with delight. Just like you said, it feels akin to absorbing, enhancing our strength. Yet it's too little. I hope it secretes more nectar, Xiang concurred, finding the flavor and effects delightful. Let us produce more, if it absorbs more. It should yield greater nectar, Gu Ning suggested, licking her lips. Xiang nodded, feeling refreshed as the fatigue in his muscles dissipated, ready to resume his rampage. Just as they charged into the zombie horde, a sudden burst of flames erupted towards Xiang, startling him. Chapter 9, Slaying the Flame Manipulator, a Cerulean Fireball. Radiating an astonishing heat, surged directly towards Xiang. With remarkable agility, Xiang deftly evaded the oncoming blue flame. Not bad, kid. You've got some quick reflexes. A voice echoed from a nearby shop. Xiang spotted a corpulent man leering at Gu Ning with an unsettling intensity, nearly drooling. Leave your woman to serve me, and I may grant you a reprieve. Otherwise, I'll unleash a barrage of fireballs to incinerate you. As he spoke, he hurled another flame at a nearby zombie. In an instant, the creature ignited, consumed entirely by the azure fire. Within mere seconds, the zombie's exterior was reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame. Gu Ning shuddered, utterly taken aback by the terrifying potency of the man's flames, capable of reducing a zombie to a mere skeleton in an instant. If such flames were to touch her, would she too be instantaneously reduced to ash? Already resorting to stealing women, are we? Planning for some amusement, you rotund fool? Suddenly, an axe flew through the air, striking the hefty man squarely in the head. Do you think you're the only one with powers? Xiang sneered. He had deftly altered the trajectory of the fireball using gravitational manipulation, confident that it would not harm him or Gu Ning. However, the man had not anticipated Xiang's sudden retaliation. The flying axe was one of Xiang's specialties. In his previous life, as a healer, he had diligently honed this skill. To be fair, the man's flame manipulation was quite formidable, rivaling the speed of the fire goddess Chu Yu's black flames in incinerating objects. As hordes of zombies lunged at the man, who was now reeling from the blow to his head, Gu Ning found it hard to believe it was all over so quickly. Did he just die like that? Xiang shrugged. What did you expect? Do you truly believe that possessing powers makes one invincible? Gu Ning hastily pulled down the visor of her helmet, her vigilance heightened as she scanned their surroundings. Surrounded by the undead, she had begun to feel invincible herself, convinced of her own strength. Isn't there supposed to be some kind of aura around you? Gu Ning inquired with curiosity. Shouldn't I know? Xiang retorted. In truth, humans did not manifest such auras, perhaps to prevent mutual slaughter among themselves. Yet, the absence of an aura did not hinder their capacity for violence. Many empowered individuals had been known to kill over a mere word. The two continued their hunt for zombies, eager to acquire more auras to augment their abilities. After several minutes, Xiang obtained a white aura. This time, he chose to absorb it himself, finding the effects of personal absorption far superior to that of the mutated rose and Apos' nectar and the energy it emitted. Previously, he had merely been experimenting. Soon after, Gu Ning also acquired a white aura. Master, it seems there are no other colors of aura available. They are all white. Thankfully, we initially collected a fair amount of high-level auras. Had we waited to confront the zombies, we might not have awakened two powers. The distinction between high and low auras could be discerned through sensation. The effects of the white aura were evidently inferior to those of other colors. Thus, Gu Ning felt a wave of relief, grateful that Xiang had urged her to hunt zombies early on, allowing her to gain two powers. Without the enhancement of these abilities, she would struggle to dispatch the zombies so effortlessly. Indeed, the auras do seem considerably weaker now, Xiang remarked, cleaving through a zombie's skull. A wisp of white aura wafted from the decimated head, which Xiang promptly absorbed. Almost there, he sensed that his new power was on the verge of manifestation. Consequently, he quickened his pace, relentlessly slashing at the surrounding zombies. Gu Ning maintained a safe distance, sensing the fervor emanating from Xiang. As the number of fallen zombies increased, so did Xiang's exhilaration, for he knew he was on the brink of leveling up. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. You have accumulated sufficient experience to automatically level up to level 2. Please check your panel. Check. Xiang eagerly summoned the system interface, which promptly materialized before him, displaying updated information. Host, Xiang, level, LV2, experience for level up, 0-1000, zombie resurrection, 2-6. Duration, 1 hour, cooldown, 24 hours, enhance all, 1-1. Storage space, 1-6 cubic meters, seeing the expansion of his storage space by 5 cubic meters. Xiang could not suppress his smile. This storage space was invaluable. While it was indeed possible to pilfer other supplies, such acts carried risks. Having the ability to store vast amounts of resources on his person was a luxury few would refuse. Moreover, he could now utilize his resurrection skill 6 times in a day. Although each resurrection lasted merely an hour, resurrecting the same individual would extend the duration to 6 hours. If this continued, he could eventually maintain Gu Ning in her human form for a full 24 hours. Of course, he could also opt to resurrect multiple zombies. Though the hour was brief, it could be advantageous to have a few expendable minions when necessary. Master, do you need this? Gu Ning inquired, presenting a bamboo basket filled with an assortment of fruits. It would serve well for holding flowers. That way, I won't have to carry them. Xiang accepted the basket, transferring its contents into his storage space, noting the cherries looked particularly delectable and could be saved for later. As Xiang rendered the entire basket of cherries into nothingness, Gu Ning blinked in astonishment, casting a curious glance at him. Don't stare. I possess spatial abilities that allow me to create a space to store items. If you have anything you wish to store, I can assist. Though the total volume cannot exceed 1 cubic meter, Xiang deemed it appropriate to grant Gu Ning access to 1 cubic meter of his storage space. Considering her partnership in their endeavors warranted a degree of transparency. Spatial abilities? How enviable. Gu Ning gazed at Xiang with admiration. In comparison, her powers felt rather trivial. There's a clothing store over there. Shall we select some outfits, master? Perhaps a maid outfit? I recall seeing some. With that, Gu Ning cast a flirtatious glance at Xiang. It must be said, the allure of a beautiful woman wielding her charms can be quite formidable. Although her approach was somewhat contrived and awkward, the effect was undeniably potent. Xiang nodded subtly, harboring a flicker of anticipation for the potential allure of Gu Ning's maid outfit. Chapter 10. You bite at first. The two individuals fought their way to the clothing store, where Xiang promptly pulled down the roller shutter to secure the entrance. He had expended considerable energy and needed to rest in this refuge. Moreover, Gu Ning and Appo's time was running short, and her resurrection was imminent. An hour passes swiftly. Just as Gu Ning was on the verge of transforming into a zombie, Xiang activated the resurrection skill. With her time restored, Gu Ning was filled with joy. Thank you, master. What color of stockings does master prefer on me? Gu Ning asked, holding up black and white stockings, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She had always adored wearing stockings, but had refrained from doing so in public due to the fear of public scrutiny. The cruelty of online bullying was terrifying, having driven many individuals to suicide. Particularly alarming were the baseless accusations that had ruined countless lives. She was already quite beautiful. Should she wear something particularly alluring, she would be subjected to an avalanche of derogatory remarks. Thus, she had always exercised restraint in her attire, shying away from many outfits she longed to wear. Now, however, she no longer had to concern herself with the gaze of others. She could boldly don the garments she cherished. Those loathsome individuals had likely succumbed to zombification. And even if they hadn't, they would be quaking in fear, unable to wield their vile words to harm others. As Xiang observed the stockings in Gu Ning and Appo's hands, he couldn't help but recall the JK uniform and stockings she had in her room. With legs as long as yours, it would be a pity not to wear them, he mused. Take your time selecting. You can choose whatever you like now. Xiang was aware that this store was the most upscale in the student district, boasting exceptional quality and styles. However, he had no use for such clothing outside. He preferred to wear protective gear. Safety took precedence over aesthetics. In the aftermath of the catastrophe, people had gravitated towards wearing formidable metallic armor, aspiring to become their own versions of Iron Man. As of now, it seemed that no one had yet begun crafting such armor. Otherwise, Xiang would have considered commissioning a few sets. Gu Ning and Appo's metallic enhancement ability could significantly amplify the effectiveness of such armor. Unlike his own singular enhancement skill, which could only be applied once, she could enhance multiple times, up to the limit of her abilities. This was why Xiang wished to keep Gu Ning close. She could strengthen both cold weapons and metallic armor. In addition to this armor, Xiang was aware of a type of mutated spider silk that was exceptionally resilient, suitable for weaving protective garments with remarkable strength. Furthermore, various mutated beast pelts could be utilized to create soft armor with excellent protective qualities. Xiang had never considered using his enhancement skill on his protective gear. With only one opportunity per day, each choice was crucial. The enhancement skill could bolster not only physical objects but also his own strength, speed, defense, and reflexes. Ultimately, external fortitude could not surpass the strength gained from within. Thus, Xiang favored enhancing himself rather than external objects, unless he found himself unable to enhance his own capabilities. For the moment, he could procure some metal plates to affix to his protective gear and let Gu Ning enhance them. The protective suit was primarily made of plastic, with metal being utilized only in military-grade versions, which were currently unattainable. Xiang dismissed such thoughts and took out a meal, moving to the counter to eat. The food was still warm, identical to when it had been placed inside, indicating that time within the storage space was suspended, a feat unattainable by those with spatial abilities. Gu Ning, however, was preoccupied with selecting clothes, her heart set on trying on every beautiful piece for Xiang. By the time he finished 2 meals, she was still engrossed in her selection. At this rate, it seems you intend to clear out the entire store, Xiang remarked. Let us stop here. Clothing holds little value in this apocalypse, and you and Appos, LL have more opportunities to gather. He urged her, concerned that 3 cubic meters might not suffice for her haul. Gu Ning nodded obediently, promptly halting her selection. After packing the chosen clothes, Xiang noted that it was still under 1 cubic meter. The spatial setting, which calculated only volume without shape restrictions, proved remarkably advantageous. Yet, he refrained from allowing Gu Ning to continue her selection. Their primary focus remained on hunting zombies. Are you hungry? Xiang asked, gently ruffling Gu Ning's hair, contemplating her as a pet. She tilted her head up, appearing eager to cooperate. I recall there in Appos, a goat shop nearby with live sheep. Would you like to see if you can handle raw meat? With that, Xiang released Gu Ning and opened the roller shutter. Outside, a horde of zombies had gathered. Xiang swung his machete, dispatching them with remarkable speed. He was not only keen to see if Gu Ning genuinely desired to consume raw meat, but also curious about whether she would infect a live sheep. Animals bitten by zombies could transform into zombie beasts. If Gu Ning were contagious, capable of turning animals into zombies, many of their activities together would be curtailed, diminishing the enjoyment of their companionship. In the struggle for survival in this dystopian world, the pursuit of immediate pleasure held great significance. It served as an excellent means of alleviating inner turmoil, releasing not just mental pressure but also pent-up aggression. The constant hunting of zombies and other humans accumulated negative energy. This energy not only influenced one's temperament but also affected the efficiency of acquiring vital energy. Such insights were hard-won survival experiences gleaned from years in this harsh reality, forming part of Xiang's advantages. If Gu Ning still harbored the zombie virus, Xiang would be unable to engage in intimate activities with her to alleviate his burdens of negative energy and pressure. In that case, he would require the company of a normal woman. After all, women, too, accumulated negative energy and experienced various pressures. Soon, the pair arrived at the shop. In the glass display, 6 sheep grazed leisurely on hay, oblivious to the zombies lurking outside. Ignoring the undead outside, Xiang led Gu Ning into the store. Inside, a number of zombies stirred upon hearing the commotion and began to move slowly toward them. The two advanced and swiftly dispatched the zombies, merely a dozen or so, posing no real threat to 2 individuals who had awakened their powers. These primitive zombies were weak, their bones particularly brittle. A single strike sufficed to fell them. After clearing the area of zombies, Xiang opened the gate to the sheep pen and dragged one of the sheep out. Now, you bite it first. Gu Ning hesitated, seemingly taken aback by Xiang's request. Observing the seriousness etched on his face, she took a deep breath and lunged toward the unsuspecting goat. Chapter 11. My best friend is more beautiful. Her bite force had intensified due to her newfound abilities, allowing her to effortlessly tear through the flesh of the goat. The warm, salty blood surged into her throat, igniting a spark in her eyes. Delicious. An unprecedented flavor compelled her to swallow faster. Though she recognized the abnormality of her actions, she could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. She eagerly gulped down the goat's blood, seemingly unsatisfied, and ripped open the goat and Appos' hide, subsequently sinking her teeth into a piece of meat from its neck. After a few vigorous chews, she swallowed it whole. Xiang observed silently, realizing from Gu Ning and Appos' demeanor that she was still carrying the zombie virus. Her behavior was undoubtedly influenced by it. He was uncertain about the resurrection mechanism of the system, but it was indeed effective. Despite being infected, Gu Ning managed to maintain her human state. After consuming several chunks of meat, the goat, having bled out, suddenly stiffened. A zombie goat. Gu Ning caught a whiff of a peculiar scent and released the goat, which had begun to mutate. Master, what is happening to me? Why is it turning into a zombie? Gu Ning asked in a flustered tone. You still carry the zombie virus, and it remains contagious, Xiang informed her. In truth, with her intellect, she could have deduced the reason herself. She just did not want to accept it. What should I do to serve you, master? The realization of her infection left Gu Ning feeling despondent. Perhaps my current abilities are too weak. Once I strengthen them, I may be able to eradicate the virus from you, Xiang reassured her. In front of him, Gu Ning sat weakly, yet her figure was strikingly exquisite. With voluptuous curves and a delicate waist that sculpted an enchanting silhouette. Her skin was exceptionally fair and rosy, complemented by her stunning visage, which left most men unable to maintain composure in her presence. Yet, the zombie virus lurked within her, capable of transforming her into one of the undead. Reluctantly, he could only console her for the time being. It seems the zombie virus primarily spreads through blood, though there may also be transmission via bodily fluids. At least, it does not spread through the respiratory system. Once Gu Ning regained her composure, she provided her analysis. Your analysis is accurate, yet ultimately futile. With that, Xiang, in a fit of frustration, wrapped his arms around Gu Ning's slender waist, drawing her closer. Master Gu Ning's face flushed a rosy hue, her gaze dreamy. She sensed the intensity of Xiang's frustration but felt powerless to alleviate it. A mixture of regret and grievance filled her heart. Master, what about those goats? Gu Ning glanced at the goats in the pen, feeling unsated. I will slay them and store their meat in the spatial realm. The goat meat is not only for you, but for me as well. Roasted goat has a delightful taste and is quite nourishing. He refrained from allowing Gu Ning to take action, concerned that her zombie virus might contaminate the meat. I will guard the entrance, Master. Gu Ning chose to step outside rather than distract Xiang. She understood her own allure. Lingering before him might only intensify his frustration. Once at the door, she retrieved her phone, preparing to contact her best friend. Although she was infected with the zombie virus, her friend was not. Thus, she intended to take Xiang to rescue Chiao. If they saved her, Chiao would undoubtedly be grateful to Xiang, and the two could naturally draw closer. If necessary, she could play matchmaker. In this apocalypse overrun by zombies, what could provide a greater sense of security than following a powerful individual? Moreover, Xiang possessed the extraordinary abilities of zombie resurrection and spatial manipulation. Should misfortune strike and she become infected, she could still be revived. Such an opportunity was rare. However, before she could dial, she felt a shift within her body. Upon sensing this change, she realized she was on the verge of becoming a zombie. Quickly stowing her phone away, Gu Ning glanced at Xiang and lowered the visor of her protective helmet. In the next moment, her pupils constricted to pinpoints, and her skin turned a grayish hue. She emitted a low sound and began to move towards Xiang with remarkable speed, her agility now comparable to that of an ordinary human. Xiang noticed her transformation and swiftly stored the last goat in his spatial realm. He did not need to deal with the goats just yet. Killing them would suffice and would not take long. Approaching Gu Ning, Xiang offered her a piece of meat, curious to see if she would consume goat flesh after her transformation. To his surprise, Gu Ning merely sniffed it and did not bite. Indeed, zombies prefer human flesh, he mused. But I cannot allow you to partake in cannibalism. That is my bottom line. We should resume our hunt for zombies before nightfall, he declared, reviving Gu Ning once more. Thank you, Master. Mua. Gu Ning playfully blew him a kiss, prompting Xiang to poke her smooth forehead gently. Master, I plan to contact my best friend. Let us seek her out. She is an ordinary person who can fulfill any of your needs. Moreover, Yu is even more beautiful, possesses a better figure, and is exceptionally gentle and considerate. You will surely be pleased. Xiang found himself somewhat swayed by Gu Ning's suggestion. Did you not already reach out to her? She has yet to respond. If all goes as expected, she too might possess abilities akin to ours. No sooner had he spoken than Gu Ning and Appo's phone vibrated. Master, Appo's, SUU. Elated. Gu Ning promptly answered the video call, her excitement palpable. Yu, how are you? Where are you now? She wiped the blood from her face, appearing somewhat fatigued. I am on my way to Student Street, but I am blocked by a horde of zombies and am trying to find a way through. But before that, I have vital information to share. Ensure you are protected and seek out opportunities to hunt the straggling zombies. They are rather easy to kill, their bones are fragile, and a strong blow to the head will suffice. Some zombies even emit glowing orbs upon death. If you touch these orbs, you can acquire abilities. Remember, always target the head. Striking elsewhere will not kill them. Do you understand? Upon hearing Chiao and Appo's words, Gu Ning smiled. I wanted to share that with you as well. I have awakened my abilities, and I am currently at Student Street. By the way, why are you heading to Student Street? Chapter 12. Xiang's triple kill. Are you near Student Street? That's wonderful. Ning, please rush to the Lemon House on Student Street and bring my sister back. She is hiding there with other survivors, but those people are plotting against her, and I can no longer reach her, Jiu exclaimed with excitement. Yuan Jie is actually at Student Street? Gu Ning responded, slightly astonished. Yes, she initially went there to look for shops, but then this biohazard crisis struck. Fortunately, she was lucky. She was in the restroom at that moment and was not affected, Jiu continued. Ning, since you have acquired special abilities, you should be able to reach the Lemon House, right? If it's too dangerous, don't go. Your safety is paramount. As for my sister, I will have her engage with those people a bit longer. Gu Ning was touched by Chu Yu's concern for her safety. It's all right. We are not far from there. We can go rescue your sister, Li Xiang interjected. That is splendid. Thank you so much, Chu Yu said, elated. She was acutely aware that every passing minute posed more danger to her sister. The individuals accompanying her sister had also gained special abilities but were preventing Chu Yuan from venturing out to eliminate zombies to acquire powers. Their intentions were all too evident. Their restraint was merely a reflection of their previous education and understanding, but as their strength increased, they would inevitably become arrogant and trample upon the laws of the past. There and Appos, no need for gratitude. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we will return to our residence before nightfall. With that, Li Xiang swung open the shop door. Gu Ning exchanged a few words with Chu Yu before following Li Xiang's lead. We're a mere 300 meters away. It's quite close, Gu Ning remarked cheerfully after glancing at the location Chu Yu had sent. In such dire circumstances, encountering familiar faces felt like a stroke of fortune. Let us hope we make it in time, Li Xiang muttered, hastening toward their destination. He was worried that Chu Yuan might be in trouble or had already succumbed to becoming a zombie. Although today marked merely the first day of the catastrophe, some individuals could decline rapidly. Some, seeing the apocalypse as a harbinger of doom, might think to indulge themselves before their inevitable demise. Gu Ning and Appos' expression shifted slightly, and she quickened her pace. The duo fought their way forward, and as they neared within 100 meters, the sight of zombies diminished. The path was strewn with the corpses of the undead, indicating that this area had been cleared by someone. They dashed toward the Lemon House. Inside, two men were restraining a woman while another man loomed behind her. The woman was pinned against the glass door, her face bruised, clearly having been assaulted. Beasts! Gu Ning's blood boiled at the sight. Is that your friend's sister? Li Xiang inquired. No, Gu Ning replied, eyeing the cleaver in her hand before looking at Li Xiang. Can I go in to save her? Absolutely. Such beasts deserve no mercy. There is nothing to discuss when it comes to coercion and violence. I intend to eliminate every last one of them, Li Xiang declared. After enduring the apocalypse for so many years, his blood had yet to run cold, and he felt compelled to intervene. However, in his previous life, he could only offer kind words of persuasion, as a mere caregiver of little combat prowess. Now, he sought to reason with his blade. Be cautious. These individuals have likely awakened their abilities, he warned before charging forward, slashing at one of the men gripping the woman's arm through the glass. What the hell? Are you looking for death? The men inside were taken aback by Li Xiang and Appos' audacity. His blade sliced through the glass, nearly striking one of them. This girl is no less formidable than that mad woman upstairs. Don't kill her, capture her, and the boss will surely reward us, one of them sneered. Die, you beasts! Gu Ning shouted, brandishing her cleaver in an attempt to strike one of the men. At that moment, she felt her weapon slip from her control, veering to the side and smashing against the adjacent glass. Quite the fiery spirit. The boss will definitely appreciate it. Lao Wu. Let her witness your abilities while I deal with the fool outside, he said, smashing his fist against the glass, intent on confronting Li Xiang. The woman remained ensnared, her hands captured by the man behind her, twisting her into a different position. Li Xiang swung his cleaver at the man who had just shattered the glass. The man retaliated with a punch, his hands covered in a stone-like substance. As Li Xiang's blade encountered the man's hand, it cleaved through, severing it cleanly. The man paused for a moment, then let out a piercing scream. Ah, my hand, my hand. Skin hardening, such a pitiful ability. And yet you dare to show off before me? Li Xiang scoffed, swinging his cleaver once more. The man, now terrified, turned to flee, but alas, it was too late. He was cleaved in half, with no opportunity to escape. In Li Xiang's eyes, the skin-hardening ability on the very first day of the apocalypse was nothing short of trash. The man still tormenting the woman turned around just in time to see something hurtling toward him. Before he could react, an axe struck his forehead. Damn, was all he managed to utter before he fell lifelessly, his skull cleaved by Li Xiang's flying axe technique, masterfully executed. Unless one possessed formidable metal control or telekinetic powers. Survival was impossible in the early days of the apocalypse. Clearly, the adversaries lacked any such formidable abilities. After dispatching 2 foes, the third finally recognized the dire predicament he was in. Big brother, big sister, please don't kill me. I surrender. I have mental control abilities. I can be of use to you. I can serve you. He pleaded. In response, Xiang's cleaver pierced through his chest. Such individuals were the most fickle and prone to betrayal. He would sooner place his trust in a dog than in such a person. Witnessing Xiang and Apos' prowess in single-handedly eliminating 3 men, Gu Ning was astounded. She had known of Xiang and Apos' strength, but never had she anticipated he would be so formidable. While he had been effortlessly dispatching zombies, the true measure of his might became evident when confronting vile individuals, especially those with abilities. Xiang's combat prowess and fluidity in execution could not merely be attributed to having awakened powers. This was undoubtedly the skill of a seasoned warrior, honed through countless battles. Thus, Gu Ning was convinced that Xiang was not just an ordinary awakened individual. Either he bore a terrifying past, or he was a reincarnated soul from the future. Regardless of which, she cared not. For Xiang was her master, her benefactor, and the one who determined her fate. What mattered to her was to cling to him tightly, becoming the most satisfactory maid in his eyes. Chapter 13, Having been bitten by the undead. You guard downstairs while I ascend to investigate. Xiang unsheathed his machete, flicking away the blood, and with a bundle of mutated roses strapped to his back. He headed directly upstairs. The upper floor had evidently been cleared, devoid of any zombies. However, there was a woman bound to a chair. The bindings were executed with remarkable proficiency, accentuating her alluring figure. A cloth was stuffed in her mouth, allowing her to emit only muffled sounds. Perhaps due to her incessant struggles, her complexion was flushed, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. The area around her chest was significantly dampened by perspiration. I am a friend of Chu Yu. She sent me to rescue you. Upon hearing Xiang's words, Chu Yuan's eyes widened, and she emitted a series of excited muffled sounds. Clearly, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Xiang approached her, removing the fabric from her mouth, and then utilized his knife to sever the ropes binding her. Thank you. Thank you for coming to save me. Thank you. Chu Yuan began to weep. Had she not been rescued, she could scarcely fathom the inhumane treatment she would have endured. Those brutes had already tormented 2 girls in her presence. What happened to your shoulder? Xiang observed a wound on Chu Yuan's shoulder, distinctly a human bite mark, or rather, a zombie's bite. They didn't touch me. It's because I've been bitten by a zombie, Chu Yuan explained succinctly. That shouldn't be possible, Xiang exclaimed, examining the wound, which oozed black pus and was severely inflamed. How long ago were you bitten? The severity of the injury suggested a considerable duration, yet it was indeed perplexing. A human bitten by a zombie, even an ability user, could not possibly endure beyond half an hour before succumbing to transformation. Chu Yuan's condition indicated she had withstood it far longer. Could it be that she was immune to the zombie virus? It's been nearly half an hour. I was bitten while attempting to escape. Do you have a phone? I wish to contact you. I might soon turn into a zombie, and I want a video chat with her before that happens. Her phone had been destroyed by others, so she had to borrow Xiang and Apos' device. Xiang handed his phone to Chu Yuan and replied, Your sister Gu Ning is downstairs. Gu Ning is here too? Chu Yuan's excitement surged as she dialed her sister's number, making her way downstairs. Gu Ning, Sister Yuan. The two embraced, exhilarated to be reunited. Xiang deduced that Chu Yuan must have awakened her abilities prior to being bitten, otherwise, she wouldn't have endured for so long post-bite. After a moment of their embrace, Gu Ning produced her phone and initiated a video call with Chu Yu. Soon, the connection was established. Sister, it's wonderful. You're safe, Chu Yu exclaimed, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Xiao Yu, you must survive, you promised me. You need to find Mom, Dad, and our little sister, do you remember? I've been bitten by a zombie. I can feel the changes occurring within my body. Although Chu Yuan recognized the cruelty of her revelation, she understood that it was essential for Chu Yu to confront this reality. Acceptance could not alter the truth. No, this can end Amp, Apos, be real. Sister, you're talking nonsense. If you were bitten, how can you still be video chatting with me? Chu Yu was clearly struggling to accept the dire truth. She appeared engulfed in dark flames, as if consumed by a sphere of burning shadows. It's because I followed your advice and killed a zombie, acquiring healing abilities. Unfortunately, I cannot heal myself. Remember my words, and do not forget the kindness of Gu Ning and her friends. As Chu Yuan spoke, Dark veins began to emerge on her face, and her skin transformed to a grayish hue. What a pity, Li Xiang muttered. Compared to Gu Ning, he preferred the mature and curvaceous appearance of Chu Yuan. Both Gu Ning and Chu Yu still held a certain youthful innocence. No. Sister, wait for me. Chu Yu's flames intensified. The screen abruptly vanished, flickering out before disappearing entirely. Presumably, the phone had succumbed to the flames engulfing Chu Yu. Master, can you resurrect Sister Yuan? Gu Ning glanced at Chu Yuan, who was spewing black blood. Recalling her own transformation into a zombie, Li Xiang did not observe the words resurrectable hovering above Chu Yuan's head, leaving him uncertain of his ability to revive her. Gu Ning nodded, removing her helmet and hastily placing it over Chu Yuan and Apos' head, but to no avail as Chu Yuan lunged at Gu Ning. Gu Ning swiftly dodged, grabbing a chair to fend off Chu Yuan, pushing her back against the wall. Bound to the chair, Chu Yuan could only twist her neck to attempt biting, rendering her immobile. So, I have returned too late? Such a beautiful woman has transformed into a zombie? A voice echoed. Li Xiang turned to face the source, his fists instinctively tightening. It was Zhao Haichao, a long-standing enemy. He had tormented Li Xiang for a month simply because Li Xiang had initially refused to join his ranks. The only reason he had survived was his healing skills. He never anticipated encountering Zhao Haichao here. This time, Li Xiang intended to make Zhao Haichao experience the taste of torment himself. Well, another beauty has arrived. What a bonus, Zhao Haichao remarked, licking his lips. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Haichao, endowed with formidable lightning abilities. Beautiful lady, be my obedient pet, and I shall grant you everything, ensuring you thrive in this apocalypse. And you can serve as my subordinate. Submit to me, and I shall bestow upon you powers. If you satisfy me, I may even allow you to worship her feet. Refuse, and I will have your little brother severed and roasted. As he spoke, blue arcs of electricity danced in his hands. While lightning abilities were indeed powerful, they did not deter Li Xiang. Stay safe. With that, Li Xiang unleashed his flying axe skill. Although Zhao Haichao had been enhanced, he could not evade Li Xiang and Apos' axe, which struck directly at his groin. Despite releasing a lightning ball, it was diverted by Li Xiang's gravitational force, which even affected lightning. Upon realizing his infallible ability had missed its mark, Zhao Haichao and Apos' expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 14. Each second of life pollutes the world, brother. I was wrong. Zhao Haichao, enduring excruciating pain, knelt before Li Xiang. From this moment forth, I shall be your dog. If you command me to kneel, I shall kneel. If you ask me to eat excrement, I shall eat it. Zhao Haichao was acutely aware that he had incurred the wrath of a formidable adversary, one whose powers eclipsed his own. Very well. You may sever your own brother's limb, and I shall accept you as my dog, Li Xiang remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, eager to witness Zhao Haichao and Apos' choice. Brother, I will do it. I will do it right now, Zhao Haichao exclaimed. Seizing the machete he had brought back and unfastening his trousers, he dared not touch the axe at his groin, fearing it would provoke Li Xiang's ire. Die, you. With the machete in hand, Zhao Haichao swung it towards Li Xiang. As he struck, a spherical bolt of lightning, the size of a soccer ball, hurtled towards Li Xiang. Anticipating this, Li Xiang employed his gravitational abilities to redirect the bolt. Boom. The lightning struck a nearby zombie, obliterating the corpse and scattering remnants across the vicinity. Seizing this moment, Zhao Haichao attempted to flee, but as he turned, an axe flew towards him, striking his back and causing him to lose his balance and tumble. Damn it. I'll electrocute you, Zhao Haichao cursed, unleashing more lightning bolts. Unfortunately, none found their mark, while multiple axes embedded themselves in his body, shattering bones. The intense agony threatened to overwhelm him, yet the primal instinct for survival compelled him to crawl away. Counterattack? Every attempt had failed. What hope remained for retaliation? As Li Xiang approached, he picked up the machete from the ground and, aiming at Zhao Haichao and Apos' legs, struck down, severing them cleanly. What a fine blade, Li Xiang noted, surprised that the machete remained intact, with no chips or curls despite the brutal use. It was indeed a remarkable weapon. With his legs severed, Zhao Haichao's body activated its protective mechanism, rendering him unconscious. Li Xiang, however, promptly turned him over and splashed him with urine to awaken him. How does that taste? You beast, you delight in making others drink urine. Now, you shall partake of it yourself. Kill me. The pain is unbearable. I beg you, just end it. Zhao Haichao pleaded desperately, yearning for a swift demise, having abandoned all hope. Not so fast. I shan't grant you such merciful release. Li Xiang began to chop off Zhao Haichao's fingers, a fate he had inflicted upon countless innocent souls. A true pervert. A wretched creature who derived pleasure from the suffering of others. Such a being's continued existence was an affront to the air of this world. This is what you owe me. Scream now. Let your cries attract the zombies. Zhao Haichao, feeling the loss of his brother, howled in agony. Yet, this was merely the beginning of his despair and torment. Minutes later, he could no longer produce a sound. Ah, what a pity. You only suffered for less than half an hour before succumbing. Li Xiang entered a nearby ice cream shop, washed his hands under the faucet, and splashed water on his face. After eliminating an enemy, he sensed that his new abilities were ready to manifest. How exhilarating! What powers would he possess? A spark of electricity flickered at his fingertips, illuminating his eyes. Lightning abilities? As two purple arcs emerged, a smile crept across his face. Lightning powers were indeed formidable. As he prepared to unleash a lightning bolt, flames erupted from his hands. Flames? Lightning and flames? Something was amiss. These powers, ice? Just as he believed he had acquired lightning and fire abilities, a shard of ice sprouted from his hand. Goodness, and wind blades too? How many powers have I gained? Why did it seem that whatever he desired manifested before him? Could it be that he had acquired the ability to summon powers at will? Indeed, it proved true. Li Xiang and Appo's abilities allowed him to conjure whatever he wished. This extraordinary power astounded him. After struggling for over a decade in the apocalypse, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Realizing he possessed the ability to manifest powers at will, Li Xiang returned to the lemon shop. Gu Ning was still using a stool to restrain Chu Yuan. Upon seeing Li Xiang return safely, she heaved a sigh of relief. Master, Li Xiang smiled gently, glancing at the subdued Chu Yuan, whose head now displayed the words revivable. Immediately, he activated the resurrection ability, watching as the grayish hue of Chu Yuan's skin swiftly faded, returning to its natural color. In mere moments, Chu Yuan's body had reverted to its human state. What is this? She examined her hands and body, then looked at Gu Ning and Li Xiang. I was a zombie. How could I revert back? Li Xiang smiled slightly, noting the panel above her head. Target, Chu Yuan, status, human, 59, 40 SIXS, ability, healing, affection, 70. Li Xiang was astounded that Chu Yuan's affection for him was at 70, surpassing Gu Ning's initial feelings towards him. Could it be that his timely rescue had deeply moved her? Perhaps that was indeed the case, as they had only just met without prior interaction. Yes, Sister Yuan, you have been revived as a human because my master possesses the ability to resurrect zombies. Master? The ability to resurrect zombies? Chu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment at Gu Ning's words. Actually, I am also a zombie, revived by the master. Gu Ning was growing more comfortable addressing Li Xiang as master, speaking so naturally in front of Chu Yuan. Don't worry, Sister Yuan. As long as you follow the master, you need not fear becoming a zombie. Gu Ning believed that having a companion like herself was a cause for joy, and thus felt compelled to reassure Chu Yuan, hoping she would also serve Li Xiang. Chapter 15. How could I feel like a mature woman while still single? After digesting the information conveyed by Chu Yuan, she graciously bowed to Li Xiang. Thank you for saving me and bringing me back to life. I am eternally grateful and will heed your commands whenever you require assistance. While she struggled to call him master like Gu Ning did, she found it difficult to utter. Yuan Jie, our master can only revive us for an hour, so we must stay close to him. Otherwise, if we stray too far, we may miss the chance to be revived again, Gu Ning reminded her. Gu Ning felt that Chu Yuan was like herself, the most obedient maid to Li Xiang. Li Xiang handed the machete to Gu Ning, saying, enhance this, and then we shall return to the community. Gu Ning nodded and promptly reinforced the machete in Li Xiang's hands. Once completed, Li Xiang departed without hesitation. Gu Ning picked up her explosion-proof helmet and hurried after him. Chu Yuan quickly followed suit. She did not wish to linger in that place, nor did she want to become a zombie again. The agony of transforming into a zombie was unbearable, and she wished to avoid such suffering. The brief revival lasted only an hour, which meant she must cling to Li Xiang's side. Only in this manner could she hope to be revived once more. Staying close to Li Xiang was her only chance to reunite with her sister and family. Li Xiang's unique ability not only allowed him to revive her, but also her family members who might become zombies. Therefore, her allegiance to Li Xiang was not solely for her own benefit. After weighing her options, calling him master did not seem so different. Master. After catching up to him, she managed to utter the words. Immediately, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Yet this shame brought with it an exhilarating sensation that made her scalp tingle. That title is better suited for Gu Ning, Li Xiang thought, glancing back at Chu Yuan, whose beauty rivaled Gu Ning's, yet her figure was more voluptuous. The allure of her mature charm captivated him. Chu Yuan looked at Gu Ning beside her, seeking assistance. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Xiang, and I am 22 years old. What about you, Yuan Jie? He said, handing her the machete he had previously used. He preferred the machete over the one in his hand. In his past life, he had forged a similar weapon. Chu Yuan, 30 years old. Can I call you Xiang Yi from now on? She casually suggested, recalling some colloquial titles from the martial world. Is Yuan Jie single? Oh, I am single, Chu Yuan replied, her face flushed and flustered. Really? You seem to have the aura of a married woman. I thought you were already married. Li Xiang teased. No, I am truly single and have always been, she stated, a hint of grievance in her voice. She felt that her appearance merely suggested a fuller figure, not that of a married woman. That was my misunderstanding. I apologize, Li Xiang chuckled, satisfied with the outcome. As long as his extraordinary abilities were potent enough, he could prevent the virus from infiltrating his body. Moreover, the stronger his powers, the more resilient he would be against the virus. Furthermore, having saved Chu Yuan and possessing the ability to revive her, should not Chu Yu express gratitude? Would it not be delightful to have the infamous flame goddess from his past life serve him? Unaware of Li Xiang's intentions towards her sister, Chu Yuan followed closely behind, feeling a unique sense of security and reassurance from him. Along the way back, numerous zombies were vanquished by Li Xiang, leaving Gu Ning without the opportunity to strike. Regrettably, they encountered no luminous essence while returning to the community. As they neared their destination, twilight began to envelop the sky. Hey, handsome. Are those zombies truly as easy to handle as depicted in the videos? Upon entering the community, Li Xiang heard someone call out. Indeed, they are quite manageable, he replied, not wishing to appear aloof, as the other party did not demand resources or protection from him. That's great. Tomorrow I will also try my hand at slaying zombies. I heard that defeating them releases light points, and touching those points grants one powers? Yes, that is indeed true. If you wish to obtain abilities, act swiftly. Li Xiang responded, surprised at how rapidly information had spread online. In his previous life, he had broken his phone in a CAF and was unaware of the state of the internet at the onset of the apocalypse. Hey, what abilities do you possess? Would you mind sharing? Asked another girl. Li Xiang turned his gaze toward her and replied, lightning abilities, as a purple lightning orb materialized in his hand. Wow, that and amp, oppos, that's impressive. Lightning powers? Big shot, take me along. I can keep you warm at night. Another voice chimed in. Take me along. I'm open to any position, though I have never unsealed my powers. Brother, how about I become your little brother? Just let me gain powers, and I and oppos. I'll follow your lead. An increasing number of people emerged, expressing their desire to align with Li Xiang. He ignored their pleas and led Gu Ning and Chu Yuan back to the apartment building. Answering 2 questions was already a favor. He would not entertain further requests. Human nature cannot withstand the test, and Li Xiang was reluctant to put it to the trial. He preferred to have only a few beautiful zombie companions like Chu Yuan and Gu Ning around him, and the fewer normal humans, the better. Upon returning to their residence, Li Xiang produced a goat. Where did this goat come from? How did it suddenly appear? Chu Yuan exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the goat on the floor. This is because our master possesses spatial abilities, allowing him to store items in his space. Gu Ning explained to Chu Yuan. You both should take a shower. Then change into something nice, Li Xiang instructed. Yuan Jie, wear white stockings, and Gu Ning, you wear black. With that, he retrieved the clothing and stockings that Gu Ning had chosen from his storage space. Afterward, Li Xiang dragged the goat into the kitchen, preparing to begin butchering the live animal. In the living room, Chu Yuan was taken aback by the heap of clothing. Yuan Jie, stop dawdling. Come and pick some outfits, Gu Ning urged, pulling Chu Yuan down to kneel among the clothing. Why do we have to wear such revealing outfits? They're far too sexy, Chu Yuan protested. Of course, we wear them for our master. What else could it be for? Dawn and Amp, oppos, T worry. We are both infected with the zombie virus, so the master definitely won and Amp, oppos, T touch us. He might just indulge himself a little. Besides, our master is quite wonderful. Not only does he possess various powerful abilities, but he is also incredibly handsome. Dawn and oppos, do you think so? Having spent most of the day with Li Xiang, Gu Ning felt that he radiated charm. If she had not contracted the zombie virus, she would undoubtedly aspire to be Li Xiang's woman, seeking greater security. Chapter 16. Do you like it? Chu Yuan fidgeted for a moment, then, with her eyes closed, selected a piece of clothing and picked up a pair of white stockings. She admitted that Gu Ning was correct. Li Xiang was indeed quite handsome. After the enhancement and optimization of his abilities, Li Xiang, who was already somewhat attractive, had become increasingly charming. Furthermore, he exuded a remarkable confidence and strength that provided a sense of security. As a member of the opposite sex, he possessed undeniable allure. Before the catastrophe, if a boy like Li Xiang had pursued her, she would likely have been smitten. The two did not choose to bathe together. As they were neither sisters nor in a communal bathhouse, it felt rather peculiar to be cramped in a small bathroom. Moreover, there were 2 bathrooms available, rendering a joint bath unnecessary. While they were bathing, Li Xiang prepared a portion of lamb, storing the rest in his spatial storage. Not only did he need to eat, but Gu Ning and Chu Yuan also required fresh blood and meat. It was likely that only after completely eradicating the zombie virus from their bodies could they return to a normal diet. Perhaps both of them had already reverted to being zombies after such a prolonged absence. An hour felt far too brief. He wondered if the duration would lengthen during the next upgrade. After a moment of reflection, Li Xiang ventured into the bathroom to find them. He first encountered Chu Yuan, who had not yet finished washing up and had already transformed back into a zombie, pawing at the glass door. Revived. Once revived, Chu Yuan repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry. I took too long. Time is limited." "I understand. Continue washing," Li Xiang replied with a subtle smile. He noticed that not only did Chu Yuan blush, but her entire body took on a rosy hue, rendering her particularly beautiful and alluring. Alas, she was still infected with the virus. Embarrassed, Chu Yuan turned away. This was her first encounter with such a situation. Her inner feelings of shame were at an all-time high. Yet, she discovered she rather enjoyed this feeling of embarrassment. Thus, she did not send Li Xiang away, quietly continuing to cleanse her body. However, when she turned around, she found that Li Xiang was no longer in the bathroom. A sense of emptiness washed over her. She longed for the reassurance that Li Xiang provided. Li Xiang moved to the other bathroom, where he found Gu Ning already dressed. Revived. Upon revival, Gu Ning quickly returned to her former self. One must admit that Gu Ning's choice of a JK outfit paired with black stockings was truly stunning. "Master." Gu Ning pouted adorably, gazing at Li Xiang with a shy yet alluring look in her eyes. "What do you think of this outfit? Do you like it? Feel the fabric of these stockings. They are quite comfortable." Gu Ning continued to demonstrate what it meant to be a captivating little enchantress. After a brief interlude, Li Xiang returned to the living room. Chu Yuan had finished washing up and donned a maid-style dress complemented by white stockings, creating a striking visual impact. Particularly, with her exceptional beauty and voluptuous figure, the effect was magnified. She appeared somewhat reserved, sitting on the sofa with an air of unease. Upon seeing Li Xiang and Gu Ning emerge, her muscles involuntarily tensed, her feet encased in the snug stockings clutching the floor tightly. And the color on her face gradually shifted. Li Xiang merely glanced at her before heading to the kitchen. The aroma of the simmering lamb wafted enticingly, causing Li Xiang's stomach to rumble with hunger. He served himself a generous bowl of delicious lamb soup and retrieved a takeout meal. Additionally, he produced 2 large plates to showcase the fresh lamb. Gu Ning returned to her rental apartment to fetch several sets of cutlery, originally intended for steak, now repurposed for consuming raw meat. As a beauty in Li Xiang and Appo's presence, it was essential to maintain elegance while partaking in blood and flesh. After satiating their appetites, the task of cleaning up was entrusted to the 2 lovely ladies. One could not help but admire the delightful sight before them. It was no wonder that, before the apocalypse, affluent individuals favored hiring young, beautiful women as maids with astonishing treatments. With one clad in JK black stockings and the other in a white maid outfit, Li Xiang felt an artistic impulse surge within him, prompting him to capture several exquisite photographs. Once they completed their tasks, Li Xiang reclined on the sofa, allowing them to provide him with a massage. It was evident that neither had much experience, but Li Xiang was unbothered. Such endeavors could be honed with practice. With time, they would undoubtedly master the skill. As the 2 eventually transformed back into zombies, Li Xiang succumbed to slumber, utterly exhausted from the day's events. Since the zombies he had revived posed no threat to them, there was no need to confine them to a room. Moreover, their presence served as a deterrent against intruders. Li Xiang slept soundly until dawn, awoken by the cacophony of screams outside. Upon awakening, he noticed Gu Ning and Chu Yuan at the large windows in the living room, pressed against the glass as if eager to venture outside. Zombies slumbered at night, but could be easily roused. Even in silence, the presence of someone nearby. With the scent wafting toward them, would awaken them. Stretching lazily, Xiang began his morning routine of practicing the Vidra skill, a habit he had cultivated during the apocalypse, performing it every morning upon rising. After completing his exercises, Xiang accessed his system panel. Host, Xiang, level, LV2, experience to level up, 68 1000, zombie revival, 06, effect, 1 hour. Cooldown, 24 hours, enhancement of all things, 01, storage space, 36 cubic meters. After confirming that all skills had refreshed, Xiang smiled. System, enhance my bones. He understood that the strength of his bones was insufficient to unleash his true potential. Enhancement successful. Upon receiving the notification, Xiang felt the effects of the enhancement coursing through his body. His bones tingled as though they were continuously growing stronger. This sensation persisted for 10 minutes. And upon its conclusion, Xiang felt invigorated, as if he possessed boundless strength. Simultaneously, he became aware of a gnawing hunger. Eating the leftover lamb from the previous night, Xiang devoured a hearty bowl along with a portion of takeout from his storage. After satisfying his hunger, he lit a cigarette and continued to enjoy the captivating zombie dance performed by the two exquisite women. As long as they were beautiful, even transformed into zombies, their attractiveness surpassed that of ordinary zombies, rendering them less frightening. In the midst of his admiration, Gu Ning's phone vibrated. Xiang glanced at it and discovered a video call from Chuyu. Chapter 17. The Transformation of Ascending to Level 3. Ning, where's my sister? In the video, Chuyu and Amp, Appo's weary face appeared. They are here. Xiang turned around, revealing Gu Ning and Chu Yuan behind him. Chuyu and Amp, Appo's expression shifted, her brows furrowing in confusion. How did Ning become a zombie? And what is up with her and my sister's clothing? From Chuyu's tone, Xiang discerned that she likely assumed he was responsible for their transformation. Why Haven and Amp, Appo's, they attacked you. What is going on? Chuyu and Amp, Appo's voice drew the attention of Chu Yuan and Gu Ning, who began moving towards the phone and Amp, Appo's position. Allow me to demonstrate my unique ability. With that, Xiang employed his resurrection skill on the two. Soon, they reverted to their human forms, halting their advance. Now, greet Chuyu. He switched the camera to the rear view. Yeah. Chu Yuan called out, quickly adding, I'm fine now. I was revived by Xiang's resurrection ability. You need not worry about me. Just take care of yourself. Resurrection ability? The ability to revive zombies? Chu Yu's eyes widened, clearly astonished by Xiang's extraordinary power. Indeed, my master awakened his resurrection ability when the apocalypse began. I was the first person he revived, Gu Ning chimed in. Master? Chu Yu's frown deepened, her perception of Xiang growing increasingly negative. It's merely a term of endearment. He hasn't mistreated us and has protected us well. Without him, we might have been killed by others treating us as zombies. As Chu Yuan's close friend, Gu Ning understood Chu Yu's thoughts well. Yes, yeah, don't overthink it. Where are you? How is the situation on your side? Are you safe? Chu Yuan inquired with concern. I'm only 500 meters away from your neighborhood, but the streets are teeming with zombies. I'm trying to find a way around them. Sister, you need not worry about me. I've awakened a powerful fire skill that those zombies cannot harm. Just stay indoors until I can reunite with you. After speaking, Chu Yu pointed the camera at the street. Indeed, the street was filled with an overwhelming number of zombies, seemingly drawn by something, attempting to move forward yet finding no space, causing them to sway awkwardly. Observing the scene, Xiang realized that something enticing must be attracting the zombies, and the sheer number was staggering. There appeared to be 2,000 to 3,000 of them. To advance to level 3, he needed to slay 1,000 zombies. That location was undoubtedly ideal. However, it would not be easy for one person to kill so many zombies. Xiang became curious whether the system would grant him experience points if he used explosives to eliminate the zombies. He could ascertain the outcome through experimentation. Having struggled through the apocalypse for over a decade, crafting explosives had become a fundamental skill for him. However, his home lacked suitable materials. The school had some materials that could be utilized for explosive creation, but acquiring them would not be straightforward. Then, he quickly thought of a fitting item: liquefied gas cylinders, which were incredibly powerful when detonated. In the apocalypse, many favored using these as weapons. However, gathering liquefied gas cylinders was equally challenging, as most neighborhoods and businesses now relied on piped natural gas. Yet this sparked an idea for Xiang. Although he couldn't and Appo's to use liquefied gas cylinders, he could collect gasoline. The roads were lined with cars, providing ample opportunity to siphon gasoline for creating gasoline bombs. In addition to gasoline, He could utilize lithium batteries from electric bikes to craft lithium combustion bombs, both of which had been developed as weapons against zombies during the apocalypse. Thus, Xiang instructed Gu Ning and Chu Yuan to remain at home while he ventured out alone. He first went to the electric bike parking area in the neighborhood, dismantling the lithium batteries and placing them in a storage space. Next, he sought out containers to siphon gasoline. The combination of lithium batteries and gasoline would yield terrifying power. Even if they did not explode, they could incinerate zombies over a wide area. After over 2 hours of gathering, he arrived at the street congested with zombies. He then produced a super incendiary bomb he had crafted and hurled it at the zombies. Upon release, Xiang unleashed a lightning ball that struck the lithium battery. Boom. The power of the lightning ball was astounding, igniting the super incendiary bomb he had made. The gasoline erupted, instantly creating a sea of flames that engulfed countless zombies below. Xiang closely monitored his experience points, and within a minute, he noted a change in the data. It works. Fantastic, he exclaimed, filled with ecstasy. Immediately, he retrieved more lithium batteries from his storage space to continue crafting super incendiary bombs. He relentlessly hurled these bombs, incinerating countless zombies. As more and more zombies fell to the flames, his experience points surged. At times, explosions would echo from within the horde, likely due to cars igniting and exploding. Regardless, all counted towards his experience points, and he wished for more. Low-tier zombies lacked the instinct to flee or avoid danger. If they remained unclassified, they posed little threat over time. To humanity, they were nothing more than mindless, animated corpses, easily outmatched. In this apocalypse, humanity had developed countless weapons against zombies. Even ancient siege engines could decimate hordes, let alone modern weaponry. The commotion Xiang caused drew the attention of numerous onlookers, many of whom cheered for him. As the number of zombies he incinerated and detonated grew, so too did his elation. At last, he heard the long-awaited notification. Ding! You have accumulated sufficient experience to automatically upgrade to level 3. Please check your panel. Host, Xiang, level, LV3, experience to level up, 8-10,000, zombies revived, 210. Duration, 4 hours, cooldown, 24 hours, strength in all, 1-1. Storage space, 316 cubic meters. The number of zombies he could revive increased to 10, and the duration of the effect extended to 4 hours. Furthermore, his storage space expanded by an additional 10 cubic meters. What a remarkable upgrade! Xiang rejoiced, his gaze on the remaining zombies igniting with fervor. Chapter 18. Encounter with Chiao Xiang. Having transformed the last remaining lithium batteries and gasoline into powerful incendiary bombs, hurled them into the horde of zombies, successfully eliminating a wave of the undead. However, the journey from level 3 to level 4 would not be an easy feat. Hello. Are you Xiang? A voice called from a short distance away. Turning around, Xiang spotted Chu Yu, cradling an injured puppy in her arms. Greetings, Chu Yu. He replied with a broad smile, acknowledging her presence. Instantly, Chu Yu relaxed her guard and approached him. As she drew nearer, Xiang plunged into the inferno, spurred by a sudden flash of extraordinary light. His confidence stemmed from his unique ability to wield fire at will, rendering him impervious to flames for several minutes. This was precisely why he opted for incendiary bombs against the zombies, as he had no fear of losing his source of power. By that day, he had already acquired 7 white lights, a significant gain compared to his initial stage on the first day, and he felt quite content. Not only had he amassed experience for leveling up, but he had also collected 7 lights. Are you not afraid of the flames? Chu Yu inquired, astonished as she witnessed him emerge from the blaze. Because I too possess the ability to manipulate fire. You should understand, given your own powers. Xiang winked at her playfully. I see, but ISN and Oppos, your ability related to resurrecting zombies? Chu Yu regarded him with skepticism. Who says one can only possess a single ability? Xiang shrugged. After a moment and Oppos' pause, Chu Yu admitted, you raise a valid point. I was being narrow-minded. May I ask you to take me to see my sister in Guning? Her desire to confirm their safety consumed her thoughts. Unfortunately, not just yet. I must continue hunting these zombies, Xiang replied, unwilling to abandon his pursuit too early, as he had yet to discern what attracted the undead. Moreover, these zombies were a valuable source of experience, and gathering such a multitude elsewhere would prove challenging. Chu Yu, undeterred, pressed on. Can you at least tell me which building and which unit they are in? I wish to see them. They have already turned into zombies. You would be attacked upon arrival. You might inadvertently harm them. If you truly wish to see them sooner, assist me in gathering some lithium batteries, Xiang suggested. realizing that collecting alone would be a slow endeavor and that enlisting Chiao would expedite the process. If you resurrect them, how long can they maintain their human form? Chiao curiously probed, having absorbed his earlier words. Visiting them as zombies would serve little purpose. Initially, it was 1 to 2 hours, but it should now last a bit longer. As you know, absorbing the extraordinary light strengthens our abilities. The duration primarily depends on the potency of my powers. Nodding in understanding, Chiao asked, how many lithium batteries do you require? The more, the better. Please hand me the puppy, Xiang said, eager to test the efficacy of his abilities in healing. Without hesitation, Chiao entrusted the trembling puppy to him. This was not her own dog, but one she had rescued along the way. As she departed to gather batteries, Xiang examined the quivering creature in his arms. You're a German shepherd, aren't you? I've heard they are quite intelligent. I wonder if you will appreciate my efforts in healing your broken leg, he mused, gently pressing the fractured bone. The puppy yelped in pain, but as Xiang emitted a warm white glow from his hands, its cries gradually subsided. Your leg has been restored, he announced, placing the puppy on the ground and patting its head. The puppy leaped about joyfully, barking at Xiang before nuzzling against his hand with its tongue. Good dog, so obedient. Xiang chuckled, reminiscing about his past experiences in the apocalypse, where he had rescued dogs, some of whom had attracted zombies and met unfortunate ends, while others had been taken for food, as dog meat was both nutritious and delectable. As Xiang stood, the puppy circled around him, eager to please. He retrieved 2 pieces of mutton from his storage space, tossing them away from the flames for the puppy to enjoy, wary of the heat. Moments later, Chiao returned, carrying a few batteries. Lacking a storage space, she could only gather a limited number at once. However, since Xiang was occupied, she had to make multiple trips. Upon her return, noticing the puppy feasting on meat, Chiao grew curious about its source. There were no shops nearby, nor any other means to procure meat, and she knew Xiang would never feed it zombie flesh. Yet she refrained from asking further, simply handing over the batteries. As soon as the batteries were placed down, a burst of extraordinary light appeared in the fiery surroundings. Chiao suppressed the urge to rush in, watching as Xiang dashed toward the light. Truth be told, had she not been anxious to see her sister, she would have recognized this as an excellent opportunity for her own growth. Her black flames were formidable, efficiently incinerating zombies, and the fire would spread to nearby undead, obliterating numerous foes. However, she understood that she could not compete with Xiang. His abilities directly influenced the resurrection of her sister. The stronger he became, the better for her sister and Appo's revival. Thus, she not only refrained from competing, but also endeavored to help Xiang acquire more extraordinary light. Once Xiang finished absorbing the light and emerged, she resumed her search for lithium batteries. Regrettably, the mystery of what attracted the zombies remained unsolved. Could it be mutated plants, or something else entirely? Xiang pondered, contemplating whether he should attempt to traverse over the heads of the zombies. While ordinary individuals could not achieve such a feat, he had the potential to do so. By harnessing his gravitational powers in conjunction with his ability to manipulate the air around him, he could navigate effortlessly above the horde. Xiang, there's a truck full of gas canisters over there. Do you want it? Chiao's voice echoed from a distance. Absolutely, I'm on my way. Xiang responded with elation, realizing Chiao had discovered the vehicle delivering gas canisters. He hurried towards her, disregarding whether any new extraordinary lights had emerged in the flames. Without hesitation, the puppy followed closely behind him, displaying remarkable understanding. Chapter 19, The Enigmatic Light Tree Under the Guidance of Chiao. Xiang swiftly arrived at an overturned electric tricycle. There were over a dozen liquefied gas cylinders, all filled to the brim. Xiang promptly stowed them away in his storage space, leaving Chiao utterly astonished. What kind of supernatural ability is this? She exclaimed, feeling a twinge of jealousy. The illustrious flame goddess, envious of another? Xiang flashed a broad grin and cheerfully replied, spatial powers. Have you cheated? So many abilities? Chiao remarked, her envy palpable. Everyone with powers has a bit of an edge. Mine just happens to be more pronounced, Xiang said, lifting a small dog from the ground, his smile growing ever more exuberant. You keep collecting lithium batteries. I'll go scout for the anomalous light. With that, Xiang accelerated towards the inferno. Upon returning to the edge of the fire, Xiang spotted 3 clusters of anomalous light. He gently set the dog down and dashed into the flames. After absorbing the strange luminescence, he continued to sprint forward. Though surrounded by zombies, they were not engulfed by the inferno. He also noticed a bus stop and planned to leap onto its roof, from which he would begin launching liquefied gas cylinders. After a burst of speed, Li Xiang leapt onto the zombies, running atop them with the grace of an ancient martial hero. Soon, he reached the bus stop. He retrieved a gas cylinder from his storage space, opened the valve, and hurled it with all his might. Then came the second, the third, in one breath. He tossed out 8 gas cylinders and began counting down the seconds. For an explosion to occur, a certain concentration was required. 8 minutes later, Li Xiang pierced a lithium battery and threw it towards the gas cylinder and Oppo's location. Simultaneously, he leapt from the bus stop and Oppo's roof, diving into the horde of zombies. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, sending a violent shockwave that hurled countless zombies into the air. Amidst the chaos, Li Xiang swung his weapon, toppling zombies left and right, finally creating a sufficiently large space. He leapt back onto the bus stop's roof, where a massive crater had formed, littered with countless zombies, many still ablaze. The explosion's force was staggering, momentarily stunning Li Xiang. A glance at his status panel revealed he was just a few zombies shy of leveling up. This detonation had obliterated 6,000 to 7,000 zombies. Rather than hunting for more kills to gain experience, Li Xiang made a beeline for the explosion and Oppo's epicenter, anticipating a wealth of anomalous light. Midway, he spotted the glimmers and quickened his pace, drawing closer. Ding! You have accumulated sufficient experience. You have automatically leveled up to level 4. Please check your panel. Without needing to lift a finger, the relentless demise of zombies granted Li Xiang ample experience. Host, Li Xiang, level, LV4, experience, 50 to 30,000, abilities, gravitational manipulation, unrestrained, zombie resurrection, 0-20, effect, 6 hours. Cooldown, 24 hours, enhancement of all, 1-1. Storage space, 336 cubic meters. Upon reviewing the updated status, Li Xiang couldn't and amp, Oppo's, help but click his tongue in astonishment. His zombie resurrection skill had significantly improved, with the number of revivals increased to 20 and the duration extended to 6 hours. This meant Gu Ning and Chu Yuan could maintain their human forms for an extended period. With the ability to resurrect repeatedly, the two could stay in human form around the clock. His storage space had also doubled, increasing by 20 cubic meters. It was evident that higher levels granted more storage capacity for resources. Moreover, his gains extended beyond mere system upgrades. He was also collecting anomalous light. With a triumphant smile, Li Xiang absorbed the strange luminescence, feeling his powers and abilities swell. There was indeed something drawing the zombies toward that area, and they continued to press forward despite the chaos. He was determined to discover what it was. Scanning the surroundings, he saw no new sources of light and thus headed towards the area attracting the zombies. Moments later, he found himself atop the horde once again. Soon, he noticed a small circle of space that had formed, seemingly obstructed by something preventing the zombies from advancing. Li Xiang quickened his pace and soon beheld the situation. A light tree? What was this? He stood frozen, astonished that the entity attracting the zombies was a small tree emanating a gentle glow. Approaching the tree, he expected to encounter a force field, but instead, he stumbled into the clearing. Could this light tree be composed of anomalous light? Li Xiang observed cautiously, refraining from touching it. He could detect no scent and felt no energy emanating from it. Turning around, he glanced back at the zombies, crammed together like sardines, looking quite comical, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. Testing the barrier, he reached out and found his hand met with a zombie and Oppo's flesh. How extraordinary! This barrier had no effect on him? After a moment's hesitation, he drew his machete and struck at the zombie. There was no obstruction. The blade cleaved through effortlessly. This was truly remarkable. What was the principle behind it? Li Xiang, astounded, began to relentlessly hack at the zombies. As for the light tree, he hesitated to approach it, now certain that it posed no threat to him. Continuing to slash at the zombies, he harvested their lives, needing to level up and hunt more to satisfy his ambitions. His current level was insufficient for his desires. After a flurry of strikes, he noticed anomalous light emanating from a fallen zombie, but it was immediately drawn toward the light tree. Attempting to absorb it, he found himself unable to do so. Ultimately, the light merged with the tree. Incredible! It could absorb anomalous light? Now Li Xiang was even more puzzled by the light tree. He decided to pause and observe what would occur next. Suddenly, a zombie exploded. Had it been crushed from the pressure? Li Xiang sensed no power released from the light tree, feeling rather that the explosion was due to the zombie's own compression. Moments later, another zombie was similarly crushed by its peers, releasing anomalous light that floated toward the tree, where it was absorbed. Chapter 20. The benefits of merging with the tree of elemental energy, this is utterly absurd. Having navigated the apocalyptic world for over a decade, I have never encountered such phenomena. Xiang gazed at the luminous tree, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. After weighing his options, he resolved to reach out and touch the radiant tree, curious to see what response it might elicit. The relentless hunt for zombies without obtaining any extraordinary light was undeniably a considerable loss. Upgrading was crucial, yet the extraordinary light held equal importance, as it was the key to enhancing one's abilities. In this world of the apocalypse, survival was intrinsically linked to the strength of one's powers. It was a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where one must possess formidable abilities to avoid becoming prey. Taking a deep breath, Xiang extended his hand. Upon making contact with the extraordinary light, his eyes brightened, for he experienced the sensation of absorbing the light, as torrents of elemental energy surged into his body. Simultaneously, he noticed the luminous tree beginning to diminish, seemingly due to the loss of energy. The elemental energy continuously flowed into Xiang, augmenting his own reserves. Just as he reveled in this newfound power, the luminous tree suddenly ascended, drawing nearer to him, and then it entered his body, penetrating his chest. What is happening? Xiang felt the elemental energy within him rapidly converge toward his heart, as if the luminous tree was siphoning it. An influx of information flooded his mind. The tree of elemental energy? So, you are the tree of elemental energy, capable of parasitizing within me and sharing life? You are damaged and require extraordinary light for restoration, which, once achieved, will grant me an immortal body. Goodness, this is astonishing. Xiang had never anticipated such a turn of events. He wished to continue communicating with the tree of elemental energy, but found no new responses. The peculiar barrier dissipated, and zombies surged toward him, nearly overwhelming him. In a flurry, Xiang wielded his weapon, carving out a space before leaping atop the heads of the zombies, sprinting toward a less congested area. There, he produced the remaining gas canister, twisted it open, and tossed it into the throng of zombies. Following suit, he ignited the canister, obliterating countless undead. While absorbing the extraordinary light, Xiang felt a twinge of frustration. He realized that some of his elemental energy had been siphoned by the tree of elemental energy within his chest, resulting in a loss. Nevertheless, considering the prospect of an immortal body, he chose to overlook it. Possessing extraordinary abilities does not equate to immortality. One still ages, perhaps even more rapidly than an ordinary individual. After acquiring such remarkable power, who would willingly embrace an early demise? Death would mean the loss of everything. The emerging extraordinary light was absorbed by Xiang, and he sensed that the tree of elemental energy had acquired at least half of it. 10 minutes later, the figure of Chuyu, engulfed in black flames, dashed to Xiang and Appo's side. Xiang, seeing him unharmed, she exhaled in relief, having been worried about his safety, especially since he possessed the ability to resurrect her sister. Furthermore, she felt her family might also require his unique powers. Observing Chuyu, ablaze with black flames, Xiang noted her imposing aura and enhanced beauty, a sight that was both captivating and stirring. He shifted his gaze from her alluring figure, continuing to fend off the approaching zombies. With the absence of the tree of elemental energy and Appo's allure, the zombies began to disperse. He resolved to eliminate as many as possible. Chiu brandished 2 impressive axes, commencing her assault on the zombies. Having awakened just 2 days prior, her elemental energy was limited, and she could not vanquish many using flames. Since Xiang was reluctant to leave, she felt compelled to accompany him. Xiang, there's a shard of extraordinary light here. Please absorb it, she urged after cleaving through a piece of extraordinary light, hoping to empower him further to ensure her sister could maintain her human form for a longer duration. No, you should absorb it yourself, Xiang replied, unwilling to take advantage of her. To claim it would disrupt their equality. Thus, she reluctantly absorbed it herself. However, Xiang and Appo's actions increased her fondness for him. As they continued their onslaught, their stamina rapidly waned. All right, let us retreat, Xiang declared, deciding it was time to leave. The horde of zombies had begun to scatter, and it was no longer feasible to reap them en masse with explosive devices. Moreover, their energy was depleting, and persisting would only lead to injury. Upon hearing this, Chiu felt a rush of joy and swiftly approached Xiang to begin their withdrawal. Once outside, Xiang noticed a small dog still waiting patiently for them. Upon spotting him, the dog bounded over, wagging its tail excitedly, then leaped in place. Could it be that your legs have healed thanks to Xiang? Chuyu inquired. having noticed the dog's restored limb, but lacking the opportunity to ask Xiang earlier. Yes, I healed it, Xiang affirmed. Scooping up the small dog and placing the lithium batteries collected by Chuyu into his storage space. Let us head home, he said, starting toward the rental unit. You're quite the well-behaved little one, not barking at all. It seems we have a special bond. Shall I give you a name? The dog emitted soft whines, as if aware that barking might attract zombies. You're rather clever, little one. Henceforth, your name shall be AI. AI. The dog yipped in response, wagging its tail. Seemingly elated, Chuyu could hardly compliment the name Xiang had chosen, yet she said nothing. After all, she was the one who had rescued the dog, and it now seemed indifferent to her. Claiming not to mind was mere self-deception. Watching AI nuzzle against Xiang, she felt a twinge of jealousy. Before long, Xiang led Chuyu back to the community. Upon reaching their rental unit, he inspected his traps, confirming that no one had approached. He then retrieved his keys and unlocked the door. Inside, Chuyuan and Guning rushed out, seemingly welcoming Xiang back. Sister. Upon seeing Chuyuan, Chuyu's eyes filled with tears. In the next moment, her sister's ashen complexion began to fade rapidly. Chuyu realized that Xiang had initiated the process of resurrecting her sister. Gratefully, she exclaimed, Thank you, Xiang. Whatever you desire in return, just ask. Xiang turned to regard Chuyu, taking in her appearance before a mischievous grin crept across his face. Really, any request? You want tea refuse? Chapter 21. The master's kitchen is this way. Upon catching sight of Xiang's mischievous grin, Chuyu's heart skipped a beat. Yet, having spoken, there was no possibility of retraction. Chuyu had always been resolute. Anything she uttered would inevitably be fulfilled. Thus, she bit her silver teeth and declared, Of course. Any conditions are acceptable. Should I refuse, I shall accept whatever consequences follow. Xiang responded with a pleased smile. Very well. I shall inform you once I and Appos V made my decision. After speaking, he sauntered directly into the house. Chuyuan and Guning had returned to their human forms and, upon spotting Chuyu, immediately rushed to embrace one another. The three of them formed a tight embrace, overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of happiness. After a while, Guning suggested, Stop crying at the door and come inside. Once indoors, Guning promptly locked the door. Xiang was not in the living room but had gone straight to take a shower. He was covered in the blood and flesh of zombies. And AI was also quite dirty and in need of a wash. In the living room, the three sisters were recounting their individual experiences. Xiang discarded his explosive-proof suit and removed his clothing. On his chest, he noticed a tree-shaped tattoo. At present, he also possessed a remarkable ability, a terrifying self-healing capability, and a heightened resistance to the zombie virus. Thus, although the fusion of the energy tree would typically extract a portion of his energy, the immediate benefits he had gained were sufficient to make Xiang feel content. Despite Guning possessing a healing blessing, she had yet to mature, and the effects of her blessing were rather ordinary. Furthermore, with his newfound resistance to the zombie virus, he no longer had to worry about Guning or Chuyuan becoming infected and turning into zombies. What was there to be dissatisfied about? After finishing his shower, he also bathed AI. Wearing only a towel, he emerged from the bathroom and entered the living room, where only Guning and Chuyuan were present. He did not see Chuyu. However, hearing the sound of running water from another bathroom, he surmised that she was also showering. Master, this dog is so adorable. Guning exclaimed as she approached Xiang, reaching out to pet AI. Its name is AI, and it will henceforth be a part of our family. With this, Xiang entrusted AI to Guning. Upon hearing Xiang refer to home, both Guning and Chuyuan felt a peculiar sensation. You should dry it off. This little one is quite perceptive, he suggested before settling onto the sofa. Chuyuan leaned closer, her voice taking on a soft, alluring tone as she said, Master, you and Appos VE worked hard outside. Allow me to give you a massage to relax your muscles. Naturally, Xiang would not refuse such indulgence. He reclined on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began to enjoy Chuyuan and Appos' massage. Before long, Chuyu emerged from the bathroom, dressed in an outfit identical to Chuyuan and Appos', save for a different color of the skirt, both adorned with white stockings. This was her usual style, so she felt no particular way about it. Unlike Guning, her inner strength was immense. She was unbothered by the whispers of others. Moreover, she was quite adept at pursuing legal accountability. As a law major, it would be a waste of her talents not to wield such a powerful legal weapon. Seeing her sister massaging Xiang, Chuyu felt a twinge of peculiarity. Yuyu, come here and massage the other side for master, Chuyuan instructed directly. having recently awakened her healing skills. She felt she could not assist Li Xiang in battle. She believed her only means of repaying him was through giving massages, cooking meals, and tending to his daily needs. With her sister now present, it was only natural that they both serve Li Xiang together, thereby returning some of his kindness. Chu Yu hesitated for a moment before obediently mimicking her sister, kneeling on the sofa to massage Li Xiang's other arm. Li Xiang opened his eyes, glancing at Chu Yuan on his left and Chu Yu on his right, feeling like a true victor in life. Have you thought about what conditions you would propose? Chu Yu asked calmly. During her shower, she had contemplated numerous possibilities, including the worst-case scenarios. Even in the face of her most unfavorable predictions, she could accept them. After all, it was something she would have to confront sooner or later. Li Xiang was not only powerful but also possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect zombies. Such a person was coveted in an apocalypse, and everyone wished to be associated with him. Being with Li Xiang provided an additional safety net. Even if one were to tragically become a zombie, he could bring them back to life, allowing them to continue existing in this world. Moreover, she had learned from her sister that both she and Gu Ning carried the zombie virus, which could infect others. This meant they could not establish a closer bond with Li Xiang, leaving her as the only one with such an opportunity. Considering that her parents and younger sister might also turn into zombies, she felt the urgency to secure Li Xiang and Appos as companionship. Only in doing so could her family have a chance at resurrection. Meeting Li Xiang's mesmerizing gaze, she smiled enigmatically. There is no rush. Once I have decided, I shall let you know. With that, Li Xiang closed his eyes again. However, his hand rested upon Chu Yuan and Appos' smooth stocking-clad leg. One could not deny that the sensation of $100 stockings was indeed a far cry from that of cheaper alternatives. Chu Yu observed Li Xiang's actions, her eyes widening. She glanced at her sister and Appos' flushed face and noticed the dreamy look in Chu Yuan and Appos' eyes as she subtly shook her head. At that moment, Chu Yuan felt an eager anticipation for Li Xiang to intensify his movements. Master, this AI is truly intelligent and exceptionally well-behaved, Gu Ning chimed in. Emerging from the bathroom with AI, her eyes sparkling with affection, she stroked AI's soft fur, observing Chu Yu and Chu Yuan attending to Li Xiang. A smile spreading across her face. Master, I shall prepare dinner for you now. With that, Gu Ning set AI down and headed towards the kitchen, transforming into a culinary goddess as she began to prepare the evening meal. Well, my muscles have been relaxed. I shall leave the cooking to you sisters. Ning, come with me to gather some ingredients. With that, Li Xiang led Gu Ning away. He brought her to her rented apartment, intending to sample the unique ingredients she possessed. Master, Ning carries the virus. You must need Appos. Gu Ning expressed her concern, worried about Li Xiang becoming infected. If he were to become a zombie, could she still be revived? My strength has increased, and your little virus can no longer affect me. Gu Ning was momentarily taken aback. But then a look of bliss adorned her face. Master's kitchen is this way, Master. Chapter 22. Chu Yu's solo visit. As the night enveloped the city, worry gnawed at Chu Yuan as she gazed at the door, pondering the delay of her sister and their companion. It was the first time she witnessed her sister and Appos' concern for a man. A stark contrast to the severe fear of males that had once defined Chu Yuan's demeanor. Could it be that Li Xiang had the power to heal such fears? Or perhaps, the transformation into a zombie altered one's mindset? Previously, Chu Yuan would never have dreamt of engaging with men, let alone offering them a massage. Do you think they might have strayed? Chu Yu mused, pulling out her phone to call Gu Ning. Hearing her sister's words, Chu Yuan furrowed her brow. Stray? Surely not. We have dinner prepared. What could tempt them outside? Perhaps they were simply delayed. Nevertheless, with their capabilities, they should be safe. Let us wait a while longer. If you're hungry, there are other snacks. Chu Yuan held a peculiar confidence in Li Xiang's strength, believing there was no peril he could not surmount. Chu Yu rolled her eyes at her sister's unwavering faith, responding dismissively, I'm not hungry yet. Let us wait a bit longer. Suddenly, Chu Yuan's face brightened as she spotted Li Xiang and Gu Ning returning together. This scene ignited a flurry of thoughts in Chu Yu's mind. It was evident that her sister had undergone a transformation. She was no longer the same. Curiosity piqued. Chu Yu wondered if her sister and Appos' newfound warmth was reserved solely for Li Xiang, or if it extended to other men as well. She observed her dear friend closely, hoping to discern any clues from her demeanor. Everyone must be hungry by now. Let us commence our meal, Li Xiang declared, squatting to embrace the AI that had rushed out to greet him. This place is too cramped. We must find a larger villa tomorrow. Do any of you have preferences? Villas and mansions are now within our reach. At this, Guning's interest was piqued, and she eagerly pulled out her phone to search for options. Discussing possibilities with Chu Yuan and Chu Yu, who wouldn't he desire to reside in a grand villa? After all, in their previous lives, such dreams seemed unattainable. Now, it felt remarkably simpler, requiring only their own prowess to acquire such luxuries. Master, we have selected a location, the Banhu community, the most expensive in our city. Nestled on a mountain with a large lake, conveniently located in the northeast of the city amidst bustling commerce. Xiang shook his head, replying, the location is too desirable. It will attract too many competitors. If we venture there, we must be prepared for various troubles. I recommend Donghu Yujing. It is surrounded by water on 3 sides, with many people and numerous zombies, making it less likely to be contested. Guning beamed at Xiang, exclaiming, Master, my first choice was also Donghu Yujing. With so many zombies, what threat could they pose to someone as formidable as you? Seeing Chu Yuan and Chu Yu nod in agreement, Xiang sealed the decision. Very well, it is settled. Let us rest well tonight. We shall embark at dawn. Tomorrow marks the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and after that, dealing with zombies will become increasingly challenging. However, we shall also gain more extraordinary powers to enhance our abilities. Returning to his room with the little AI, Xiang was greeted by the presence of his mutated roses. The AI seemed to sense the unique energy emanating from them, settling down beside the flowers. Xiang produced a vial and began to gather nectar from the roses, subsequently meditating to absorb the energy they released. Strengthening oneself was paramount in a world turned chaotic. Without power, one would be subject to oppression and abuse. Guning and Chu Yuan shared a bed, aware that their transformation into zombies would pose a threat to Chu Yu if they remained together. Yet, neither could sleep, instead engaging in conversation online, as their nocturnal habits had yet to shift. When Chu Yu noticed their silence, she suspected they had fully transformed. Stealthily, she opened their room to test her theory. Inside, the now zombified Chu Yuan and Guning lunged at her. Retreating, Chu Yu closed the door, her heart heavy as she approached Xiang and Appo's room. Drawing a deep breath, she knocked. Enter, Xiang called. Recognizing it was Chu Yu at the door, calculating that Guning and Chu Yuan had likely transformed. What brings you here? He asked, intrigued by her maid attire. I have a favor to ask, she replied. Certainly, but what do you mean by taking off your clothes? Xiang teased, his curiosity piqued. I'm not that kind of woman, she retorted, blushing. There are things I have yet to experience, and I need your assistance. Xiang shook his head. Your excuse is rather flimsy. Speak the truth. With a bittersweet smile, Chu questioned, do you possess some form of mind-reading ability? That is indeed a possibility. Xiang replied with a slight grin, though he acknowledged that he lacked the strength to interpret others and Appo's brainwaves at present. In time, I will be able to. To possess what one desires is to wield the power of choice. The ability to acquire any skill one wishes is indeed attainable. Resolute, Chu Yu stepped closer to Xiang. I want you to take good care of my sister and ensure she remains unharmed. I plan to leave here to find our parents and younger sister and bring them here. Xiang regarded her with surprise, not expecting her to make such a swift decision. Moreover, she had not requested he accompany Chu Yuan. Only by entrusting her to you will I feel at ease. Do you understand? Xiang nodded, his desire evident, devoid of any pretense. Rest assured, I will care for your sister as if she were my own. He did not impede Chu Yu's quest to find her family. That was her prerogative. All he could offer was his blessings. With that, Xiang leaned in closer to Chu Yu. Chapter 23. The Decision of the Flame Goddess. Several hours later, Chu Yu departed from Xiang and Appo's room. She was astounded by the miraculous nature of the healing abilities, realizing that any injury could be swiftly mended. The reason for her departure was to prevent her sister and Guning from discovering her secrets. Thus, she intended to seek out Xiang only after both had transformed into zombies. She was confident that Xiang would never abandon her sister and Guning. Both were exceptionally beautiful and would not pose a threat to him in their undead state. Furthermore, they possessed unique skills. Although Guning's self-healing blessing and metallic enhancement rendered her more valuable, Chu Yu firmly believed that Xiang would not forsake her sister. Her parents and younger sister resided in a neighboring city, not far away. Xiang had already advised her to travel by railway, as the zombies along the tracks were sparse, allowing her to return home swiftly and bring her family back. Lying in bed, Chu Yu, still savoring the day's events, soon drifted into slumber. The following day, she was awakened by the tantalizing aroma of lamb soup. Upon exiting her room, she found Chu Yuan and Gu Ning feasting on lamb drenched in blood. Sister, I must return home to fetch our parents and younger sister. Additionally, I plan to search for Gu Ning's parents and bring them along, Chu Yu declared resolutely to Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan tightened her grip on the dining knife and cast a glance at Xiang. Sister, fret not. My abilities are formidable. I can ensure my own safety. I will travel by railway where zombies are scarce, and I should return home within a day or two. We can stay in touch. So there is no need for concern. Gu Ning's eyes reddened as she handed her triple-enhanced machete to Chu Yu. Yu, allow me to enhance your weapon. As she was destined to transform into a zombie, accompanying Chu Yu home was impossible. Without hesitation, Chu Yu returned to her room to retrieve her 2 axes. As she preferred them over the machete, Gu Ning enhanced one axe once and the other twice. I shall assist you as well. Xiang began to wield his metallic enhancement abilities. Master, how can you possess so many abilities? Gu Ning gazed at Xiang in astonishment. The sheer variety of his powers, space manipulation, lightning control, gravitational influence, healing, and now metallic enhancement, was overwhelming. Could one individual truly hold so many abilities? Why was she limited to only 2? Enough with the pretense, I shall reveal the truth, Xiang said with a proud smile, his hands outstretched. My power allows me to wield any ability I desire, as long as I envision it. By the heavens! The 3 of them reacted with varying degrees of astonishment, utterly flabbergasted by Xiang's extraordinary abilities. I admit, I am envious, Chu Yu said, gazing at Xiang with jealousy. The notion that he possessed all abilities was daunting. Xiang enhanced 5 times without reservation, reaching his current limit. Now let us dine. He served Chu Yu a generous bowl of lamb soup along with some roasted lamb. After breakfast, I will escort you to the nearest railway, which is merely 3 kilometers away, much closer than the train station. Though he had no intention of accompanying Chu Yu to her hometown, he could certainly guide her to the railway. Along the way, he would assist in gathering food and other supplies. I can utilize my storage space to procure an off-road vehicle, an electric bike, and a bicycle for you. With these 3 modes of transport, you should save a significant amount of time. Thank you, Xiang Gu. Chu Yu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Master. Gu Ning echoed, appreciative of Chu Yu's willingness to help search for her parents. Thank you, Xiang Yi, Chu Yuan added, overwhelmed with gratitude, unsure of how to repay Xiang. Initially, she had thought he would remain uninvolved and indifferent to her sister's plight. In truth, he had no obligation to assist, but his willingness to help spoke volumes. Once they had eaten their fill, Xiang set off with Chu Yu. Gu Ning and Chu Yuan remained behind in the rented room, as their presence would only slow him down. The little AI dog lingered in Xiang's room, reluctant to part with the mutated rose. Xiang chose to leave the rose behind for now, deeming it safer in the rented accommodation. On their journey to the nearby railway, they successfully located an off-road vehicle and gathered essential supplies such as food and water for Chu Yu and Appo's journey. Chu Yu also collected several new mobile phones and 2 drones, valuable assets indeed. After an intense session of looting, they emerged with over a dozen drones. After 3 hours of travel, they finally reached the railway. With no trains currently operating, they could encounter stalled trains along the route. How to navigate such obstacles would depend on Gu Ning's ingenuity. Regardless, this route was undoubtedly swifter and safer than traveling by road. In the early days of the apocalypse, mutated beasts were not overwhelmingly powerful, and Chu Yu would surely manage. After providing a few final instructions, Xiang urged Chu Yu to start the vehicle. The sooner she departed, the sooner she could return. However, just as they had driven a few meters, the vehicle suddenly halted. What's wrong? Xiang called out. Chu Yu leaned out of the window, blowing Xiang a playful kiss. Just when he thought the moment had passed, Chu Yu exclaimed, Darling. What? Did she just call me darling? Xiang stood frozen in shock. This was none other than the future flame goddess, Chu Yu. How could she refer to him as her darling? Was it merely because last night was her first time? Did that make him her husband in her eyes? Wait for me to return. Promise you will wait. With that, Chu Yu retracted her head, flooring the gas pedal and speeding away. Chu Yu. I await your return. Do not keep me waiting too long. After shouting this, Xiang touched his nose, watching as Chu Yu and Appo's vehicle disappeared into the distance. He held great confidence in her abilities. Her black flames were formidable, ensuring her safety. As long as she did not act foolishly, returning home should pose no issue. Furthermore, her solo journey would be less complicated than if he accompanied her with Chu Yuan, Gu Ning, the mutated rose, and the little AI dog, which would only add to the challenge. Xiang was no fool. He would not alter his plans simply because of Chu Yu's actions the night before. Spending 3 hours assisting her to this point was already a significant favor. Chapter 24. The enviable Chiao family. Xiang retraced his steps, as he had no need to gather supplies or search for items. He returned to his rental apartment in under an hour. Upon arrival, he placed the little dog AI into his backpack, along with the mutated Rose, and set off with Gu Ning and Chu Yuan towards the Donghu Yujing. Located 7 to 8 kilometers away, the road was not particularly crowded with zombies, as many were trapped within vehicles. After all, the streets were primarily occupied by cars, with few pedestrians. Unless a special circumstance arose to draw the surrounding zombies onto the road, the presence of the undead remained sparse. The Yuan energy tree that Xiang acquired yesterday was indeed one such rare phenomenon. Nonetheless, such occurrences were exceedingly uncommon and not easily encountered. The road was more populated with various rear-ended cars. Their primary focus was on reaching their destination, rather than scavenging or hunting zombies. After over 2 hours of travel, the trio arrived near Donghu Yujing. As anticipated, the area was teeming with zombies, a testament to its dense population in the main urban district. Observing the throng of zombies in the distance, Chu Yuan couldn't help but express her thoughts. Master, it seems challenging for us to enter Donghu Yujing smoothly, doesn't it? Gu Ning furrowed her brows, concerned that she and Chu Yuan might hinder Xiang. There and Oppos. No need for concern. I have a drone to survey the area first. Xiang replied confidently as he retrieved a brand new drone from his storage space. In the apocalypse, a drone was an invaluable tool. Although there was a risk of encountering mutated flying creatures, its utility was undeniable. With the drone, he could gain a God and Oppos' view and gather ample intelligence. After assembling the drone, Xiang launched it into the air to assess the surroundings. Donghu Yujing was bordered by water on 3 sides, rendering land access impossible. However, they could navigate via the waterways. At present, no mutated beasts lurked in the water, making it relatively safe. Tomorrow, however, mutated creatures would begin to appear, and the waters would no longer be secure. Can both of you swim? Xiang inquired after identifying a suitable route. Yes, I can swim. Are you suggesting we swim to Donghu Yujing? Gu Ning asked, her concern evident. Is it safe in the water? What if there are zombie fish? Well, that shouldn't and Oppos be an issue, Xiang pondered. He couldn't and Oppos disclosed that fish might not be infected by the zombie virus but could mutate into monstrous forms. Wouldn't that imply he possessed prior knowledge of the apocalypse? Regardless, even if there were zombie fish, they would be less formidable than human zombies. Let's head this way. There's a bridge where we can jump down and swim to the edge of Donghu Yujing. Xiang decisively led the way. Although both women were apprehensive, they had little choice but to follow since their status as zombies left them no room for retreat. The trio fought their way through, and after half an hour, they reached the bridge. Xiang leaped down first, with Gu Ning and Chu Yuan following closely behind. Upon entering the water, they swam towards Donghu Yujing. The journey was peaceful, devoid of any zombie fish or mutated creatures. They successfully climbed ashore, scaled the wall, and entered Donghu Yujing. Xiang chose a nearby villa. And as they approached, he heard a sharp voice call out, "Stop right there. Do not come any closer. I will shoot if you do." Looking up, Xiang noticed a young girl in school uniform on the villa's balcony, wielding a recurve bow aimed at him. "Hello, my name is Xiang. I am your new neighbor. If you require anything, feel free to ask," he said, flashing a smile before turning to the adjacent villa. "I refuse to be neighbors with a bad person. You are illegally occupying someone else and Oppos' property and assets. You will end up in prison for this." "Prison? Ha ha ha, little girl. You are quite adorable. This world has already changed beyond recognition." In the yard of the adjacent villa lay 2 zombies, along with a few arrows scattered on the ground. It was evident that the girl had shot them. Regrettably, only one arrow had struck a zombie in the chest, proving ineffective, for to eliminate a zombie, one must aim for the head. With that, a machete materialized in Xiang's hand, and he swiftly dispatched the zombie, shocking the observing girl with his sudden display of prowess. Without hesitation, he eliminated the second zombie and led the 2 women into the villa's hall. As the door was ajar, Xiang didn't and Oppos need to demonstrate his lockpicking skills. Once inside, he retrieved the girls and Oppos' phones and clothing from his storage space, instructing them to leave their belongings in the living room while he began to inspect each room. Gu Ning and Chu Yuan secured the front door and initiated a video call with Chu Yu. The call connected swiftly, and relief washed over them upon seeing Chu Yu and Oppos' face. Yeah, where are you? How was the journey? Chu Yuan asked, her concern palpable. I and Amp, Oppos, am almost in the city. Thanks to Xiang securing an off-road vehicle for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have arrived this quickly. My luck has been quite good. I haven't encountered any other trains along the way, and the road has been clear. The tunnel ahead may have no signal. Upon hearing Chu Yu's update, both Chu Yuan and Gu Ning felt a wave of relief. The absence of other vehicles indeed indicated good fortune. Otherwise, they would have faced delays. What about you? Have you arrived at Donghu Yujing? Chu Yu inquired, curious about her sister and Xiang's progress. Yes, we just arrived and are currently in a villa. I hope you can find Mom and Dad soon and bring them back, Chu Yuan prayed earnestly. Absolutely. Wait, I'm receiving a call. It's my little sister, Chu Yu exclaimed. A surge of excitement in her voice. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan and Amp, Oppos, eyes brightened. That and Amp, Oppos, wonderful. Chu Ning is alive. She and Amp, Oppos, alive. Chu Yuan joyfully embraced Gu Ning, her eyes glistening with tears. Perhaps uncle and aunt are safe too. Gu Ning gently patted Chu Yuan's back, enviously reflecting on her own parents' uncertain fate. If Chu Ning was alive, what of her own parents? She longed for her phone to ring, to see her parents reaching out. Before long, Chu Yuan's phone rang again. A group video call. She wiped away her tears and answered the call. The screen revealed not only Chu Yu and Chu Ning, but also her parents. Gu Ning felt a bittersweet joy, her heart heavy with the absence of news about her own family. Xiang, having overheard the commotion below, chose not to intervene. The Chu family situation was indeed enviable, yet he harbored no thoughts of longing. His parents had divorced when he was very young, neglecting him entirely. He had been raised by his grandparents and held no affection for his parents. Thus, upon his rebirth, he had no desire to reconnect with them. Indifferent to their whereabouts, Xiang made his way to the villa and Amp, Oppos' balcony, intending to use the drone to survey the entire community, to upgrade and hunt zombies. He needed to attract a larger gathering of the undead. Chapter 25, The Ailing Beauty, Ji Rua Yue. Upon reaching the balcony, Xiang discovered that the door had been locked from the outside. It was evident that someone was present on the balcony. He knocked gently, refraining from resorting to brute force. After a brief moment, the security door swung open, revealing a visage so stunning it could rival that of a celebrity. However, her skin bore an unsettling pallor, reminiscent of someone who had not seen the sun in years. Furthermore, she appeared exceedingly frail, as if a mere gust of wind could whisk her away. Who are you? Are you not a rescue worker? A girl seated in a wheelchair inquired anxiously, clutching a fruit knife with a look of sheer terror. I am not a rescue worker, merely an ordinary survivor. My name is Xiang. Rest assured. I mean you no harm. What is your name? Do you require sustenance? His attention was drawn to the growling of her stomach, clearly indicating her desperation for food. The beauty, momentarily taken aback by the warm sausage he offered, hesitated before accepting it and hastily taking a bite. As she ate, she introduced herself, Ji Rua Yue. Thank you for the sausage. Thank you. Her voice trailed off as tears began to stream down her cheeks. My parents, sob. Xiang offered a sympathetic response, recalling the two corpses he had dispatched downstairs. They are still alive, just unable to return, Ji Rua Yue quickly clarified. Oh, so those zombies downstairs are. Xiang awkwardly pulled out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. My family's housekeeper and my personal doctor, she replied. Oh, I have already dealt with them. I presume they were your parents, Xiang said, exhaling a puff of smoke as he retrieved his drone. Ji Rua ceased her weeping and approached, exclaiming, Is that the latest model? I only possess an older version, and regrettably, I dared not venture downstairs to retrieve it. Without responding, Xiang produced a large skewer of roasted lamb. These items had been procured at no cost before the apocalypse, still retaining their warmth from when they were stored. How did you conjure that? Ji Rua finally sensed something amiss and inquired curiously. Superpower, spatial ability, Xiang explained succinctly. Thus, what they say online is true. People can indeed gain divine powers after slaying zombies? Ji Rua asked, her excitement palpable. Indeed, it is true. However, even if it is, few are willing to take the risk, Xiang remarked, reflecting on his own missed opportunity to attain superpowers due to a broken phone during the initial chaos. How enviable. Ji Rua's face radiated her admiration. Xiang remained silent, continuing to survey the surroundings of the community. The area was still plagued by numerous zombies, predominantly congregated at the entrance, while others roamed aimlessly along the streets. He also noticed two individuals on a balcony, one of whom was fervently waving at the drone, seemingly seeking help. After assessing the situation, Xiang prepared to descend. Would you like to join me? He inquired directly. Yes, I wish to accompany you, Rue replied, feeling reassured by Xiang and Apos' apparent goodwill. Upon returning to the living room, Chu Yuan had concluded her conversation with her family. Master, who is this? Guning asked, eyeing the frail beauty in the wheelchair with curiosity. This is Rue, the owner of this villa. After introducing Rue, Xiang proceeded to introduce Guning and Chu Yuan to her. Once introductions were complete, Xiang dragged the corpse outside the villa and unleashed a fireball, igniting the zombie. The deceased zombies would rapidly dehydrate, making them easier to incinerate. In this post-apocalyptic world, many survivor camps utilized zombies as fuel. Rue silently observed for a moment before turning to leave. Sister Rue, I'm so relieved you're all right. I feared you had turned into a zombie. A voice called from next door, to which Rue cheerfully responded with a wave. Though she was too weak to shout loudly, she hoped to be heard. Miss G, we intend to stay here. Is that acceptable? Xiang expressed his intention to temporarily reside in this location, as it was closest to the lakeside, facilitating the hunt for mutated beasts within East Lake. Given that ordinary food was no longer sufficient to meet his consumption needs, he was eager to pursue these mutated creatures. That would be splendid. I feel frightened being here alone, Rue replied, her joy evident. We shall not be burdensome. We will cover your provisions. However, given their special circumstances, it would be best for them to remain in their rooms and avoid going outside. Should you wish to venture out, please send them a message for confirmation. If no one agrees, do not leave, as you may be attacked. Understood, no problem. Rue, who spent most of her time confined to her room, had developed a sickly pallor. Shall I return upstairs now? Rue inquired, glancing curiously at Guning and Chu Yuan, eager to learn about their peculiar circumstances. I'll escort you. I know which room you reside in, Xiang offered, having familiarized himself with the G residence. Rue nodded as she was ushered into the elevator. Intriguingly, Xiang felt an unexplainable instinct compelling him to treat Rue with such care, as if she were deserving of it. After settling Rue back into her room, Xiang returned to the second floor, selecting a room where he placed his backpack. He inspected the mutated roses and discovered they had secreted a considerable amount of nectar. Collecting the nectar, he consumed it all. The energy from this nectar rivaled that of mutated beasts. Savoring the lingering taste, Xiang stepped out of the room. Guning and Chu Yuan had also arrived on the second floor, each choosing a room. They were on the verge of becoming zombies and hoped to remain close to Xiang, enabling them to be revived promptly. Xiang noted that they had mere minutes left. Without wasting time, he embraced them, directing them to their rooms for a muscle-relaxing massage. Their techniques had evidently improved, and Xiang was no longer the passive recipient of their ministrations. While enjoying the massage, his hands were not idle. He sought out other forms of entertainment. Minutes swiftly passed, and once they transformed into zombies, Xiang promptly revived them. Master, are you not going to continue the massage? Guning observed Xiang rising from the bed, her expression falling. Let us move. Our current task is to hunt zombies and acquire divine light. Xiang was acutely aware that this was not the time for indulgence. Chapter 26. The future ice goddess, Luoyin, not only does he need to grow stronger, but Guning and Chu Yuan must also enhance their abilities. He does not tolerate weakness among his subordinates. Thus, even if they are the campus beauty and the elegant goddess, they must possess formidable martial prowess. In a post-apocalyptic world, beautiful women are valuable resources, coveted by countless individuals. If they lack sufficient strength, they will be unable to protect themselves when danger arises. Taking a deep breath, the two women immediately drew their machetes and followed Xiang out of the villa. Just as they stepped outside, a young girl from next door trailed behind them. Xiang noticed her presence, but chose not to reveal it. Along the way, the zombies were swiftly dispatched by Xiang, leaving no opportunity for the two women to engage. After eliminating the zombies, Xiang would ignite their corpses with his fire abilities. As the zombies began to decay, failing to incinerate them would result in a foul stench that would compromise their living environment. One advantage of residing in Donghu Yujing is its three-sided lakeside location, which alleviates the intensity of the odor. Moreover, with hundreds of thousands of zombies outside, Xiang could level up significantly. As he continued his slaughter, he cleared the over 60 zombies within the community. Many onlookers peered from their homes, but Xiang paid them no mind. With so few zombies in the vicinity, their lack of courage to step outside was unwarranted. His sharp spear could not only fell zombies but also humans. He detested indiscriminate killing. However, should anyone provoke him, he would unsheath his blade without hesitation. It is safe to assert that those who survive for over 3 years in the apocalypse are decisive and ruthless. The kind-hearted have long since perished. Xiang reached the entrance, where a throng of zombies pressed against the door, threatening to breach it. Without reinforcement, this electronic sliding door would not withstand the onslaught for long. Currently, lacking materials for fortification, he chose to disregard it for the time being. Once he eliminated the innermost layer of zombies, he could use their corpses to construct a barrier. When no longer needed, a simple fire would suffice to dispose of them. "Are you not afraid of the zombies?" The girl trailing them exclaimed, her scalp prickling at the sight of the massive horde outside. No one responded. They were all absorbed in their task of exterminating zombies. The trio maintained a distance, ensuring that whoever dispatched a zombie could absorb its essence without confusion. Though no luminous essence emerged from the zombies in the community, Guning managed to elicit radiant light from two she felled at the entrance. Is that the divine light spoken of online? The girl with the bow and arrow behind them gazed at Guning with envy, her excitement palpable. Initially, she had assumed the videos online were mere fabrications, employing special effects. Numerous videos warned of being deceived by individuals who absorbed the light without gaining powers. Their intent merely to lure others to their doom. Opinions varied widely. Observing Xiang and his companions dispatch zombies as effortlessly as slicing vegetables stirred something within the girl. After hesitating, she made her way toward the security room, seeking a secure and advantageous position that would not hinder Xiang and the others. The security room had windows and was elevated, facing outward. She could create a small opening and use her bow to shoot zombies. She had discerned that the only weakness in zombies lay in their heads. However, the security room door was closed, and she was uncertain if zombies lurked within. Yet, she resolved to take the risk, realizing that without powers, survival in the apocalypse would be impossible. Taking a deep breath, she approached the security room door, turned the handle, and pushed it open. Inside, the security guard had already transformed into a zombie and slowly turned its head upon her entrance. The girl braced the door with her foot, swiftly drew her bow, and aimed for the zombie's eye socket. Whoosh! The arrow struck true, piercing the guard's brain. She watched as the guard collapsed as if suddenly disconnected from power. "I did it. I successfully killed a zombie. It's really not that difficult," the girl exclaimed, exhilarated, as she readied her recurve bow to target another zombie. This one was not the guard, but a rather corpulent zombie, presumably an owner. Without hesitation, she aimed and shot. At such close range, her proficiency ensured a hit. The zombie let out a roar, revealing it had been bound. As it fell, the girl sighed in relief. Will there be light? She wondered with eager anticipation. Yes, there truly was. However, why was it blue? Wasn't it supposed to be white? Sister over there. Can blue light be absorbed? The girl found it odd and decided to seek Guning's assistance. You're quite fortunate to still produce blue light. Hurry and absorb it. Xiang replied on Guning and Appo's behalf. The girl and Appo's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. She bowed to Xiang before stepping into the security room to touch the blue essence. It seems that colored essences have not completely vanished. They have merely become rarer. Xiang murmured as he collected a sphere of white light into his storage space. He had long desired to experiment with gathering essences in this manner. Could it truly be done? Witnessing the essence being absorbed into his storage space left him astonished. After a while, the girl emerged from the security room, beaming. Brother. Thank you. I and Appo's VE awakened my powers, ice abilities. As she spoke, ice crystals began to manifest in her palm. What remarkable fortune to awaken such powers, which would complement her archery skills. Xiang had encountered many with ice abilities, each possessing considerable strength. This type of ability was both offensive and defensive, regarded as a high-level power in the apocalypse. How will it complement my archery? The girl inquired, curiosity evident in her gaze. Out of courtesy, shouldn't you introduce yourself first and humbly seek guidance? Yes, you are right, brother. My name is Luoyan, and I am just 15 years old. Please teach me how to use my ice abilities in conjunction with archery. Luoyan? Ice abilities? Oh my, does that not make her the ice goddess? Renowned alongside the flame goddess? In this life, must he gather both ice and fire goddesses of Hongdu? When would Luoyan acquire her lightning golden eagle? In his previous life, there was a revered ice goddess named Luoyan in Hongdu, who possessed a formidable lightning golden eagle as her mount. Her beauty and fierce mount were the reasons for her recognition as the ice goddess. Chapter 27. Your current abilities are too weak. Using your ice powers to condense ice arrows in conjunction with the bow you hold, you can shoot ice arrows. Witnessing an ice arrow manifest in Li Xiang's hand, Luo Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, your powers are also ice, just like mine? At that moment, she felt an extraordinary kinship with Li Xiang. Li Xiang merely smiled enigmatically, offering no response as he continued to dispatch the zombies. Luo Yan attempted to condense an ice arrow, but she quickly realized that she was unable to do so. Your current abilities are too weak. Try absorbing more before attempting again, Li Xiang advised. Then, Li Xiang produced a machete and tossed it to Gu Ning. Enhance this, then pass it to this sister. Gu Ning accepted the machete, using her metallic enhancement powers twice. She then handed the strengthened weapon to Luo Yan, who eagerly rushed over to receive it. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, beautiful sister. Luo Yan exclaimed joyfully, having witnessed Gu Ning's use of her powers. She knew that this knife had undoubtedly become extraordinary. There's a spot in the corner. Go over there, Li Xiang instructed Luo Yan to eliminate zombies. Though only 15 years old, Luo Yan had grown rapidly. Already standing at 1.7 meters, the electric gate of the community provided a relatively safe barrier, and it allowed Li Xiang to assist her at any moment. Knowing that she might grow into a future ice goddess, Li Xiang was determined not to miss the opportunity to recruit her into his team. At just 15, Luo Yan and Apos' mind was still quite innocent and easily influenced. If someone in her family turned into a zombie, she would instinctively fight for her own survival without needing Li Xiang to exert control. With abundant resources and no immediate threats to survival, people generally prioritize their families. Luo Yan discovered that the machete in her hand was exceptionally sharp, effortlessly cleaving through the zombie skulls. However, her stroke of good fortune seemed to have been depleted by the blue. After 20 minutes of relentless hacking, her arm grew fatigued. Yet she had not managed to produce any. In contrast, Gu Ning beside her had already acquired 3 white and absorbed them. Luo Yan, be mindful of your arm. Take a break to avoid straining your muscles, or it may take days to recover, Gu Ning kindly reminded her upon observing her condition. Simultaneously, she cast a healing blessing on her. Gu Ning's healing blessing not only expedited the recovery of injuries but also facilitated the rapid recuperation of muscle fatigue. Luo Yan nodded. Ceasing her chopping, she had never engaged in such activities before, and her arm was indeed sore. However, upon witnessing Gu Ning and Apos' ability, she felt a significant relief from her discomfort. Beautiful sister, what kind of power is this? It and Apos' so wondrous, Luo Yan exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement. My name is Gu Ning. You can call me Sister Ning. That over there is Chu Yuan. You can call her Sister Yuan, Gu Ning introduced herself. Feeling a favorable impression of Luo Yan. What I just used is a healing blessing, which grants a person enhanced self-healing abilities for a period. Muscle fatigue can also be restored, but complete recovery requires some time, Gu Ning explained. Luo Yan blinked in disbelief. How incredible! I never knew such powers existed. Noticing Gu Ning and Apos' focused efforts against the zombies, she refrained from interrupting and leaned against the wall, using her left hand to massage her right arm and relax her muscles. After a while, she felt her condition fully restored. Having practiced archery frequently, her strength and endurance were commendable. Moreover, her body had been further enhanced after awakening her powers, improving her recovery abilities. With a youthful face full of determination, she began to adjust the force and rhythm of her strikes, seeking the minimal strength and the most ideal frequency. It must be said that those who become strong are rarely merely fortunate. As time passed, the number of fallen zombies increased. Gu Ning and Chu Yuan had taken 2 rounds of rest, as they did not possess the enhancement skill like Li Xiang, which augmented their strength. As dusk approached, Li Xiang commanded, "You all come with me. We need to pile the corpses into a wall, or this door won't hold until morning." With that, he swiftly made his way outside. In his other hand appeared a machete, with a blade in each hand. He cleaved left and right, quickly dispatching a swarm of zombies. Gu Ning and Chu Yuan hurriedly followed suit, working to stack the bodies into a wall. Luo Yan willingly joined them outside to assist. Li Xiang furiously hacked away, single-handedly clearing space amidst the horde of zombies for them. During the chaos, Chu Yuan utilized her healing powers on each of them. Her healing abilities not only healed their injuries but also allowed for the rapid recovery of muscle fatigue. Li Xiang's relentless hacking was sustained by the healing from Chu Yuan, Gu Ning's healing blessing, and his own self-application of the same powers, layering buffs upon himself. After several minutes, the 3 of them had constructed a wall of corpses. Master, the wall is complete. We can retreat now, Gunning called out. All right. You all go first, Xiang replied without looking back, continuing to cleave through zombies. The three quickly scrambled back inside, allowing Xiang to retreat. Once he leaped back in, they all let out a collective sigh of relief, utterly exhausted and drained. They sat beside the electric door for a while before gradually standing up and making their way toward the Luo and Ji families. Fatigued, they felt too weary to speak. Luo Yin chose not to return home, but instead followed Xiang and the others to the Ji family. She felt as though she had shared life and death with them, belonging to the same camaraderie forged in battle. Moreover, her own home lacked food, and returning would only leave her hungry. We must all be famished. Go wash your faces and hands before dinner, Xiang suggested, heading to clean himself first. After slaughtering zombies, it was unavoidable to get splattered with their brain matter. A wash was necessary to eat comfortably. Once refreshed, Xiang produced a pressure cooker still warm, filled with boiled lamb, which he had brought from his rental apartment. He didn't forget to call Ji Ruoyue down to join them for the meal. By the time everyone had finished washing up and emerged, Xiang had already set the food on the dining table of the Ji household. It smells so good. There is actually lamb to eat. Luo Yan's eyes sparkled at the scent of the lamb. Ji Ruoyue was equally touched, never expecting to have lamb in such circumstances. As they dined together, Ji Rue and Luo Yin were curious why Gu Ning and Chu Yuan were enjoying raw lamb chops with such gusto. Was raw meat not unpleasant? Chapter 28. Xiang and Apos. Woman from his past life, do not be surprised. They are both zombies I have resurrected, thus their preference for raw flesh. As Xiang and Apos, words hung in the air, Luo Yin and Ji Ruoyu instantly tensed. Zombies? No, that cannot be. How could zombies resemble humans? Dear brother, please do not jest. Xiang refrained from responding, continuing to savor the delectable lamb. The truth spoken by the master is accurate. My sister Yuan and I are zombies revived by our master, allowing us to maintain a human-like state, Gu Ning voluntarily elucidated. Indeed, if the time comes and we do not revert to zombies, we are essentially humans carrying the zombie virus, Chu Yuan added in support of Gu Ning's explanation. Much like those with the hepatitis B virus, carriers, perhaps? Ji Ruoyu blinked, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Similar? Yes, in any case. You need not worry while we remain in human form. When the time approaches for us to transform into zombies, our master will assist us in reviving once more. This is also why the master advised Miss Ji to refrain from descending the stairs. Upon hearing Gu Ning and Chu Yuan's clarifications, Luo Yan's eyes sparkled with hope. She abruptly stood and knelt before Xiang, pleading, Dear brother, please revive my mother. If you help me resurrect her, I shall heed your every command and serve you in any capacity. Rise, I grant your request, Xiang replied decisively. After we have dined, I shall accompany you to revive your mother. Thank you, thank you. Luo Yin exclaimed joyously, bowing thrice before returning to her seat to continue her meal. Initially, she devoured her food rapidly, eager to expedite her mother's resurrection. However, noticing Xiang's leisurely pace, she gradually slowed her own eating. What benefit was there in finishing early? Patience and composure. Recalling her mother's teachings, she steadied herself and began to savor her meal. This behavior did not escape Xiang's notice, enhancing his fondness for the future ice goddess, Luo Yin. Once he finished his meal, Xiang entrusted the task of cleaning up to Gu Ning and Chu Yuan. I suppose Ruoyu is also curious about how I resurrect zombies. Ji Ruoyu nodded, undeniably intrigued. Come, I shall show you, Xiang said, guiding Ji Ruoyu outside. Luo Yin hurriedly followed, her face alight with excitement and gratitude. Ruoyu, do you happen to know a woman named Ji Yun? She is approximately 30 years old and has a pink mole on her right cheek. Aunt? You know my aunt? Ji Ruoyu turned to Xiang, her excitement palpable. Ah, that explains it. Xiang gazed at Ji Ruoyu, finally understanding the peculiar connection he felt towards her. Ji Yun was the woman who had stood by his side for 3 years during the apocalypse. Yes, she resides in the neighboring Xiangning city. Xiang gently ruffled Ji Ruoyu's hair, his expression softening. Those 3 years with Ji Yun were the warmest of his life during the apocalypse. Tragically, she sacrificed herself to protect him, plunging Xiang and Apos' world into darkness. When he was reborn, he did attempt to locate Ji Yun. Yet he lacked her contact information and did not know her precise whereabouts. Moreover, he was aware that she had acquired abilities early on and had fared well before their paths crossed, with a fiancé protecting her. To her, Xiang would be a stranger. What could he say? That her fiancé had been dismembered in his efforts to protect her? That they would be together 3 years later? Thus, Even upon discovering that Ji Ruoyu was Ji Yun's niece, he refrained from asking her for contact details. Having survived the apocalypse for over a decade, he had honed his calm and rational demeanor. Yes, she is with my uncle over there in Xiangning. He is a formidable special police officer. And my aunt is quite safe, Ji Ruoyu stated, not pondering much on the connection. That is reassuring. Safety is all that matters. Xiang replied with a slight smile as he ushered Ji Ruoyu into the Luo residence. My mother is on the second floor. We do not have an elevator. Luo Yin informed Ji Ruoyu. Xiang nodded and turned to Ji Ruoyu, asking, would you mind if I carried you upstairs? Ji Ruoyu and Appo's cheeks flushed slightly. And after a moment and Appo's hesitation, she replied, I do not mind. At 19, she had never been carried by a male before. However, her curiosity about how Xiang resurrected zombies was overwhelming. If he could revive Luo Yan's mother, it implied he could resurrect anyone. What if her own family needed his assistance? Thus, she was eager to witness the process. Shall I open the door here? Luo Yan asked, her heart racing as she stood outside her mother's room, believing she would never again see her mother in a normal state. Little did she know she would encounter Xiang, who possessed the ability to bring the dead back to life. Grateful, she reflected on how fortunate she was not to have shot her mother with an arrow. She had nearly done so, as her mother had devoured her father, leaving only bones behind. If she had fired that arrow, her mother would have had no chance of revival. Having lost her father, she could not bear to lose her mother as well. Open the door. I am here. There is nothing to fear, Xiang offered a reassuring smile. Nodding, Luo Yin took a deep breath and retrieved the key, unlocking her mother and Appo's door. As the door swung open, a shadow lunged forth. This speed surpassed that of an ordinary zombie, at the very least a first-tier creature. Revive, she shouted, and her mother's movements froze. Her ashen skin began to restore itself at a remarkable pace. Darling, Luo Yan's mother gazed at her daughter in bewilderment. Mother, Luo Yan rushed forward, enveloping her mother in an embrace. Her mother held her tightly, memories of her time as a zombie flooding back. Li Gu, you can resurrect anyone, can't you? Ji Ruoyu, nestled in Xiang and Appo's arms, looked up at him, her face flushed. The experience of being held by a male for the first time stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. She found Xiang and Appo's scent delightful, his embrace warm, and his voice tender. Indeed, I can, but my abilities are limited. I can only revive a finite number of individuals each day. And our time in human form is also constrained. Xiang explained briefly as he carried Ji Ruoyu downstairs. The reunited mother and daughter undoubtedly had much to discuss, and he and Ji Ruoyu were not suited to linger in their presence, having witnessed the process. Next, Xiang intended to embark on a journey that would transform Ji Ruoyu's life. Chapter 29. The awakening of Ji Ruoyu's abilities. Xiang gently placed the frail Ji Ruoyu back into her wheelchair and affectionately ruffled her hair. Ji Ruoyu gazed up at him with her large eyes, relishing the tender gesture. From his storage space, Xiang summoned a unique ethereal light that radiated a strikingly pure white hue. He wished for Ji Ruoyu to experience it, feeling that this was a fitting way to repay the countless times Ji Yun had come to his aid by helping her beloved niece. Go ahead, touch it, he urged. Ji Ruoyu looked curiously at the ethereal light before her. Is this the divine light? She inquired. Indeed, but time is of the essence. It will vanish soon. Please, reach out and touch it, Xiang pressed. Without further hesitation, Ji Ruoyu extended her slender fingers toward the light. Upon contact, she felt a gentle warmth as the ethereal glow seeped beneath her skin and coursed through her body. What a marvelous sensation. So it and Appo's, as simple as that, she mused, fully immersed in the experience. What caused your leg condition? Was it an illness or an accident? Xiang asked, noting the alarming frailty of her limbs when he had held her. It was an accident. I suffered nerve damage to my spine during elementary school, Ji Ruoyu explained. Then there is hope for you to stand again, Xiang replied, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Really? Is that true? Ji Ruoyu could hardly believe it. She had fantasized about standing countless times, yet she had always dismissed it as mere fantasy. But now, Xiang was suggesting that she might actually have a chance. Is the divine light truly that miraculous? Not only can it awaken abilities, but it can also heal disabilities? As the awakening process required some time, Xiang stepped aside to light a cigarette. A moment later, Ji Ruoyu exclaimed, I have awakened my abilities. I truly have powers. A white lightning orb manifested in the palm of her hand, with arcs of electricity crackling and emitting a soft and oppos, zzz and oppos, sound. What good fortune! You and oppos, V acquired the power of lightning. Xiang remarked with a smile. There are many types of electrical abilities. Some manifest as white lightning, while others might be blue, purple, or red. The strength and color of these abilities are largely related to voltage. Without testing tools, he could not ascertain the potency of Ji Ruayue and Appo's new powers. Thank you. Thank you for granting me this ability. Ji Ruayue expressed her profound gratitude. Under normal circumstances, she would never have had the chance to awaken powers. Given her status as a person with disabilities and her fragile health, she not only suffered from paralysis, but also other debilitating ailments. Yet here was Xiang, offering her this ethereal light and a chance at awakening. I absolutely adore this lightning ability, she beamed, watching the arcs of electricity dance across her fingers. Do you not feel anything in your legs? Xiang inquired with curiosity. I do. I can control my toes now and feel the presence of my feet, which I couldn't and oppos, perceive before. Does that mean I am improving? Ji Ruayue attempted to lift her leg, only to find it impossible. Being able to sense your legs and move your toes is indeed progress. However, the lack of muscle means standing is currently out of reach. There is no need to rush. Focus on nurturing your body and consuming nourishing foods. Once your legs regain strength, you will surely stand again. The benefits of the ethereal light were not limited to awakening abilities. It could also mend physical ailments. Many individuals with myopia found their vision restored after awakening, while others claimed that terminal illnesses such as cancer and uremia were cured following their awakening. Ji Ruayue nodded vigorously, convinced that this divine light could alter destinies and serve as a beacon of rebirth for various patients. How should I address you in the future? Should I call you master? She asked, aware that Xiang's gesture was not a trivial one. There's no need for that. Simply call me Brother Xiang, he replied. When he had suggested that Gu Ning call him master, it had merely been a playful jest, not a reflection of any personal inclination. Furthermore, there was a unique sentiment attached to how Gu Ning addressed him that he did not feel with others. Brother Xiang, I'm feeling hungry again. Is that normal? Ji Ryu asked, shyly rubbing her stomach. Quite normal. Awakening requires a significant amount of energy, and your body needs plenty of nourishment to heal, Xiang reassured her. Come, let me take you back so you can enjoy some delectable food. With that, he pushed Ji Ryu back. Finding Gu Ning and Chu Yuan practicing their chopping techniques in the yard, they had recognized their own inefficiency and sought to improve through diligent practice. They were not aimlessly training. Rather, they had found professional instructional videos to guide their efforts. Xiang was pleased with their progress. He brought Ji Ruayue to his room and retrieved a mutated rose. As he had anticipated, the flower was secreting nectar. If not collected, the flower would cease to produce this precious substance. The nectar could continually generate energy, using his mental powers. Xiang gathered approximately 2 milliliters of nectar and directed it into Ji Ruayue's mouth. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she tasted the nectar, finding it not only delicious but also brimming with vitality. Brother Xiang, you are too kind to me. I don and oppos. To know how to express my gratitude, Ji Ruayue said. Feeling overwhelmed. Apart from her family, no one had ever shown her such kindness. Yet, she attributed this to her long-standing isolation from others. Don and amp, oppos, worry. You will have plenty of time to ponder that in the future. Now, let us get you back to your room, Xiang said, escorting her back and leaving her with an ample supply of food. The small amount of nectar alone would not suffice to replenish her energy, so he also provided some roasted meat and glucose drinks. Xiang had stocked up on these drinks in his storage space, knowing they could quickly elevate blood sugar levels and provide energy. In this post-apocalyptic world, such beverages were considered valuable commodities, highly sought after by all. Upon exiting Ji Ruayue's room, he encountered Luo Yan's mother waiting outside, seemingly with something on her mind that she wished to discuss. Chapter 30. Ruthlessly punishing Luo Yan and Appo's mother. Before expressing my gratitude, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Wanyu, and I am 35 years old. May I respectfully address you as Xiang Go? Xiang nodded slightly, surveying Lin Wanyu before him. She had evidently changed into a different outfit, washed her face, and arrived barefaced. Given the short span of time, there was no opportunity for her to apply makeup, perhaps only a touch of lipstick. Clad in professional attire, she exuded the aura of a corporate executive. Not only was her beauty remarkable, but her demeanor was also refined. Although she was 35, she appeared to be in her 20s. Such a woman must have invested considerable time and money in her self-care. Wherever she went, she would capture the attention of men, igniting their imaginations. Standing gracefully, with a subtle smile on her face, she allowed Li Xiang to scrutinize her. Once Li Xiang finished his appraisal, she slightly inclined her body, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for reviving her and granting Luo Yin extraordinary abilities. Luo Yin was still young, only 15, and there were many things she did not yet comprehend. If ever there was a need for someone to charge into battle, she would gladly serve. She was willing to do anything for him, even face fire and water, hoping only that he would allow Luo Yin the time to mature and not thrust her into situations beyond her capabilities too soon. Her life was a gift from him, and thus, he was entitled to treat her as he pleased. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang couldn't help but applaud. "May I inquire what position you held previously, General Lin?" he asked, stepping closer and wrapping his arm around her waist, pulling her closer. These so-called high society individuals always maintained an air of superiority, attempting to use their beauty as leverage to keep others at bay, claiming that Luo Yin was still too young. Li Xiang certainly appreciated beauty, yet he was not so easily swayed by such juvenile aesthetics. However, since she insisted on crafting a certain persona for him, he thought it best to indulge in the role she had assigned him, an executive in a publicly listed company. "Please, not here. Are you putting on an act now that you and Amp, Oppos, VE come to me?" he taunted. "Did you not deem me a monster?" With a smirk, he continued. "I detest your kind, hypocritical and duplicitous. After struggling for over a decade in a post-apocalyptic world, I've seen and done it all. Look at you, denying your hypocrisy while clearly wanting to scream." Li Xiang unleashed his full repertoire, punishing Lin Wanyu for over an hour, leaving her discarded in the aftermath. Despite the commotion, no one intervened. Even Ji Ruoyue, who was in the room, merely covered her ears, believing that Li Xiang would not punish Luo Yan's mother without cause. She must have erred in some way to provoke such a response. As Lin Wanyu stifled her cries, those downstairs remained oblivious to the events unfolding above. Meanwhile, Luo Yin was downstairs, practicing basic knife techniques with Gu Ning and Chu Yuan. She was wholly focused, diligent in her training. The three seemed to be competing against one another. "What you are practicing is impractical. Let me teach you something useful," she declared. Gu Ning, "Record the process so you can review it and practice repeatedly." Thus, Li Xiang began imparting the most practical battlefield knife techniques, applicable not only against zombies but also against mutated beasts in the future. He had previously refrained from teaching due to a lack of appropriate venue and opportunity. In time, he would share more with them. His repertoire extended far beyond these few techniques. Before long, Lin Wanyu emerged, having composed herself impeccably, as if nothing had transpired in the past hour. She believed she could easily manipulate a young man in his 20s. Little did she realize that the soul within Li Xiang bore over a decade of survival experience in a post-apocalyptic world. Observing the youthful Li Xiang, Lin Wanyu felt a flicker of doubt. She thought she should harbor animosity towards him, yet she found it impossible to feel any resentment, even after enduring his rough treatment, which had left numerous marks on her. "Can I learn to?" Lin Wanyu inquired from the sidelines, drawing from her past experiences. She understood that only her own abilities were truly reliable. External factors were never dependable. She had once believed she would love only her man, yet he had betrayed her time and again. She had thought her wealth was secure, but with the onset of the apocalypse, it had turned to ash. It is not a question of can, it is a necessity. If you do not learn diligently, you will face my punishment. If you wish to continue living and avoid becoming a zombie, you must exert yourself fully. Do you think that merely possessing a shape-shifting ability guarantees survival in this world? I can end your life with a mere thought. As she spoke, Lin Wanyu felt an invisible force constricting her neck, rendering her breathless. Her face flushed crimson as she grasped her throat, striving to regain the air she so desperately needed. Just as her consciousness began to fade from the lack of oxygen, air surged back into her lungs. The sensation of suffocation instilled fear within her. However, alongside that fear was an inexplicable thrill. She had never understood why her sisters relished the sensation of asphyxiation, ultimately leading to their demise. Now, having experienced it once, she comprehended that it was indeed an addictive feeling. Yet, succumbing to such an addiction would inevitably lead to one and Oppos' downfall. She had witnessed a wealthy friend and Oppos' demise due to the very same obsession. Li Xiang provided Lin Wanyu with a standard machete, inviting her to join the ranks of learners. At that moment, he casually glanced at her status information. Target, Lin Wanyu. Status, human, 6 hours. Ability, shape-shifting. Affection, 92. seeing the astonishing affection level of 92. Xiang found it absurd. Just an hour prior, her affection had been a mere 62. After his punishment, it had inexplicably increased by 30. What kind of bizarre constitution was this? It was worth noting that Gu Ning's affection level was only 89. Truly, this was outrageous. After more than an hour of training, the group was drenched in sweat. As the clock approached 10, Xiang concluded their training, allowing everyone to return to rest. He too returned to his room for a shower, preparing for an early night. However, just as he emerged, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Chu Yuan standing outside, clad in an exceptionally alluring outfit. Chapter 31. I will punish you. Xiang stepped aside to allow Chu Yuan to enter. Once inside, Chu Yuan seemed to transform into a different person, leaving Xiang utterly astonished. Sister Yuan, what has come over you today? Xiang inquired, observing the flushed cheeks of Chu Yuan, feeling increasingly uneasy. Just felt like it. If a Ning can do it, why can and Amp, Oppos, Ti? Even that little girl and Amp, Oppos, S mother can, so why not me? Dawn and Amp, Oppos, T tell me you, and Amp, Oppos, were you not tempted by me? With an adorable yet fierce demeanor, Chu Yuan provoked Xiang, who couldn't help but pinch her lightly and then playfully flick her nose. Tempted? The moment I saw you, I was, Xiang confessed without reservation. Humph, you lied to me about having the zombie virus and being done for. Now I must punish you. Xiang took a deep breath, feeling the weight of Chu Yuan's playful threat, and hurried to explain, I truly didn't deceive you. My abilities have simply improved, allowing me to resist the virus affecting your physical prowess. If it weren't for the energy light tree, I wouldn't and Oppos, be able to relish these pleasures now. Thus, the energy light tree would siphon half of the anomalous energy, which Xiang could accept. When one gains something, one inevitably loses something else. Had it not been for the emergence of the light tree, Xiang would have planned to enhance his virus resistance today. He had an opportunity to strengthen himself. But before Chu Yuan and Amp, Oppos, S arrival, he was uncertain about what to enhance, hence the delay. Now, clarity dawned upon him regarding his enhancement needs. Physically, he had already fortified his strength and bones, significantly boosting his capabilities. Now, he required a mind to harmonize with his body to unleash even greater power. Thus, lying on his bed, enjoying Chu Yuan and Amp, Oppos, S attentive care, Xiang shut his eyes and made a decision. System, enhance my brain. Enhancement successful as the prompt appeared. Xiang felt a shift within his mind. Minutes later, he discovered his sense of touch had intensified. The pleasurable sensations doubled, engulfing him in blissful ecstasy. Chu Yuan, possessing healing abilities, spent the night by Xiang and Oppos' side. Gu Ning approached the door twice, yet lacked the courage to enter. Only when she was on the verge of turning into a zombie again did she resolutely knock on the door. She wished to avoid prolonged zombification, hoping for a seamless transition. If Chu Yuan could manage it, why couldn't she? Master. Oh. Gu Ning felt herself suspended in the air before quickly wrapping her arms around Xiang. Moments later, the room echoed with her exclamations and Chu Yuan and Amp, Oppos' laughter. At that very moment, in the adjacent villa, Luo Yin was monitoring the household surveillance on her phone. Outside, the sound of nails scratching at the door caught her attention. She realized her mother had undoubtedly turned into a zombie, as Xiang had informed her that he could only keep resurrected zombies active for 6 hours. Thus, her mother had been a zombie for some time. She had merely just awakened, which did not imply that Lin Wanyu had just recently turned. Upon reviewing the footage, she noted that her mother had opened the door quite some time ago. Initially, she appeared normal, but soon, Luo Yin witnessed her mother growing rigid in the footage. Watching her mother scratch at her door, Luo Yin couldn't help but sigh. Mother, the things you said to Brother Xiang today were truly foolish. I understand your disdain for father and all men, your lack of trust in them. But the world has changed. You can no longer manipulate men with your beauty. I am fully aware. Ever since awakening my powers, my hearing has become exceptionally acute and unique. If I focus, I can hear sounds from afar. You fail to cherish your chance at resurrection, so perhaps a few days of being a zombie will serve you well. After a few days, I will seek Brother Xiang's help to resurrect you. With that, Luo Yin shut her phone and curled back into bed, clutching her doll. Good night, my hero. With a whispered farewell, her breathing gradually steadied. As the sun streamed through the window, it created a Tyndall effect within the room. Tiny dust particles floated in the air, forming a unique play of light and shadow. Xiang's nostrils flared as he opened his eyes. In truth, he had only slept for a little over an hour. Rising, he exited the room. Upon descending the stairs, Xiang began to stretch and practice his martial arts. After finishing his exercises, he brewed himself a pot of fine tea. The Ji family possessed an abundance of exquisite teas, their prices exorbitant, even before the apocalypse. Xiang's annual income would scarcely afford a few grams. System, display the panel. With a thought, a luminous screen materialized. Host, Xiang, level, LV4, experience for upgrade, 8,252.30,000, ability, universal gravitation, unrestrained, zombie resurrection, 220, effect, 6 hours. Cooldown, 24 hours, enhancement of all, 01, storage space, 2236 cubic meters. What should I enhance today? On the first day, Xiang bolstered his strength. On the second day, he fortified his bones. On the third evening, he enhanced his brain. What about now? System, I wish to enhance my ability of unrestrained. He wanted to test whether he could enhance his extraordinary power. Enhancement successful. What? It actually worked. Xiang had merely approached it with a spirit of experimentation, never anticipating the system would prove so effective, granting him success outright. A delightful surprise indeed. Eagerly, Xiang began to experiment with his enhanced abilities. He employed his telekinetic powers to see if he could levitate a stone the size of a soccer ball. Previously, his telekinesis had been insufficient for such a feat, however. Now he discovered the stone swayed and hovered under his control. It ascended to about half a meter before losing control and crashing back to the ground. Yet, Xiang was elated. That stone was hefty, and to be able to manipulate it with telekinesis on the fourth day of the apocalypse was truly remarkable. It is known that telekinetic powers are overwhelmingly powerful in the later stages. In the early stages, they are relatively weak. If telekinesis can achieve such strength, one can only imagine the potential of other abilities. With a thought, the ground around Xiang began to freeze. Gradually, a wall of ice formed before him. Inspecting the ice wall, Xiang measured its thickness with his hand. Over 10 centimeters, this can indeed withstand ordinary bullets. Quite impressive. If the ice ability is so formidable, then the lightning ability must possess even greater destructive power. I wonder if any mutated beasts will appear today. It is the fourth day, after all, surely. There must be some by now. At that moment, Xiang suddenly heard a roar. Chapter 32, the fourth day of disaster. Oh no, it's AI. A look of alarm crossed Xiang's face as he hurriedly dashed upstairs. Just as he reached the upper floor, a shadow lunged towards him. However, instead of attacking, it collapsed at his feet, playfully seeking his affection. The AI had grown significantly larger compared to before, now resembling a full-grown Tibetan Mastiff. Its head considerably enlarged and no longer resembling a German Shepherd. Observing the AI and Appos' behavior, Xiang realized it had not forgotten the debt of gratitude. It still remembered how he had saved its life. He never expected that the first mutated beast he would encounter after his rebirth would be his loyal little dog. Good dog, come here, he beckoned. Upon hearing his call, the AI stood up and approached him, nuzzling its head against Xiang affectionately. Such a good dog, Xiang said, delightedly petting the AI's head. Master, what happened to it? It scared both me and Sister Yuan just now, Gu Ning remarked, still shaken. I'm not sure either. Perhaps it underwent some transformation, Xiang replied, choosing not to divulge the truth. Brother Xiang, look at the flowers. So many flowers are in full bloom. Chu Yuan pointed to the mutated roses in the room. Xiang quickly entered the room and noticed that he felt no energy until he approached the basket filled with roses, where he sensed a powerful surge of energy. It was not elemental energy, but spiritual energy, which could be converted into elemental energy. The flowers in the basket had burst into bloom. And Xiang couldn't and Appos' help but grin at the sight. After a quick count, he discovered that a total of 69 roses had bloomed. What a delightful number! He lifted the basket and took a deep whiff. Its fragrance and spiritual energy were incredibly subtle. One had to be close to appreciate them or absorb the spiritual energy. It was indeed so noble, so magical. Among these vibrant blossoms, a copious amount of nectar had been secreted. Xiang focused his psychic energy to gather the nectar. Curious to see how much he could collect in one go. This must be at least 20 milliliters, he mused, admiring the nectar in the glass bottle. Behind him, Gu Ning licked her lips. Having tasted this nectar before, she craved it desperately. Chu Yuan, though she had never tried it, was equally curious, understanding from Xiang's demeanor that the nectar must possess extraordinary properties. However, Xiang promptly stored the bottle away, unwilling to share it with anyone just yet. Compared to them, Ji Ruan needed it far more. Consuming this nectar would facilitate her rapid recovery. Li Xiang strapped the basket onto his back, akin to a mobile power source. With it, he could absorb spiritual energy and grow stronger. He was certain that the flame goddess, Chu Yu, must have acquired it to become so formidable. With this, the elemental energy captured by the elemental energy tree paled in comparison, completely offsetting his losses. You both go ahead and prepare breakfast. I will wake up Xiao Yu, Li Xiang announced as he ascended to the third floor. The two women linked arms, cheerily making their way to the kitchen on the first floor to prepare a lavish breakfast. What they craved most were fresh blood lamb chops, their favorite delicacy. Cooked food had become quite unappetizing to them. It must be said that the adaptability of humans is truly remarkable. Just 4 days in, they had already grown accustomed to consuming raw meat. Upon reaching Ji Rua Yue and Amp, Apos, door, Li Xiang knocked and, receiving permission, entered. Ji Rua Yue lay in bed, attempting to rise. The previous night, Li Xiang had carried her to bed, as her strength was insufficient for her to climb in on her own. Noticing her flushed cheeks, he deduced she might need the restroom. Without hesitation, he lifted her and carried her inside. Outside, he skillfully retrieved a cigarette, ready to light it. Yet, he extinguished the flame at his fingertips. After all, it was someone else and Apos' room, and smoking was inappropriate. Now that he possessed the ability to wield powers at will, he no longer needed to carry a lighter. With various energies swirling at his fingertips, Li Xiang continued to switch between his abilities. It was undeniable how overpowered and invincible his newfound abilities were. Moving forward, he could counteract the powers of others effortlessly. Before long, the sound of flushing came from the restroom. Moments later, Ji Ryu and Apos' voice called out, "Brother Xiang, I and Apos am done. You may come in now." She did not resist his presence, even welcoming the prospect of closer contact. At 19, she was at the tender age of blossoming affection. Li Xiang had not only bestowed her with powers but also rekindled her hope of standing again. In her eyes, he was her hero, her beacon. Furthermore, he was undeniably handsome and powerful, making it all too easy for her to develop feelings for him. Upon entering, Li Xiang did not immediately carry Ji Ryu out. Instead, he picked up her face towel, preparing to wash her face. It was worth noting that before his rebirth, he had been a caregiver, skilled in tending to and healing the injured. My legs can lift a little now, but I still lack strength. I believe I will be able to stand again soon. Then, I can fight alongside Brother Xiang against the zombies. Ji Rua Yue expressed her eagerness to battle side by side with him. Li Xiang smiled gently as he wiped her face and assisted her in brushing her teeth. Once she was done, he lifted her out of the restroom and placed her back into her wheelchair. He then handed her the collected 30 milliliters of nectar. "This is too precious, Brother Xiang. You need it more than I do. I can't take it," Ji Ryu said, displaying her understanding. "Wherein and Amp, Apos, to you just saying you wanted to recover quickly to help me fight?" Li Xiang countered, with her eyes slightly reddening. Ji Rua Yue unscrewed the cap and poured the rose nectar into her mouth. A wondrous energy coursed through her body, invigorating every corner, filling her with newfound strength. A surge of confidence welled up within her as she grasped the armrests of her wheelchair and slowly stood up. "I can stand. I really can stand," Ji Rua Yue exclaimed, unable to contain her emotions as tears of joy streamed down her face. Li Xiang captured this moment on his phone, knowing she would want to share her joy of rebirth with her parents and little aunt. Unaided, Ji Rua Yue took several steps before Li Xiang scooped her up. Her body was not yet ready for such exertion after standing for the first time. He carried her downstairs, where breakfast was already laid out. Luo Yin had also arrived, accompanied by her mother, who had transformed back into a zombie. Lin Wanyu was tethered by a chain around her neck, with a gag stuffed in her mouth. Chapter 33, Understanding More Than You Do Upon Seeing It. Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback. "Where did you acquire this?" He couldn't help but inquire. In truth, he was more curious about whether she understood the purpose of such items. "It was something my mother used against my father. I found it in her room, and it seems quite suitable. Brother Xiang, please don't underestimate me. I comprehend far more than you might think. My capacity for learning surpasses that of ordinary children. Hence, the knowledge imparted in school is merely insufficient for my needs. I have sought out diverse information online to further my education. Goodness, have I truly underestimated her capabilities? Before you hastily revive her, she ought to face consequences for what she said to you yesterday. Allow her to remain a zombie for a few more days," Luo Yin stated earnestly in front of her mother. Li Xiang awkwardly twitched his lips and nodded silently. "The matters between you and your mother are for you to decide. Now, let us have our meal." Li Xiang chose not to dwell further. He too believed that Lin Wanyu should experience a few more days as a zombie. Only in this manner would she learn to cherish her humanity. After breakfast, Xiang directed Gu Ning and the others to continue their training in swordsmanship. He then made his way alone to the lakeside viewing platform of the community, which was still a fair distance from the lake and Appo's surface. He refrained from approaching the water and Appo's edge, uncertain of what lurked beneath. Taking out a lure, he affixed a piece of raw lamb to it. The lure had been provided by the Ji family. Ruan mentioned that her father and grandfather were both avid fishermen who often ventured out to sea together. Now, Xiang intended to fish for mutated beasts. He had experience fishing in the apocalypse, finding it a relaxing pastime, particularly with lures, which were often dubbed water golf. His skills in lure fishing were taught by Ji Yun, who frequently fished as well, likely due to a familial influence. The lake soon responded with some activity, however. They were merely ordinary small fish, with no sign of any mutated giants. Xiang did not afford these fish the opportunity to bite, casting his line repeatedly in search of larger prey. As time trickled by, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. It seemed that mutated fish had yet to appear. He decided to return another day. Resolutely, he abandoned his fishing endeavor, stowing away his rod before calling everyone at the villa to join him at the community's entrance. Ji Ryuet took her place in a wheelchair, while Luo Yin assisted her mother, Lin Wanyu. During their battle against zombies, it became apparent that today as zombies were noticeably stronger than those encountered yesterday. At times, a single strike was insufficient to fell a zombie. It required 2 swift blows instead. Why have the zombies grown stronger? They were not like this yesterday, Gu Ning grumbled. The increased strength of the zombies had diminished their efficiency in hunting them. Among them, only Xiang remained unaffected, dispatching each zombie with precision and speed. Perhaps the zombies grow stronger every day? Chu Yuan postulated after slaying a zombie. Luo Yin remained silent, her focus unwavering as she wielded her blade against the undead. Ji Ruayue did not engage in the battle, her physical state forbidding her from doing so. Instead, she occupied herself by watching the videos Gu Ning had taken of Xiang teaching sword techniques on her phone, mimicking his movements with her hands. She had already shared the video of Xiang assisting her to stand with her family group, though no one had responded yet. Perhaps they were still asleep. As it was only a little past 8. In this apocalypse, there was no need to work, so it was understandable to rise later, wasn't it? One by one, they felled zombies. The frequency of their success markedly improved compared to the previous day. Ji Ryue could not help but feel envious, wishing fervently for her legs and muscles to develop overnight so she could fight alongside Xiang. In truth, her muscles had grown considerably, especially her once emaciated legs. How strange today is. My hunger has increased significantly. I find myself famished even before noon, Chu Yuan remarked, patting her stomach in confusion. Upon hearing this, Xiang mused internally, welcome to the apocalypse. The first 3 days were merely a prelude. Today marks the true commencement of our new reality. Indeed, today felt peculiar. And he too felt hunger gnawing at him. Let us return and prepare some food, he suggested, abandoning the hunt for zombies. This morning, he had already secured 3 mutated light sources, which he deemed a satisfactory haul. Upon returning to the G residence, the AI promptly emerged to greet Xiang. Presently, it remained too weak to contend with zombies, which was why he left it behind to guard the premises. Xiang was yet unaware whether the AI had awakened any special abilities. Its head bore no panel for him to ascertain its condition. Among the mutated beasts, only a select few possessed the capacity to awaken extraordinary powers. Those that did were invariably terrifying entities, often regarded as nightmares by humanity. It was perplexing why both zombies and mutated beasts seemed to relish attacking humans, devouring them. The more they consumed, the stronger they became, leaving few mutated beasts that were friendly towards humanity. It often resulted in either humans hunting mutated beasts for sustenance or being preyed upon by them. Xiang retrieved an unprocessed goat from his storage space, as the AI's appetite had grown considerably, necessitating substantial nourishment. Seeing the entire goat bestowed upon the AI, Gu Ning and Chu Yuan couldn't help but feel envy. They fancied they could consume an entire goat themselves. However, during their meal, each of them managed to eat over 5 pounds of meat, though it still fell short of an entire goat. Even 5 pounds astonished them, as they had only consumed 2 pounds in a single meal the previous day. Not only had the appetites of Gu Ning and Chu Yuan expanded, but Ji Ruayue and Luo Yin experienced similar increases in their consumption. Xiang himself indulged, devouring 6 pounds of meat until his belly was round and full. Yet, he had no choice. Such quantities were necessary to meet his energy expenditure. Once sated, they took a brief respite before resuming their hunt for zombies. In the interim, Xiang collected nectar once more. Upon finishing, he presented the nectar to Ji Ruoyue. Without hesitation, she consumed it, discovering her strength had notably increased, with visible muscle development in her legs. Now, she possessed sufficient strength to stand. Therefore, she rose and began to practice walking. After all, she had been confined to a wheelchair for over a decade and needed to relearn the fundamental ability to walk. Just as she commenced her practice, a shadow suddenly lunged towards her, startling her. Instinctively, she unleashed her lightning powers, letting out a piercing scream. Chapter 34. Hunting the mutated cat. The shadow was struck by Ji Ruoyue's lightning and emitted a cry. Meow. A mutated cat? Xiang and Amp Appo's face brightened with excitement as he swiftly charged towards the mutated cat that had attacked Ji Ruoyue, unleashing a lightning orb aimed at it. Boom. The mutated cat was incredibly swift, deftly evading Xiang's lightning orb, causing it to explode against the wall. Xiang was also quick on his feet. He launched several more orbs. One of them struck the mutated cat, causing its fur to stand on end as its body was rendered rigid by the powerful current. It fell to the ground like a plank, completely immobilized, accompanied by a series of loud thuds. Xiang was astonished at how effortlessly he subdued this first-tier mutated cat. Had he not intervened in time, Ji Ruoyue would surely have met a grim fate. Newly awakened superhumans were notably weak, and Ji Ruoyue, in particular, was even more fragile than the average. In his past life, Xiang had witnessed numerous superhumans fall prey to mutated beasts with ease. His own strength now far surpassed that of the mutated beasts, allowing him to dispatch the creature with such ease. He approached and lifted the mutated cat, weighing it in his hands. It was a hefty 40 pounds. Tonight, they would finally feast on mutated meat. Ecstatic, Xiang stored the cat in his spatial storage. Are you all right? He inquired, glancing at the now upright Ji Ruoyue. I and Amp Appo's am fine, but what kind of cat is that? It and Amp Appo's as big as a goat, Ji Ruoyue replied, still feeling a tinge of fear. Had she not released her lightning in time, she would likely have suffered a grave injury from the monstrous feline. That was a mutated cat. It didn't and Appo's harm you, did it? Xiang asked as he checked on Ji Ruoyue and Appo's condition. No, I and Appo's am fine, she assured him, then curiously asked, what would happen if I had been scratched? Would I turn into a zombie? Rest assured, you wouldn't. It's not a zombie. You can think of it as an animal endowed with superpowers, devoid of any virus, Xiang explained. Hearing this, Ji Ruoyue breathed a sigh of relief. Although Xiang possessed the ability to resurrect zombies, she had no desire to become one just to be brought back to life. Stay vigilant. The apocalypse is fraught with peril, and we must not be careless, Xiang cautioned before rejoining the fray. Ji Ruoyue resumed her practice of walking, gradually regaining her mobility. The nectar from the mutated roses Xiang had provided was remarkably effective, hastening her recovery. Perhaps by tomorrow, she would be able to move freely once more. By 4 in the afternoon, fatigue had begun to set in for everyone. No matter how much ordinary food they consumed, it was insufficient to meet their body and Appo's demands. Those with superpowers found that pre-apocalypse food was entirely inadequate for their energy expenditure. Even ordinary individuals found their appetites increasing. Thus, they were compelled to venture out in search of sustenance and survival. Noticing that Gu Ning and Chu Yuan were too exhausted to continue, Xiang called an end to the day's battles. Upon returning to the villa, Xiang promptly retrieved the mutated cat from his spatial storage. Gu Ning and Chu Yuan, already brimming with curiosity, eagerly inquired, Master, is this a cat or a leopard? It's enormous. Gu Ning, can you sense it? I find it incredibly delicious and brimming with energy, Chu Yuan remarked, glancing at Gu Ning as she swallowed her saliva. Gu Ning nodded in agreement, her mouth watering in anticipation. Seeing their reactions, Xiang smiled slightly and explained, this is likely a mutated cat. Its body is still warm, and it has blood. With that, he produced a knife and began to process the carcass of the mutated cat. Here, you two try some. Xiang sliced off 2 pieces of meat and handed them to Gu Ning and Chu Yuan. They quickly accepted the meat, savoring it eagerly. This is incredibly delicious. The texture is so tender, it's like eating salmon, Gu Ning exclaimed in delight. Indeed, it does resemble salmon, Chu Yuan concurred enthusiastically. With this comparison, Ji Ruoyue and Luo Yin also gained a clearer understanding, having both tasted such fish before. As they conversed, Xiang skillfully skinned the mutated cat. The hide could be used to attract other mutated beasts. Luo Yin, do you have any barbecue tools at home? Li Xiang inquired, his appetite for roasted mutated meat growing. I do. My father loves to grill fish at home. I'll fetch them from my storage, Ji Ruoyue replied, her excitement evident as she prepared to retrieve the equipment. Chu Yuan and Gu Ning quickly followed suit, aware that Ji Ruoyue was still unsteady on her feet and shouldn't carry anything. Luo Yin, holding onto the chain, noticed her mother was also quite fascinated by the mutated cat and seemed eager to approach it. She quickly led Lin Wanyu aside, tying her up in the yard to prevent any chaos. Before long, Chu Yuan and the others brought out a pile of tools. The affluent tools were not only complete but also appeared high-end. They all skewered the meat onto metal sticks and ignited the smokeless charcoal. The grill was even electric, automatically rotating the skewered meat, showcasing its sophistication. No barbecue is complete without drinks, so Li Xiang retrieved several cases of beer from his spatial storage. After taking a few ice buckets from Ji Ruoyue's home, he instructed Luo Yin to use her ice powers to create ice cubes. Offensive abilities need to be practiced regularly. Only then can one grow more adept, he noted. While their powers may not become stronger with practice, they could certainly become more proficient. Both Luo Yin and Ji Ruoyue nodded earnestly, and they immediately began to practice their abilities. However, they soon paused, as fatigue set in, their vision blurring from hunger. Their bodies unwilling to continue exerting their powers. A few minutes later, the aroma of the grilled meat wafted enticingly through the air. This grilled meat smells amazing. It has even been seasoned, and it's already so fragrant. How extraordinary. Gu Ning and Chu Yuan, while consuming the raw blood meat of the mutated cat, acknowledged the allure of the grilled meat, but remained unfazed. They found the raw flesh more appealing than the cooked food. This mutated cat and Appo's meat is truly remarkable. I've only eaten a small half-pound today, yet I feel quite full, Chu Yuan remarked, rubbing her stomach. Although it still felt slightly empty, the sensation of fullness was overwhelming. The energy it contained was substantial, leading her to believe she could forego further eating. Li Xiang interjected, with 40 pounds of meat. Even with all of us, it won't last long, so we mustn't waste any. The two women preferred to eat less while feeling satiated, as it alleviated their concerns about gaining weight. Even in the apocalypse, they were reluctant to become corpulent figures, lest they be scorned by Li Xiang. In their current state, they appeared slender yet felt pleasantly plump, which Li Xiang found particularly appealing. Chapter 35. Enhanced gravitational abilities. Their appetites were somewhat inferior compared to that of the AI, which had devoured over 3 pounds of mutated meat before nuzzling affectionately at Li Xiang's feet. Li Xiang was curious whether the AI would awaken any extraordinary abilities. However, even in the absence of such powers, its growth would render it formidable. Thus, he contemplated bestowing upon the AI a name that exuded dominance. As the AI sought Li Xiang and Appo's affection, the meat on the grill reached perfection. Li Xiang casually sprinkled some salt over the barbecued meat, eschewing any additional seasonings. The flesh of mutated beasts was inherently delectable, requiring no further enhancement. Consequently, salt had become a valuable commodity in the post-apocalyptic world, and Li Xiang had amassed a considerable supply in his storage space. Oh, how delicious! This is the most exquisite barbecue I have ever tasted, exclaimed Luo Yin, utterly captivated by its flavor after just one bite. Ji Ruoyue's singular focus was on eating, so entranced by the taste that she could scarcely pause for words. Li Xiang savored the meat alongside a chilled beer, reveling in the sheer delight of it all. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. In a world beset by scarcity, where most endured a cycle of feasting and famine, each meal demanded significant effort and sacrifice. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Xiang reclined on a lounge chair in the villa and Appo's expansive yard, basking in the gentle sunlight. Nearby, Gu Ning and Chu Yuan provided him with soothing massages. Both donned alluring JK uniforms and luxurious stockings, exuding their own delicate fragrances. Such a lifestyle, even prior to the apocalypse, would have incited envy in countless hearts. Luo Yin and Ji Ruoyue were preparing tea for Li Xiang. To his surprise, he discovered that Luo Yin possessed a remarkable proficiency in tea arts, indicative of formal training. After enjoying a moment of tranquility, Gu Ning and the others began practicing the sword techniques Li Xiang had imparted. Meanwhile, Li Xiang busied himself training the AI in the villa's grand hall. He quickly realized the AI's intelligence was exceptionally high. It grasped commands with just a single demonstration. Thus, after a mere 10 minutes of training, the AI had effectively graduated. With the remaining time, Li Xiang turned his focus to honing his own extraordinary abilities. In his previous life, he had been most adept with healing skills, while other powers required continual practice for mastery. Furthermore, the array of abilities he needed to refine was extensive, leaving little time for leisure. Around 11 o'clock, he finally indulged in Guning and Chu Yuan's massages. They grew increasingly anxious at the prospect of becoming zombies, thus preferring to assist Xiang in relaxing his muscles. Should they transform, he could promptly revive them. Wasn't that an enticing thought? To become a zombie meant descending into an abyss of darkness, losing all sensory connection to the outside world, far more terrifying than merely becoming a vegetative state. Remaining by Xiang's side not only alleviated fears of zombification, but also provided a profound sense of safety and comfort. As night enveloped the world, the undead continued their relentless search for human survivors. Moreover, zombies that once lacked the capacity to scale barriers were gradually mastering the ability to traverse low obstacles. Steps that previously impeded their movement were no longer a hindrance. That night, many survivors fell prey to the zombies, and the villa community echoed with anguished screams. At dawn, Xiang awoke naturally at 7 o'clock, a habit formed over years of survival in the apocalypse, unaltered even after his rebirth. Guning and Chu Yuan remained in blissful slumber, seemingly lost in sweet dreams. Xiang gingerly descended from the bed, opening the door to venture downstairs. Outside, a significant number of zombies had gathered, evidently having breached the community's gates during the night. It was also plausible that zombies trapped within the buildings had broken out through the windows. The undead had begun to grow stronger, now capable of shattering windows to escape. As they evolved, they would likely breach doors and walls, moving with the agility of beasts, capable of climbing, leaping, and coordinating to hunt humans. Observing the zombies outside, Xiang instinctively twisted his neck. The decision not to fortify the entrance was deliberate. He wished for Guning and the others to experience this reality firsthand. Xiang was reluctant to reveal his foreknowledge of the future, preferring instead for them to confront these challenges directly. With his abilities, he could easily maintain control, free from the fear of chaos. Thus, he did not intend to confront the zombies outside just yet. Upon reaching the hall, Xiang methodically began his exercises. After concluding, he prepared to enhance his abilities for the day. System: enhance my gravitational powers. Having strengthened his other ability the previous day, he resolved to focus on this one today. Though he could utilize his other power to simulate gravitational effects, its impact was notably diminished. In Xiang's view, the two powers, while interconnected, were fundamentally distinct, which was why the system classified them separately. Enhancement successful. After the enhancement, Xiang tested his gravitational abilities. In the distance, a stone weighing over 100 pounds was drawn toward him by his gravitational force, swiftly approaching. Under his control, it began to move about. Subsequently, Xiang ceased manipulating the stone and shifted focus to himself. Gradually, his body lifted off the ground, allowing him to float. This was the allure of gravitational powers, enabling one to escape the constraints of gravity. Through reverse gravity, Xiang could grant himself the freedom to fly. However, he was still unpracticed and required extensive training to master this skill. Moreover, due to the current limitations of his powers, prolonged flight was unattainable. To sustain flight, he would need to accumulate more extraordinary energy, strengthening his abilities further. Master, why are there so many zombies outside? Guning's voice echoed from upstairs, prompting Xiang to retract his gravitational control and return to the ground. It seems the zombies have breached the villa's gates and flooded in. I was about to use a drone to investigate, he replied, retrieving the device. Guning and Chu Yuan hurried downstairs, eager to ascertain the situation. How could the zombies have infiltrated overnight? If they can surmount obstacles, will there be any safe havens left? The emergence of mutated creatures was already alarming. The notion of zombies evolving was even more outrageous. Did humanity still possess a space to survive? Contemplating this, Chu Yuan hastily produced her phone, intent on contacting Chiao, her parents, and younger sister, anxious to confirm their safety. Chapter 36. Lin Wan Yu at affection level 100. The video call was quickly connected, revealing Chiao's face, though the surroundings remained dim. Sister, what is going on? Why are you calling me so early? Is something wrong? Chiao's voice carried a hint of laziness, as though she had just awakened. The zombies are becoming increasingly formidable. Last night, they managed to scale the gate and infiltrate our community. You all need to be extra cautious, Chu Yuan warned urgently. Even though everyone in their household had awakened their abilities and become evolved beings, Chu Yuan still felt uneasy. During their video call the previous night, she had mentioned the strengthening of the zombies and the emergence of mutated beasts, which was corroborated by her sisters. However, The zombies from last night were merely a bit harder to deal with. They had and amp, oppos, T reached a level where they could overcome obstacles. It and amp, oppos, no wonder so many people screamed in terror last night. It was likely due to a zombie attack on the survivors. Sister, don't worry. We have many survivors here, and there are people keeping watch at night. We're fine. I can go to Ning's house today. I hope her parents are home so we can bring them back, Chuyu replied, hope glimmering in her words. Returning? Li Xiang believed that Chuyu wouldn't be back anytime soon. He had privately communicated with her, and as of now, she hadn't disclosed to anyone about his ability to resurrect zombies. Her parents were not inclined to leave their homeland, as they were still searching for their friends and family. Chuyu and Appo's parents had numerous acquaintances, and the network only expanded from there. Once such a quest commenced, it could easily become endless. Li Xiang understood this mindset, as most older individuals placed great importance on familial ties, particularly since the Chiao family had all evolved with commendable abilities. Their younger sister, Chuning, had awakened magnetic powers, their father, Chu Shahong, had developed petrification abilities, and their mother had acquired healing skills. As a family, they possessed strength in both offense and support, forming a formidable team. They had also gathered a group of people from their community who held a considerable amount of trust in Chu Shanghong. With the help of the Chiao family, many others had awakened their abilities and become evolved beings. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly abandon their homeland? Ji refrained from informing them about Li Xiang and Appo's resurrection ability primarily because its quota was limited, revealing it would put Li Xiang in jeopardy. After all, if your closest loved ones turned into zombies, would you not wish for their resurrection? Therefore, neither Chuyu nor Chu Yuan had mentioned this ability. Li Xiang approached Chu Yuan and noted that only Chuyu appeared on the video call, prompting him to remind her communication will not always remain stable. As the zombies grow stronger and mutated beasts appear, their destructive capabilities will increase, inevitably affecting electricity and communication. If evacuation is possible, it should be done promptly. She nodded. She had been urging her parents to evacuate daily, but they resolutely refused. She had resolved that if her parents were truly unwilling to leave, she would return to fight her way back with Gu Ning's parents. Regardless, she had promised Li Xiang that she would return. Additionally, her sister, Chu Yuan, remained by Li Xiang's side, and she could not ignore that. Her father was quite ambitious and intended to establish his own power, seeking to carve out a successful venture. To Chu Shanghong, this was an opportunity to achieve greatness. Surprisingly, her mother supported this endeavor, leaving Chuyu at a loss for words. If all went smoothly, she would likely depart with her younger sister, Chuning. She understood her father's stubbornness well. Once he made a decision, no one could alter his resolve. The reason her sister preferred to venture out on her own rather than return to their father's company was that he pressured Chu Yuan into a marriage alliance. Should they remain, it was highly probable that Chu Shahong would use them to forge alliances or garner support. Before long, Chuyu ended the video call and prepared to assess the situation herself. Meanwhile, Li Xiang took out some meat from mutated cats, handing it to Chu Yuan for breakfast preparation. He then led Gu Ning out of the villa to clear the nearby zombies. Next door, Luo Yin had also risen, shooting zombies with a bow and arrow from the second-floor window. Ji Rua had awoken as well. However, she was not yet suited for battle, choosing instead to assist Chu Yuan in the kitchen. Gu Ning noticed that today's zombies were more difficult to dispatch. Unlike yesterday, when zombies did not dodge, today they were evading her strikes, instilling both fear and trepidation within her. Zombies that allowed themselves to be hacked were not truly terrifying, with enough courage. Even if their bones had become more resilient, they could still be slain. Yet once they began to dodge attacks, the situation transformed entirely. Nevertheless, this minor enhancement in the zombies posed little challenge for Li Xiang, who continued to effortlessly cleave through their skulls. In the midst of the fray, Li Xiang acquired 2 shimmering essence orbs, while Gu Ning obtained 1. Compared to yesterday, it seemed easier to obtain these orbs, though the energy contained within had not strengthened. It remained consistent with that from days prior, merely with an increased likelihood of appearance. Luo Yin also emerged from her home, regrettably still unable to proficiently create ice arrows from her ice abilities, resorting instead to wielding a machete against the zombies. The recurve bow she had previously wielded was now replaced with a beautifully designed traditional bow. You all should stop living separately and move over here. The zombies have become stronger. It's safer to stay together, Li Xiang suggested. Yes, that's best, Luo Yao concurred, unwilling to remain apart from her mother and Li Xiang in light of the zombies' growing threat. Gather the zombie bodies together, I'll come to incinerate them shortly. Li Xiang instructed before entering the Luo residence. Once he found Lin Wanyu in an upstairs room, he resurrected her. Eager to ascertain how her revival would manifest in light of her newfound strength. Affection 8. As Li Xiang resurrected her, Lin Wanyu and Appo's affection surged by 8 points. Affection level 100 already? Li Xiang was taken aback, glancing at Lin Wanyu and Appo's personal status panel. Target, Lin Wanyu. Status, human, 6 hours. Ability, transformation, affection, 100, unwavering until death. Upon reading and Appo's, unwavering until death, and Appo's, a smile crept onto Li Xiang and Appo's lips. Before he could utter a word, Lin Wanyu knelt before him, presenting the chain around her neck. Are you enjoying this? Li Xiang asked, somewhat bewildered by her enthusiasm. Evidently, Lin Wanyu was exhilarated. Such intriguing tastes? All right, rise. This sort of behavior is acceptable in private, but in public, it borders on the bizarre. Demonstrate your abilities. I wish to see how much stronger you have become. Li Xiang had not lost sight of his purpose. Chapter 37. Return my abilities low, and behold. Upon witnessing Lin Wanyu, now resembling his own daughter, Li Xiang was utterly astounded. He had initially presumed that Lin Wanyu could merely alter her visage. However, he was taken aback to discover that her entire physique had transformed. This was no longer Lin Wanyu. It was unequivocally Luo Yin standing before him. Your ability is extraordinarily potent, allowing you to assume the appearance of anyone. It seems I must attempt this as well. As he spoke, Li Xiang prepared to harness his own power of transformation to achieve the desired effect. Lin Wanyu, observing Li Xiang and Appo's face gradually morphing, was equally astonished. She was aware of Li Xiang and Appo's formidable abilities, yet she had not anticipated that he too possessed the same transformative powers as herself. Ultimately, Li Xiang and Appo's visage became that of Lin Wanyu. He realized that maintaining this transformed state demanded considerable energy. Thus, he placed his hand against Lin Wanyu's face and indeed sensed a surge of energy. Evidently, such abilities could not deceive the evolved. However, enhancing the intrigue was certainly not an issue. Very well, let us revert to our original forms and cleanse ourselves. With that, Li Xiang descended the stairs. To possess Lin Wanyu was akin to having countless girlfriends at one and Appo's disposal. She could transform into any desired persona. Fortunately, Lin Wanyu encountered him. Had she met someone more depraved, the outcome could have been dire. Upon returning downstairs, Gu Ning and Luo Yin had already gathered the corpses into a pile. A fireball manifested in Li Xiang and Appo's hand, which he used to ignite the remains. I have revived your mother. You shall bring her to breakfast shortly. After uttering this, Li Xiang entered the room. Ji Ruoyue had risen early, assisting Chu Yuan in the kitchen while simultaneously learning the art of cooking. She felt that she had missed much in life. Now that her legs had healed and other ailments had dissipated, it was time to make amends for lost opportunities. The mutated meat patties were sizzling, exuding an enticing aroma. Remarkably, this fragrance lingered only within a limited radius, providing a sense of security. Otherwise, distant zombies or mutated beasts might be drawn to it, creating complications. Li Xiang and Ji Ruoyue partook of breakfast without waiting for Luo Yin and Lin Wanyu. After their meal, Li Xiang intended to visit the lakeside to assess whether any mutated fish were lurking beneath the surface. He cut strips of mutated cat hide and affixed them to his fishing hooks, casting his line from the observation platform. Gu Ning and Ji Ruoyue watched with curiosity. Half an hour later, Lin Wanyu and Luo Yin, elegantly adorned and having consumed raw meat, joined the spectacle. Hey, have you caught any fish? Could you spare a few for us? We Haven and Appo's had meat in days. We're not asking for free. We can pay, and quite handsomely at that. Upon hearing their voices, Li Xiang glanced back. No fish, but how about some zombies? The mention of zombies startled the survivors, causing them to glance around apprehensively. Ultimately, they dared not approach and slinked away in defeat. These survivors have finally mustered the courage to venture out. I was beginning to think there were no living souls left in the community, Luo Yin remarked, unable to suppress her sarcasm. Quite normal, your appetites have increased. And they likely share the same plight. If they dawn and Appo's emerge soon, they may very well starve, Li Xiang said, twirling the water drop wheel in his hand, preparing to conclude his fishing endeavors. After half an hour, he had only caught ordinary fish, indicating a low probability of encountering mutated species. Continuing to fish would merely waste time. Ordinary fish held little value. Nevertheless, for regular individuals, they could still serve as sustenance in this apocalyptic world, where many ordinary people risked their lives to catch fish for survival. After departing the lakeside, Xiang presented Lin Wanyu with a machete. "If you wish to remain in my team, you must learn to fight." "Yes, master," Lin Wanyu replied, taking the machete and licking its blade, observing her mother's actions. Luo Yin could only facepalm, at a loss for words. It seemed that after becoming a zombie, Lin Wanyu and Imp, Appo's hidden side had been completely unleashed. The way she called him master was particularly alluring, sending shivers down Gu Ning's spine as she recognized her greatest rival had emerged. Xiang did not mind Lin Wanyu addressing him in such a manner. Compared to Gu Ning, she resembled a charming pet eager to please. "If you desire strength, begin hunting zombies," he instructed, subsequently handing Ji Ruayue a machete. Although Ji Ruayue appeared somewhat frail, her leg muscles had developed, and she could now walk without issue. Engaging in battle would still be somewhat challenging, but she was ready to attempt it. There were still many zombies within the community. Should they encounter any, they would be prepared to act. "Master, there is an abundance of broken glass in the neighborhood today. Did the zombies break the windows?" Gu Ning inquired, observing the scattered shards. "Most likely, ordinary people wouldn't have smashed the glass to jump down," Xiang replied, pointing to a nearby room where a zombie was repeatedly ramming its head against the glass. These zombies have become utterly absurd, suddenly growing stronger, with harder skulls, an understanding of evasive maneuvers, and increased speed, making them increasingly difficult to handle, Chu Yuan remarked. "Nothing absurd about it. The outbreak was abrupt, without warning. Perhaps some change in this world has caused the zombies to evolve," Xiang responded, swiftly cleaving a zombie's head as it lunged at him, effectively ending its existence. With their newfound strength, the likelihood of them yielding anomalous light had increased, rendering the situation relatively equitable. No sooner had Xiang spoken than a strange glow emanated from the zombie's split skull. At that moment, a figure dashed forward, attempting to seize the glow. Yet before he could get close, he was repelled by a force. "This is mine. Those who witness shall share. This is my opportunity. Return my abilities. That is my power. How dare you snatch it away, you lowly peasant? Quickly, return my divine light, or compensate me with 10 pieces." Upon hearing this audacious declaration, Xiang could no longer contain himself. The others were equally taken aback, disgusted by the brazen insolence. "You claim it as yours? How enlightening to hear such words." Xiang retorted, "Very well, your life now belongs to me. I have laid eyes on you." He hurled a fireball toward the individual. "No, you cannot. I am your master. This is rebellion. You seek death." "Seeking death, are you? You shall surely perish. Dare to strike at me, and you will meet your end." As the small fireball made contact, it erupted into a massive conflagration, instantly engulfing the individual. Within mere seconds, he was reduced to a charred skeleton. Chapter 38. Come and kill me. What madness is this? It is utterly outrageous. Xiang glanced at Ji Ruayue and couldn't help but chuckle. Mad? Perhaps not. There are individuals who, accustomed to riding atop the lower strata, have forgotten who they truly are and what they are capable of. Such people are regrettably not in short supply. In his previous life, Xiang encountered numerous Appos, lords and Appos, and Appos, bosses and Appos, who still languished in the past. They spent their days fantasizing about reclaiming power and resources, intent on subjugating the masses. They yearned for someone to grovel before them, hoping for servitude in their daily lives. These individuals longed for the world to revert to normalcy, to restore their former power and status. When confronted with such people, Xiang typically had but one answer: extermination. To eliminate them would bring tranquility, a return to peace. Once such individuals ascend to power, they become the source of untold suffering for countless others. Their joy is built upon the exploitation and enslavement of others. Brother Xiang, someone has recorded this and shared it in the group, Ji Ruayue reminded him. Let them see. Fear will teach them respect, Xiang grinned, casting his gaze toward the distant figures peering from the high buildings. Those in that direction hastily retreated indoors, seemingly terrified of becoming mere skeletons themselves. After a prolonged period of tranquility, some had lost their sense of reverence. Shaking the brain matter from his machete, Xiang charged toward the next zombie. With a swift and precise strike, he dispatched it. The others quickly followed suit, as numerous zombies lay ahead. Watch the skies. Lin Wanyu suddenly shouted. Bang! An object crashed nearby, scattering debris. It was a microwave. Any ordinary person struck by it would surely perish. A typical evolved human would be gravely injured if they survived. These individuals truly fear nothing. Wanyu, send a message in the group. If anyone identifies who threw that, I'll reward them with a box of instant noodles. If someone points out the exact household responsible, I'll offer 10 bottles of 8 treasure porridge. Anyone bold enough to attempt to kill me from above deserves to be retaliated against. Come on, come and kill me. It was I who threw it. I'll crush you selfish wretches for failing to share food and divine light. Xiang surveyed the scene, committing the floor to memory before saying, continue hunting zombies. Stay vigilant. I shall deal with this scoundrel and return shortly. With that, Xiang strode towards the building. The individual in question seemed truly deranged, hurling another object down. Yet, just before it hit the ground, it altered its trajectory, gently landing in a flower bed. Let us proceed to eliminate the zombies. Strengthening ourselves is paramount for self-preservation. Yuning reminded, gripping her cleaver tightly. Initially, she believed it prudent to rescue all survivors in the neighborhood and organize everyone to eradicate the zombies. Now, she realized the folly of her naivety. Not everyone is worth saving. She also understood why some, like Li Yuan, would rather resurrect zombies than assist other survivors. At present, only Luo Yin and Ji Ruoyue remained by his side, both innocent young women. They were unlikely to engage in such madness or impose moral obligations on Xiang. Their vigilance heightened. They feared that someone might hurl objects from above or leap out from the shadows. In comparison, the zombies seemed trivial. Zombies lack the ability to conceal themselves. They approach with an excited groan, warning of impending danger. The true terror lies with the survivors. They lurk in the dark, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, potentially setting traps. As they advanced toward the community gate, Xiang had already ridden the elevator to the 12th floor. Inside the elevator lay several zombies he had just dispatched, but they posed no hindrance to his progress. Upon locating the right apartment, he stood outside the door. Come in. You trash. My security door is bank grade. Come in. Xiang was taken aback by the audacity of the individual within, who believed their door and Appo's strength afforded them such bravado. For Xiang, unlocking doors was trivial. However, instead of employing tools, he opted to attempt telekinesis. Having practiced using telekinesis to undress the previous night, it was time to apply it to unlocking doors. Once mastered, opening locks would be effortless. With a mere thought, the door lock clicked open, requiring no tools whatsoever. Before the occupant could revel in their hubris for even a minute, Xiang had already opened the door. The sound of the unlocking was not subtle. He was confident the other party had heard it. Their expression must have been quite amusing. Brother, I was wrong. You are magnanimous. Please spare me. As Xiang prepared to enter, pleas for mercy echoed from within. He raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick. After a brief pause, the door was flung wide open, and the occupant was sent sprawling by the force of Xiang and Appo's strength. The door bore a significant dent from the impact, testament to the extraordinary power Xiang now possessed. Stepping inside, he beheld an individual writhing in pain on the floor. Here's your VIP experience of freefall, Xiang remarked, initiating a physical form of retribution. Please, don't. You can't do this. It's illegal. You'll be shot. Bang. The world fell silent. Xiang lit a cigarette and began searching for other survivors. After a while, he did indeed discover another survivor, bound to a chair, her legs wrapped in cloth. Blood seeping through. Aha. Now I understand why she hasn't lost weight. It appears she has sustenance, he mused, using his telekinesis to remove the cloth from her mouth. Return my son. You demon. You shall not die well. Crack. Silence enveloped the world once more. Thus, this apocalypse is indeed surreal, simultaneously terrifying and captivating. Xiang hurled a fireball, which quickly engulfed her, leaving nothing behind but ashes. The flames were contained by an unseen force, preventing them from spreading further. The coming days would be rife with chaos. Flicking the ash from his cigarette, Xiang stepped outside. In his previous life, he had witnessed too many bizarre and deranged spectacles. Yet, this was merely the last gasp of such individuals. They would not survive long. Their actions had awakened the ferocity in many, prompting them to take up arms against such filth, ensuring they could no longer inflict their abhorrence upon others. Chapter 39. The Extraordinary Powers of Water. When Xiang arrived at the entrance of the community, he discovered that Gu Ning and the others were on the brink of being overwhelmed by zombies. The sheer number of them was insurmountable. Their presence incited the zombies into a frenzy, akin to sharks detecting blood. Xiang charged in, swiftly dispatching the undead surrounding them, using their corpses to block the breach and establish a defensive barrier. After giving a brief command, he continued his relentless assault on the zombies. Although there were buildings flanking both sides of the entrance, none possessed windows, rendering the inhabitants unable to assist. Everyone immediately sprang into action, hurling the bodies towards the gap, quickly sealing off that area. The zombies were incapable of climbing or executing such precise maneuvers. Achieving that level of dexterity would take at least a month. Everyone took a moment to catch their breath before plunging back into battle. They were all acutely aware that to grow stronger, they needed to hunt zombies and absorb the extraordinary light. Each individual fought fiercely, particularly Lin Wanyu, who seemed utterly reckless, clad in a delicate dress with an ornate makeup. She bore no protective gear. Yet, driven by a wild fervor, she disregarded the outstretched hands of the zombies, relentlessly hacking at their skulls, seemingly either venting frustration or reveling in the chaos. Before long, Lin Wanyu managed to produce a beam of extraordinary light. Yin Yin, come quickly to absorb it. Despite her fierce demeanor, Lin Wanyu cherished her daughter and wished to share her newfound power. Mom, you should absorb it yourself. You are the weakest here. Luo Yin promptly declined her mother's generous offer. Indeed, she spoke the truth. Her transformation ability was the least potent, providing little assistance compared to the formidable support offered by Gu Ning and Chu Yuan. Lin Wanyu nodded, reaching out to touch the extraordinary light. The sensation was astonishing and delightful. She closed her eyes, savoring the experience. After a moment, she opened her eyes, looking at Xiang with disbelief. Brother Master. The way Lin Wanyu addressed him sent a shiver down Xiang and Appo's spine. Luo Yin cast a disdainful glance at her mother, yearning to distance herself. The others were equally taken aback by Lin Wanyu's address, especially Gu Ning, who wore an expression that suggested, can it be played this way? She realized she might never rival Lin Wanyu in this regard. The latter seemed to possess a deeper understanding of men. Seeing Xiang and Appo's gaze upon her, Lin Wanyu quickly inquired, have I awakened a new power? Is it merely my illusion? After all, she had previously possessed transformation abilities and thought she would not acquire another. Yet, upon absorbing the extraordinary light for the first time, she awakened a new power. The ability to perceive nature is no illusion. You may attempt to utilize it. Xiang replied before turning back to continue his onslaught against the zombies. If it were nighttime, he would have delved deeper into discussions about her new abilities. My power is quite fluid, entirely composed of water. As she spoke, she extended her hand, and a droplet of water emerged from the tip of her index finger. She had acquired the power of water, just as she had described, indeed fluid and abundant. It was fortunate. Water abilities could be immensely potent, capable of influencing or even controlling the moisture within others' bodies, potentially leading to their demise, provided one was stronger than the opposing evolved being, who could strike first before succumbing. Chu Yuan gazed on enviously. First, Gu Ning had 2 powers, and now Lin Wanyu had awakened a second. When would her turn come? Resolutely, she began to strike at the zombies with renewed vigor. Golden extraordinary light? After a while, Xiang noticed Chu Yuan had manifested a brilliant golden extraordinary light. Everyone turned to gaze at it, filled with envy. Chu Yuan stood stunned for a few seconds until Xiang prompted her, and she hurriedly absorbed the extraordinary light. The others, evidently inspired by Chu Yuan, began to fervently attack, hoping to generate their own golden extraordinary light. Although they were unsure of its significance, they were certain it surpassed the ordinary white light. How about it, Sister Yuan? Have you awakened a new power? Gu Ning, ever curious, inquired. Aware of their closeness and mutual understanding of each other's strengths and weaknesses, it seems to be a metallic ability, allowing me to alter the shape and strength of metals. Chu Yuan replied, directing her attention to her own machete. Suddenly, a golden glow enveloped her weapon, transforming it into something akin to the blade in Xiang's hand. This ability was impressive and formidable. Xiang had not anticipated Chu Yuan and Appo's remarkable fortune in awakening a metal ability from the 5 elemental powers. This skill was advantageous for crafting weapons and customizing armor, making it an exceptionally potent ability. Together with Gu Ning, their combined efforts would yield even greater results. Really? I thought it might be rather lackluster, Chu Yuan remarked, gazing at the newly transformed blade with a sense of fondness. After striking at the zombies again, she noticed that her new weapon had become even sharper. Sister Yuan, I want a blade like that. Gu Ning exclaimed eagerly. All right, you can have this one. Chu Yuan generously offered her newly forged machete in exchange for Gu Ning's ordinary blade. My ability is too weak. For now, I can only enhance one weapon. So you may use this. With that, Chu Yuan grasped the ordinary machete that Gu Ning had given her and resumed the fight. Master, how many powers can one person possess at most? Gu Ning wondered, curious if she might still awaken a new ability. Although self-healing blessings and metal enhancement seemed commendable, they were not her heart and Appo's desire. She yearned for lightning or fire abilities. If not, ice powers would suffice. I am uncertain. I only possess two. And one of them allows me to mimic any ability, not that I inherently have many, Xiang explained. To mimic any ability is rather formidable, Ji Ruoyue remarked enviously. So it's merely a simulation of other powers. I genuinely thought Brother Xiang had an array of abilities. Yet, possessing one such ability is tantamount to wielding all powers. It is truly invincible. Luo Yin echoed her sentiments. I hope I can acquire a powerful ability as well. Gu Ning swung her newly acquired blade, hoping to summon an extraordinary light that was not white. Deep down, she understood that an individual and Appos' potential was likely limited to two abilities. When Xiang had acquired a multitude of extraordinary lights, he ultimately only possessed two powers, although one was exceptionally unique. Chapter 40. The repulsive mutant read a strong gust of wind swept through, lifting countless pieces of debris and dust. A multitude of zombies lay sprawled around the entrance of Donghu Yujing, each member of Xiang and Appos' group drenched in sweat. They had been engaged in battle for 6 hours since the morning. Had it been the previous day, they would have surely been ravenous by now. However, today they feasted on the flesh of mutated beasts, continuously replenishing their energy. Brother Xiang, my energy has been completely depleted. I can no longer cast healing spells. Chu Yuan remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow, a hint of apology on her face. Their ability to endure such prolonged combat was primarily due to Chu Yuan's self-healing skills and Gu Ning's restorative blessings. Human stamina and recovery are limited, making it impossible to fight for extended periods. The powers of the two women allowed for accelerated recovery, thus extending their combat time. Today has been quite a feat. Let us retreat and rest. Xiang observed the fatigue etched on everyone's faces and chose not to press on. It was commendable for the early-stage evolvers in this apocalypse to sustain such lengthy combat. Xiang had absorbed 7 shards of anomalous light today, yielding significant gains. The others had collected at least 3 shards each, marking a bountiful harvest. After all, Xiang and Appos' efficiency was 2 to 3 times greater than theirs, making it reasonable for him to gather more. As they returned, they encountered a surge of zombies in the neighborhood, many crawling low to the ground. They would not let any of them escape. Slaying a single zombie would grant them additional experience points. To reach level 5, Xiang needed to eliminate 30,000 zombies. Achieving this goal with just his machete seemed an arduous task, unless he could acquire firearms, or at the very least, a considerable number of gas canisters. This was a distant dream. Currently, he had no means of obtaining such resources. He had checked the gas stations on his phone. They were all dozens of kilometers away, and he had no way of reaching them. Firearms were an even more unrealistic aspiration, being located in much more remote areas. The local law enforcement's weaponry and firepower were notably weak, and it was far too late for Xiang to procure any, as they had already been taken by others. Upon returning to the villa, everyone collapsed onto the sofas in the living room to rest. Xiang retrieved a drone, intending to survey the surroundings and check on the lake. The speed of mutation in some animals was alarmingly rapid, akin to humans suddenly transforming into zombies. Therefore, the city was likely teeming with mutated beasts at this juncture. The others were engrossed in their phones. After all, the internet and electricity were still available, and they clung to their pre-apocalyptic habits. The homeowner and Appos' group chat is quite lively today, Ji Rue remarked in surprise. Many residents have ventured out in search of food and are sharing their experiences. It is indeed unexpected. I previously thought all the residents had turned into zombies. I didn't anticipate so many survivors, and they seem to be quite reclusive, Luo Yin added with a touch of sarcasm. Previously, she had sought help in the community group, only to be met with silence, leading her to believe she was the sole survivor in the neighborhood. Exposing oneself during such times is perilous. If anyone had knocked on your door back then, it could have ended badly for you, Lin Wanyu said, gently patting her daughter and Appos' head. A hint of fear in her voice. What caused them to suddenly emerge now, when they were all playing dead before yesterday? Luo Yo inquired, puzzled. They have surfaced due to increased food demands and the newfound safety of the neighborhood, as we have eliminated the zombies. To survive, they must venture out to gather sustenance. Lin Wanyu explained. Nobody wishes to starve. Those who have remained silent likely had enough to eat. If food were scarce, they would have armed themselves. However, they have missed the prime opportunity, Xiang commented. The first 3 days were relatively easy. A mere heavy object could crush a zombie's skull. After those 3 days, it became increasingly difficult to kill them, with the costs and risks rising correspondingly. Indeed, we are fortunate to have encountered a master in the beginning. Without him, I fear I would have already been slain and provided anomalous light to others. Gu Ning expressed her gratitude. Not just her. Everyone felt the same way. Yes. If Brother Xiang hadn't appeared, I would have likely starved on the rooftop. I would never have gained that miraculous lightning ability or regained my health to stand again. Ji Ruoyue said, her eyes filled with appreciation as she gazed at Li Xiang. Likewise, without Brother Xiang, I would never have acquired my abilities or dared to step outside at that time. Luo Yin shared her sentiments, wishing to grow quickly to assist Li Xiang in every possible way. As they conversed, Li Xiang remained focused on the drone's remote control. The number of zombies in the streets had noticeably increased, with those trapped in vehicles, stores, and homes gradually escaping to the streets. Soon, he caught sight of some mutated beasts on the screen. Brother Master, what is that grotesque creature? It looks so repulsive, one of them remarked. Mutant rat. Li Xiang replied with disdain. The flesh of most mutated beasts in this world was exceptionally delicious, yet a few were quite inedible. The mutant rat was among those, and its population was vast and troublesome. Their claws were exceptionally sharp, and they excelled at burrowing, making them adept at invading the camps of survivors. Nevertheless, the flesh of the mutant rat, like that of other mutated beasts, provided substantial energy, leading countless evolvers to hunt them for sustenance, while they did not yield anomalous light. Consuming the flesh of mutated beasts could enhance strength and increase bodily resilience. In the apocalypse, who could resist becoming stronger, despite being somewhat unpalatable and having a foul odor? Consuming it would not lead to illness or infection. Can we really eat it? It looks so disgusting, and it secretes a slimy substance, Lin Wanyu queried, her face reflecting her distaste. It was indeed repugnant, eliciting an instinctive aversion. Upon sighting it, one would instinctively wish to kill it from afar, preventing it from approaching. I am unsure, but it should be possible. Their numbers are quite substantial. The neighborhood will likely have them soon, Li Xiang said, pulling the camera back to survey other areas. At that moment, something suddenly collided with the drone, plunging the screen into darkness and causing it to lose feed. Was it attacked? Lin Wanyu asked, astonished. Indeed, it seems a mutated bird has assaulted the drone, Li Xiang explained, promptly heading outside. He was curious if it was the mutated golden eagle that had once been beside Luo Yin, the ice goddess in his previous life. Chapter 41. The enormous mutant bird. Others hastily gathered their phones and rushed outside. What kind of bird is that to be so immense? It resembles an oversized pigeon. But truly, it is astonishingly large. The aerial target was unmistakable, allowing everyone to simply look up upon exiting to witness the mutant pigeon assaulting a drone. Master, that mutant pigeon must have a delightful flavor, don't you think? Gu Ning mused, gazing at the birds soaring above, her thoughts drifting to the delectable roasted pigeon. It should be quite tasty, though it may prove difficult to capture for consumption. Li Xiang observed the mutant pigeon and noticed it wasn't heading in their direction. Instead, it dove towards the street. If his assumption proved correct, it would likely attack the mutant mice. The mutant mice were not particularly large, comparable to an adult teddy bear, with the largest not exceeding 30 pounds. Among the mutant beasts, they were among the smallest. Furthermore, their numbers were vast, making them prime prey for various mutant creatures. These mutant mice consumed anything and everything, from grains and nuts to vegetables and meat, even resorting to cannibalism. Their reproductive rate was astonishing, securing their position at the lower tier of the mutant beast food chain. Unfortunately, the drone was rather feeble. Otherwise, it would have provided insight into the creature and Oppo's actions. Li Xiang felt a tinge of regret, contemplating whether to deploy a second drone, as he had yet to thoroughly inspect the lake for mutant beasts. At that moment, Ji Rue suddenly pointed towards the lake, exclaiming, Xianggu, look at the mutant birds on the water's surface. A dozen enormous avians appeared, their white feathers glistening, with wingspans exceeding 2 meters. Simultaneously, several hundred smaller, normal white birds flitted about. Those small egrets used to flock in the thousands at Donghu before the apocalypse, Lin Wanyu remarked, observing the stark size disparity among the birds. Surprisingly, the larger ones did not attack the smaller ones. Instead, they engaged in a joint hunt on the lake. Not all mutated animals resort to attacking humans or their kind, Chu Yuan noted, observing the birds with intrigue. Look at AI. It is rather amiable and obedient, Ji Ruoyue added, glancing at the AI lounging in her living room. Li Xiang stepped outside the villa and made his way to the community viewing platform, intent on observing the actions of the mutant egrets. Just as the group arrived, a fish the size of a goat leapt from the water, seizing a small egret in its jaws. Mutant fish, indeed. Such an enormous mutant fish must be delicious, Gu Ning exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the thought of savoring roasted fish. The sudden commotion startled both the small egrets and the mutant egrets, causing a chaotic flurry of wings. They were used to hunting fish. Today, however, they found themselves preyed upon. Just as everyone anticipated a retaliation from the mutant egrets, several jets of water erupted from the surface. The struck small egrets plummeted into the water, swiftly consumed by the mutant fish. Do mutant fish possess abilities? Those water jets may not be powers, perhaps merely a technique for spraying water, Xiang speculated. They resemble the ice arrows that Luo Yin seeks. It appears that catching mutant fish won't be an easy endeavor. All mutant beasts are formidable. Ordinary humans would find it no simple task to contend with us. Xiang refrained from participating in the discussion, instead quietly retrieving his fishing rod and affixing the skin of a mutant cat. After casting his line, the group fell silent, their gazes fixed on the lake's surface, all hoping Xiang would catch a mutant fish to sample its flavor. Moments later, Xiang felt a sudden weight on his line. He had hooked a fish. His extensive fishing experience filled him with joy as he surmised he had snagged a substantial catch. Whether it was a mutant fish remained uncertain, but it was undoubtedly a hefty one, weighing over 100 pounds. Can the fishing line withstand such force? Lin Wanyu inquired, concern etched on her face. It should be fine. My father mentioned this line can handle fish weighing 500 to 600 pounds without snapping, Ji Ruayue explained. The line sang as it tightened, akin to the strumming of a guqin. The struggle was intense, exhilarating. Xiang, now in his element, grinned widely, relishing the experience. Fishing served as a profound stress reliever, especially during the tussle with the fish, as everyone kept an eye on the sky to avoid aerial attacks. Xiang reminded them to stay vigilant against any mutant birds that might interrupt his fishing. Before long, a horde of zombies appeared behind them. These zombies moved with a speed comparable to that of ordinary humans, displaying increasing agility, their movements devoid of the usual stiffness. Their skin remained pallid, marred by black veins, and they emanated a foul, decaying odor. Guning and her companions did not permit the zombies to approach upon spotting their presence. They promptly sent Luo Yin and Lin Wanyu to deal with the few zombies. Someone needed to keep watch over Xiang, so not everyone could attend to the zombies. Qi Yuan took charge, directing the others to carry out her orders. The zombies emitted no unusual light, their bodies gathered together by Luo Yin and Lin Wanyu. While dispatching the zombies, they noticed someone observing them from a distance. From the messages within the homeowner group, it became evident that some residents had chosen to unite, continuously recruiting survivors into their ranks. Their immediate objective was straightforward, to gather supplies and ensure survival. However, what would transpire once they amassed resources was uncertain. Lin Wanyu was certain that once those individuals united, they would seek to recruit Xiang, the possessor of unique abilities. She knew, however, that Xiang would not acquiesce. Perhaps conflict would arise in the future. Given Xiang's decisive nature, she felt no concern for her team's safety. Her curiosity lay in understanding Xiang's vision for life in this post-apocalyptic world. With his capabilities, establishing a large survivor camp would be an effortless task for Xiang. Countless individuals would undoubtedly seek to join his team, eager for his protection. Should Xiang reveal his ability to resurrect zombies, other formidable evolved beings would likely flock to his side. With sufficient strength, dominating the city and claiming it as his own would not pose a significant challenge. Despite their strength, zombies could not compare to humans wielding weapons and tools. She believed that someone would inevitably achieve this feat in the near future. Yet, she hoped that person would be Xiang. Would it not be splendid to be a king, revered by thousands? Chapter 42. Concealing her thoughts, every individual harbors distinct aspirations. Some prefer the simplicity of a mundane existence, while others crave the fervor of dramatic pursuits. There are those who yearn for poetry and distant horizons. And then there are those who are captivated by women, and still more women. Lin Wanyu evidently belongs to the ambitious cohort, drawn to power and influence. Yet, she is not without her contradictions. She relishes the control over others, yet simultaneously finds comfort in being dominated by Xiang. Thus, she resolved to seek an opportunity for a profound exchange with Xiang that evening, to discern his ambitions. Should he aspire for greatness, she would endeavor to support him. Conversely, if his desires were merely to indulge in life and oppose, as pleasures, she could temper her own ambitions and play the role of a dutiful little kitten, content to cater to him. If a few individuals were to serve her as well, her satisfaction would be even greater. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, She turned to gaze at Xiang, who was still absorbed in his fishing by the lakeside, and licked her lips in anticipation. Would her master brother punish her this evening? The thought filled her with excitement. Observing her mother and Apos' reaction, Luo Yin shivered slightly, aware that her mother was likely indulging in mischievous thoughts once more. Yet, she felt a twinge of envy for her mother's adult freedom to express her desires openly. Unlike herself, who had to carefully conceal her innermost thoughts from prying eyes. The mother and daughter, each consumed by their own contemplations, returned to Xiang and Apos' side. Upon their arrival, they witnessed a large fish leap from the water, a mutated specimen. Gu Ning exclaimed with delight, for the creature was enormous, likely weighing between 100 and 200 pounds, appearing far from ordinary. Xiang swiftly recognized the mutated black fish and increased his efforts in reeling it in. Since it was only the 5th day, the mutated beasts had yet to develop higher intelligence or adapt to their newfound strength, rendering them incapable of showcasing their true potential. In his previous life, while learning lure fishing from Ji Yun, Xiang utilized specialized bait designed to incapacitate mutated fish. Otherwise, attempting to catch such creatures using conventional fishing methods would be a fool and Apos' errand. After several minutes, Xiang managed to pull the mutated fish ashore. Its strength was formidable, and he hesitated to haul it directly onto land. Instead, he unleashed a sphere of electricity to immobilize it before dragging it onto the shore. The fish was colossal, indeed, weighing an estimated 100 to 200 pounds. The group gathered around the mutated fish, eagerly retrieving their phones to capture photographs. Such moments were fleeting, as the onset of the apocalypse soon diminished the practice of photography once the internet and electricity began to falter. Since the mutated fish was still alive, Xiang decisively severed its head, recognizing that even a fish of this size could yield delightful roasted delicacies. The mutated egrets did not attack Xiang and his companions. Rather, they continued to engage with the mutated fish in the lake. This struggle was a common occurrence, as mutated creatures were compelled to adapt to their newfound strengths. Their desire to feed drove them to hunt, necessitating the reconstruction of the food chain through relentless conflict. This stage was characterized by chaos. After securing the mutated fish, Xiang lit a cigarette and led the group onward to hunt zombies in search of the coveted, extraordinary light. Mutated beasts could not provide this energy. Only zombies possessed that ability. As they ventured out to hunt, the survivors from the community congregated at the entrance, witnessing the remnants of fallen zombies. Look, these are the corpses of the zombies. We can kill them, just as they have been vanquished by us. With our numbers, what is there to fear? They had all modified their weapons. A single strike would surely dispatch any zombie. We possess explosive forks and shields. As long as we coordinate effectively, we shall not suffer injuries from the undead. As previously stated, we shall determine it through a lottery. Any objections? With unanimous consent, they prepared to act. Once we have even one evolved individual among us, the rest will soon awaken their abilities. The group conducted a pre-battle rally within the community, exuding professionalism. Xiang observed with a faint smile. The notion of everyone acquiring extraordinary abilities was a fanciful dream. What distinguished this from the age-old adage of allowing a select few to prosper and subsequently uplift the impoverished? The wealthy would soon fortify their paths to affluence. For human nature is inherently selfish. As soon as a self-serving individual emerged among the awakened, they would join forces with others to obstruct the paths of those yet to awaken. Xiang had witnessed and experienced such dynamics far too often. If everyone were to awaken their abilities, the threat of zombies would not linger for over a decade. Zombies not only provided the extraordinary light that empowered the evolved warriors, but also served as a means to threaten the survival of ordinary people. In the presence of zombies, the common folk were compelled to rely on the evolved, offering their services willingly, resigned to servitude. The evolved were the new capitalists of this world, the new elite. Though they may have once been part of the lower class, the possession of extraordinary abilities swiftly altered their fates, elevating them above the ordinary populace. Moreover, among the evolved, hierarchies of strength would emerge, leading to the oppression of the weaker by the stronger. At its core, this was a manifestation of self-interest. Xiang had no desire to become such a person, which is why he refrained from establishing his own faction. After all, he could not ensure that those under his command would not turn to enslave others once they acquired their powers. He simply wished to live freely and comfortably in this apocalypse. What is freedom? Freedom is the absence of obligation. It is the ability to refrain from actions one does not wish to undertake. To do whatever one desires is not freedom. That is lawlessness, a self-serving tyranny. To possess the right to freedom, one must attain sufficient strength. As long as one is powerful enough, others cannot enslave, exploit, or control them. Furthermore, when one is invincible, the desire to reign over the world becomes attainable, unopposed by anyone. Thus, for the inhabitants of the community, Xiang sought only to maintain distance. Yet, within moments, he heard cries for help. A glance revealed chaos had erupted. Kill him. Hurry, he has already been seized by a zombie. Quickly, put him down. Help. I haven't been bitten by a zombie, I swear. This isn't a knife wound. Don't kill me, please. Steady your formation. As long as one appears, we will be victorious and can return to enjoy our spoils, ready to fight again tomorrow. By heavens, it and amp, Oppos, Esta. Whoever won the lottery, touch it quickly. Damn it. We agreed that the one selected would receive that. Why are you breaking the rules? I'll put you down myself. If I can't have it, neither shall you. Chapter 43. Chuyu awakens her spatial ability. Xiang did not anticipate that the internal strife among them would erupt so swiftly, with the first anomaly directly violating the established rules. A throng of individuals descended into chaos, hastily retreating to the residential complex, leaving behind several corpses. Lin Wanyu stood in shock, unable to fathom how events had spiraled to this extent. Surely, those residing in this villa were elites? Did they not comprehend the virtues of unity? Observing Xiang and Amp, Oppos' demeanor, which suggested he had foreseen this debacle, she began to understand his reluctance to expand their team. They were nothing but a horde of incompetents, bound to drag one down, with little value to offer. Encountering such individuals would only lead to one's demise. She realized. Aside from her daughter and those close to Xiang, everyone else should be kept at a distance, lest their foolishness lead to ruin. Beware of the mutated rats. Xiang cautioned, then conjured a ball of lightning. The stench was unbearable, fouler than that of the zombies. A particularly noxious odor wafted through the air, causing discomfort among the group. Remember this smell. Its presence indicates mutated rats nearby. He added, casting a fireball at the mutated rat he had electrocuted, incinerating it before the zombies could feast upon it. Zombies were also drawn to the carcasses of mutated rats, as consuming them could enhance their strength. However, ordinary zombies lacked the capacity to hunt mutated rats. As several mutated rats sprang forth, Gu Ning and her companions found themselves in disarray. Xiang refrained from intervening, allowing them to tackle the mutated rats independently. They needed to learn how to confront mutated beasts. This was an excellent opportunity for practice. Xiang focused on clearing the surrounding zombies to prevent them from interfering with Gu Ning and her team's battle against the mutated rats. Mutated rats were far more challenging to contend with than zombies. They were exceedingly agile and possessed remarkable evasion skills. Fortunately, they lacked abilities of their own. Otherwise, as a support role, Gu Ning would have been left helpless. After several minutes, for mutated rats fell one after another. Indeed, mutated beasts are quite formidable. My protective gear nearly succumbed to their claws, Yuan remarked, still shaken. It's merely our lack of skill with the blade and insufficient agility, Gu Ning concluded. The others nodded in agreement, resolving to train diligently. Not everyone was afforded such chances. Neglecting to improve their capabilities could lead to death at the hands of mutated beasts. In this apocalyptic world, one's strength was paramount for survival. Xiang could not be expected to guard each individual at all times. More often than not, they would need to fend off attacks on their own, particularly with the emergence of mutated beasts lurking in the sky, on land, and in water. Just as preparations for battle resumed, Gu Ning and Amp, Oppos' phone suddenly rang with a video call. Recognizing Chuyu and Amp, Oppos' name, she hurriedly answered. Ning. Upon hearing that voice, Gu Ning clasped her mouth and wept. Mom. The sight of her mother alive filled Gu Ning with overwhelming joy. Initially, she believed Chuyu had lost all hope of finding her parents, assuming that, if found, they would likely be among the undead. Yet, to her astonishment, her mother was alive, albeit looking considerably worn, as if she had aged several years since the disaster. Your father, he is no longer with us. Yaya has informed me of your situation. I will leave shortly with Yaya and Xiao Ning to reunite with you, her mother explained. The news of her father's absence plunged Gu Ning into despair, nearly causing her to collapse. Thankfully, Xiang caught her in time, steadying her. From her mother's account, Gu Ning learned that her father had saved a neighbor on the first day of the catastrophe, unaware that the neighbor had concealed a zombie bite. A few hours later, that neighbor transformed into a zombie and attacked Gu Ning's parents. In the struggle to protect themselves, her father killed the neighbor, but was also injured in the process. Before succumbing to his transformation, he ventured to the neighbor and Amp Appo's home to collect food for Gu Ning and Amp Appo's mother, ultimately choosing to leap from a high building to end his life before becoming a zombie. Their phones had been damaged during the fight, rendering them unable to contact Gu Ning. Had her mother not held on to the hope of seeing Gu Ning again, she might have succumbed to despair long ago. It was a profound regret that her father was not at home. Had he isolated himself, there may have been a chance for Qiyu to rescue him. After their conversation, Qiyu asked Gu Ning to pass the phone to Li Xiang for a private discussion. Intrigued about what Qiyu wished to discuss, Li Xiang entered a nearby eatery with the phone in hand. Qiyu appeared in a room, closing the door behind her. "Darling, do you know whose room this is?" she asked, turning the camera around. "Is there any need to guess?" "It's undoubtedly Gu Ning's," Li Xiang replied, lighting a cigarette. "Indeed, look at our photograph from high school. We seemed so naive back then," Qiyu remarked, showcasing some pictures on the wall, which then vanished. Li Xiang noticed this and quickly inquired, "You have awakened a spatial ability?" "Yes, you caught me," Qiyu replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. She felt elated to share this revelation with Li Xiang, who was taken aback by her adorably mischievous gesture. "However, my spatial ability pales in comparison to yours, allowing me to store only a couple of backpack-sized items," she lamented. "Without comparison, there can be no pain. As you accumulate more anomalies, your spatial ability will naturally strengthen. Additionally, consuming the flesh of mutated beasts can enhance your prowess. If you return from the railway, be cautious of the mutated beasts. The uninhabited zones are a haven for both animals and mutated beasts. Currently, they are still weak. And you possess the capability to protect yourselves," Li Xiang advised. He had never anticipated that Qiyu would awaken a spatial ability, which encompassed more than mere storage space. It could facilitate instantaneous movement and distort space, categorizing it as a high-tier ability. Abilities related to space, time, and void were nearly invincible. Those who could awaken and cultivate such powers had the potential to become saviors in this world. Qiyu had awakened one of these extraordinary abilities. Presently, Li Xiang's own power did not enable him to manifest spatial abilities. He speculated that it was either due to his lack of experience with such abilities or that his own powers were still too feeble to wield something so advanced. Chapter 44. The hunt for the mutant dog. Xiao Ning and I had already made arrangements to return to you today. My parents have become obsessed, lost in dreams of conquering the world. Li Xiang nodded, then cautioned, "In this apocalyptic world, humans are more terrifying than mutant beasts and zombies. Just remember that." "Yes, I shall heed your words, my dear husband. I will remain vigilant and refrain from recklessly aiding others," Qiyu replied earnestly. "By the way, the mobile signal here has been increasingly unstable. Perhaps we may not be able to contact you on our way back." "How's your signal there? Is it still reliable?" "The mobile network is crucial for survival. Without it, our communication range would be severely limited." This morning, she initially thought it was just an issue with her own neighborhood, only to discover that many areas had completely lost signal. "Our signal is still stable for now. Perhaps the communication towers on your side have been damaged," Li Xiang remarked. Unfazed, with the emergence of mutant beasts, infrastructure in various locales would inevitably suffer. She nodded and chatted with Li Xiang for several more minutes about private matters before reluctantly ending the call. When Li Xiang exited the store after hanging up, Gu Ning and the others encountered an attack from a mutant beast. However, this time it was not a mutant rat, but a mutant dog. This mutant dog was as large as a few 100 pounds, exuding a fierce demeanor. Its body bore numerous scars, yet it showed no signs of retreat. Ji Ruoyue and Luo Yin unleashed their abilities to attack the mutant dog, but their efforts proved ineffective. Li Xiang drew his machete and charged forward, focusing on clearing the surrounding zombies rather than engaging the mutant dog directly. Nonetheless, he kept a watchful eye on the beast to prevent any sudden escape. After all, a mutant dog weighing over 200 pounds represented a substantial prize. Zombies were devoid of fear and pain, lacking the instinct to retreat or flee. In contrast, mutant beasts would indeed run if they sensed a fatal threat. Thus, Li Xiang remained vigilant. With the pressure of zombies alleviated, Gu Ning and her companions could concentrate more effectively on the mutant dog. Gradually, the beast's attacks became increasingly cautious, and its injuries multiplied. Despite its formidable vitality, the wounds began to hinder its movements. After attempting a bite and forcing Gu Ning and her group back, it swiftly turned to flee. However, Li Xiang did not grant it that opportunity. As it pivoted, he lunged forward, driving his machete through its neck. With a twist of the blade, he severed its head cleanly. Blood gushed forth, stirring the surrounding zombies into a frenzy. The fatal blow elicited a pained howl from the mutant dog, which attempted to escape, struggling in its final moments. Yet, its body soon fell victim to a powerful electric shock. As it became rigid from the voltage, Xiang swiftly decapitated it. He deftly stored the mutant dog's body and head in his spatial compartment. At that moment, everyone realized the vast chasm between their abilities and Xiang and Appo's. Despite their collective struggle against the mutant dog for 4 to 5 minutes without inflicting any lethal damage, Xiang achieved victory in mere seconds, 2 strikes followed by a lightning ball to sever its head. They could hardly fathom how they would fare against an opponent like Xiang. Go rest in that store over there, Xiang instructed, pointing to the location where he had just spoken with Chuyu. Having expended considerable energy in their battle with the mutant dog, they needed a moment to recuperate before rejoining the fight. They said little and promptly obeyed Xiang's command. Alone amidst the horde of zombies, Xiang wielded his machete with precision, dispatching the undead as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. Before long, several videos featuring Xiang emerged from Donghu community. One showcased his confrontation with the mutant dog, another depicted him single-handedly slaying zombies, and yet another began filming from the moment they engaged the mutant dog, capturing his subsequent dominance over the zombies. Ji Rue was the first to notice the buzz in their group chat. Amidst the astonishment, many expressed a desire to follow Xiang. Numerous individuals proposed various offers, hoping he would protect them or grant them the awakening of special abilities. Some were willing to offer their wives, while others proposed sending their daughters to serve him, and some even suggested both their wives and daughters. Additionally, many female survivors desired to offer themselves and other women from their families, all in search of sustenance within Xiang's team. Soon, they discovered that the lengthy video had gone viral, garnering over 1 million likes in less than half an hour, and the numbers continued to soar. Xiang had become an overnight sensation, with countless netizens wishing to possess his extraordinary combat prowess. Had this been before the apocalypse, the video creator would have undoubtedly reaped substantial rewards from their viral footage. The videographer had not only captured this single moment, but had recorded over a dozen videos showcasing Xiang in combat, some of which were remarkably clear, revealing his handsome visage and dazzling swordsmanship. Xiang never imagined he would achieve such fame in the midst of an apocalypse. He relentlessly slaughtered zombies, seemingly tireless, thanks to the mutant rose behind him continually emitting spiritual energy. Absorbing this energy enhanced his recovery abilities, making him akin to an electrified robot, unstoppable as long as the power flowed. Once the women had sufficiently rested, they rejoined the fray, eager to grow stronger and attain combat abilities akin to Xiang's. To achieve this, their only option was to slay zombies and absorb the radiant energy. They fought on until dusk approached, at which point Xiang decided to conclude their battle and return to the community for rest. As they made their way back, Xiang heard voices calling out, "War God, let us follow you. My wife and sister-in-law are both stunning. War God, I want to join you. Just give me a morsel to eat, and I'll serve you like a dog. Hey, War God brother, look at me. I'm not only beautiful but also the real deal." The chorus of voices in the community left Xiang bewildered. What was happening? Had they all collectively lost their minds? What a frenzy, he muttered to himself. No frenzy, just that you've become an internet sensation, brother. A video of you has over 300 million likes, Lin Wanyu chimed in, drawing closer and linking her arm with his, displaying the video on her phone. Chapter 45, Lin Wanyu, transformed into a catgirl upon viewing the video. Xiang couldn't help but twitch his lips. After being reborn, she had unexpectedly become an internet celebrity? Understanding the reason behind it, he chose to disregard it. The memory of netizens is notoriously fleeting. Soon, she would be forgotten. Currently, the internet is flooded with videos demonstrating various ancient martial arts, and those talents are the ones that will be remembered for the long haul. In his previous life, many individuals would have stored such videos on their phones. Moreover, the content created by these individuals had indeed benefited a multitude of people. Xiang had learned a great deal from them and harbored a sense of gratitude towards them. Upon returning to the villa, the AI responsible for looking after the place rushed over to him, eager to please. Xiang took out some mutated cat meat to feed the AI and played with it for a while, with the inability to walk the dog. Its range of activity was confined to the villa. Fortunately, the garden of the Ji family's villa spanned over 200 square meters. When the others returned, they slumped onto the sofa, engrossed in their phones and engaging in casual conversation. The atmosphere felt reminiscent of returning home after a day at work or school. After amusing the AI for a while, Xiang retrieved mutated fish from his storage space to begin preparing dinner. This evening, they planned to feast on grilled mutated fish. The AI obediently sat beside him, having consumed several pounds of mutated meat, wearing a satisfied expression. Chu Yuan and the others took a portion of the fish meat to the kitchen, leaving only Gu Ning and Lin Wanyu, who were in a playful competition with each other. Their rivalry was merely entertainment for Xiang, and as long as they refrained from physical confrontation, he was unconcerned. After completing the preparation of the mutated fish, Xiang proceeded to prepare the mutated dog. Following dinner, he allowed Chu Yuan and the others to continue cooking the prepared mutated meat. Once cooked, it would be stored in the storage space, allowing for swift access and saving considerable time. While Chu Yuan and Gu Ning were busy cooking the mutated meat, the others diligently practiced the knife techniques Xiang had imparted in the garden. Currently, they were all using standardized Miao knives. Thanks to Chu Yuan's metallic ability, she could alter the shape of metals and enhance their strength. Consequently, the entire team was equipped with uniform Miao knives. This was the advantage of supernatural abilities. It enabled the evolutionists to replace traditional craftsmen. Not only was it efficient, but the weapons crafted using supernatural abilities were also significantly more potent. Gradually, each of them would be able to wield dual knives. Simultaneously, Xiang planned to collect some metal for Chu Yuan to fashion into metal armor. In the future, everyone could don armor reminiscent of the Steel Man, providing ample protection against zombie bites and the subsequent infection of the zombie virus. In this apocalyptic world, many evolutionists possessing metal abilities were engaged in crafting and selling metal armor. Xiang was diligently training his gravitational ability, eager to master the art of flight. Once he acquired the ability to fly, he would possess aerial combat capabilities. Mutated avians were exceedingly formidable adversaries, many of which possessed their own supernatural abilities. Furthermore, they held air superiority, rendering many evolutionists powerless against them. However, harnessing gravity was no simple task. Xiang and Appo's current energy was limited. Still within the realm of a first-tier evolutionist, the tier system was universally recognized, as evolutionists would manifest a circular energy ring in their abdomen, commonly referred to as the energy ring pattern. The first tier corresponds to one energy ring. Presently, Xiang's energy ring was distinctly visible, while the others were still faint, with some possibly not having manifested at all. After training, Xiang returned upstairs to take a shower. Upon emerging, he discovered Lin Wanyu sprawled on his bed like a cat, adorned with feline patterns. "Meow, my esteemed master," she purred. Xiang swallowed hard. Realizing he had significantly underestimated this woman, she understood far too well. "Master, how do you like my skin?" Lin Wanyu beckoned to Xiang, her finger lightly tracing her face as she mimicked a cat grooming itself, fully unleashing her transformation ability. "Enchantress, I wish to converse with you about your other supernatural ability." Soon, the room resonated with their animated exchange. Though Gu Ning and Chu Yuan felt a tinge of frustration, they refrained from interrupting the two's discussion and sparring. The mastery of supernatural abilities was pivotal to combat effectiveness, and thus, it was essential to explore various possibilities. In this area, Xiang was the most experienced. Therefore, once Lin Wanyu emerged from the room, they promptly sought Xiang's guidance. Despite not monopolizing Xiang's attention for the entire evening, Lin Wanyu still garnered a modicum of goodwill from Gu Ning and Chu Yuan. After exiting Xiang and Appo's room, Lin Wanyu ascended to the third floor, having recently moved in. Luo Yin had dashed to Ji Ruoyue's room, where the two shared a bed. Ji Ruoyue's room was spacious, featuring an enormous bookshelf. The two did not scroll through their phones or engage in conversation. Instead, they each immersed themselves in their respective comics. Lin Wanyu lingered at the door for a moment before silently returning to the second floor. As the time approached, she would inevitably transform into a zombie. For safety's sake, she deemed it wiser to sleep in the room adjacent to Xiang's. Once in bed, fatigue washed over her like a tide, swiftly overcoming her as she closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, upon her revival, she hurriedly embraced Xiang. "Master husband, hug me," she cooed, playfully seeking affection. She was convinced that her transformation into a zombie had influenced her behavior, resulting in a more juvenile disposition. In the past, she would never have acted this way. Hence, she resolved to avoid becoming a zombie at all costs, even if Xiang possessed the ability to resurrect the undead. After indulging in a few minutes of affection, the two made their way downstairs. It was the 6th day since the calamity struck. marking the return of Chu Yu and Chu Ning alongside Gu Ning's mother, Wang Qian. Chu Yu sent Li Xiang a message, having discovered that her phone could still send texts via satellite. While video calls and phone calls were impossible, the ability to send messages was a welcome relief, allowing them to maintain contact. Upon reaching the first floor, Li Xiang noticed the remains of a half-eaten mutated rat in the yard. The other half had clearly found its way into the AI and Oppo's round belly, which seemed delighted as it pranced over to Li Xiang, wagging its tail in triumph. "Well done. Good dog," Li Xiang praised, patting the AI's head. He anticipated that the mutated rat would burrow into the villa, leaving behind a sizable hole as evidence of its handiwork. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed from the sky. Glancing upward, Li Xiang spotted a massive mutated avian, its claws clearly gripping a struggling human. Chapter 46. The enhancement plan of Li Xiang ISN and Oppo's. That mutated bird exceedingly large? And it has even captured a person, Lin Wanyu remarked, gazing at the sky where the aberrant avian creature loomed. The threats from above invariably catch one off guard. Given the human anatomical structure, it is impossible to constantly monitor the heavens. To thwart sudden assaults from these aerial mutants, it seems we may require someone dedicated to watching the skies, keeping an eye on those transformed fowl. Otherwise, while one is preoccupied with hunting zombies, a mutant bird could swoop down unexpectedly, leading to potential injury. In unfortunate cases, one might end up like that unfortunate survivor, taken as prey. Thus, it seems prudent to incorporate AI in our endeavors. It could serve as our vigilant sentinel in the skies. After all, it possesses advantages over human vigilance. Li Xiang, too, wished to avoid an aerial onslaught from these aberrant creatures. Just as Lin Wanyu feared, an unexpected strike could leave one reeling. A moment's inattention might result in harm to oneself or those nearby. Utilizing his gravitational control, Li Xiang levitated the carcass of the mutated rat, allowing it to glide forward. It resembled a maglev train. If the force applied were sufficient, its speed would be astounding. He propelled the mutant rat's body onto the lake's surface, and soon enough, a mutated fish leapt from the water. The surface erupted with splashes and commotion. Indeed, a confrontation was imminent. A smile crept onto Li Xiang's lips as he contemplated how to exploit the rat's remains further. The mutant fish did not engage in a life-and-death struggle. Tranquility returned swiftly. Perhaps the stimulus was insufficient. With more provocation, a fierce battle would surely ensue. Survival is indeed a ruthless affair. The lake would not remain calm for long. When ordinary fish fail to satiate the mutant fish's hunger, they will inevitably seek to prey upon humans or other mutated beasts. Suddenly, the distant call of a heron pierced the air, and the lake became lively as the mutant fish and heron began to eye each other for opportunities. The distance was too great for Li Xiang to venture onto the lake and Oppo's surface just yet. His gravitational abilities were not yet robust enough for such an undertaking, so he could only observe the unfolding drama. After enjoying a few cigarettes, the skirmish on the lake had concluded. Li Xiang gathered his thoughts and prepared to return to the villa. However, before heading back, he intended to complete today and Oppo's enhancement system, enhance my circulatory system. The human body comprises 8 major systems, and the stronger these systems become, the more formidable the individual. The circulatory system, comprising blood vessels, and the heart, is of paramount importance. Li Xiang wished to experiment. After enhancing the entire system, could he then further augment its individual components? Originally, his plan was to gradually strengthen each organ and tissue. If he could first enhance the system and then the organs, it would equate to a double enhancement. Enhancement successful. Now he could only wait and see if he could independently enhance his heart tomorrow. Collecting his thoughts, Li Xiang returned to the villa. The others had begun to stir, engaging in exercises in the courtyard, practicing their swordsmanship. Observing their diligence brought a sense of satisfaction to Li Xiang. Many often only begin to rigorously train themselves after experiencing the tribulations of the apocalypse. Yet, these individuals, who had not suffered such hardships, exhibited such initiative, indeed surprised him. He did not remain idle. He joined them in practice, assisting in refining their movements. After roughly an hour, he called for a halt to prepare for breakfast. Having pre-cooked the meal and stored it, there was no need to spend time cooking. After breakfast and a brief half-hour respite, Li Xiang led the group out to rendezvous with Chu Yu and her companions. It was only just past 8 o'clock, and many survivors had yet to rise. Sleep aids in conserving energy, and unless absolutely necessary, many would opt to rest longer. This marked the 6th day of the apocalypse, and for many, their food supplies could last for some time. Most families prepared their own meals, while those dining out were predominantly single young individuals. Those who cooked at home typically had reserves of rice or pasta. In terms of staple foods, most could sustain themselves for about a week. This explains why. In the early days, many were reluctant to venture outside. They simply had no need to. Some with ample provisions could afford to remain indoors for a month or more. With water, electricity, internet, and food at hand, why risk venturing into the unknown? What if there was still hope for rescue? What if the government mobilized sufficient forces to eradicate the undead? In the public and Oppo's perception, zombies posed little threat against modern weaponry. If they were merely ordinary zombies, indeed, they were hardly a concern. Given their characteristic of gathering in hordes, a single unit's weaponry could eliminate tens of thousands. After all, zombies move sluggishly. Lacking the capacity to evade, they are essentially stationary targets. Furthermore, numerous videos circulated online showcasing military efforts reclaiming towns, confirming public expectations. Zombies appeared weak against modern arms, easily crushed by military might. This phenomenon was not confined to domestic efforts. Armed groups abroad also released extensive footage of large-scale zombie exterminations. Under such circumstances, how many would dare to venture out to hunt zombies? Only those lacking food, on the brink of starvation, would be compelled to step outside. Those with provisions sought to endure until the military and Oppo's arrival. It can only be said that their understanding of the apocalypse was woefully inadequate. 3 days prior, survival was feasible. But with each passing day, the effectiveness of firearms wanes. Today, achieving a clean headshot on a zombie is no longer viable. Moreover, zombies are evolving. And the emergence of mutated beasts renders firearms increasingly ineffective, except in the case of artillery or missiles for large-scale cleansing. However, cities harbor not only zombies and mutated beasts, but also survivors. Such weapons cannot be deployed en masse. Currently, they serve defensive purposes, as the military did reclaim several cities in the early days. These cities became sanctuaries in the eyes of all survivors in fallen zones. Within them, no zombies roamed, preserving the semblance of order reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic times. Countless individuals yearned to reach these havens. In his previous life, Xiang shared this aspiration. Yet, it was regrettable that he had never heard of anyone successfully reaching such places. After a span of 10 days, it became apparent that these so-called sanctuaries had not withstood the test of time, succumbing to the onslaught of zombies and mutated beasts. Without powerful evolved beings, modern weaponry cannot fend off the assaults of high-level zombies and advanced mutated beasts. Chapter 47. Acquiring the ability to control zombies. This is precisely why the reborn Xiang is aware of those locations yet chooses not to venture there. The weaponry produced by contemporary technology is utterly incapable of eradicating all zombies and mutated beasts. To survive, the only reliance must be on supernatural abilities. The pursuit of so-called sanctuaries is merely an aspiration for a stable and secure existence, free from the constant anxiety of danger and the threat of enslavement and exploitation. Such a life can also be achieved through possessing formidable powers. Hence, why depend on others? Moreover, does the sanctuary in the apocalypse truly lack exploitation and oppression? Wherever humanity exists, there will inevitably be the strong preying upon the weak. This is a fundamental aspect of human nature, unless humanity transcends its physical form and desires. The zombies have grown more formidable. As they exited the residential complex, they encountered zombies. Immediately, Guning and her companions discerned that the zombies had gained strength compared to the previous day. For Guning and her team, even slaying a single zombie now required 3 strikes. They were all evolved beings, having absorbed considerable amounts of aberrant light, and their strength was quite formidable. Yet, they still found it challenging to effortlessly hunt zombies. They reminisced about the initial 3 days, when hunting zombies was remarkably easy. A mere strike could easily dispatch them. Indeed, if this continued, they would struggle to keep pace with the zombies and Oppo's evolutionary speed. Their master remained impressive, effortlessly dispatching foes with a single strike, evoking envy. The number of zombies on the streets had significantly diminished compared to 6 days prior, allowing for smoother passage. Zombies do not simply vanish, they migrate. The zombies that disappeared from the streets typically entered various residential areas and shopping malls where survivors resided. Locations previously inaccessible were now gradually becoming overrun by zombies. Furthermore, powerful mutated beasts would obliterate the original gates and walls of these communities, creating opportunities for the zombies. Brother Xiang, that zombie ahead appears somewhat different. Jirua Yue observed a particularly swift zombie racing towards them. Li Xiang had long since taken note, recognizing it as a zombie likely approaching the second tier. Unfortunately, it was a male. Surrounded by beautiful women, Li Xiang had no desire to resurrect a male zombie. Thus, the only welcome it would receive was from his machete. Li Xiang accelerated towards it, noticing two blood-red streaks adorning its face as he approached. A second-tier zombie. Li Xiang had initially thought it merely nearing the second tier, but it had already achieved that status. The second-tier zombie emitted an excited growl, baring its sharp teeth. Its dentition had undergone a transformation, each tooth now razor-sharp. Its claws had turned red, appearing exceedingly sharp as well. As Li Xiang swung his blade at it, the zombie dodged momentarily and lunged at him with both hands. Li Xiang and Appo's machete struck its shoulder, severing one of its arms. He evaded the zombie and Appo's counterattack, simultaneously unleashing a lightning ball. This zombie is remarkable. It can evade Brother Xiang's attack, Chu Yuan remarked, frowning. She had previously optimized Li Xiang's machete and was aware of its enhancements by Gu Ning. Just how resilient must the zombie and Appo's bones be to withstand such a blow without losing its arm? The lightning ball struck the zombie. Yet it merely hesitated momentarily before launching itself at Li Xiang once more, leaving them all astonished. Is this truly a zombie? So powerful. If we were to be attacked, we would surely perish, Gu Ning expressed her concerns, furrowing her brow. In her eyes, Li Xiang was an invincible entity. Now, however, he could not eliminate this zombie within 3 strikes. If such zombies proliferated, would humanity retain any hope of survival? If Chu Yu and her mother encountered such formidable zombies, would they emerge unscathed? Just as Gu Ning fretted, Li Xiang's blade struck the second-tier zombie's head. As he withdrew his weapon, the zombie collapsed. Then, a notification popped up before him. First kill of a second-tier zombie complete. Experience points 100. Acquired skill, zombie control. Please check your personal panel. Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback. He had actually gained a new skill? Zombie control? This was a most unexpected surprise. However, he did not immediately access his panel, for a brilliant white aberrant light was emanating from the second-tier zombie. The energy contained within this light was significantly more potent, appearing much brighter. Li Xiang absorbed the aberrant light, feeling a wave of comfort engulf him. He then opened his personal panel. Host, Li Xiang, level, LV4, experience to level up, 16252, 30000, supernatural ability, gravity manipulation, unleashed at will, zombie control, 05, zombie resurrection, 220. Duration, 6 hours. Cooldown, 24 hours. All enhancement, 1-1. Storage space, 2836 cubic meters. Control over 5 zombies at once? Li Xiang smiled, feeling somewhat satisfied. Among his supernatural abilities, there existed the capacity to control zombies, one type being brain control and the other being telekinesis. The brain control ability not only allowed for the manipulation of zombies but also of ferocious beasts and other humans, including evolved beings. Because of this, evolved beings would employ every means to eliminate those possessing brain control abilities, as no one wishes to be subjugated. While telekinesis could also achieve this, the cost of control was exceedingly high. It was often more straightforward to eliminate zombies using telekinesis rather than attempting to control them. As for controlling others, it relied on exerting immense supernatural power to compel their bodies to perform certain actions without affecting their thoughts. Once one's telekinetic energy was depleted, control over others would cease. The brain control ability, however, was distinct. Once established, it became permanent and inescapable. In his previous life, Li Xiang had never encountered an evolved being who possessed an eminent brain control ability. Of course, it was also possible that such individuals operated covertly, remaining undetected. Beyond these 2 types of abilities, Li Xiang had not heard of any others capable of controlling zombies. Only high-tier zombies possessed this capability. Alternatively, it could be said that they do not merely control, but rather dominate. After all, once zombies evolve to the second tier, they cease to be mere mindless creatures and transform into a new species with animalistic instincts. The higher the tier of the zombie, the greater its intelligence. The phenomenon of group dynamics emerges, and a hierarchical structure is not an outrageous concept. Chapter 48, The Mutant Python in the Tunnel Lighting a Cigarette. Li Xiang swung his knife toward a nearby zombie. Experience points 1. Indeed, the system had undergone a transformation, as prompts now appeared during the hunt for zombies. Disable experience prompts, Li Xiang silently commanded, then resumed his assault on other zombies. This time, no prompts manifested. Such notifications were somewhat distracting to the visual experience. Hence Xiang opted to keep them turned off. Brother Xiang, why does this zombie have 2 red stripes on its face? Ji Rivula inquired curiously, crouching beside the slain second-tier zombie. I'm not certain. Perhaps it's similar to the markings on my body, signifying strength or rank, Xiang replied, lifting his shirt to reveal a circular pattern on his lower abdomen. So it's not a tattoo. I thought it was a mark of the master, Lin Wanyu remarked. Somewhat surprised. You have a mark on your abdomen as well, though its color is rather faint, Xiang noted, relieved that their markings were not on their faces, as that would severely detract from their appearance. The more markings, the less aesthetically pleasing they become. Is that so? Lin Wanyu lifted her shirt, revealing a subtle line on her fair abdomen. So this signifies that we are currently first-tier evolved beings? She mused, touching her marking with curiosity. Xiang nodded. It seems to be the case. The others followed suit, lifting their shirts to inspect their own markings. Indeed, each bore a faint line, not particularly prominent. Thus, the aberrant glow of these second-tier zombies is exceptionally strong. Xiang had noticed that their glow was larger and brighter than the others. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, smiling. Indeed, they are more potent than ordinary ones, containing greater energy. I wonder when I will be able to slay a second-tier zombie and experience that glow, Lin Wanyu said, licking her lips. She felt her powers were insufficient. Her transformation ability could not be sustained for long, leaving some needs unfulfilled. I think, after flicking away the cigarette, but Xiang smiled mysteriously. It won't be long. You all can achieve it. Earlier, I had restrained my power. As long as you utilize your abilities in combat, second-tier zombies will not pose a challenge. However, second-tier mutated beasts and third-tier zombies would be formidable adversaries. Fortunately, the heavens were somewhat benevolent toward humanity. It would take a month after the catastrophe for second-tier mutated beasts to appear. Third-tier zombies would emerge gradually after that, though they would not be common. As long as humanity continued to hunt zombies, they could swiftly ascend to second and third tiers, maintaining an advantage. Yet, Xiang could not divulge these details to everyone. All right, let us hasten our journey. It will take us another hour or 2 to reach the train station. With that, Xiang jogged ahead, and the others quickly followed, eager to reach the station sooner. Along the way, they avoided zombies whenever possible, but when encountering first-tier zombies, they decisively halted to eliminate them. First-tier zombies were considerably stronger than ordinary zombies, yet they were more than capable of handling them, albeit it would require some time. For Xiang, it would only take 2 or 3 strikes to dispatch them. Throughout their journey, numerous individuals sought their assistance. Some requested food, others asked to be taken along, while others hoped for the gift of aberrant energy. When they remained unresponsive, some resorted to curses, others hurled objects at them, and a few remained silent. Initially, Guning and the others felt anger, but with time, they grew accustomed to it. Over an hour later, they finally approached the vicinity of the train station, where a multitude of zombies gathered, making it a prime location for gaining experience points. Regrettably, Xiang had not found a gas canister along the way, preventing him from utilizing it to eliminate zombies en masse for experience. Rather than entering through the subway station, they chose to scale various walls. With everyone awakened to their abilities, climbing walls posed no challenge, and they accomplished it with ease. Upon entering the train platform, they encountered numerous zombies. Xiang primarily sought to locate a green train to activate. However, given the high speed and advanced technology of the trains, he worried he might struggle to start one. The group entered the garage, where Xiang spotted many locomotives. He discovered an antique diesel engine and felt a surge of joy. He promptly stored the engine in his dimensional space, as it would be difficult to maneuver it out due to the numerous locomotives blocking the way. Placing it on the tracks outside would be far more efficient. Furthermore, this locomotive could reach a maximum speed of 170 kilometers per hour, which was quite impressive. After placing the locomotive on the tracks, Xiang found a manual for operating it inside. Things became simpler as he followed the manual to start the engine. Gradually exiting the station, Chu Yuan attempted to contact Chu, but there was no response to her video call. She sent a satellite message, yet received no reply. Consequently, Xiang pushed the throttle to its limit, driving the locomotive at full speed along the tracks. If it were a high-speed train, it could reach Xiangning City in just 35 minutes without stops at other stations. However, at this speed, it would likely take around an hour. Yet, given the unknown road conditions, Xiang deemed it unsafe to drive too quickly. Maintaining a speed of 100 kilometers per hour would be quite perilous. For safety and Appo's sake, he decided to keep the speed at 70 kilometers per hour, preferring a slower pace to avoid any unforeseen collisions. After several minutes, the group noticed the mobile signal had vanished. They heightened their vigilance, prepared for potential combat. The route appeared free of zombies and mutated beasts, suggesting they were fortunate. Although moving slowly, they had encountered no trouble. Over an hour has passed. Why hasn't Yaya replied yet? The internet disruption is understandable, but the satellite signal should still be active. Guning expressed her anxiety, particularly since her mother was with them, having already lost her father. She could not bear the thought of losing her mother as well. Do not fret. Perhaps they are preoccupied with their journey and lack the time to message us. Rest assured, even if we head straight to Xiang City, we will bring them and your mother back, Xiang reassured her. With Xiang and Appo's, as promised. Guning felt somewhat relieved. Moments later, she exclaimed excitedly, "We received a message." Yaya replied. They said a tunnel was blocked, and they are turning back to switch to an adjacent tunnel. Upon hearing Guning and Appo's words, Xiang furrowed his brow. Undoubtedly, the tunnel's destruction must have been caused by some mutated beast. Given the current engineering standards, it could not have been a natural collapse. Regrettably, they could not ascertain their exact location. Otherwise, they would know how far apart they were. There is a tunnel ahead. Let us pause and rest, lest they happen to be in the adjacent tunnel. Upon hearing Xiang's words, Guning couldn't help but exclaim, "Surely, it cannot be such a coincidence?" Xiang replied earnestly, "Sometimes, coincidences are indeed that remarkable. A slight delay is inconsequential. However, should there be a multitude of mutated beasts within the tunnel, we would be in peril." The train gradually diminished its speed, coming to a halt merely a dozen meters before entering the tunnel. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang disembarked, intending to relieve himself and indulge in a cigarette. "Brother Xiang, it seems there is something in the tunnel. I just saw a red glow." Yuan suddenly called out to Xiang. Casting a glance toward the tunnel, Xiang confirmed the presence of the ominous red light, which continued to advance toward the tunnel and Appo's mouth. Instinctively, he drew his machete, for he surmised that the red glow was not merely the reflection of headlights, but rather the eyes of a mutated beast. Soon, his conjecture was substantiated. A colossal mutated python emerged, its girth comparable to that of a barrel, with eyes the size of fists. The source of the unsettling red light was undoubtedly its eyes. The sight of this monstrous serpent sent a shiver down Xiang's spine. Its appearance was nothing short of terrifying. Many harbor an innate fear of snakes, and Xiang was no exception. The other passengers, upon glimpsing the mutated python through the train windows, felt their legs weaken. "Quickly, disembark," Xiang urged, anxious that the python might assault the train's front. He resolved to store the train and Appo's engine within his spatial storage. It was only then that the passengers comprehended the urgency and hurriedly exited the train. As they did, Xiang unleashed a lightning sphere, determined to strike the mutated python and halt its advance. Should it become enraged, he could divert its attention temporarily. In light of the circumstances, Xiang had no alternative but to confront the creature head-on. Chapter 49. The fierce battle with the mutated python. You are still unable to utilize your abilities in combat. All of you, retreat. Do not approach, Xiang cautioned. Aware that the mutated python loomed large, akin to a prehistoric serpent. They were still too feeble. A mere strike from this colossal creature could obliterate them. Xiang's combat strategy involved harnessing his powers while swiftly evading the python's lunges. Despite its girth, broader than a large barrel, it exhibited remarkable agility. Once Guning and the others had retreated, Xiang hastily stored the train and Appo's engine in his dimensional space, as it would be needed later. And he wished to avoid wasting precious time. What shall we do now? That mutated python is terrifying. Even lightning cannot hinder its movements. Observing the massive and agile creature relentlessly assaulting Xiang, and noting that his attack seemed ineffective, a sense of dread gripped the onlookers. Xiang was their pillar of strength, the strongest among them. Now, as the python targeted him, he was forced into a defensive stance. However, apart from their anxiety, they felt utterly helpless. How is your lightning ability? Can you launch a ranged attack? And Luoyan, hurry and use your ice arrows. Both of you can employ your abilities to assist. Stay back, though, keep your distance. Upon hearing Guning and Appo's words, the two exchanged glances and dashed towards the python. Luo Yin began to gather her ice arrows, a process that took over a minute for each arrow to form, and they were still quite fragile. Against zombies, they were barely adequate, let alone against the mutated python engaging Li Xiang. She recalled witnessing Li Xiang's dagger striking the python, producing sparks, indicating its formidable defensive capabilities. Ji Ruo Yue attempted to unleash her lightning powers, but her range was limited to 5 meters, necessitating proximity to the python for an effective attack. Yet, before she could close the distance, Li Xiang urged, "Do not approach. I do not require your assistance. Retreat. Your absence is the greatest help you can offer." Though he felt touched by their intentions, their presence would only heighten his concerns. The two girls, understanding and considerate, promptly heeded Li Xiang and Apos' command and withdrew. They recognized that they could not aid him and might inadvertently hinder his efforts. As Li Xiang continued to release his powers in search of the python's weakness, he soon ignited his dagger, transforming it into a flaming blade. He had discerned that the mutated python feared fire, which could inflict damage upon it. Lightning could also be effective, albeit less visibly so. Repeated strikes caused the python to writhe in pain, its speed increasing in response to Li Xiang and Apos' attacks. Yet, Li Xiang's agility and reflexes allowed him to evade each assault deftly. With each vicious leap, the python crashed to the ground, inflicting harm upon itself. "Chu Wei, hurry. Come help." Upon seeing a vehicle emerge from the adjacent tunnel, Chu Yuan shouted. Chu Wei, having already sensed the commotion, sped out at full throttle. Upon exiting, she spotted her sister and the others, quickly slamming on the brakes. Chu Wei caught sight of Li Xiang battling the black python and, without hesitation, leaped from the vehicle. Her hands ablaze with black flames, charging toward the creature. Just as she approached, Li Xiang plunged his flaming dagger into the python and Apos' eye. The flames erupted, igniting its head. The mutated python thrashed wildly, attempting to eliminate Li Xiang through sheer force. Its tail struck the tunnel entrance, causing a collapse. Witnessing this, Guning and the others grasped the true extent of the python and Apos' strength and resilience. Li Xiang swiftly distanced himself from the python. Close combat was no longer necessary. By using his powers from afar, he could outlast the creature, especially now with Chu Wei joining the fray. Target its head. Avoid igniting other areas. Chu Wei nodded, searching for an opportunity. Soon, 2 orbs of black flames struck the still-burning head of the mutated python. In truth, even without Chu Wei and Apos' flames, the python was doomed. Its interior had been ignited by Li Xiang, making survival impossible. As the python's struggles weakened, Chu Wei exhaled a sigh of relief. Nearby, Gu Ning embraced her mother, while Chu Yuan and her sister, Chu Ning, shared a heartfelt reunion. Luo Yin also hugged her mother, yet Ji Ruo appeared somewhat forlorn. Her parents remained hidden at the company, and she could not assist them. Deep down, she yearned for Li Xiang to lead the others to rescue her parents. He possessed the capability, yet she refrained from asking, fully aware of her own limitations and the lack of value that would compel him to take risks. With the zombies growing increasingly formidable and various powerful mutated beasts emerging, she merely hoped her parents could endure until she became strong enough to rescue them herself. She averted her gaze, focusing instead on the mutated python, still ablaze, attempting to flee. Regrettably, the tunnel's entrance had been blocked, preventing the creature from escaping amidst the rubble. Is the flesh of this mutated python consumable? Chu Wei pondered, intrigued by the creature and Apos' immense size, likely weighing over 1,000 pounds. Such a python could sustain them for an extended period. Of course, it should be quite delectable. Did you not catch the aroma of the tender meat? Li Xiang replied, his gaze lingering on Chu Wei, whose figure sparked a fire within him. Yet, Chu Wei insisted on maintaining a distance publicly, allowing their relationship to remain discreet. The reason being, she did not wish for Chu Yuan and Chu Ning to uncover their connection. Simultaneously, they relished the thrill of a secret romance. Li Xiang respected Chu Wei's wishes and acquiesced. Chu Wei met his fervent gaze with a soft smile. Indeed, I caught a whiff. It is quite enticing. It has made me rather hungry. Ordinary food no longer satisfies. I feel faint, as if experiencing low blood sugar. As she spoke, she gently rubbed her noticeably round belly. Despite having consumed ample food, she still felt ravenous and devoid of energy. Li Xiang, ever considerate, produced a portion of mutated beast meat and handed it to Chu Wei, explaining, "Evolvers require the flesh of mutated beasts. Ordinary food lacks the unique energy we need." Chapter 50. Allow me to massage you. Ah, how fragrant. What kind of mutated beast is this meat from? She eagerly took a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. With one bite, The succulent juices exploded in her mouth, instantly captivating her taste buds. A wave of pleasure swept over her mind. Mutated black fish, Xiang replied, lighting a cigarette. Xiaobing, come here. Chiu called out to her younger sister. ISN and Amp. Amp? Oppos. See that Chuning? Xiang glanced at Chuning, who was equally as beautiful as his two sisters from a distance. Yes, but her nickname is Xiaobing. And besides, she smiles so coldly, right? Chiu winked at Xiang. Indeed, there was a resemblance, and she was even more beautiful. Xiang was well aware of whom Chiu was referring to. Chuning and Oppos. S smile was undeniably soothing and sweet. Second sister, what's up? Chuning ran over to Chuyu, her face filled with curiosity. First, have some food. Xiang offered her a piece of grilled fish. How delicious! Chuning exclaimed as she accepted the grilled meat. Thank you, Xiang. The two sisters enjoyed their meal together, exuding elegance and creating a delightful atmosphere. Once the mutated giant python lay utterly still, Xiang stepped forward to extinguish the flames still flickering on its head. The mutated giant python was undeniably deceased, and Xiang stored it in his spatial storage. Seeing Xiang effortlessly store such a massive python into his spatial realm made Chiyu nearly drool with envy. After awakening her spatial abilities, she realized how challenging it was to expand her dimensional storage. Chuning had long heard Chuyu mention Xiang's possession of a storage space, but witnessing him store a several thousand-pound, 10-meter-long python was still astonishing. What astonished them even more was when Xiang produced a train engine. Xiang, good. Your spatial ability is simply extraordinary. How can it hold so much? Chuyu could no longer contain her admiration and exclaimed, there are various types of spatial abilities. Yours may be comprehensive, while mine is singular, limited to storage, Xiang explained. His storage space was a gift from the system, unlike true spatial abilities, which couldn't be compared. What do you mean? Chuyu asked, curious, as she had yet to fully comprehend spatial abilities. You should be able to perform spatial jumps, isolate spaces, compress dimensions, or even cause space to collapse, among other things. Storage is merely a fraction of your potential, yet it is my sole capability. Upon hearing Xiang's description, Chuyu's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. All right, everyone, let us board the train. We are heading back now. Next, we must visit the financial building in the city center to retrieve Ruayue's parents. Xiang outlined his next course of action. Since he had come to pick up Chuyu, it was only fair to also bring back Ji Ruayue and Amp, Oppos, as parents. Upon hearing Xiang and Amp, Oppos, as words, Ji Ruayue was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully bowed to him, saying, thank you, Xiang. Seeing her reaction, everyone understood that Xiang had not privately promised to fetch her parents, otherwise, she wouldn't have appeared so pleasantly surprised. Once everyone boarded the train, Xiang started the engine and set off towards Hongdu. He sat alone in the driver's cabin while the others occupied the rear compartment. After a while, Gu Ning's mother, Yun, entered the driver's cabin. Xiang, thank you for bringing everyone to rescue us. If it weren't for you, we might have been attacked by that giant python. Yun had witnessed the terrifying might of the mutated giant python, and she still felt a lingering fear. You and Oppos, too kind, and he, as Gu Ning and Oppos, as mother. It is only right to come for you, Xiang replied with a smile. Yun appeared quite haggard, likely still enveloped in sorrow over her husband and Oppos' death. Yet, despite her grief, she retained an air of elegance. I truly appreciate your care for Xiaoning during this time. Without you, she might still have been a zombie, and we wouldn't have been able to reunite. Honestly, I am at a loss for how to repay you, Yun expressed, her emotions complex. Anyone would find it unbearable to accept their daughter had turned into a zombie. Fortunately, Gu Ning encountered Xiang, who possessed the extraordinary ability to revive zombies. Otherwise, their reunion would have been a dire confrontation. And you overstated. Gu Ning has been a great help to me as well. There is no need for such formality, Xiang reassured her. He nodded in agreement. That's good to hear. As long as Ning didn't cause you any trouble. How about this? Allow me to give you a massage. I practice traditional Chinese medicine. You must be tired after battling that giant python, she offered, preparing to massage Xiang. Now ISN and Oppos, the right time. Let us wait until the evening to experience your skills, and Xiang understood her desire to express her gratitude. If he denied her, she might feel undue pressure. Yun, likely the type who would not want to owe anyone a favor, would feel anxious and strive to repay it quickly. Hearing Xiang's response, Yun's face brightened. All right, it's settled then. Mom, what has settled? What are you two discussing? Guning poked her head into the cabin, curious. She was eager to know what her mother would say to Xiang. Additionally, she worried about her mother's perspective on her relationship with Xiang. After all, things had changed drastically since the apocalypse. The dynamics between men and women might have returned to their pre-apocalyptic norms. She feared her mother would still view their relationship through the lens of the old world, which could create a rift between her and Xiang. Now that she was no longer a zombie and no longer required resurrection abilities, she still did not wish to part ways with Xiang. Nothing much. You two carry on. I and Appos. LL step out for a bit. He felt it inappropriate to discuss her intent to massage Xiang in front of her daughter, fearing it might lead to misunderstandings. Guning merely glanced at Xiang before intertwining her arm with Yuan's. At that moment, she only wanted to be with her mother, to share in the pain of losing her father. Xiang needed to focus on driving the train, lacking the energy or time for anything else. Soon, the others entered as well. They needed to assist Xiang in monitoring the tracks to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Should a mutated beast damage the tracks or obstruct their path, it would be vital to detect it in advance to avert a crisis. Xiang's energy was limited, so they came in to help keep watch. Chapter 51. Awakening of the Sound ability. Xiang discovered that since his rebirth, fortune had been favoring him, and he encountered no further dangers on his return journey. Instead of returning the train to the station, he opted to stop directly in the vicinity where he had previously escorted Chu Yuan to the railway. This location significantly reduced the distance to rendezvous with Ji Ruyue's parents, thereby saving considerable time. The zombies had grown increasingly formidable, no longer as easily dispatched as before. Thus, minimizing distance was paramount. He stored the train engine back into his storage space, as there was still ample room for it. Should the need arise in the future, he could simply retrieve it. If space became an issue, he could leave it at the camp to free up his storage. Having just emerged from the railway, Xiang and the others encountered a cluster of 7 or 8 mutated rats. These creatures were encircling several corpses, likely their recent prey, with blood and scattered remnants of various foods strewn about. A few zombies attempted to approach, but were swiftly attacked by the mutated rats, which climbed onto the zombies and viciously clawed at their heads. Their claws were extraordinarily sharp, rivaling even the finest human-forged blades. The zombies were quickly dispatched, proving no match for the mutated rats. Before long, a strange light emanated from the zombie's head. One particularly agile mutated rat leapt towards the light and absorbed it. Could mutated rats also absorb this strange energy? Everyone was left speechless, taken aback by the revelation. Did this mean that mutated rats or other aberrant beasts might also awaken special abilities? Chu Yu furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with concern. She was uncertain whether leaving her parents was the right decision. If something happened to them, how would she cope? Yet, if she did not return, what would happen to her sister, Chu Ning? Regret washed over her for not having incapacitated her parents to bring them to Hongdu. However, retreat was no longer an option. Going back would be perilously dangerous, and she lacked confidence in escorting her sister, Chu Ning, on another journey. Xiang glanced at the group of mutated rats and remarked, "Given the circumstances with these creatures, it is indeed possible. However, they do not seem inclined to attack the zombies. Their intelligence likely allows them to comprehend the relationship between zombies and the strange light. After all, not every zombie possesses such light. I truly hope they realize that hunting zombies yields strange energy. In that case, zombies would be systematically eradicated by both humans and mutated beasts." Chu Yuan mused with an imaginative flair. Xiang remained silent, recalling that in his previous life, such occurrences had been rare. Mutated beasts seldom initiated attacks on zombies. They typically reacted defensively when zombies encroached upon them or competed for food. Since zombie flesh was inedible, it held no value for mutated beasts. They remained animals at their core, and even with enhanced strength, they retained their intrinsic nature. The purpose of predation among animals is solely for sustenance and survival. To expend energy on unconsumable targets would only complicate their struggle for existence. Should we eliminate these mutated rats? They appear quite repulsive and emit an unpleasant odor. Chu Yu inquired, glancing at the creatures before turning to Xiang. They are not a threat to us. If they do not attack, we shall leave them be. Xiang replied, continuing onward. Engaging with the mutated rats would consume precious time, and thus he chose to disregard them. The others followed suit, as their primary objective remained the safe retrieval of Ji Ruyue and Appos, as parents. Throughout their journey, they diligently avoided confrontation with zombies, opting to circumvent any they could. The number of zombies on the streets had diminished significantly, allowing for a more navigable route. However, vehicular passage remained impossible due to the sheer volume of abandoned cars. Unless they were cleared, which would be a tedious and unnecessary endeavor. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at the base of the building where Ji Ryue's parents were located. Xiang led the group into a nearby restaurant. It was noon, and they could take a moment to eat and rest before ascending to fetch Ji Ryue's parents. Ji Ryue had maintained contact with her parents, and their situation appeared stable, with no immediate danger. However, there were still 7 other survivors with them, and she hoped they could leave together. Xiang did not refuse the notion but refrained from making any promises, simply acknowledging her request. Within the restaurant, a dozen zombies lingered, and Xiang did not allow anyone else the chance to intervene, swiftly dispatching them alone. Among them, one zombie emitted a strange light. "And this one is for you. Please absorb it." Xiang promptly encouraged Yun to take it. She was Gu Ning and Appo's mother, and thus he felt generous. Yun hesitated, her gaze towards Xiang shifting in intensity. "Can I really?" She understood the implications of this strange light. It signified the potential for one to awaken abilities and grow stronger. Although Gu Ning had promised to grant Yun a strange light for her awakening, it had never materialized. Of course, Xiang responded with a gentle smile, gesturing for her to proceed. Yun, filled with excitement, approached but inadvertently tripped over a corpse. Nearly falling, Xiang caught her, preventing her from hitting the ground. Thank you. I'm getting old and clumsy," Yun said, a hint of self-reproach in her tone as uncertainty crept back in. "Perhaps you should absorb it yourself, Xiang. I'm just an old woman, and I shouldn't waste such a precious opportunity." Xiang withdrew his hand from her waist and insisted, "You must absorb it. It may even rejuvenate you." At the mention of becoming younger, Yun glanced up at Xiang, who towered over her. "Really?" Her eyes sparkled with newfound hope. "You won't know until you try. I believe it will work," Xiang assured, maintaining his charming smile. Yun, no longer hesitating, reached out to touch the strange light. In an instant, it surged into her body, enveloping her in a tingling sensation. Her body was already exceptionally sensitive, and this new sensation caused her to instinctively tighten her legs. "How extraordinary. It feels as if an electric current is coursing through me, warming me from within. My mind feels blissful, as if something is blossoming inside me. I believe I have awakened a sound ability. I can hear distant sounds and perhaps even control them." Yun articulated, albeit with uncertainty, for the awakening of abilities was merely a feeling. There was no clear voice to declare what she had attained. Chapter 52, Awakening in the Gift of Youth. Congratulations, and on successfully awakening your extraordinary abilities and becoming one of us, the evolved ones. Xiang smiled gently as he extended his hand. Yun clasped his hand, expressing her gratitude. "This is all thanks to you. Without you, I would never have had the opportunity to awaken my powers. Even without me, Gu Ning would have been there. She would have allowed you to absorb the extraordinary light." Xiang replied, turning to glance at Gu Ning. Gu Ning approached joyfully, embracing her mother. "Mom, congratulations." The mother and daughter shared a heartfelt embrace, reveling in their joy. Xiang chose not to intrude. Instead, he prepared some roasted mutated fish on the table for their meal. Others swiftly cleared the corpses from the shop to ensure a pleasant dining experience. "Mom, you seem to have become younger," Gu Ning remarked. "Yes, I feel the same." And Jiu chimed in, wholeheartedly agreeing. "It's true, compared to just now, you do look considerably younger. Awakening your powers indeed has this effect. Tomorrow, you will appear even more youthful. I am a testament to that. I have experienced it myself," Lin Wanyu asserted, stepping forward, as she held the most authority on the matter. "Is it really true? Have I truly become younger?" Yun wished for a mirror to confirm her transformation. In a woman's eyes, aging is a terrifying prospect. If there were a chance to regain youth, they would willingly pay any price. "Let us first have lunch. After that, we can take a short break before going to fetch people." When women discussed the topic of rejuvenation, it could go on indefinitely. Half an hour later, they entered the building. The lobby was teeming with hundreds of zombies, who immediately became agitated upon seeing Xiang and his companions lunging toward them. This number of zombies posed no challenge to them. They swiftly drew their machetes to engage in battle. Within minutes, none of the zombies remained standing. Among the numerous zombies, 2 extraordinary lights emerged, one from Lin Wanyu and the other from Ji Ryue. Since the elevator was still operational, they took it directly to the 35th and 36th floors. Indeed, Ji Ryue's parents were not on the same floor, as they worked in different companies. After dispatching 3 zombies in the elevator and discarding the bodies, Li Xiang pressed the button for the 36th floor. Ji Rue felt a surge of anxiety, for she was about to see her mother. Yes, the 36th floor is where my mother is located. Ding. The elevator doors opened slowly. The zombies in the corridor appeared to be activated, hastily approaching the elevator. They were met with the sharp machetes of Li Xiang and his companions, dispatched with ease. Unfortunately, no extraordinary light emerged. They then surged into the company, where a significant number of zombies remained. However, they were primarily concentrated in a few areas, likely where survivors were hiding. The zombies, being sensitive to the scent of survivors, gravitated towards those hiding spots, attempting to attack them. Over there, my mom is in that office, Ji Rue pointed excitedly. Li Xiang nodded and charged forward. He remained the primary force against the zombies, as only he could take one down with a single strike, while others required 2 or 3. They quickly cleared the zombies outside Ji Rue's mother's office. Li Xiang obtained 2 extraordinary lights, while the others were not as fortunate. Mom, open the door. We're here. Upon hearing Ji Rue's call, there was a flurry of excitement from within. Rue, that is wonderful. We're opening it now. We're moving things. We'll be ready shortly. Li Xiang refrained from lingering, instead guiding the others to eliminate the remaining zombies. Since they were here, they could not let these zombies escape. One never knew when they might yield extraordinary light. As anticipated, Gu Ning struck down a zombie that released an extraordinary light. Mom, come over and absorb it. Gu Ning immediately offered her mother He Yun the opportunity. Since He Yun was quite weak, having only killed one zombie from the lobby to here, she was reluctant. No. You absorb it. I don't need it. He Yun was resolute. She wished to give everything to Gu Ning and would not absorb the extraordinary light her daughter had painstakingly obtained. Mom, please don't refuse. You've just awakened. You're too weak. To grow stronger, you must absorb extraordinary light. Otherwise, how will you kill zombies in the future? While our gap isn't too wide now, you should catch up quickly, Gu Ning urged. Indeed, Aunt, you should absorb it. We will all support you. Once you catch up, you can obtain extraordinary light on your own to grow stronger, Chiao added, stepping in to persuade her as well. That won't do. As long as Gu Ning is here to help me, I don't want to rely on you. He firmly rejected Chuyu. However, she came to realize that she indeed needed to grow stronger. The world had changed. One could no longer face the new reality with old experiences. Strength was the foundation of one's existence. Without strength, survival itself would be jeopardized, and any hopes for more would be futile. Her hand reached out to touch the extraordinary light, absorbing it. The sensation of gaining strength was universally appealing, and no one could refuse it. Before long, every visible zombie had been cleared. Returning to Ji Rue and Appo's side, her mother had emerged, accompanied by several other female colleagues, each displaying the expression of having survived a calamity. They were all eating, and Ji Rue carried a backpack filled with ordinary food items such as chocolates, small buns, and glucose water. For ordinary people, these items provided essential energy. It was impractical to feed them mutated beast meat, so she had brought some provisions herself. Let us head downstairs to fetch your father. Li Xiang intended to retrieve only Ji Rue's parents, preferring to leave the others behind if possible. Ji Rue nodded, assisting her mother. Hey, you young folks. Don't you know how to care for the elders? Could someone lend us a hand? Yes, we haven't eaten in days. Can't we have a moment to finish our food and rest? Gu Ning and the others were momentarily taken aback, not expecting these individuals to make demands without even a word of thanks. Let us go. Those who want to help can stay behind. Li Xiang said curtly as he walked outside. The group was stunned. They had not anticipated that Li Xiang would refuse to assist and prevent others from doing so. He Yun, who had been somewhat hesitant, now dared not speak and hurriedly followed the crowd. While she felt sympathy for these individuals, their attitude left little room for compassion. In such dire times, they still maintained their lofty demeanor, attempting to morally coerce others. Chapter 53. Do you still have humanity? How can you treat us like this? Do you still possess any humanity? Come back, all of you. You must take us with you. Hurry back. Chase after them, quickly. Li Xiang left the company, firmly shutting the door behind him. These individuals are not worth saving. Without their presence, they would still have to hide. Now, at least they have a larger space to maneuver. Furthermore, the glass door cannot truly restrain these people. A simple smash would suffice to break through. By the time those individuals caught up, Li Xiang and the others had already entered the elevator. Ji Rue and Appo's mother silently observed, and as the elevator doors closed, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for risking your lives to save us. You have worked hard. After saying this, she bowed deeply. No need for thanks. You were Xiao's mother, so saving you is only right, Li Xiang replied with a slight smile. Ji Ruoyue's mother, at least, was sensible and did not stand on a moral high ground to criticize them. Morality? How many individuals possess such a virtue in the apocalypse? After so many days, it is inevitable that those who fail to recognize reality will be eliminated. Upon reaching the 36th floor, the number of zombies had dramatically increased. When they emerged, they immediately began to slash away. Ji Ruoyue was also hacking fiercely, as she wished for her mother to awaken her abilities. The events upstairs had left Ji Ruoyue feeling uneasy, worried that Li Xiang might have formed a negative impression of her mother. While chopping, she unleashed lightning orbs to strike the zombies. This would allow her to swiftly eliminate more zombies and increase the probability of obtaining the extraordinary light. Li Xiang, on the other hand, had acquired a fragment of extraordinary light, but he chose not to let Ji Rue and Apos' mother absorb it. Instead, he absorbed it himself. This only heightened Ji Ruoyue's anxiety. There were so many zombies on this floor. Sister, grant me a healing. Xiu's hands were numb from hacking, and she needed a healing skill to recover. She hadn't used healing since getting off the train, and now she was truly struggling. Aside from her, only Li Xiang had yet to use healing. Everyone else had already employed it at least once. Let me handle it. Sister Yuan is exhausted, and my self-healing blessing is available too. Gu Ning realized that Xu Yuan was nearing her limits. All right. Xu Yu understood her sister's condition and accepted Gu Ning's healing blessing. It seemed that zombies from below were coming up. Otherwise, there would and Apos be so many on this floor. Keep your rhythm. Don't overexert yourselves. If it becomes too much, we can spend the night here. After speaking, Li Xiang cleaved through the skull of a nearby zombie. For them, anywhere to stay would suffice. Since Li Xiang possessed a storage space filled with ample supplies, staying in a villa was merely for comfort. Having endured considerable hardships in the apocalypse, he had lived in many places. Gradually, they slowed their pace, using office chairs to block the zombies' advance, thereby moderating their chopping rhythm. Ji Ruoyue recorded the situation and sent the video to her father, hoping to keep him informed and calm. With 500 or 600 zombies, it was no easy feat to eliminate them all at once. As time passed, the number of fallen zombies increased. After more than an hour, the survivors in the company managed to break free. Their weapons were scavenged, but they excelled in cooperation. Some held chairs to block the zombies, while others struck at their heads. Although their efficiency was low, they were still able to slay zombies while ensuring their own safety. In comparison to those rescued upstairs, the disparity was evident. Upon witnessing this, Li Xiang and his group found renewed motivation to save others. Furthermore, luck was on their side as another fragment of extraordinary light appeared. They did not scramble for it. Instead, they selected someone to absorb it. This decision earned them further goodwill from the group. It turned out that there were still normal individuals among them, Lin Wanyu mused. Reflecting on the residents of her own community, in the same grain, one finds varied individuals. There will always be some who are worthy of salvation. Li Xiang smiled faintly as he released a lightning orb towards the approaching zombie. Seizing the moment, he expertly pulled out a cigarette and lit it. He too was fatigued and needed a brief respite. Without needing to prompt him, Xu Yuan and Gu Ning each utilized their skills, hoping to expedite Li Xiang's recovery. It was not merely to enable him to slay more zombies, but to restore him to optimal conditions swiftly. Li Xiang settled into a workstation and took a sip from a beverage. With numerous zombies still present, he required a few minutes of rest to regain his fighting spirit. If it were not for the mutated rose he bore, he would have likely collapsed from exhaustion. It must be said, the mutated rose was indeed powerful, continuously providing spiritual essence. After resting for 7 or 8 minutes, invigorated by various effects, Li Xiang sprang back into action, rejoining the fray. The pressure on everyone eased, and they collectively sighed in relief. During Li Xiang's rest, they realized just how significant his contributions were. With Li Xiang present, they could operate with greater ease. Those who could not endure took brief respites, using tables and chairs to create barriers against the zombies. Li Xiang offered a reminder and then resumed his attacks. Cleaving through the zombies with precision, they fell one after another, quickly clearing a space. No one paused for rest. Everyone was fervently engaged in battling the zombies. To achieve complete rest, they needed to eliminate the remaining 100 or so zombies. Mom, come quickly and absorb the extraordinary light. Ji Ruoyue finally struck down a fragment of extraordinary light, her excitement almost bringing her to tears. Her mother, exhausted and lacking combat strength. Hesitated no longer and swiftly approached to touch the extraordinary light. Step back a bit. Don't let the zombies get too close, Ji Ruoyue cautioned, feeling invigorated. Mother, healing. I have awakened my healing abilities. How's this power? Upon hearing her mother's words, Ji Ruoyue's face lit up with joy. It's a wonderful ability. You should try using it on others, she exclaimed with enthusiasm. Healing abilities are crucial for a team, with the presence of a healer. Everyone's endurance in battle would increase. Although they currently had Chu Yuan's healing and Gu Ning's self-healing blessings, as their team grew larger, the demand for healing abilities intensified. The addition of another healer would be a boon for the entire team. Moreover, with this ability, her mother could better integrate into the group without fear of being ostracized. Chapter 54. A grateful group of people fortune favored them. The healer and Appos' ability they possessed was in short supply within their team. Xiang turned to glance at Ji Ruoyue and Appos' mother, offering a warm smile. Earlier, while on the upper floor, he had felt a tinge of annoyance. They had traveled a great distance to rescue others, vanquishing numerous zombies without putting the survivors at any risk. Yet, instead of gratitude, they were met with demands from Beetle, who acted as if everything was owed to her. Ji Ruoyue and Appos' mother nodded and quickly remarked, as long as it is useful, that is what matters. I was worried that this ability would benefit everyone. With that, she began to experiment with her healing skills on her daughter. Moments later, a beam of white light emerged from her palm, drifting towards Ji Ruoyue. As Ji Ruoyue felt the restorative power wash over her, a soothing sensation enveloped her, alleviating the discomfort in her sore arms. I truly feel useless. I can only use it once, Ji and Appos' mother confessed, a hint of shame in her voice. Auntie, you are doing wonderfully. I felt the same when I first awakened. There's no rush. By absorbing more of the radiant energy, our abilities will strengthen, allowing us to provide even greater assistance, Chu Yuan reassured her. Sharing the same healing abilities, Ji's mother found a sense of camaraderie with Chu Yuan. All right, I will strive to not be a burden to everyone, Ji's mother said earnestly. Half an hour later, the battle concluded, leaving all the zombies lifeless. Gu Ning and the others, exhausted, sought places to rest. Ji rushed to her father, throwing herself into his embrace. Dad, old Ji and Appos' mother called out as she joined them, and the family shared a heartfelt reunion. Other survivors looked on with envy, some discreetly wiping away tears. In this apocalyptic world, families reuniting were a rarity, eliciting admiration from all who witnessed it. Thank you. Thank you for your fearless efforts to rescue us. We can never express our gratitude enough. Please allow us to bow to you 3 times, someone led the way. Kneeling before Xiang and the others. Such a genuine act of gratitude was something to be honored. Thus, Xiang did not stop them, accepting their profound gestures of thanks. Encountering such grateful souls made Xiang feel that their rescue efforts were not in vain. Every hardship endured was comforted by their appreciation. Without comparison, Gu Ning and the others recalled the ungrateful individuals they had encountered upstairs. Xiang produced some food, items like sausages, chocolates, and sweet drinks, and distributed them to the survivors. They expressed their thanks once more before eagerly devouring the offerings. Brother Xiang, this is my father, Ji Gang, and my mother. Dong Yali, Ji Ruoyue introduced her parents, fervently hoping Xiang would welcome them into the team. Ji Gang approached Xiang, shaking his hand with palpable excitement. Thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for us, for helping Xiao to stand again and regain her life. I, Ji Gang, have no grand abilities. But from now on, your word is my command. My wife and I owe our lives to you. Uncle, you flatter me. Xiao Yu is a vital member of our team. It is only natural for us to help one another, and that is a key reason we have come this far. Xiang replied, his gaze meeting Ji Gang and Appos', which was still filled with gratitude. Dad, you should eat something. You Haven and Appos' had a bite in days. Ji Ruoyue urged as she assisted her father towards his colleagues. Xiang glanced at the time. Realizing it was already 5 in the afternoon, too late to return to the villa district. We shall spend the night here and head back tomorrow morning, he declared. Thus, he searched for a suitable office space. These workstations were small, making it difficult to lie down. Some larger offices had sofas for resting, while in dire circumstances, one could even lie on a desk. Fortunately, Xiang did not require such accommodations, as his storage space contained premium mattresses. His extensive experience in surviving the apocalypse, coupled with ample storage, allowed him to stockpile high-quality bedding and other necessities. Spending the night outdoors was a frequent occurrence, and a good night and Apos' sleep would aid in recovery. In some offices, there were still zombies, which Xiang dispatched before disposing of their remains outside to clear the space. After cleaning 3 offices, he called his team together. Given their substantial exhaustion, they required nourishment. Each member received a portion of mutated fish, which helped restore their vigor. The survivors remained respectful, not intruding upon their meal. After their bellies were filled, Xiang laid a mattress in a small office and began training his abilities. He would not squander any opportunity to enhance his strength. Others engaged in similar pursuits. After all, a leader serves as a role model, influencing those around them. If Xiang remained complacent, expecting his subordinates to exert themselves would be unrealistic. As Gu Ning and the others approached the brink of transformation into zombies, they would enter Xiang's room, awaiting their turn for healing. This had become an unspoken understanding, requiring no prior discussion. Currently, only Chu Yuan, Gu Ning, and Lin Wanyu were involved. Had it not been for Chu Yu and Apos' arrival, Chu Yuan would have remained with Xiang after healing. Given that the healing duration was still 6 hours, she would need to seek Xiang again later that night. Gu Ning hesitated to stay near Xiang, as Yun was also present, to facilitate their movements. Chu Yuan, Gu Ning, and Lin Wanyu shared an office adjacent to Xiang's, while the others were assigned to different spaces. In the dead of night, the trio slipped back into Xiang and Apos' small office. However, Chu Yuan and Gu Ning departed, leaving Lin Wanyu behind. How outrageous. She actually stayed with the master. Gu Ning pouted in frustration. Are you envious? Chu Yuan teased, glancing at the fuming Gu Ning. Do you not wish for it? Gu Ning retorted, her silence speaking volumes. Some matters, even repeated countless times, never lost their allure. I would not dare. Chu Yu and Chu Ning are right next door. If they were to find out, I would lose all dignity, Chu Yuan mused, her mind settling at the thought of social death. She cared little for Lin Wanyu and Apos' perspective on the situation. I do not wish for my mother to know either. Although she would likely not object, it would be too socially mortifying. I am not ready to confess this to her. Gu Ning shared her own concerns. Chapter 55, The Importance of Personal Comfort Due to the Mutual Hesitance of Both Individuals. Lin Wanyu found herself at an advantageous position. She was someone who could take risks. Why should one prioritize the opinions of others over their own comfort? Under Xiang's guidance, her extraordinary abilities had significantly improved, a privilege not bestowed upon everyone. Possessing the skill of transformation meant she need not worry about Xiang losing interest in her. Yet, strength was the foundation of her existence. Why not seize the opportunity to grow stronger while it was available? If possible, she would wish to remain close to Xiang at all times, drawing strength from him. The mutated rose could release spiritual energy, which could only be absorbed by those in proximity. Additionally, one could savor the nectar of the mutated rose. She could indulge herself and also procure some for her daughter. With such advantages, how could she possibly resist? She had never been one to hold back. A fact Xiang was well aware of. Xiang, too, had little inclination to restrain himself. In this post-apocalyptic world, why concern oneself with the thoughts of others? It was exhausting. Having been granted a second chance at life, his sole desire was to pursue happiness in whatever form it manifested. Happiness, however, has a fleeting nature. Some moments are transient in a temporal sense, while others are ephemeral in feeling. For Xiang, it was the latter. He sensed that his moments of joy were short-lived. As dawn approached, all too quickly, once the sun rose, he shared a meal of steamed mutated fish with the drowsy Lin Wanyu. After satisfying their hunger, they stepped out of the office, finding that others were still ensconced in slumber. Xiang and Lin Wanyu approached the office window, gazing out at the world beyond. The scene outside appeared ominous, with dark clouds suggesting an impending downpour. Surely, rain was on the horizon? Lin Wanyu crossed her arms, lost in thought as she looked at the sky. In her past, she often found herself gazing out the window at the bustling life beyond, observing the throngs of humanity. Yet now, while the scenery remained unchanged, the vibrant world filled with life and traffic had vanished. Memories from the past flooded back, leaving Xiang momentarily stunned. Indeed, rain began to fall, global torrential rain, persisting throughout the day. This deluge obliterated the network, and thereafter, satellite signals became irretrievable. Clearly, this rain was no ordinary storm. However, it did not seem to affect the zombies or mutated beasts, leaving them unchanged. With travel inadvisable in such weather, Xiang decided against leaving the building. There remained numerous zombies within the structure, and Xiang could clear them floor by floor, converting them into experience points. Thus, he healed Gu Ning and Chu Yuan, providing them, along with Chu Yu, some roasted mutated fish. He then informed them of the rain outside, suggesting it was unwise to return to the villa today, thus encouraging them to remain until the storm abated. Upon learning of Xiang and Apos' intention to hunt zombies within the building, everyone expressed a desire to join him. After all, slaying zombies would yield extraordinary light, which could enhance their abilities. If the rain persisted until tomorrow, would they not be wasting valuable time? Such a loss was unacceptable, and no one was willing to accept it. Seeing the enthusiasm of the group, Xiang felt compelled to comply, leading them into action. Gang joined them, while his colleagues opted to stay behind in the office. Although they were concerned about being abandoned, they understood that if it came to that, there was little they could do. No one was inclined to share extraordinary light with anyone other than their kin, given the perilous nature of acquiring it. Ji Ryue brought her father along, hoping to enable him to absorb extraordinary light and awaken his abilities. Xiang did not object. It was Ji Ryue's prerogative, and she had the right to make such decisions. After all, she was not soliciting others to provide her father with extraordinary light. Rather, it was she and her mother, Dong Yali, who would offer Gang this opportunity, leaving no room for objection from outsiders. As long as they continued to hunt zombies, extraordinary light would inevitably be obtained. There were still many office workers in the building, and by midday, Gang successfully acquired a piece of extraordinary light, awakening his rocky abilities. Numerous survivors remained, but Xiang chose not to supply them with resources or include them in their endeavors. In truth, even if he had brought them along, few would dare to follow. The prospect of clearing zombies floor by floor was fraught with danger. Upon hearing Xiang and Apos' stance, no one expressed a desire to accompany them. Nevertheless, many were grateful to Xiang and his group for purging the zombies, providing them with a safer environment. Before long, an entire day had passed. At dusk, Xiang and his companions returned to the 35th floor. To their surprise, Gang's colleagues were absent, seemingly having departed. It was not unexpected, given that one among them had awakened a powerful magnetic ability, a development that likely sparked new aspirations. However, Xiang was taken aback when, after dinner, Gang's colleagues returned. All 12 of them, with 4 having awakened their abilities. Clearly, through their collective efforts, they had acquired 3 pieces of extraordinary light, leading to the awakening of 3 individuals and Apos' powers. They were astonished to see Xiang and his group return, having anticipated that Xiang would abandon them. This was precisely why they had united to hunt zombies, granting more individuals the chance to awaken their abilities and enhance their survival prospects. Old G, have you awakened your abilities? I have awakened a fire ability. One of Gang and Apos' close colleagues joyfully shared with him. Xiang, may I have a moment to speak with you? As Gang and his colleagues exchanged stories of their awakenings, Hyun approached. Of course, Xiang stood, ready to extinguish his cigarette. No need. Please continue. I Don and Apos, do you mind? My husband smokes frequently. I and Apos, ve grown accustomed to it, Hyun replied, turning to head outside. Xiang understood that Hyun sought a private conversation, so he followed her. In the interim, Gu Ning cast a glance at Xiang, as if silently inquiring about something. Xiang shrugged, indicating his own uncertainty regarding Hyun's intentions. Soon, they arrived outside the company. However, Hyun still appeared uneasy. Entering the elevator and pressing the button for the top floor, Xiang was increasingly bewildered. What could be so important that they needed to evade others? Furthermore, Hyun seemed somewhat off, her complexion reddening upon entering the elevator. It appeared she was shy. If the matter involved women and Apos' issues, would and Apos' she discuss it with her daughter, Gu Ning, or other women? Was it appropriate to approach him? Or perhaps it pertained to some other delicate subject? Chapter 56, The Ability to Hear the Heart and Apos' voice finally. The 2 individuals arrived at the balcony on the top floor. The rain continued to fall outside, accompanied by a strong wind. According to Aining, you possess the extraordinary ability to manifest any power at will. Upon hearing Hyun speak, Xiang let out a sigh of relief. Discussing abilities was preferable. He dreaded conversing with Hyun about his relationship with Gu Ning. It was only the 7th day since the apocalypse had descended, and few had managed to shed the cognitive patterns of the old world. Only he, having survived for over a decade in the apocalypse, would approach survival with a mindset befitting such a reality. Indeed, I can replicate the abilities I have encountered or those that are commonly known. However, I cannot yet manifest those I have not experienced. Xiang explained earnestly. You must be able to mimic the ability of sound, then, Yuan exclaimed, excitedly grasping Xiang and Appo's arm. However, she quickly realized her inappropriate behavior and hastily released him. Yes, I can, but I have yet to attempt it. I am curious about what you need from me, and I cannot control this ability. I constantly hear strange voices, as if I can hear what others are thinking. For instance, Lin Wanyu often thinks of very shameful things that are quite distressing to hear, Yuan confessed, her ears flushing red. Lin Wanyu and Appo's thoughts were indeed excessively bold. Once a traditional and conservative woman, Yuan now found herself overwhelmed by the audacity of Lin Wanyu's inner musings. She attempted to block them out, but a moment's lapse would lead her to hear them again. How could she possibly maintain her composure? She was hesitant to disclose her ability to hear others' thoughts, for it was an extraordinary and almost surreal gift. No one would willingly reveal the contents of their mind. Hearing Yuan's words, Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment. You have awakened two abilities? He had witnessed Yuan unleashing sound waves. Indeed, she had awakened the power of sound. However, hearing others and Appo's thoughts was not something typically associated with sound manipulation. And no, it's strange. I cannot hear men and Appo's thoughts, only women and Appo's. I know everything about aiming, Chu Yuan, and Ye's relationships with you. Yuan's face grew even redder. Knowing so many secrets made her uneasy, leaving her in a state of trepidation. You know all that. And Xiang awkwardly rubbed his nose. While their relationships were not intricate, merely comrades in arms with a hint of ambiguity, they retained a sense of purity amidst the complexity. I understand that the world has changed, and so have the dynamics between men and women. I neither encourage nor oppose your interactions. Having broached the topic, Yuan felt compelled to express her thoughts. Xiang sighed with relief and extended his hand. May I hold your hand to sense your ability? He believed that experiencing Yuan and Appo's power firsthand would clarify her situation. Yuan nodded, placing her hands in his. Relax, I need to perceive your ability. This was knowledge Xiang had gained through continuous practice and exploration of his own capabilities. His ability to manifest elements such as fire, ice, lightning, water, earth, and metal was remarkable. However, more complex powers like healing, strength enhancement, speed augmentation, spatial manipulation, and time manipulation eluded him. He had contemplated that the powers he could easily wield were tangible, rooted in physical phenomena present in nature, while those he struggled with were abstract concepts. Nevertheless, he could intimately connect with others to perceive their abilities, and through this perception, replicate them. Yuan immediately sensed something unusual, akin to her first encounter with ethereal light. A tingling sensation enveloped her, granting a euphoric feeling akin to her soul ascending. She bit her lip, unable to suppress a sound. How embarrassing, Yuan. How could you make such a sound in front of Xiang? What if he misinterprets it? Wait. Could his ability to manifest desires allow him to hear my thoughts? Oh no, I feel like I have done something I shouldn't have. What if I start thinking irrationally about him? No, what irrational thoughts about him? Get a grip, Yuan. Don't overthink this. Xiang had not anticipated that Yuan's ability indeed allowed her to hear the thoughts of others. It was a fascinating power, despite being fundamentally sound manipulation. It also granted her the capacity to overhear thoughts. Was this an aberration of sound manipulation? Thankfully, this ability only allowed her to hear women's thoughts. Otherwise, it would be quite mortifying. It was said that men fantasize every 6 minutes during the day, a claim likely exaggerated but indicative of underlying truths. It must be noted that sages are judged by their actions, not their thoughts, as their inner musings are fraught with complexities. Were one to act on every thought, they would be deemed beasts. Can you sense anything? Yuan inquired after several minutes had passed, feeling conflicted. She was quite curious about what Xiang's heart was whispering. Yes, your ability is quite peculiar. You have indeed awakened a new power. As for control, it essentially involves not allowing your thoughts to wander. If you refrain from focusing on others' thoughts, you will not hear them. You currently struggle with this, primarily due to insufficient practice and a lack of strength. As you absorb more abilities, you will naturally gain better control over it. Furthermore, regarding your ability to hear thoughts, I advise you to keep it a secret. Once others discover it, they will distance themselves from you, including Gu Ning, who would become wary. No one wishes for their innermost thoughts to be laid bare. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, encountering such an ability would leave few willing to let one survive. Failure to conceal it would only drive others away. Chapter 57. Did Xiang know everything? He nodded slightly, having realized the severity of the situation, though she had not anticipated it would be so profound. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that she could only hear the thoughts of women. If she were also able to hear the thoughts of men, matters would become far more complicated. Are there any other issues? Xiang inquired, feigning ignorance of what Yuan had been thinking. She shook her head, indicating there were none. She understood that, for the time being, she would have to endure the disturbances of this extraordinary ability and could not shield herself from it. The best she could do was to distance herself from others. Fortunately, once she was more than 5 meters away, the cacophony of thoughts faded, rendering the situation not entirely hopeless. Shall we head downstairs? Xiang glanced at Yuan. And you truly seem to be growing younger. You resemble Ning's sister more and more, he remarked quietly. Really? Yuan touched her face, her expression one of delight. Indeed, her skin felt remarkably smooth. She relished this miraculous ability to regain her youth, yet it also stirred a sense of discomfort within her. If Guning and Apos, as father, were still alive, perhaps he too could have experienced this rejuvenation. How wonderful that would have been. Yet, from now on, her world would consist solely of herself and her daughter, devoid of a partner. Let us not give others the wrong impression, Xiang advised, moving to press the elevator button. Once inside, Yuan examined her reflection in the elevator mirror. She indeed appeared transformed, almost unrecognizable. Had Xiang not been there, she would have indulged in her vanity for much longer. Upon returning to the 35th floor, the pair was met with curious glances from their peers. However, no one dared to inquire about the nature of Yuan and Xiang's conversation, recognizing it as a private matter. Most speculated about Xiang and Guning, especially given Guning's overt demeanor. It was quite natural for a mother to be concerned about her daughter's relationships with men. Before long, Xiang returned to his small office to continue honing his extraordinary abilities. Shortly thereafter, Guning and Chu Yuan arrived, eager for Xiang to revive them. The effects of revival lasted only 6 hours, a duration too brief for their needs. They required 4 revivals each day. If not for Xiang's capacity to revive them 20 times a day, they would struggle to maintain their human forms for a full 24 hours. After being revived, the 3 departed. With ample time left, Xiang was determined to practice diligently. Lin Wanyu was acutely aware of her responsibilities and refrained from disturbing Xiang during his practice. Mom, what did you discuss with Xiang today? Guning could not help but ask. Due to her relationship with Yuan, Guning no longer referred to Xiang as master, deeming it inappropriate in front of his mother. Consequently, Xiang had encouraged her to change her address. However, Lin Wanyu maintained her title for Xiang, calling him master with enthusiasm and affection, as if it were her exclusive privilege, and she took pride in it. Naturally, given Xiang's formidable strength, Lin Wanyu's pride seemed entirely justified. As for my extraordinary abilities, I struggle to control them and can hear voices from all around, which troubles me. Thus, I wish to seek Xiang's guidance on how to wield this power, Yuan explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyu exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan. As if uncovering a delightful secret, Yuan hastily averted her gaze, internally lamenting her plight, for she had already perceived Lin Wanyu's thoughts. Soon, Yuan discerned that Lin Wanyu was a woman of her word, exuding the commanding aura of a formidable leader. This was indeed a reflection of Lin Wanyu's true character. That night, Yuan regretted her decision to share an office with Guning and Chu Yuan, as she found herself unable to sleep amidst the cacophony of sounds. Some ground their teeth, while others snored. From above and below came the sounds of weeping and cursing, creating an incessant din. Her extraordinary ability was as tormenting as it was enlightening. Finally, dawn arrived, granting her release. When Xiang and the others awakened, the rain had ceased. Following breakfast, everyone accompanied Xiang as they departed, including Ji Gang and Apos, as colleagues, forming a unified group. On the return journey, they encountered numerous zombies, yet they were undeterred, returning to the Donghu Yujin community in just over 2 hours. Within the community, they cleared away many zombies. Upon the Ji family's return, Xiang opted not to stay with them, but instead moved directly to the Luo family residence. Ji Gang and Apos, as colleagues, were also at the Ji household, creating the atmosphere of 2 distinct teams. Due to Ji Yun's influence, Ji Gang had indeed formed his own team, and Xiang felt no need to object, as he owed Ji Yun a considerable debt of gratitude. Upon arriving at the Luo residence, everyone congregated in the hall. How strange, why is the internet down today? Do your phones still have service? Chu Yuan inquired curiously. Mine isn't working either. It was fine last night, came the reply. So, it's not just me. I noticed it on the way back, but Kuden and Apos, T mentioned it then. Everyone chimed in, expressing their inability to access the internet. Xiang was already aware of the situation but chose not to reveal his knowledge. It's likely that the signal tower near our community was damaged and without maintenance. It was bound to fail eventually. We cannot expect the internet to last indefinitely, he analyzed. If we lose the internet, what will become of our phones? How will we stay in touch? Guning frowned, struggling to adapt to the prospect of losing connectivity. Indeed, losing internet access is a challenge, but what about the power? If the electricity goes out, that would be even more distressing. In this apocalyptic world, anything is possible, so we must prepare ourselves mentally, Xiang cautioned, offering a timely reminder. However, we can collect portable chargers and solar panels, alleviating our concerns about power shortages. We could even consider acquiring a camper van, he suggested. Upon hearing Xiang's proposal, everyone exhaled in relief, eager to take action that very day. Lin Wanyu knew of a store that sold portable chargers and solar panels. By locating that business, they could obtain the necessary supplies. Additionally, she was aware of several wealthy individuals who owned camper vans and could procure them for their use. With a camper van, they would essentially have a mobile base, greatly enhancing their convenience. Chapter 58. The mutated golden eagle delivered to the door after a brief respite of half an hour. They departed from the community once more. This time, their objective was to acquire solar panels and portable power sources. Prior to the cataclysm, Xiang had visited an outdoor supply store and procured several suitcase-sized portable power banks. While these were sufficient for his personal use, they were inadequate for a group of this size. Before setting off, Xiang had mentioned to the Ji family that he was taking people out to gather supplies. Ji Ruoyue wished to accompany him, but Xiang persuaded her to remain with her parents. On this outing, Xiang brought along the AI, as it was no longer suitable for solitary watch. After all, the Ji family might harbor ulterior motives. This world is never short of ambitious individuals, merely lacking opportunities to realize their ambitions. Now, the opportunity lay before them. All they needed to do was act to seize it. Particularly, the awakening of supernatural abilities imbues one with immense confidence, naturally nurturing the growth of ambition. Not long after their departure, Xiang and his companions were ambushed. Their assailant was a mutated golden eagle, endowed with lightning abilities. Its size was not particularly large, with a wingspan of just over a meter, appearing to be a juvenile. Fortunately, Xiang had the AI with him today. Otherwise, they might have failed to detect the sudden attack of the mutated eagle in time. Xiang could not ascertain whether this mutated golden eagle was the same one that Luo Yin possessed in a past life. So he refrained from using lethal force against it. Everyone, take cover. I will handle it, Xiang instructed. Upon hearing his command, everyone swiftly took action, retreating into the nearby shops along the street. Among them, only Chu Yu possessed the means to confront such a mutated creature, but even she might not be able to contend with it. A mutated eagle with lightning abilities was far more formidable than an ordinary mutated beast. To Xiang and Apos' surprise, the AI suddenly leaped up and absorbed a lightning strike from the mutated golden eagle. Remarkably, the AI showed no reaction to being struck, seemingly indifferent to the attack. The mutated eagle circled in the air before diving down again, launching another assault on Xiang and the AI. Xiang did not retaliate immediately. Instead, he awaited the eagle and Apos' approach. AI, remain still. I intend to capture it, Xiang commanded. While the AI might not comprehend the phrase I intend to capture it, it understood remain still. Thus, it sat down, gazing up at the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting Xiang directly. Electrical arcs danced across his body. Yet he suffered no harm. Simultaneously, the mutated golden eagle drew ever closer. Its claws extended, aiming straight for Xiang and Apos' shoulder. Suddenly, Xiang reached out to grasp its talons, enveloping them with a surge of mental energy, akin to an invisible rope. I and Apos, V got you. Xiang exclaimed with delight as he secured the eagle and Apos' legs. The mutated eagle, taken aback, attempted to flee, but with Xiang and Apos' grip, it had no chance of escaping. Do you think you can escape once I have you? Xiang grinned, producing a chunk of mutated fish meat. The eagle lunged at the meat in Xiang's hand, devouring it in mere moments. Xiang continued to feed it several pounds of the mutated fish, satiating its hunger. The eagle, bewildered, had not anticipated that after losing its freedom, it would still be treated to delicious mutated flesh. Once it was full, Xiang affectionately patted its head. Initially, the eagle resisted, attempting to peck at Xiang, but soon its head fell under the control of Xiang's mental energy, rendering it immobile. After a few gentle pats, Xiang released his hold, and the eagle ceased its aggression, no longer attempting to peck him. Subsequently, Xiang placed the eagle into a metal frame on his back. Crafted by Chu Yuan using her abilities, modeled after the previous backpack Xiang had. The frame was equipped with a net cover, ensuring better protection for Xiang's mutated rose. Sensing the energy of the mutated rose, the eagle hastily settled into a comfortable position, unwilling to leave. Brother Xiang, you and Amp, Oppos, V tamed it just like that? Chu Yu approached Xiang, astonished. In just over 10 minutes, a mutated avian had obediently submitted? It and Amp, Oppos, that's not that simple. It was attracted by the mutated rose, Xiang replied with a subtle smile, aware that he lacked the prowess to subdue a mutated creature in such a brief span. However, as long as it remained, he could gradually train and tame it. One day, I will have it completely obedient. Xiang expressed his confidence. Whether mutated beasts or evolved individuals, once they discovered the mutated rose, they would instinctively cling to it. This, in turn, provided Xiang with the opportunity to tame them. How enviable. Luckily, we are a team. As she spoke, Chu Yu licked her lips, yearning for more of Xiang and Amp, Oppos' nectar. Unfortunately, the nectar was limited and could not be provided daily. Let us continue our journey, Xiang declared, and they set off once more. The number of zombies on the streets had diminished significantly compared to 3 days prior. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not stop to clear them. As long as the zombies did not impede their progress, they would ignore them. Their mission today was to reach Lin Wanyu and Oppos' friend and Oppos' warehouse and procure a batch of portable power sources and solar panels. Along the way, they alternated between riding electric bikes and walking. After 2 hours, they arrived at the storage facility. This location housed many corporate warehouses, with resources far beyond just solar panels and power sources. However, upon arrival, they discovered the area was occupied. They had constructed a perimeter using shipping containers, with numerous individuals patrolling atop them. To gain entry, they would either need to scale the containers or pass through the designated entrance they had established. Additionally, Xiang noticed drones patrolling the skies. This was a remarkably organized team, having established such a camp merely 7 days into the apocalypse. Stop right there. Please state your purpose. A group of individuals raised their somewhat rudimentary bows and aimed at Xiang's group. We're just passing through, with no specific purpose, Xiang replied, not wishing to provoke conflict. These individuals had all awakened their abilities. They were not ordinary people. In a confrontation, Xiang could certainly escape unscathed, but those around him could be harmed. Thus, he abandoned the idea of attempting to retrieve supplies at this moment. After all, this was not the only place to find solar panels and portable power sources. Other locations would surely have them as well. Even if he were to venture inside, it would be better for him to do so alone, rather than bringing everyone along. Chapter 59: Encountering a Great Foe Meeting is a Form of Fate. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our Chiao Family Army? We offer preferential treatment to evolutionaries, and our marshal possesses formidable strength, ensuring that each individual can absorb the essence of the 10 times each month. Upon hearing the name Chiao Family Army, Xiang's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. This was the very force established by his arch-nemesis. In his previous life, Luo Yun had met her demise at the hands of a core member of the Chiao Family Army. Xiang had endured 3 months of torment at the hands of its members and had been implanted with a subcutaneous bomb, remaining under their control for over a year. Eventually, he was captured by the Chiao Family Army and Amp, Oppos' adversaries, joined them, and fought against the Chiao Family Army for 3 years, ultimately defeating them. Regrettably, due to his insufficient strength and low status, he was unable to personally exact vengeance on his foes. Little did he expect to encounter members of the Chiao Family Army once more. Truly, he had traversed a long path only to find what he sought without effort. Now that he knew the location of the Chiao Family Army, Xiang could commence his revenge. Joining was out of the question. Such an act would entail offering the women around him to be shared among the entire Chiao Family Army. They referred to it as shared wives, where anyone could engage in marital relations with these women. It was a forced arrangement, devoid of consent. To join the Chiao Family Army, one must comply, although they would not disclose this fact until after joining. Simultaneously, they were actively hunting for women, slaughtering their families, and bringing them back to camp. Unless the women possessed special abilities. Apologies, but we are not interested, Xiang declared, turning on his heel to depart. The others swiftly followed, with no one questioning Xiang and Amp, Oppos' decision. The members of the Chiao Family Army did not pursue them, as they were still in their nascent stage, lacking the power to act with impunity. After walking a distance of over 100 meters, Xiang slowed his pace and retrieved a tablet from his storage space. He had downloaded offline maps from various regions across the country, utilizing multiple mapping applications to ensure he had access to offline navigation. Thus, Xiang could use the maps at any time. Master, what should we do next? Should we seek a mobile home or search for power sources and solar panels elsewhere? Lin Wanyu inquired curiously. There's no rush. You all enter this hotel to rest. I will blend into the Chiao Family Army's camp under the cover of night. Xiang instructed, pointing to a 5-star hotel on the map. In this apocalyptic world, such hotels provided the utmost comfort, with robust infrastructure, particularly the presidential suites, which were rarely occupied and had not been tainted by zombies. After examining the map, Xiang identified the optimal route and led the group toward the hotel. Are we not going home tonight? Luo Yin asked, puzzled. Home. Lin Wanyu chuckled softly, addressing her daughter. Silly girl, the world has changed. As long as we are with the master, anywhere can be home. Xiang was surprised by Lin Wanyu and Appo's understanding of survival in the apocalypse. Indeed, the world had transformed. The notion of home had become obsolete. Any place could serve as shelter, but it was challenging to remain in one location for long. This was due to the necessity of hunting zombies and absorbing. Once a region and Appo's zombies were eradicated, it became unsuitable for habitation. Venturing to other areas would increase time costs. And if one fell behind other factions, they would become prey. Thus, to grow stronger, one must continuously migrate and hunt zombies and fierce beasts. Their region, Yuan City, boasted a population of 30 million, with over 20 million zombies, alongside mutated beasts, making it impossible to clear the city of zombies even after many years. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and the city was vast. Each district was akin to a megacity. Presently, Xiang and his group operated within the Hangjiang district. Having ventured beyond this geographic scope, his reluctance to leave Yuan City stemmed from his familiarity with the area, granting him an advantage from his rebirth. If he were to depart, he would lose a portion of that advantage and miss the opportunity to meet those he wished to confront in vengeance. Such a scenario was unacceptable to Xiang. Therefore, he could not let the core members of the Chiao Family Army escape his grasp. That very night, he intended to take action and eliminate them, one by one. As they arrived at the upscale hotel, the lobby was still populated by numerous zombies, indicating that no one had ventured there recently, and the survivors had failed to eliminate these creatures. Hotels, devoid of resources to collect, held little value beyond providing comfort. Those who favored hotels were often lone wolves or small teams. After clearing the lobby of Building 1, Xiang inspected the computer to ascertain the locations of the presidential suites. Most were situated on the top floor, and this hotel was no exception. Thus, he procured several room cards for the presidential suites. Ascending to the top floor in the elevator, Xiang encountered a few zombies in the corridor. He swiftly dispatched them without granting anyone else a chance. Selecting a suite, he led Chu Yuan, Gu Ning, and Lin Wanyu inside. Their time was drawing near, and they would soon require the resurrection skills once more. I and Appo's LL take a shower first. You can manage yourselves, Xiang announced. The presidential suite was indeed splendid, with an exceptionally large bathtub. While Xiang bathed, Gu Ning and Chu Yuan prepared the tub for a soak. Master, there is a rooftop swimming pool upstairs. I would like to experience it but feel apprehensive. May I invite you to join me? Lin Wanyu inquired, clearly familiar with this hotel, indicating she had stayed there before. This indeed piqued Xiang and Appo's interest. We want to go too. Gu Ning and Chu Yuan exclaimed, their interest in the bathtub waning upon hearing about the rooftop pool. Thus, everyone donned bathrobes and proceeded to the top floor together. Chu Yu and Chu Ning joined them, having only heard tales of the rooftop pool but never experienced it themselves. Eventually, He Yun and Luo Yin arrived as well. The pool's edge was adorned with glass walls, presenting a thrilling view. The water was pristine and maintained at a comfortable temperature. A few zombies remained, likely former staff members, but there were no guests. After eliminating the zombies, they could swim and enjoy their rare opportunity for relaxation, each eager to unwind. Chapter 60. Infiltration of the Chiao Family Military Camp. The AI stood guard over the mutated rose, vigilantly preventing it from being stealthily taken by the mutated golden eagle. This location was far from secure. Xiang dared not leave his treasured mutated rose in the confines of a hotel room. Reclining on an inflatable sofa by the pool, he reveled in Lin Wanyu and Appo's soothing massage. Others frolicked in the water, casting off the burdens of the past 6 oppressive days. Each day had been laden with immense pressure, shrouded in fear and anxiety. Upon entering this aerial pool, they found solace, as if the world had reverted to the time before the apocalypse. Xiang admired the fair legs of the women surrounding him, savoring grapes that Lin Wanyu had peeled for him. These grapes were retrieved from the nearby refrigerated unit, alongside an array of snacks, drinks, and spirits. This lifestyle was once unattainable for Xiang before the apocalypse, yet for someone like Lin Wanyu, wealth afforded her such indulgences whenever she pleased. Now, however, it was Xiang who luxuriated in these comforts, while Lin Wanyu, once exalted, served him. "My lord, you must be weary. There's a lounge above where you can truly unwind," Lin Wanyu whispered softly in his ear, attuned to his state. In a world ravaged by chaos, releasing stress was paramount, and she, along with the others, instinctively understood this. Thus, Xiang ascended the shore alongside Lin Wanyu. The others observed, each harboring their own thoughts. As night fell imperceptibly, the once lively aerial pool fell silent. The women had dined and now lounged on outdoor chairs, engrossed in a film under the stars, yet Xiang was absent. Clad in a black tracksuit, he stealthily approached the Chiao family and Apos' military camp as darkness enveloped the surroundings. The camp was brightly illuminated by numerous large lights, casting an almost blinding glow around the periphery. Xiang observed from a distance for several minutes before identifying a blind spot. Once assured of his position, he utilized the cover of night to stealthily approach, effortlessly scaling a container. He then silently neared a figure engrossed in a mobile game. Although the internet was down, offline games remained a source of amusement. The Chiao family military was not a genuine army. The sentinels rarely maintained vigilant awareness of their surroundings. Casual indifference was the norm, as they primarily guarded against hordes of zombies. In a swift motion, Xiang snapped the man's neck. He meticulously studied the man and Apos' features before employing his shape-shifting ability to assume the man and Apos' likeness. After donning his attire, Xiang concealed the body within his storage space. The operation proceeded seamlessly, without a single soul noticing his anomaly. He then examined the man's phone, discovering an abundance of videos. The female leads varied, but the male lead was consistently the man Xiang had just dispatched. It was evident that the Chiao family military had begun their so-called communal wife system. In this post-apocalyptic world, the most unfortunate were the ordinary individuals devoid of abilities, particularly attractive women. The more beautiful they were, the more tragic their fates became, as they turned into scarce resources coveted by many. While sustenance could be obtained, few were willing to resort to such means for survival. Add it and Apos as your turn to rotate. "You better not cause too much ruckus tonight. We still need you to search for wives tomorrow," one soldier remarked. Xiang, cautious and restrained, merely acknowledged with a non-committal okay, relinquishing his position. "Watch your attitude. Just because you and Amp Apos VE awaken a healing ability doesn't and Amp Apos mean you and Amp Apos LL garner the leader and Amp Apos' favor. Does he need a nursemaid?" Another scoffed. Xiang merely snorted, his thoughts igniting with newfound energy. Descending the stairs, he followed the others. For he was not the only one changing shifts. A group of over 10 men moved as one. The group arrived at the mess hall, where conversation was sparse. Much to Xiang's relief, the food appeared relatively abundant and aromatic, yet he refrained from eating, uncertain of the meat's origin. "Did you hear? The boss brought back a woman today, an actress, stunningly beautiful and youthful. Rumor has it she awakened a healing ability. I wonder if she'll become one of our wives." A soldier speculated. "Dream on. Only those of average looks become communal wives. The beautiful ones are merely the boss's playthings. He'll only share them once he tires of them." "You're new here, so it's understandable you don't know," another replied. "Still, my wisest decision was joining the Chiao family military, following Boss Chiao. Without him, we wouldn't have this life. Hundreds of wives, swapping them daily. What a thrill." "Hundreds? Soon it'll be thousands," chimed in another. Their conversations were solely centered around women, devoid of any substantial value. Once they finished eating, Xiang continued his pursuit of the core members, intending to act once the night deepened. Following the group, Xiang arrived at a storage room, revealing rows of beds, each occupied by a woman. Some beds housed both women and men. Undoubtedly, this was the Chiao family military and Apos' dormitory. Having spent over a year with them in a previous life, Xiang was well acquainted with their base instincts. He randomly selected a bed to lie upon, immediately sensing the tremor of the woman beside him. These women lived in constant fear, toiling by day and potentially being chosen by night. How dare you? Thinking you can escape. You want to run? Die? A man erupted, strangling another in a fit of rage. You all better listen closely. Anyone who dares to flee will be executed. He barked. The countless women trembled, biting their blankets, too terrified to utter a sound. Xiang shook his head. Was it wise to rely on others for escape? Indeed, they had their own tragic tales. But would they have fallen to such depths had they possessed the courage to slay zombies? Dignity in this post-apocalyptic world must be fought for. Those who fear death yet refuse to battle shall be preyed upon by the strong. This world is deemed an apocalypse, not a flourishing era. With so many women, was there truly no opportunity for escape? No. Should they muster the courage and act collectively, liberation was feasible. After all, the total number of troops in the Chiao family military was limited, far fewer than the women. Xiang lay on the bed, silently smoking, awaiting the arrival of deep night. That moment would herald the onset of slaughter. He had resolved that the Chiao family military must be eradicated from top to bottom. Chapter 61. Confronting the enemy. Chiao Jijia. As time ticked away, the surroundings grew increasingly silent. By 3 in the morning, fatigue had set in for everyone. Xiang turned over in bed, initiating his hunting operation. He employed telekinesis to stifle his opponent's mouth and nose, muffling any sound, before swiftly snapping their neck. Such actions were second nature to him from his previous life. Lower-tier evolvers were, in truth, rather feeble, hardly stronger than an ordinary person. Upon breaking their neck, Xiang would store the corpse in his spatial inventory. Within a mere 15 minutes, he had efficiently dealt with all the evolvers in the dormitory. Paying no mind to whether he had attracted attention, he left the dormitory in search of Chiao Jianjun's core members, those he was eager to eliminate. Upon exiting, he began his search. The Chiao family camp had yet to assign night watchmen, rendering the area eerily quiet. The only sounds came from those tasked with guarding the container walls, who were oblivious to the happenings within the camp, allowing Xiang to move undetected. Having reviewed the map beforehand, he was somewhat familiar with the locale. However, locating Chiao Jijie and the other core members proved to be a challenging endeavor. The industrial park was vast, making it difficult to find individuals in the dark. Nevertheless, Xiang was not without recourse. He directly utilized the soundwave abilities he had and copied from Yuan. Before long, he overheard the voices he sought. Hey, stop dozing off and stay alert. If those girls get away, the boss will surely have our heads. Damn it. Why are we stuck here while they get to have fun with the women and then sleep? Shouldn't they send someone to relieve us? It's because we're strong enough to keep an eye on the women inside, right? Old Lou. Do you really think the boss's methods work? Can we really turn these girls into obedient pets? Of course, have you heard of training falcons? They say if you starve and deprive them of sleep, you can tame them. But can you do the same with people? No one can last 3 to 5 days without food or sleep. By then, even if you give them a sip of water, they and LL be more obedient than a dog. Following their conversation, Xiang traced the sound to a red building. He cautiously approached and peered through the glass to see 2 individuals, Lu Fudong and Zhang Qingkai. Xiang ground his teeth in silent fury. Lu Fudong was particularly despicable, relishing in the torment of others. He was the one who suggested sharing wives, offering his wife and newly adult daughter as sacrifices, leading by example. He, himself, was impotent yet encouraged others to seek his wife and daughter. It could only be said that he was a true beast, deserving of death. Furthermore, he took pleasure in torturing ordinary men, finding any excuse to drive them to their demise. He was a complete psychopath. Xiang continued to employ his sound abilities to pinpoint Chiao Jijia's location. The first to be eliminated, naturally, would be Chiao Jijia, for he was responsible for the death of Ji Yun and had employed the method of training falcons against him. Thus, he was the first target. Soon, Xiang heard snoring and sobbing from an adjacent building. Presumably, that was where Chiao Jijia resided. He stealthily made his way toward the structure, only to spot a guard outside. Leaning against the wall, the guard was nearly asleep. Another core member of the Chiao family, named Wei Mingtian, also a complete beast. It could be said that all core members of the Chiao family were monstrous, and none would be unjustly slain. Approaching swiftly, Xiang snapped Wei Mingtian's neck and stored the body in his spatial inventory. He then slipped into the building. Just as he entered, someone shouted, "Old Wei, what are you doing? Why aren't you watching the outside? Got any cigarettes? Cigarettes? What sort of fool smokes? You're not Old Wei." Bang! Xiang dodged the bullets and struck an axe down upon the assailant's head. Though he had taken a life, He had inadvertently roused Chiao Jijia. Damn it. Lao Wang, you scared me half to death. What the hell are you shooting at in the middle of the night? Chiao Jijia's voice echoed from above, accompanied by a grenade thrown down. Boom. The grenade exploded, sending shrapnel flying. Fortunately, Xiang dodged in time and remained unscathed. What the hell happened to Old Wei? So bold to dare come here and kill. I'll electrocute you for this. Marshal, what is going on? Why are there gunshots and explosions? Outside, Lu Fudong's voice emerged. Having been startled by the commotion, he and Zhang Chengkai rushed over. Keep an eye outside. Don't let anyone escape. Someone has broken in to kill. They must be trying to rescue the damsel. That woman was so certain someone would come for her, and it appears she was right. Chiao Jijia was furious, brimming with confidence in his own strength. After all, he was nearing the second tier and possessed formidable lightning abilities and a power that slowed everything down. To this point, he felt invincible, which was why he had managed to expand the Chiao family army so rapidly. Come out, trash. Your woman has already been ruined by me. Take a look for yourself. Ha ha ha, you're probably just a dog. I was her first man, she and Amp, Oppos, S truly tender, and she. Thud. An axe, slowed by his abilities, was deflected. Do you think a sneak attack can harm me, trash? Chiao Jijia boldly advanced toward Xiang, convinced that Xiang's abilities were weak. Relying solely on ambush tactics for killing, Xiang understood Chiao Jijia's arrogance well. With just a slight provocation, he had inflated his ego. Soon, Chiao Jijia came into Xiang's line of sight. The moment he appeared, he unleashed his lightning abilities. Indeed, this power was potent, with significant offensive capabilities. However, Xiang countered with his own lightning abilities, effectively neutralizing Chiao Jijia and Oppos' attack. Simultaneously, he manipulated gravitational forces beneath Chiao Jijia's feet, rendering him immobile. At that moment, Chiao Jijia's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately employed his slowing abilities against Xiang. Xiang chose not to evade. He wished to ascertain whether being struck by such an ability would allow him to replicate it. After all, enemies would not grant him the opportunity to approach and sense their abilities for the purpose of copying them. Thus, he sought to test whether being affected by the ability would yield the same result. Chapter 62. Allow him to experience the terror of gradual death. Come in. You must come in and finish him off. Chiao Jijia sensed the impending danger and shouted urgently. However, Xiang was well prepared. His sound wave abilities suppressed all noise, rendering it inaudible. Although Xiang and Oppos' speed had initially diminished, he quickly regained his normal pace. How is this possible? You have clearly fallen victim to my slowing ability. Chiao Jijia exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. With mastery over the slowing ability, Xiang could naturally mitigate most of its effects. He approached Chiao Jijia deliberately, causing the latter to kneel in terror. Brother, please don't strike. I can be your loyal dog. I beg you, spare my life. And from now on, my life will belong to you. Chiao Jijia was genuinely frightened and panicked. He had once believed himself invincible, but now found himself kneeling before Xiang in less than 3 minutes. As his tongue grew increasingly numb, he realized he had been afflicted by the slowing ability. Simultaneously, a chilling sensation enveloped his tongue, as if it were gradually freezing. He wished to cry out for help, yet found himself unable to utter a sound. His body immobilized by ice. Xiang proceeded to sever his limbs, intending to allow him to die a slow death, a fate that instills the deepest despair in a person. While Xiang possessed numerous methods to torment his adversaries, he was disinclined to do so, having endured too much in the apocalypse. He found little solace in inflicting suffering upon others. Instead, he relished the prospect of watching his foes succumb to despair and death. With a swift movement, he shattered Chiao Jijia and Oppos' tongue with an icy blade before turning his attention to Lu Fudong and Zhang Chengkai. Upon exiting, he discovered the two had vanished without a trace. They escaped? Xiang had not anticipated their flight. They had not remained outside the building. Presumably, they had not heard Chiao Jijia and Oppos' commotion and guessed he had encountered a formidable foe, prompting their retreat. Xiang retrieved a drone, hoping to locate the two. If he did not resolve this matter now, it would not be so easily addressed in the future. Got you. Xiang grinned, grateful for his drone, which was equipped with thermal imaging. He spotted the figures of the two and pursued them without hesitation. Their escape led towards the dormitory, likely seeking to rally reinforcements. In less than 3 minutes, Xiang burst into the dormitory. Immediately upon entry, gunfire erupted. Damn it, how could he evade this? Our leader must have been defeated. Lu, what should we do? Zhang Qingkai, trembling and clutching his gun, asked in a panic. What else can we do? We must fight back. Lu Fudong shouted as he fired several shots toward the entrance. Old Zhang, flank him and finish him off. Lu Fudong bellowed, continuing to shoot. Armed with a shotgun, he fired repeatedly, yet began to inch toward the window of the storeroom. Fight back? That was just to placate Zhang Qingkai. My only goal was to escape and let him hold Li Xiang at bay. Damn it, I'll take you down. Zhang Qingkai roared, charging through the door. At that moment, Lu Fudong climbed through the window to flee. However, as soon as he landed, he felt a sudden jolt. Subsequently, his movements began to slow. My intuition proves accurate. This scoundrel indeed chose to flee this way. Li Xiang emerged from the shadows, swiftly severing Lu Fudong's thigh. Ah, my leg, my leg. Lu Fudong screamed in agony. Bang! The shot was fired by Li Xiang. Zhang Qingkai, drawn by the scream, peeked out and was immediately shot by Li Xiang. The bullet struck his brain, obliterating half of his head. Please, no. I haven't done anything wrong. Spare my life. Lu Fudong pleaded, clutching his severed leg. Li Xiang remained silent, freezing his tongue before shattering it. After completing this act, he dismembered Lu Fudong's limbs and, before his eyes, set them ablaze. Lighting a cigarette, Li Xiang departed. Another core member of the Chiao Family army, Chen Guisheng, had escaped. Li Xiang had seen him on the drone footage. He was responsible for taming Chao Jijia, a ruthless demon. It was said that after the apocalypse began, he killed his entire family, having been a son-in-law who endured much humiliation. His in-laws looked down on him. His wife constantly belittled him, and even his daughter berated him daily. On the first day of the apocalypse, he killed his zombified wife, awakening his powers. Immediately after, he murdered his father-in-law, torturing his mother-in-law and daughter for several days before being recruited into the Chiao Family army. Not only had he escaped, but he had also taken the guards with him. By the time Li Xiang dealt with Lu Fudong and Zhang Qingkai, Chen Guisheng had vanished into the night. Hiding in an unknown location, Li Xiang did not pursue him further, as the enemy was intentionally evading him and would not be easily found. After disposing of all the corpses in the space, Li Xiang headed towards the previous red building. Inside were several women with abilities. He wished to assess the situation. If any met his criteria, he would consider recruiting them. This compound was quite suitable, indeed, for an early survivor camp. Soon, Li Xiang located the place. It was illuminated by bright lights, and 5 women were suspended within. Several modified electric rods lay scattered about the room, seemingly intended for torturing individuals. Come on, if you dare. Kill me. You think I'll submit? Not a chance. One woman spat blood at Li Xiang, who deftly dodged. Blood rose? Li Xiang gasped in recognition upon seeing the woman spitting blood at him. A familiar face. He had unexpectedly encountered someone he knew in this apocalyptic world. The shape-shifting demoness. Bloodrose had slain countless men. She possessed the ability to transform, often taking on various female forms to tempt men. If they dared to touch her, she would swiftly end their lives. Even if they merely gazed at her with lustful eyes, she would perform a castration. Thus, she was known as the shape-shifting demoness. The women revered her as Blood Rose, for she had rescued innumerable females from peril. In a previous life, Li Xiang had aided her alongside Ji Yun and had even shared some unspeakable moments with her. He was among the few who had escaped the clutches of Jiang Mei. Yet, Li Xiang had never anticipated encountering her here. It seemed her transformation into a figure of terror for countless men was closely tied to her capture by Chao Jijie. Chapter 63. I crave midnight snacks. Li Xiang's call was not loud enough for Jiang Mei to hear. I am here to rescue you. Please wait a moment. He promptly extinguished all the lights except for one, then proceeded to lower them from their restraints one by one. Drink some glucose water, have a bite to eat, and quickly get some sleep. Li Xiang produced some supplies. Jiang Mei appeared to be in decent shape, but the other 4 women had deep dark circles under their eyes, looking exceedingly frail. I just want to sleep. Let me sleep. One woman lay down, pulling her clothing over her eyes. The overwhelming fatigue rendered her indifferent to food and drink. All she longed for was slumber. Hey, stop right there. Jiang Mei noticed Li Xiang making to leave and hurried after him. What is your name? Why are you saving us? Are you plotting something? Jiang Mei brandished a baton in her hand. Li Xiang, with the character for and amp, oppos, Li and amp, oppos, and the pronunciation for and amp, oppos, Xiang, and amp, oppos. There are no elaborate reasons for saving someone when the desire to save arises. One simply acts. With that, Li Xiang strode towards the building where Chiao Jijia was located. Jiang Mei followed closely behind, harboring doubts about Li Xiang's intentions. She suspected it was likely a scheme devised by Chiao Jijia, aimed at her own body. Only upon seeing Chiao Jijia and Appo's severed limbs did she realize that Li Xiang and Appo's rescue was devoid of ulterior motives. After all, without his limbs, he could no longer covet her body. Truly, the instinct for survival is remarkable, Li Xiang mused, admiring Chiao Jijia and Appo's tenacity and still clinging to life despite his condition. Can I kill him to alleviate my anger? Jiang Mei glanced at Chiao Jijia before turning back to Li Xiang. Of course, do as you wish. My objective has been achieved, and how you proceed is entirely your prerogative. With a nonchalant air, Li Xiang produced a large cigar. He snapped his fingers, and a flame erupted from his fingertips to ignite the cigar. Wait, where are you going? Can you take me with you? My name is Jiang Mei, and thank you for saving me. I possess magnetic abilities and can fight alongside you. Jiang Mei hastily introduced herself, eager to join Li Xiang. You are not suited to accompany me. I believe it would be best for you to remain here. Li Xiang wore a confident smile. Jiang Mei was a compassionate soul, unable to bear the sight of women being controlled and tormented, thus she sought to rescue them. Yet, her interventions often left many women to perish at the hands of the undead. Had they not been saved by Jiang Mei, they might have survived by trading their bodies for food in various survivor camps, albeit in harsh conditions. Better to live a life of hardship than to perish, which is the choice of most. Not everyone possesses the courage to end their own lives, nor is everyone willing to do so. There are hundreds of ordinary women here, devoid of protection or guidance. I believe you could lead them to survival, training them to become bloodied roses suited for this apocalypse. Bloodied roses? Jiang Mei whispered, her eyes suddenly alight. To lead them to become the blood roses of the apocalypse? Thank you. I finally understand what I should do with my abilities. Jiang Mei bowed deeply to Li Xiang, as if she had discovered her life as purpose. I hope when we meet again, it will be in a different light. With that, Li Xiang turned to leave. Jiang Mei wished to follow but found her movements inexplicably slowed. Her expression changed as the sensation was all too familiar. It was the same debilitating ability that had led to her capture by Chiao Jijia. However, she soon realized that her fears were unfounded. Li Xiang did not impede her or linger. He truly departed. So he merely wished for me not to pursue him. Humph, my benefactor shall not be so easily forgotten. I must find you, Li Xiang. In truth, Li Xiang had not left. He made his way to the little red building, laying down 2 mattresses in the area where the 4 girls were sleeping. Though Chiao Jijia was a beast, he had an eye for beauty. All 4 girls were striking. Li Xiang returned to confirm whether he had any past connections with them. It had been over a decade since, and he could not immediately recall. Regrettably, upon verification, he found no ties to them from his previous life. Thus, he decisively departed and sought out Lin Wanyu's friend's warehouse. The warehouse had been accessed by Chiao Jijia and Appo's men, and he discovered some solar panels had been dismantled, since the area still had power and a photovoltaic grid. Chiao Jijia's men had not cared about the solar panels or portable power supplies. Li Xiang collected what he could and stored it away before leaving, making his way towards the hotel. Along the way, he encountered a few zombies, which he swiftly eliminated. Fortune smiled upon him as he obtained 2 strands of anomalous light. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Xiang found Qiyu in the lobby, practicing her spatial abilities. You're back at last? Was everything smooth? Qiyu approached Li Xiang and enveloped him in an embrace. They had agreed to regard each other as lovers in private. Honey, I'm hungry. I want a midnight snack, Qiyu whispered into Li Xiang and Appo's ear. Very well, I shall prepare a midnight snack for you. Li Xiang effortlessly lifted Qiyu, disregarding the fact that Gu Ning and Chu Yuan had already transformed into zombies. The fleeting moments of joy soon passed. Chu Yu felt that after finishing her snack, dawn had arrived too quickly. It's morning. It would be inappropriate not to return now. Thus, they resumed their facade, ceasing their affectionate gestures, and returned to the presidential suite floor. Li Xiang revived Gu Ning, Chu Yuan, and Lin Wanyu. They resided together, allowing Li Xiang to revive them all at once upon his return. As the 3 awakened, they immediately inquired about Li Xiang's well-being. Having left the previous night, they were naturally concerned about any dangers he might have encountered. Upon mentioning the Chiao family's affairs, their perception of the world shattered upon learning of the shared wife situation. However, Li Xiang did not elaborate further. Instead, he gathered everyone for breakfast. There were no special plans for the day, merely hunting zombies and seeking out mutated beasts. Despite having a few thousand pounds of mutated giant python and various cooked mutant fish and cat meat in his storage space, who would ever complain of having too much meat from mutated creatures? After all, an abundance of food naturally brings a sense of security. Chapter 64. The transformation. Upon reaching level 5, Xiang was on the verge of leveling up, having spent numerous days hunting zombies and amassing experience. Before setting out, he decided to utilize a reinforcement skill. Just yesterday, he had successfully enhanced his blood vessels. He refrained from strengthening his heart, considering that an enhanced heart might overwhelm the blood vessels. Thus, he prioritized the reinforcement of his vascular system. In the bathroom, Xiang gazed at his significantly transformed reflection in the mirror. On the 8th day of his previous life, he was nearly emaciated from hunger. In this life, not only had he grown stronger, but he had also become increasingly handsome. As he gained strength, his genetics continuously optimized, rendering his features more striking. His facial structure had become more defined, with sharp brows and bright eyes, embodying the archetype of a dashing male figure. It was no wonder that Yuan and Appo's gaze towards him seemed somewhat peculiar. Setting aside his thoughts, Xiang glanced at his chest. It appeared that he needed to consult someone with the ability of X-ray vision. Such a skill would allow him to better understand the internal condition of his body and facilitate further optimization. System, enhance my heart. Enhancement successful as the system notification resonated. Xiang felt his heartbeat slow markedly. Placing his hand over his pulse, he sensed each thump was robust and powerful. A heart rate of nearly 35 beats per minute? For an ordinary person, that would necessitate immediate medical attention. Yet, for Xiang, this rate sufficed to meet his energy demands. Despite the low heart rate, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Without needing to test it, he instinctively knew that his power had indeed increased. Tomorrow, he intended to reinforce his respiratory system, as breathing was equally vital. Having made up his mind, Xiang exited the bathroom. Upon stepping out, he noticed Luoyin standing outside, seemingly with something to say. He refrained from delving into her thoughts and directly inquired, "What's the matter?" "Brother Xiang, aren't we going back to find Sister Ruoyue?" Luoyin asked. Xiang affectionately ruffled Luoyin's hair and replied with a gentle smile. "Our task today is to locate a motorhome. Once we find it, we will return. She has her own choices, just as you have yours." Luoyin paused for a moment before hastily asserting, "I want to leave. I want to stay with you forever." Inwardly, Xiang scoffed at the notion of eternity in this world and continued down the corridor. His companions had already been waiting for quite some time. He believed their team was adequately sized, comprising the 3 Chu sisters, 2 mother-daughter pairs, plus himself, totaling 8 individuals. Such a small team was less likely to attract attention, and any potential aggressors would think twice before acting, making it ideal for hunting zombies. Indeed, a small team sufficed, provided each member possessed formidable strength. When one is powerful enough, they could seize resources hoarded by others at will. They could even usurp the leadership positions in large camps established by others. Strangely, why were there so many zombies outside? As soon as he entered the hall, Guning exclaimed in shock, "Are we surrounded by zombies?" Bloodstains were visible in the hall, indicating that someone had fled inside. A flurry of discussion ensued among the group. Xiang observed the situation outside. There were indeed thousands of zombies gathered. The presence of such a horde suggested that the injured individual must have been someone significant. Xiang crouched to examine the blood. It had not yet coagulated, indicating that the wounded individual had only recently taken refuge in the hotel. "Should we rescue them?" Qiyu inquired. "No need. Rescuing anyone will only endanger you." Xiang replied tersely before opening the hall door. The zombies found their way in, surging forth. However, they were met with the sharp blades of their weapons. Due to the narrow entrance, the incoming zombies were limited in number. The 8 of them fought valiantly, either cleaving or stabbing, bringing down one zombie after another. As the fallen zombies piled up, Xiang's experience points soared. "Ding! You have accumulated enough experience to automatically level up to level 5. Please check your panel." Upon hearing the notification, Xiang stepped back a few paces, allowing Chu Yu to take the forefront. He eagerly called out to the system in his mind. "Check the panel. Host, Xiang. Level, LV5. Experience for level up, 150,000. Ability, gravity manipulation, unrestrained. Zombie control, 0-10. Zombie resurrection, 230. Effect, 12 hours. Cooldown, 24 hours. Reinforcement of all things, 1-1. Storage space, 3386 cubic meters. Seeing the changes in the system, Xiang couldn't help but twirl his weapon in delight. This upgrade was indeed substantial, with the zombie control capacity increasing from 5 to 10. The resurrection limit also rose from 20 to 30, and notably, the duration of the resurrection effect doubled from 6 to 12 hours. The storage space increased by a remarkable 50 cubic meters, which brought Xiang immense joy. Having storage space was essential for roaming freely, otherwise, he would have to settle for establishing a base to store various supplies. Let us clear the zombies at the entrance. We need a moment to rest, Xiang suggested. Sensing that everyone was fatigued, Xiang unleashed his abilities against the zombies outside, while Chu and the others moved the corpses piled at the entrance. This would allow them to close the glass doors securely. After about 10 minutes, the robust glass doors were shut by Chu and her team, effectively isolating the zombies outside. After 3 hours of continuous combat, they had eliminated 4 or 5 zombies, showcasing commendable fighting prowess, especially considering their small group of 8. Throughout these 3 hours, Xiang had received 2 shards of extraordinary light, while Chu, Guning, Luo Yan, and Chu Ning each acquired 1. Exhausted, they all collapsed onto the sofas in the hall, having fought without pause for breath. Help me! A figure emerged from the elevator, her skin beginning to turn gray, her body stiffening, and her gait resembling that of an early-stage zombie. If all went as expected, the blood in the hall was likely hers, and the zombies had been drawn by her presence. Don't kill her yet. I'll attempt to control her, Xiang decided. This woman, who appeared to be an attractive, plump young mother, had attracted a considerable number of zombies for a reason. Moreover, she seemed to be an awakened evolver. Thus, Xiang wished to test his control skills, having yet to employ this ability since acquiring the system. Chapter 65. Resurrection after utilizing control skills. My master, can you still control the zombies? Lin Wanyu gazed at Xiang in astonishment. Of course, my supernatural ability allows me to manipulate at will, including the power of controlling zombies, Xiang replied. It must be said that the versatility of such powers is indeed extraordinary. However, it is precisely due to this unique ability that Xiang's system skills are widely accepted by others. Everyone admired Xiang, wishing they could possess such an incredible ability. Kill me. I don't want to become a zombie, please. The woman rushed towards Xiang, pleading desperately. A faint scent of milk emanated from her, startling those around her. It was evident that her milk had undergone a transformation, perhaps the very reason for the throngs of zombies outside. Upon her appearance, the surrounding zombies became unusually agitated. How fragrant! It feels as though someone is brewing milk tea, Luo Yin involuntarily exclaimed, her innocence shining through. Others too caught the scent and speculated that the gathering of zombies was likely connected to this peculiar fragrance. Please, just kill me. The woman lunged at Xiang, attempting to incite him into taking her life. Indeed, evolved beings possess a resistance to the virus. An ordinary person would have transformed into a zombie long ago. Xiang swiftly subdued her, binding her hands behind her back. He then placed an apple into her mouth, quieting her. After several minutes, her complexion turned a ghastly gray, fully transforming into a zombie. Control. Xiang activated his system and Appo's zombie control skill. Control successful. With that notification, a unique connection was established between Xiang and the woman. It was a fascinating sensation. He could perceive the world through her eyes, albeit in shades of gray, reminiscent of infrared surveillance. With a mere thought, the zombie would respond to his commands. Under Xiang and Appo's direction, she broke free from her restraints and awkwardly retrieved the apple from her mouth, taking a bite. Is she truly under control? She's eating an apple now? Guning remarked, utterly astonished. The ability to command a zombie so directly was indeed remarkable. Following Xiang's guidance, the zombie executed a jump, a feat impossible for ordinary zombies. The ease with which Xiang controlled her was astonishing. After employing this supernatural ability once, he could maintain permanent control over her. The skill had no limitations on effectiveness, only a restriction on quantity, allowing Xiang to command up to 10 loyal zombies, free from any concerns about their mortality. Should one perish, he could immediately take control of another, maintaining a constant total of 10. Moreover, as his level increased, so too would the number he could control. Additionally, zombies would continually grow stronger. Their present weakness did not signify perpetual frailty. On the contrary, they improved daily, evolving to surpass ordinary humans, akin to ferocious orcs. In time, Xiang and Appo's zombie squad would become formidable. With these thoughts igniting a fervor within him, Xiang noticed a panel hovering above the zombie and amp, Oppo's head, displaying her basic information. Controlled target, first-class zombie, ability, defensive blessing, durability, 100. This foundational information starkly contrasted with that of the zombies he had previously resurrected. Master, if you were to resurrect her now, would you retain this control ability? Lin Wanyu suddenly inquired. Xiang's eyes brightened as he turned to the zombie he commanded. This was indeed an intriguing concept worth exploring. After all, he could resurrect up to 30 zombies daily. Resurrection successful upon receiving the notification. The woman began to cough as her body underwent rapid transformation. Within half a minute, she returned entirely to her human form. What has happened to me? She inquired, bewildered. Xiang remained silent, observing the updated panel above her head. Controlled target, Qin Yurong. Status, human, 12 hours. Ability, defensive blessing. Affinity, 100. In the next moment, she began to shed her blood-stained outer garment, revealing a similarly stained undershirt. Hello everyone, my name is Qin Yurong, the most loyal guardian of the young master. She introduced herself, all under Xiang's influence, as he tested the extent of his control. Then, Qin Yurong took a bottle of mineral water from Xiang and drank it in one gulp. Afterward, she lifted her clothing, and soon her bottle was filled with a somewhat pinkish milk. Wanyu, come and taste this milk. Among his team, only Lin Wanyu was quick to heed his request. Without hesitation, she approached and received the bottle, drinking eagerly. How fragrant! It and Oppo's 100 times better than the milk I usually drink. This nectar resembles the master and Oppo's rose nectar, brimming with potent energy. Congratulations, master, you and Oppo's discovered a treasure. Lin Wanyu recognized the immense power of Xiang and amp, Oppo's mutated rose nectar. With it, he could continue to grow stronger even without the supernatural glow. Now, it seemed a married woman's milk had undergone a similar transformation. If this was not a treasure, what could be? However, this milk likely contains zombie virus. Lin Wanyu pointed out a potential drawback. Yet, for Xiang, a small quantity of the zombie virus posed no threat. Furthermore, the longer the healing effect persisted, the less virus would reside within her. Understanding the effects of the mutated milk, the group's resistance diminished, and they too expressed a desire to partake. Given that the yield of the rose nectar Xiang possessed was limited, it was impossible to supply everyone. The milk, however, appeared to be in abundant supply. What have you done to me? Once Xiang ceased his control over Qin Yurong, she regained her self-awareness. She vividly recalled her recent actions, but could not comprehend why she had behaved in such a manner. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She wished to vanish into the ground. Having been an unwed woman her entire life, she could hardly fathom the absurdity of her transformation, especially having been consumed by another woman. It was mortifying. She felt as if she could no longer face the world. Chapter 66. The True Nurturer. How does it feel to be human once more? A gentle smile graced Xiang and amp, Oppo's face as he gazed at the remarkably transformed Qin Yurong. The thought of being human again, Qin Yurong murmured, her mind drifting to the harrowing experience of her transformation into a zombie, her expression shifting accordingly. Will I revert to a zombie again? She understood that her return to humanity was intrinsically linked to Xiang. Naturally, you will, he assured her. My powers can only sustain your humanity for a limited duration. You are now a vital member of our team, and should you transform into a zombie, I will resurrect you. Hence, there is no cause for concern. Nodding, Qin Yurong felt an unwavering trust towards Xiang, her affinity for him a perfect score of 100. This trust assured that she would never question him nor disobey his commands. Xiang reveled in the powerful combination of controlling zombies and the ability to resurrect them, granting him the potential to have utterly loyal subordinates who would follow his directives without question. What abilities do you possess now? Xiang inquired, fully aware yet prompting Qin Yurong to articulate her powers. I possess a defensive blessing that, when invoked, bestows formidable defensive capabilities, forming an invisible barrier around my body. Once the accumulated damage surpasses a certain threshold, the barrier shatters and must be renewed. However, I can only bless once every 2 hours. Additionally, a part of my body has mutated to secrete a liquid imbued with unique energy. Please do not misunderstand. I am neither married nor have I borne children, having never even been in a relationship. Yet, for reasons unknown, my body underwent this peculiar mutation. With each explanation, Qin Yurong's cheeks flushed deeper. I wish I could experience such a mutation. Surely, Master would adore me even more. Lin Wanyu remarked enviously. Huwoon and Appos, desire such a potent enhancement. After consuming it, one not only felt invigorated but also swiftly shed negative states, emerging revitalized. As the one who had tasted it, Lin Wanyu held the most authority on the matter. After speaking, she offered the remaining portion of the bottle to Xiang, having only consumed a couple of sips. Does anyone else wish to partake? Xiang surveyed the group. I do. Chuyu stepped forward, with others echoing their eagerness to try it as well. As Lin Wanyu had surmised, who would not wish to grow stronger? Following this round, everyone experienced the effects of the mutated milk. Sister Yurong, is there any left? I wish to drink more. It is truly delightful. I used to adore milk, and this surpasses it by far, Luo Yin exclaimed, holding an empty bottle with a look of innocent longing. No, there is none left. I can only extract once a day, Qin Yurong lamented, wishing to hide her face. She had not dared to partake, as her psychological resistance prevented her from trying. All she knew was that she attracted zombies and had an insatiable appetite, consuming several times more than others. Driven by this duality, her family had cast her out, fearing the danger of her presence. Once she began to exude her unique scent, surrounding zombies would be drawn to her. Her family, unwilling to live in such fear, had no choice but to send Qin Yurong away. Little did they know they had expelled a miraculous treasure. Her stomach growled, amplifying her embarrassment. At that moment, however, Xiang presented her with a serving of roasted mutated fish. This is the meat of a mutated fish. Eat well. You need ample energy to sustain your body. Perhaps, with sufficient energy and nutrition, you will not need to extract more than once. How fragrant. Qin Yurong glanced up at Xiang and eagerly replied. Then I shall not hold back. With that, she dove into her meal, astonished by the exquisite taste. How could such delicious meat exist? This is simply heavenly, she marveled, appearing adorably naive as she consumed. Having not quite satisfied her hunger, Xiang provided her with another helping. After finishing 2 portions, she contentedly licked her greasy lips. This meat is extraordinary. After consuming it, I feel invigorated. Indeed, her charming innocence made one wish to reach out and pinch her cheeks. Is everyone sufficiently recovered? Then let us resume the fight, Xiang declared, handing Qin Yurong 2 machetes, standard equipment for their team, with each member possessing 2. With your defensive blessing. There is no need for protective gear, and it would be cumbersome. Qin Yurong blushed, understanding the implications of his words. As the glass doors of the hall swung open, they plunged back into battle. Qin Yurong, fierce yet endearing, wielded her weapon against the zombies without hesitation. Originally, their plan was to depart for the RV, clearing zombies along the way. However, they found themselves besieged in the hotel lobby by thousands of the undead. In this apocalyptic reality, plans often falter, as the unpredictability of tomorrow looms large. After several hours of relentless combat, they indulged once more in the mutated milk, as Xiang had anticipated. With energy and nutrition replenished, Qin Yurong and Appos' production increased. To the group and Appos' eyes, Chu Yuan could hardly be considered a true nurturer anymore. Her healing abilities could only last briefly, with a maximum of 4 applications at once, insufficient for the team and Appos' prolonged engagements. Yet Qin Yurong was different. She could enhance endurance without the need for healing. With her genuine nurturing support, they vanquished numerous zombies, diminishing the horde outside. As dusk approached, Xiang ordered a halt to the fighting. It is no longer suitable to leave today. We shall remain in the hotel. The group ascended to the top floor, preparing to cleanse themselves and relax in the pool. They had grown fond of the hotel's presidential suite and rooftop pool, preferring it over any villa. Qin Yurong had never envisioned that life in the apocalypse could be so enjoyable. Prior to encountering Xiang and his companions, she had only known fear and endless violence. But now, as she soaked in the pool, she realized there existed an alternative lifestyle amidst the chaos. By day, they hunted zombies to gain powers. By night, they indulged in revelry, residing in luxurious suites they once could only dream of, savoring exquisite wines worth thousands, and feasting on delectable mutated meats. Chapter 67. This is not a dream in the pool. Although Qin Yurong was splashing about, her thoughts were entirely consumed by Xiang. She had seamlessly integrated into the team, shedding the initial awkwardness and unease that once plagued her. She understood that her situation was unique, distinct from that of Gu Ning and Chu Yuan, who were also zombies. Xiang had made it unequivocally clear, once his control ability was employed, it could not be undone unless she met her demise. Nevertheless, Xiang assured Qin Yurong that he would not arbitrarily dictate her actions. In truth, she was unfazed by Xiang and Appos, as control over her. Her affection for him had surpassed the maximum level of 100, but the system only displayed the latter. She was the type who would comply with Xiang and Appo's request for self-sacrifice without hesitation. Once subjected to his control ability, she would unconditionally execute his commands. Her gaze fixated solely on him. Moreover, Xiang need not utter a word. A mere glance would suffice for her to comprehend his intentions. This was an extraordinary sensation, one that delighted her immensely. In her past, she had fantasized about encountering someone with whom she could share an unspoken understanding. Now, her dreams had come to fruition. At this moment, Xiang was sprawled on a specialized massage table, indulging in a massage from Yuan. Yuan had indeed received professional training in massage techniques, having learned from a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, resulting in an exceptionally satisfying experience. Guning and Chu Yuan were nearby, eager to learn. As they were the primary masseuses for Xiang, Qin Yurong felt a pang of envy. She too wished to learn the art of massage, so she could assist Xiang. Why not just join in? You won't learn anything from a distance, came Chu Yu's voice. Qin Yurong turned to glance back. Is it all right? Chu Yu smiled slightly, leaning closer to Qin Yurong and playfully prodding her. Of course. Xiang would love for each of us to learn. He just hasn't said so. Shall I go then? Qin Yurong's face flushed, taken aback by Chu Yu's playful nudge. I want to go too. I want to massage Brother Xiang. Chu Ning exclaimed excitedly. Chu Yu raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smirk. She was well aware of Xiang and Appo's considerable charm. Yet she hadn't and Appo's anticipated her sister and Appo's swift desire to offer him a massage. While everyone else immersed themselves in mastering massage techniques, only Chu Yu remained in the pool. She knew she needn't learn. She could captivate Xiang without effort. After all, there were numerous ways to please a man in this world, far beyond mere massage. The soothing water enveloped her, providing relaxation and alleviating muscle tension, fostering a quicker recovery. As she reveled in the sensation of being surrounded by water, she practiced her spatial abilities. While her mastery of fire abilities was commendable, she required extensive practice with spatial abilities. As the others diligently honed their massage skills, their learning capabilities had significantly heightened since evolving. Especially with simple tasks, they seemed to grasp concepts almost instantaneously. This was likely due to the enhancement of their brains post-evolution, rendering them more intelligent. Each person took turns massaging Xiang, although their techniques became similar through shared learning. The sensations they provided differed due to variations in pressure and touch, offering him a unique experience each time. They indulged in this relaxation until the late hours of the night. Only when everyone felt exhausted did Xiang rise from the massage table. You all should rest. I'm going to soak in the water for a bit. One by one, they returned downstairs to rest, leaving Xiang alone in the rooftop pool. After a day of combat, everyone was fatigued. Xiang, however, felt little drowsiness. He utilized the pool to practice telekinesis. The water was indeed conducive to honing various abilities. Given its remarkable malleability, under Xiang and Appo's influence, several water orbs gradually ascended to the surface. Yet, not everyone had succumbed to slumber. One individual lay awake, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find rest. Every time she closed her eyes, vivid images of Xiang on the massage table materialized before her. In those visions, she sat upon his abdomen, feeling his intense warmth. She realized something was amiss within her. Rising from her bed, she made her way to the restroom, intending to take a cold shower to regain her composure. In her previous physical state, a cold shower would have been inadvisable, as it could easily lead to illness. However, she was now an evolved being. Standing before the mirror in the restroom, she scrutinized her appearance closely. Her skin had indeed transformed, appearing as if she were in her 20s. Thus, her body must also be that of a 20-something, explaining her heightened sensitivity and desire. After a refreshing cold shower, she found no solace. Resolute, she returned to the rooftop. She believed Xiang must have gone to bed by now. Stepping into the pool, she felt utterly unrestrained. Suddenly, a splash echoed through the water. Startled, she gasped, only for a warm hand to cover her mouth. Sure, you and Appo's, wake them. It one and Appo's, be beneficial for either of us. Xiang was merely training his water abilities and had and Appo's anticipated anyone and Appo's arrival at that moment. I and Appo's, just put on a swimsuit, she stammered, panicking and attempting to flee. But her heart whispered that she did not truly wish to escape. Xiang drew her closer. You Don and Appo's, really want to run away, do you? I Don and Appo's, I and Appo's, am just. Feeling a bit flustered, she attempted to justify. yet she found herself unwilling to break free from his grasp. She craved the strong masculine scent that enveloped Xiang, longing to feel the warmth that brought her comfort. We can end amp, oppos, t. We absolutely can end amp, oppos, t. She murmured softly. But in this apocalyptic world, all order had crumbled. As long as they were willing, what was truly impossible? This world has changed, he replied. And if you wish to keep it a secret, I can assure you of my discretion. I swear I won't tell anyone, especially not her. She promised as her body instinctively leaned closer to Xiang. I swear. Xiang firmly held her hand. The apocalypse had indeed altered many aspects, including relationships. Xiang had experienced similar situations in his past life. Now, however, he possessed the ability to understand a woman and amp, oppos, s innermost thoughts, allowing him to treat everyone around him with greater care. By knowing their desires, he could provide what they needed, thus deepening their connections. The moments of joy always seemed fleeting. When Xiang awoke, he found himself still in the pool, yet it was empty of others. However, he was certain that everything from the previous night had not been a dream. Chapter 68. Someone drives away the zombies surrounding Xiang upon awakening. The first thing Xiang did was to enhance his respiratory system. Enhancement successful. Almost immediately, he noticed that his breath became remarkably prolonged. With each inhalation, an ample supply of oxygen sustained his body for an extended period. Taking a deep breath, Xiang submerged himself in the water, curious to ascertain how long he could remain submerged. As time passed, he discovered an enhanced capacity for his skin to absorb oxygen from the water. After half an hour, he decisively abandoned the test, confident that he could remain underwater for several hours without issue. Returning downstairs, Xiang found that no one else had risen. Evidently, the previous day's battle had exhausted everyone. This was entirely understandable. After all, humans are not machines that can simply recharge and resume operation. Xiang refrained from disturbing them, and, after consuming a modest meal, proceeded to the first-floor hall to continue clearing the surrounding zombies. Over an hour later, Chu Yu and Chu Ning joined him, fighting side by side. The title of Fire Goddess was not merely a moniker. She was indeed significantly stronger than the others. Among the team, her prowess was second only to Xiang. The Ice Goddess was still too young and had yet to mature. The third strongest was, in fact, Chu Ning, who possessed magnetic abilities. Soon, Luo Yin, He Yun, and Gu Ning appeared. But they had already succumbed to zombification and were hence unable to participate in the battle. The number of zombies outside was increasing, leading Chu Yu to furrow her brow, wondering if someone had intentionally driven the zombies toward them. Isn't that advantageous? Chu Ning remarked. We can hunt zombies without venturing outside. She relished their stay at the hotel, which boasted a swimming pool and numerous recreational facilities. There was singing, movie watching, and dancing. Having zombies brought to them for slaughter seemed rather beneficial. With ample supplies, they had no fear of being trapped. This arrangement certainly saved time that would otherwise be spent searching for zombies. Xiang concurred, seeing this as a fortunate turn of events. He was reluctant to expose this good Samaritan. His storage space was sufficiently stocked, allowing them to upgrade and develop at their leisure. You might as well practice your fire abilities, precisely incinerating each zombie, Xiang suggested. Chu Yu nodded. Indeed, it was a commendable direction. Outside, it was estimated that thousands of zombies had gathered. If an ordinary team encountered such a situation, they would likely seek an escape route. At noon, Xiang revived Gu Ning and the others, synchronizing their revival time. With them in place, Xiang and his companions could take a break for lunch. In the afternoon, Xiang led everyone outside, constructing a barricade with the corpses and vehicles to control the influx of zombies into the hall, while also preventing them from shattering the hall's glass. As night fell, they concluded their battle and returned to the top floor to rest. Brother Xiang, have you grown stronger again? We haven't turned into zombies all day, Gu Ning inquired curiously during dinner. Yes, I have now reached the second tier and am approaching the third, Xiang revealed, displaying the distinct patterns of the elemental rings on his abdomen. The second ring was already quite pronounced, and it wouldn't be long before the third would gradually emerge. That's rather swift. My first ring has only just become noticeable, Gu Ning lamented. She attributed her slower progress to the fact that her abilities were primarily supportive rather than offensive, resulting in insufficient attack power. Consequently, the number of zombies she could eliminate was limited, reducing her chances of acquiring elemental light compared to others. Nevertheless, she was fortunate in Xiang and Amp, Oppos, S company, he did not exploit them. Any elemental light emerging from zombies they personally dispatched was theirs to absorb and utilize. Outside lies an unending horde of zombies. Once we've vanquished them all, we will be strong enough, Xiang reassured. Is it indeed true that someone intends to trap us here? Qin asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Initially, she thought it was her fault, as the zombies had previously followed her. However, it was now noon, and she had only just ascended from the top floor. Surely, she couldn't possess such strong allure? Most likely, it is not your doing, so do not fret. Xiang discerned her concerns and offered comfort. Qin sighed in relief, then asked, should we not uncover the identity of our adversary? With a slight smile, Xiang replied, there is no need. This individual is a benefactor, sparing us the effort of searching for ordinary zombies. We can simply awaken and harvest zombies, resting when tired. Where else could one find such a fortunate circumstance? The group nodded in agreement, reassured by their abundance of food and drink, free from the fear of being trapped. With their worries alleviated, they resumed their enjoyment and leisure. In the ensuing days, they rose each morning to hunt zombies, returning to the top floor to unwind each evening. Unbeknownst to them, 10 days had passed. They had slain over 2,000 zombies daily, and their strength had grown substantially. During this time, Xiang had successfully enhanced his 8 systems and strengthened several of his organs. He had become increasingly formidable, capable of single-handedly dispatching 1,000 zombies, while the combined efforts of the others equaled his prowess. Such combat capabilities were indeed fearsome. Furthermore, Xiang had come to realize who was targeting him, none other than the final core figure of the Chiao family army. This individual was accompanied by a woman capable of controlling mutated rats, utilizing them to attract vast hordes of zombies to assault Xiang and his companions. In truth, Xiang possessed the capacity to break free. Yet, he chose to remain, hunting zombies daily. However, today marked a change. Tomorrow, Xiang intended to lead them out. He had entered the 3rd tier, gaining even greater strength. Simultaneously, the mutated meat in his storage space had nearly been consumed, primarily due to the presence of 3 significant consumers, a mutated dog AI, a mutated golden eagle named Lightning, and his mutated rose. Xiang was astonished to discover that the mutated rose could consume the blood and flesh of mutated beasts. However, once it began to feed, its nectar secretion accelerated, now yielding 120 milliliters per day. This meant that everyone could receive a portion of the rose nectar daily. Chapter 69. The beast language ability of Wang Min. The mutated canine AI consumes a staggering 20 pounds of mutated meat each day, making it quite the voracious eater. Although its size remains unchanged, its level has ascended from the 1st to the 2nd tier. As for its strength, that remains uncertain, as Xiang has yet to allow it to engage in combat. Its daily task consists solely of observing the mutated golden eagle, Lightning. Compared to the AI, Lightning is twice its size, with a wingspan nearing 3 meters. The daily intake of over 10 pounds of mutated meat is not without merit. It is rapidly approaching the 2nd tier itself. Nowadays, even if Xiang were to attempt to dismiss it, it would refuse to leave. For being by his side not only affords it the luxury of mutated meat but also the opportunity to absorb spiritual energy. Should it depart, such privileges would cease to exist. With the enhancement of its strength, its intelligence has also seen a rise. Consequently, it has little desire to abandon Xiang and return to a life akin to that of a wild beast. Had it not been for the mutated giant python residing in Xiang and Appo's storage space, 3 of them would not suffice. The others, upon learning they could leave this place, expressed their delight. After all, one can grow weary of prolonged habitation in a single location. The following morning, Xiang remained in slumber, while the others prepared themselves. Master, we should rise, one of them urged. Hearing the voice, Xiang glanced at Qin. All right, he replied with a gentle smile, playfully brushing her nose. The previous night, she had provided him with a massage that extended into the early hours, leading to several hours of profound conversation between them. Consequently, neither had truly rested. However, for evolutionaries such as themselves, a few sleepless nights could hardly diminish their vitality. Moreover, Xiang had utilized his healing abilities multiple times the night prior, restoring both Qin and himself to peak condition. For Xiang, each morning heralded a day of empowerment. Over the past 10 days, he had reinforced all 8 major systems of the human body: the musculoskeletal, digestive, respiratory, urinary, reproductive, circulatory, endocrine, and nervous systems. Among these, the nervous system was the last to be enhanced, as it serves as a crucial regulatory system. The nervous system is divided into the central and peripheral components. The central nervous system includes the brain and spinal cord, while the peripheral nervous system encompasses spinal nerves, cranial nerves, and visceral nerves. The nervous system regulates and controls the organs of various systems, collectively ensuring physiological functions. Next, Xiang intended to strengthen each component of the nervous system. Once Yuan exited the room, he lit a cigarette. System, I wish to enhance my spinal cord. The brain had already been fortified and could not be enhanced further. Thus he focused on his spinal cord. Enhancement successful. Following the enhancement, the speed of his neural transmission improved, further augmenting his reflexes. In truth, his body had now reached a level comparable to that of a sixth-tier evolutionary. His physical resilience allowed him to completely disregard the attacks of second-tier zombies, while the strikes of first-tier zombies felt akin to mere tickles. This sensation of invincibility was something Xiang had never experienced in his previous life, where his fate was dictated by others, and he was perpetually bullied and scolded. After executing a set of punches in his room, he joined the others for breakfast. Once they finished, Xiang led them to the hall on the first floor. Upon their arrival, the zombies outside began to stir restlessly. Indeed, a considerable number of second-tier zombies had already emerged, fueled by the supply of mutated rat carcasses that had accelerated their growth. As they opened the glass doors of the hall, activity was noted in a distant building. Boss Xing, those people over there have begun to slay zombies again. Xiang, who had been indulging in the attentions of women, opened his eyes and murmured, understood. Has Wang Min returned? I just got back. Is there something you need? A woman with blue-dyed hair entered. Did you not mention that third-tier zombies would be born? Why have they yet to appear? Xiang observed the beautiful woman atop the mutated rat with a glimmer of greed in his eyes. However, he felt a twinge of apprehension due to the two peculiar mutated rats by her side. Fortunately, he had previously saved Wang Min and Appo's life. Otherwise, he would have been unable to command her. I merely stated there is a probability. I did not guarantee it, Wang Min replied, stroking her fluffy mutated hamster. What of the rat tide? How is your preparation coming along? Xiang asked, suppressing his anger. It is still in progress. They must defeat those mutated rats to gain their recognition and dominate them. Within such a short time frame, I cannot accomplish much. Wang Min raised an eyebrow. How many mutated rats can you control now? Xiang inquired impatiently. Close to 50, Wang Min provided a figure that had been halved by her own hand. She was indeed one to repay kindness. Yet Xiang's recent actions had left her increasingly dissatisfied. She felt she had done more than enough for him and had risked herself significantly. Attracting so many zombies posed an imminent threat of being overwhelmed. She relied on her two unique mutated hamsters, for her own ability was feeble, merely the beast language ability, which lacked combat prowess. Although she had contemplated acquiring more formidable mutated beasts, it was regrettable that these creatures would not regard her differently simply because she could communicate with them. Most mutated beasts were uncommunicative, desiring only to devour Wang Min to enhance their own strength. Her two mutated hamsters continued to recognize her as their master, as they were originally her pets. 50 will suffice. Tonight we will take action and unleash the mutated rats to attack. It had been 10 days. She would not allow her enemies to roam freely in this world any longer. Once they are dead, you shall be free. Do you understand? Understood. Wang Min had long yearned for liberation, but she had not anticipated that Xiang and his companions would prove so formidable. The zombies that emerged were indeed astonishing. Yet they posed no threat to Xiang. Boss Xiang, trouble is brewing. Those people from the hotel have charged out. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. They've escaped? He hastened to the window, seizing the binoculars. There, he beheld Xiang and his companions plunging into an alleyway. Wang Min, take the rat horde and attack that group immediately. I want them dead. They must die today. Witnessing Xiang and Appo's escape ignited Xiang and Appo's fury. All right. I shall go at once. Wang Min did not hesitate, for she had promised to assist Xiang in his quest for vengeance after being rescued. Yet, 10 days had passed, and her enemy, Xiang, remained very much alive, growing ever stronger with each passing day. Chapter 70. Circumventing behind them during these 10 days. Xiang has been steadily growing stronger. He has begun to exploit others, absorbing the anomalous light emitted from the zombies that they kill. Each manifestation of this light lasts for 3 minutes, allowing ample time for absorption. Now, he commands over 30 subordinates, all of whom possess supernatural abilities and are capable of hunting zombies. Having ascended to the second tier of power, his strength far surpasses that of his peers. Despite his newfound strength, he remains exceedingly cautious, refraining from making a move against Wang Min were it not for her ability to control mutated rats, which are formidable in their own right. He would have long since claimed her as his own. He understands that a woman is difficult to control unless she has opened her heart. At times, he envies Wang Min's extraordinary power, which allows her to communicate with mutated beasts. If she were to befriend a powerful creature, it could serve as a formidable ally. In Chen Guixing's view, if he bides his time, he will soon have the strength to subdue Wang Min and gain even more subordinates and resources. Once he deals with Xiang, he can turn his attention to Bloodrose, who has taken over the Chiao family's camp. That location is strategically advantageous and rich in supplies, capable of sustaining many ordinary people. Additionally, the camp houses numerous women, whom he could use to win over his subordinates. By maintaining his exploitative ways, he can accumulate sufficient supernatural abilities, propelling his strength to new heights. He has deciphered the secret to becoming stronger by developing this model. He can swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of power in the region, amassing the most subordinates and the most beautiful women. Upon seeing Wang Min depart, Chen Guixing retrieved a drone from his collection. With these drones, he can gain aerial superiority, constantly monitoring his surroundings and keeping track of enemy movements. As the drone ascended, he observed Xiang and his companions entering a building. Wang Min and her group had entered an office building 300 meters from the hotel, and the drone hovered above to mark their location. Through the walkie-talkie, Chen Guixing relayed the information to Wang Min. "I've received it. I will immediately send the rat swarm to launch an attack." Wang Min's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Suddenly, the screen went dark. Damn it. The drone was attacked again by those accursed mutated birds. Chen Guixing cursed as he hastily retrieved another drone. In the air, a mutated creature named Lightning circled, searching for new targets. This was its first mission under Xiang's orders, and it was quite exhilarated. Just as Chen Guixing's drone took flight, Lightning swooped down and destroyed it. With this creature around, Chen Guixing could no longer utilize drones. Upon spotting Lightning, Chen Guixing cursed vehemently. Until now, Lightning had not appeared, and since Xiang had not brought it into battle, he was unaware that it belonged to him. The drone has been taken out by Lightning. We can circumvent the area now, Xiang informed his group as they ready to sneak around and confront Chen Guixing. He understood that he could not achieve his goals without eliminating Chen Guixing. Xiang and his group maneuvered to the rear of the hotel, an area devoid of zombies. As they devised their plan, Wang Min directed a swarm of over 50 mutated rats toward the white building they had previously entered. She noticed a downed drone and promptly contacted Chen Guixing over the walkie-talkie. "Brother Xiang, I'm near the vicinity, but there are 3 white office buildings here. Which one did they enter?" "I didn't see a drone, only a wrecked one." Soon, Chen Guixing's voice responded through the device. "There's a mutated bird circling above, and I've already lost 2 drones. I'm sending someone to guide you." "Damn it, we must eliminate that man. As for the women, if we can avoid killing them, we should. I want to claim his woman." "All right, I'll do my best," Wang Min replied, resigned, before putting away the walkie-talkie. In her view, those women were better off dead than falling into Chen Guixing's hands. In his grasp, they would suffer far worse than death. Faced with the choice of attacking or letting everyone go, Wang Min hesitated. Meanwhile, in the distant building, Chen Guixing handed the walkie-talkie to one of his men. "This woman is becoming increasingly evasive. I refuse to believe she doesn't know which building they've entered. Have old Xian guide her and record the process. I want to see if she is holding back. Also, inform everyone to commence today's hunt." With that, Chen Guixing lit a cigar. Minutes later, he and his team descended onto the street. To strengthen their abilities, they must hunt zombies to acquire and absorb the anomalous light. Chen Guixing did not entirely delegate the task of zombie hunting. He actively participated in the battles. Engaging in combat not only grants experience, but also enhances one's strength. If he wished to avoid being replaced or defeated, he needed to fight for himself and elevate his combat prowess. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, ready to absorb any anomalous light that appeared. Although he had assigned others to monitor the situation and prevent anyone from secretly absorbing the light, he did not trust anyone but himself. Exploiting others necessitated vigilance against them. They were engrossed in their hunt, completely unaware that Xiang was stealthily maneuvering behind them. "I can't believe they're also hunting zombies," Yuan muttered softly. Although her voice was contained within a 1-meter radius, she still preferred to speak quietly. They could silently approach Chen Guixing's rear, and Yuan's ability played a significant role in this stealthy approach. Xiang glanced at Chen Guixing and remarked, "It's not surprising. Anyone seeking to enhance their powers must hunt zombies. As soon as Xiang finished speaking, he noticed an anomalous light emanating from a person beside Chen Guisheng. However, instead of absorbing it, the individual raised his hand and shouted. In the next moment, Chen Guisheng dashed forward and absorbed the light. What a despicable person, stealing someone else's light! Luo Yin exclaimed indignantly upon witnessing the act. Chapter 71. The emergence of speed abilities. Such occurrences are undoubtedly commonplace. However, our master is somewhat exceptional, which is why we are not subjected to such circumstances. This is an apocalypse, rife with zombies and mutated beasts, fraught with peril at every turn. The enhancement of others' powers pales in significance compared to the elevation of one's own strength. Exploiting others is the simplest and swiftest method. Anyone possessing cunning and resourcefulness would contemplate such actions. Regrettably, those capable of controlling their desires are exceedingly rare. After expressing these thoughts, Lin Wanyu affectionately patted Xiang's head. Given her youth, it is entirely understandable that she cannot grasp these complexities. The silence of the others indicates a shared understanding of this approach. Though many lack the means and strength to enact it, forced to merely observe others do so. Xiang, however, possesses the requisite abilities and conditions yet refrains from such actions. In this post-apocalyptic world, teams like his are indeed scarce, for human nature tends towards selfishness. Especially in perilous environments. The stronger one's abilities, the greater the likelihood of survival, inevitably fostering a relentless pursuit of personal power. Luo Yin nodded in comprehension. She was not oblivious, but had simply not considered the implications deeply. Upon Lin Wanyu and Apos' revelation, she grasped the situation. Would Sister Ruoyu also engage in such actions? Would she encounter similar dilemmas? Luo Yin remained concerned for Ji Ruoyu. Their bond had strengthened through shared experiences. And she knew her father was far from a complacent individual. Otherwise, he would not have overcome numerous adversaries to ascend to the position of deputy director. Just because Ruoyu would not act in such a manner does not imply her father would refrain. Afterward, Lin Wanyu again ruffled her daughter and Apos' hair. Recently, Luo Yin had grown significantly, nearing her mother's height. Soon, she would find it challenging to reach up and pat her head. Moreover, not only had she grown taller, but her physique was also developing rapidly, becoming increasingly remarkable. Her skin had become fairer and more radiant, a transformation not unique to her, as others also exhibited similar enhancements. Lin Wanyu believed this change was directly related to the recent addition of Qin Yurong to their group. This nurse had been nothing short of remarkable. The effects became apparent shortly after her arrival. Fortunately, her output had increased, allowing them to share the benefits. Lin Wanyu felt elated at Luo Yan's rapid development. However, Sister Ruoyu was not one to engage in conflict or take advantage of others. How about we invite Sister Ruoyu to join our team? Luo Yin suggested. Glancing toward Xiang, she understood that decisions rested solely with him. You foolish child. Do you expect Ruoyu to abandon her parents and join us? Is that even feasible? Lin Wanyu quickly poked her daughter and Apos' forehead. Why not? Luo Yin murmured inwardly. After all, 3 sisters from their group had forsaken their parents to remain by Xiang's side. If they could do it, why not Ji Ruoyu? Xiang had not only saved her life but had also empowered her with abilities. Her parents had gained their freedom and returned home because of them. Such profound gratitude could hardly be repaid with a few bows and words of thanks. Moreover, placing Ji Ruoyu by Xiang's side was surely safer than leaving her with them. Enough of this idle speculation. Prepare for battle, Lin Wanyu declared, drawing her machete. The others followed suit, ready to charge alongside Xiang. Ensure your own safety. I shall handle that individual, Xiang instructed, casting a glance at his team members. After 10 days of battling zombies, even the inexperienced Qin Yurong had amassed considerable combat experience. However, this would be their first encounter with other evolved beings. So his directive was merely to ensure their survival. Everything else was secondary. Brother Xiang, whom should I bestow my defensive blessing upon? Qin Yurong inquired. Now capable of casting 2 defensive blessings in succession, bestow it upon Gu Ning. She and Apos' are support, and her strength is the weakest. Xiang replied tersely before launching into the fray. Without delay, Qin Yurong cast a defensive blessing on Gu Ning and joined the charge. Xiang moved swiftly, with AI surpassing him in speed. The 4-legged creatures indeed possessed a speed advantage. Lightning circled above, poised to strike at a moment and Apos' notice. This marked Xiang and Apos' team and Apos' inaugural confrontation with evolved beings. Xiang diligently maintained her abilities, keeping her voice within a controlled range. As they approached, the enemy remained oblivious until AI launched itself, tackling one of the evolved beings. "Boss, we are under attack," someone alerted Chen Guixing. After dispatching several zombies, he turned to find Li Xiang and his team infiltrating their ranks, his expression shifting dramatically. Over the radio, he shouted into his subordinates' walkie-talkie. "Everyone, converge. Stop them. Wang Min, return immediately to assist. They have breached our stronghold." He felt his strength still waver, thus notifying Wang Min. Meanwhile, Li Xiang unleashed his lightning abilities, sending Chen Guixing's subordinates flying. Those lacking strength were instantly incapacitated, blood streaming from their orifices. The fortunate ones who survived were swiftly dispatched by Chu Yu and her allies. Although Chen Guixing had the advantage in numbers, his subordinates were too weak. Li Xiang and Appo's team swiftly decimated the majority of Chen Guixing and Appo's forces. "Damn, how is he so powerful?" Chen Guixing cursed, his face paling before he turned to flee toward Wang Min. At that moment, he spotted a swarm of mutated rats. Seeing them, Chen Guixing sighed in relief. With 50 rats, each far stronger than his subordinates, he believed Li Xiang would surely meet his demise this time. Li Xiang furrowed his brow as he observed Chen Guixing and Appo's hasty retreat. Speed abilities, he mused, finally comprehending the nature of Chen Guixing and Appo's powers. With a sharp whistle, he pointed toward Chen Guixing. The man moved with incredible swiftness, and Li Xiang realized that eliminating him today would not be an easy feat, unless he too could harness similar speed abilities. Yet, having never experienced such powers, he found himself unable to manifest them. Imagining speed abilities was vastly different from wielding them in reality. Thus, Li Xiang directed the circling lightning to attack Chen Guixing, hoping to impede his escape. Chapter 72. The existence of healing abilities. After issuing the command, Li Xiang pursued the fleeing Chen Guixing. The task for today was to eliminate Chen Guixing, and Li Xiang was resolute in his determination. Even though Chen Guixing possessed extraordinary speed and chose to flee from the outset, Li Xiang remained undeterred. "Come on, you worthless fool, chase me." Chen Guixing halted and taunted Li Xiang, hoping to lure him into the ambush of the mutated rats. At that moment, lightning suddenly struck, targeting Chen Guixing. "Get away, you damn creature." Chen Guixing evaded the assault of the lightning with remarkable swiftness, leaving only an afterimage as he appeared several meters away. Just as he regained his footing, a mutated rat lunged at him. "Damn it, Wang Min, control these disgusting mutated rats." He understood that while the mutated rats would attack indiscriminately, they were not entirely uncontrollable. "I and Appo's. I'm sorry, Boss Xiang, I and Appo's. I'm too far away to manage them. Just give me a little more time." After speaking, Wang Min abruptly drew her knife and stabbed the person supervising her. This individual was Chen Guixing and Appo's trusted confidant, a man whose countless misdeeds had earned him Chen Guixing and Appo's trust. She owed Chen Guixing a life, but not to anyone else. Upon learning that Li Xiang was closing in on Chen Guixing, Wang Min devised a plan. If she saved Chen Guixing once, she could consider her debt repaid. Thus, she would not attempt to control the mutated rats this time. She knew Chen Guixing and Appo's ability was speed, making it difficult for the mutated rats to attack him. However, she could slow down his movements, buying time for Li Xiang. Although she was uncertain of Li Xiang's true strength, his ability to instill such anxiety in Chen Guixing indicated that he was indeed stronger. If she could create an opportunity for Li Xiang, she could also find a chance to save Chen Guixing. Though this tactic was somewhat unsavory, Wang Min felt no moral burden when dealing with someone as vile as Chen Guixing. Her strike was swift and precise. The man behind her had no time to react before she pierced his heart, ending his life instantly. Simultaneously, her two mutated hamsters pounced, beginning to consume his body. Typically, Wang Min refrained from letting these hamsters feast on humans, but she felt no remorse when it came to scum like Chen Guixing. "Is this how you repay a debt?" Wang Min. Chen Guixing erupted in fury as another mutated rat attacked him. He had to contend with not only the rats but also the mutated golden eagle in the air. "AI, restrain him," Li Xiang commanded the AI directly. He no longer needed to worry about others. His sole focus was on Chen Guixing and the indiscriminate assaults of the mutated rats. Li Xiang did not shy away from the rats. Instead, he unleashed a lightning sphere. As the mutated rat was struck, his knife cleaved through it, instantly decapitating the creature. As a third-tier evolved being, Li Xiang could effortlessly slaughter these first-tier mutated beasts. He did not discard the rat's corpse but stored it in his spatial storage. Though he had no use for it, the lightning would consume it. Perhaps the mutated roses could also absorb the flesh and blood of these creatures. At the very least, it would serve as sustenance for the lightning. While mutated rat meat was unpalatable to humans, the AI, being mutated beasts themselves, would feast without hesitation. Chen Guixing continued to evade, simultaneously dodging the mutated rats and the assaults of the mutated golden eagle and mutated dogs. He also had to deal with zombies to prevent them from biting or grabbing him. Thus, his speed was indeed compromised. Xiang stealthily approached Chen Guixing, having transformed into a zombie. The power of transformation was undeniably advantageous. While it might not deceive actual zombies, it could fool humans. Chen Guixing failed to notice Xiang's rapid approach, his gaze still searching for him. Where is he? Where did he go? Chen Guixing scanned the area. But Xiang remained hidden. Could he have retreated? Impossible. He cannot retreat. He is here to take my life. He was certain Xiang was lying in wait, ready to strike. I must escape this place and put as much distance between us as possible. I am not his match yet. As long as my subordinates are numerous enough, I can quickly grow stronger and then kill him. With that, Chen Guixing prepared to flee, selecting a direction and charging forth. Just as he sprinted a short distance, a glimmer of cold light flashed past. His expression shifted, and he suddenly twisted his body. A knife sliced through his right rib, narrowly missing his heart. Damn it, I almost died. To his horror, he realized that Xiang could disguise himself as a zombie. Not only did Chen Guixing possess speed abilities, but he also had healing capabilities. As he continued to flee, he healed his injuries. There's even a healing ability. Xiang furrowed his brow and continued his pursuit. However, he was aware that the chance of catching up to Chen Guixing had diminished. If only he had landed that blow, it could have pierced Chen Guixing and Appo's heart. A fatal wound to the heart would be difficult to heal in a short time, at most delaying death by a few minutes. Once the heart sustained serious damage, his movements would cease. At that point, Xiang would undoubtedly continue his assault, reaping his life. Yet now, Xiang had missed the opportunity to eliminate Chen Guixing. Several mutated rats obstructed his path and attacked him. The blood on his blade triggered the rats and Appo's aggression. AI, return, Xiang shouted, recalling the AI that had been pursuing Chen Guixing. Chasing would yield no results. Chen Guixing and Appo's speed was too great, and he was now a second-tier evolved being. Previously, Xiang had refrained from using his slowing abilities to avoid revealing his disguise as a zombie. Had he employed them, the outcome would have been entirely different. However, next time, he would not allow Chen Guixing the opportunity to escape. Knowing he possessed both speed and healing abilities, Xiang could devise a specialized combat plan. Thus, this encounter was not without its merits. Additionally, Xiang realized that the control over the mutated beast did not lie with Chen Guixing but with another individual. This person was crucial, and Xiang was determined to uncover their identity, to sense their abilities, and ultimately master them. Chapter 73. To join. One must become a zombie if Xiang could communicate with lightning. Escaping would not be an easy feat for Chen Guixing. It appears that he must find a mutated avian creature, infect it with the zombie virus, and then control it to resurrect it. Aerial superiority is undoubtedly essential, otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. Drones are susceptible to attacks from mutated birds, hence the necessity for a formidable mutated avian under Xiang and Appo's command. Although he has not attempted this with mutated beasts, Xiang feels confident in its feasibility. The only requirement now is for lightning to capture a mutated bird. However, this command may be too sophisticated for lightning to comprehend at this stage. While Chen Guixing has managed to escape, Xiang's crisis remains unresolved. Numerous mutated rats still surround him, and they must be dealt with. Dozens of mutated rats are besieging Xiang and the AI, yet they are gaining no advantage. These first-tier mutated rats do not pose a significant threat to Xiang. With his lightning abilities and formidable knife skills, he can easily dispatch them. The AI remains fiercely loyal, standing guard by Xiang's side, undeterred by the mutated rats. It serves as Xiang's most devoted protector, repelling those who attempt to attack him. Furthermore, with lightning providing aerial support, the mutated rats are continuously under assault. Hence, they do not pose a threat to Xiang, who continues to hunt them down. Meanwhile, after dealing with most of Chen Guixing and Appo's subordinates, Chiao joins the fray against the mutated rats and swiftly eliminates them. They not only eradicate the mutated rats but also dispatch numerous zombies. Suddenly, Xiang spots a woman accompanied by two mutated hamsters within his line of sight. He rushes towards her, with the others following closely behind. Do not make a move. I bear no ill intent. Wang Min has been observing from the shadows for quite some time and has finally decided to reveal herself. Li Xiang and Apos' team is exceptionally formidable, and he has never sought to usurp anyone's abilities. This is the kind of team she desires, a group with whom she can strive and grow stronger. No ill intent? Li Xiang scoffs, casting a glance at Wang Min. The others quickly surround her, leaving her with no avenue for escape. In the past 10 days, how many zombies have you driven to encircle us, and you claim to have no malice? Gu Ning states coldly. Indeed, is this your definition of having no ill intent? What then is your malice? Qu Yuan finds Wang Min's words utterly absurd. And those mutated rats, were they not under your control? So, is this your version of having no ill intent? Speak. What is your objective? Li Xiang knows that Wang Min did not appear without reason. Killing her would be effortless, and she is likely aware of this, yet she still chose to emerge. Thus, there must be some ulterior motive. My name is Wang Min. I possess the abilities of beast speech and earth manipulation. I wish to join you and become part of your team. The reason I drove away the zombies was due to our opposing factions. Chen Guixing once saved my life. I acted out of gratitude. Moreover, I left open one potential route for your escape. If you wish to leave, you may do so from that direction. I do not believe you are unaware of it. Although I attracted the mutated rats, I cannot fully control them. They seem to be drawn to you. I attempted to disperse them, but they refused. Wang Min speaks earnestly, gazing intently at Li Xiang. Her beauty is not insignificant, a fact she knows adds to her appeal. If Li Xiang agrees, she can seamlessly join the team. To join us? Unless you are willing to become a zombie, Li Xiang replies with a hint of playful amusement. Beast speech is indeed an intriguing ability. If I could experience Wang Min and Apos' powers, I could communicate directly with AI and lightning without any barriers. Wang Min and Apos' expression shifts as she glances at Li Xiang. To become a zombie and join Li Xiang and Apos' group? Is he jesting? I possess the ability to resurrect zombies. If you are willing to become a zombie, I will agree to your joining our ranks. Only by transforming Wang Min into a zombie and exercising his control over her can Li Xiang permit her to join. In the future, it seems that anyone wishing to join his team might have to choose this very method, unless they are individuals with whom Li Xiang has fought alongside in a past life. Is such a power truly real? Wang Min thinks Li Xiang must be deceiving her. Of course, Li Xiang smiles faintly. Then how can I be sure you are not deceiving me? Wang Min remains skeptical about Li Xiang and Apos' claimed abilities. How could anyone possess the power to resurrect zombies? If such abilities existed, how could there still be zombies in this world? Wouldn't they all be resurrected? Then how can we trust that you genuinely wish to join us? Li Xiang counters. However, Wang Min and Apos' mind is in disarray, unsure of how to respond to Li Xiang's inquiry. These several individuals are zombies I resurrected. It is simple to verify my ability. As she speaks, Li Xiang hands a dagger to Wang Min. Cut your palm, and let their blood drip into your wound. Allowing a zombie to bite Wang Min is something she would certainly refuse. Wang Min pauses, scrutinizing Gu Ning and the others seriously. What afraid? Gu Ning challenges, casting a provocative glance at Wang Min. What is there to fear? Wang Min declares as she slices open her palm. If they truly possess the zombie virus capable of infecting her, it would validate Li Xiang's claim of having the power to resurrect zombies. Moreover, this could be seen as a test. If she lacks the courage to accept this, how could she expect Li Xiang and the others to trust that she genuinely wishes to join their team rather than harboring ulterior motives? She then hands the dagger to Gu Ning, her gaze laced with challenge. Gu Ning takes the knife, makes a cut, and allows the blood to drip onto Wang Min's palm. Blood is the most effective medium for transmitting viruses, so Wang Min quickly senses something amiss. She notices her hand gradually losing sensation, causing her to feel a surge of panic. So, you did not deceive me? Wang Min's face pales. She contemplates what would happen if Li Xiang does not help her resurrect. Would she become a zombie? The thought of becoming a zombie sends her into a state of distress. I have not deceived you from the outset. It is merely that you did not believe. Li Xiang remarks. So, are you regretting your decision now? Gu Ning wears a taunting smile. Chapter 74. Gaining Wang Min's beast language ability. As long as I can be resurrected, there is nothing to regret. If I do not come back to life, then there is no room for regret either. Once I am a mere shell of my former self, I shall harbor no regrets. Wang Min became surprisingly open-minded. Just as she expressed, if resurrection is possible, she would naturally be able to join Li Xiang's team. If resurrection does not occur, Becoming a zombie renders any notion of regret moot. Good luck, Xiang said as he turned to slay the zombies surrounding him. Wang Min required some time to complete her transformation. With zombies swarming around them, there was a pressing need to eliminate the undead. As she sensed the changes within her body, she noted that it was becoming increasingly rigid, taking on the pallid hue characteristic of zombies. The prospect of joining Xiang and Appo's team made her feel that the cost was worth it. After a span of 20 minutes, Wang Min lost control of her body and her awareness of the outside world faded. She felt as if she had plunged into an abyss, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. Fear and unease consumed her as she screamed silently, unable to produce a sound. She yearned to escape, but her body refused to obey. In that instant, regret washed over her. The sensation of becoming a zombie was excruciating and utterly despairing. She longed to remain alive. Even death would be preferable to becoming a zombie. Master, are you not going to resurrect her? Qin Yurong inquired with curiosity. There's no rush. We shall wait until midnight, Xiang replied, absorbing the newly emerged strange light. Since everyone would transform into zombies at midnight, he aimed to synchronize the timing. He had already employed his control ability on Wang Min, completely subjugating her, alleviating any concerns about her fate. Qin Yurong nodded and returned to the fray. She felt different from Gu Ning and Chu Yuan. They had not experienced Xiang's control ability. However, Wang Min's situation mirrored her own, first subdued, then resurrected. They both joined the team later, distinguishing them from Gu Ning and the others. With Wang Min and Appo's inclusion, she felt a sense of camaraderie. In the ensuing hours, they hunted zombies and absorbed the strange light. They all recognized their inadequacies, which allowed Chun Guisheng to escape. Moreover, they would undoubtedly encounter many who, like Chun Guisheng, exploited others to strengthen themselves. If they did not grow stronger, they would suffer significant losses against such individuals. In a world where territory was contested, the struggle was fundamentally for resources. As time progressed, the competition intensified. For evolutionaries, zombies represented a strategic resource that could enhance their strength. Actions like those of Chun Guisheng and Wang Min, driving zombies to encircle others, would be ridiculed as acts of aiding the enemy a year hence. Time passed inexorably, and the number of fallen zombies around them increased. As midnight arrived, Xiang resurrected everyone. Upon awakening, Wang Min appeared somewhat disoriented. After a few moments, she pinched her thigh. Ouch! I have truly been resurrected? Her gaze toward Xiang transformed, now imbued with admiration tinged with obsession, akin to that of Qin Yurong. Indeed, you have been resurrected. Xiang approached her and grasped her hand. Now, use your beast language ability. I wish to experience it. Wang Min immediately began to employ her beast language ability, communicating with the two mutated hamsters being observed by the mutated dog's AI. She emitted peculiar sounds that the mutated beasts could comprehend. In her previous life, Xiang had heard of such an ability, yet none had ascended to dominance, for mutated beasts do not eat humans, they merely desire to consume them. Evolutionaries, being more delectable, are particularly favored prey. In this lawless apocalypse, expecting mutated beasts to reason was laughable. After experiencing her ability, Xiang grasped its essence. Lightning, I have a task for you. Lure a formidable mutated avian back. Can you accomplish this? If so, I can offer you honey or milk. He was aware of Lightning and Appo's fervent desire for these items, which it had never acquired. Master, you can communicate with me now. Lightning exclaimed. Rest assured, I shall fetch a mutated bird stronger than myself. With that, Lightning dashed off. The previously quiet AI suddenly voiced its thoughts. Master, I dislike the name AI. Could you bestow upon me a more imposing title? Xiang chuckled at its request. You disdaining the name AI? Very well, given your commendable combat skills. I shall call you Jing Tian, for you startle the heavens. How grand. Jing Tian, I like this name. It is magnificent. It responded, pleased. Master, when will you find me a mate? Being single is quite miserable. Already seeking a partner at such a young age? How do you possess the beast language ability? Wang Min was taken aback, for she understood Xiang's conversations with the mutated golden eagle and dogs. I just learned from you. Not bad, right? Xiang replied with a slight smile, feeling a sense of pride. One could not deny the extraordinary strength of such a versatile ability, capable of manifesting various powers. A single individual could rival the efforts of an entire team. How is this possible? Though she was now in awe of Xiang, she instinctively questioned the plausibility of his claims. After all, he had not manipulated her actions or thoughts. She still possessed her independent mind and personality. That is because you know far too little about your master, Xiang remarked, playfully pinching Wang Min's chin. Let us take a moment to rest, replenish our supplies, and then follow me to gather some items. With that, he led the way back to the hotel. The outside world could not compare to the comfort of a five-star hotel. They had grown accustomed to their stay there over the past several days. Lightning was off seeking a more powerful mutated avian, while Jing Tian remained in the hotel lobby, happily consuming mutated rats, finding the task neither difficult nor repulsive. In the eyes of many mutated beasts, the mutated rats were delectable and a valuable source of strength. Just moments after Xiang and the others ascended in the elevator, a group of individuals arrived outside. All were women clad in red attire, fervently slaughtering the zombies. Chapter 75. The young commander of the Blood Rose Legion, a contingent of 200 to 300 individuals, surged like a sharp blade into the throngs of zombies. Armed with uniform machetes, they fervently hacked at the undead. The women formed triads, simultaneously attacking a single zombie to ensure swift termination without giving the creature an opportunity to retaliate. Upon the emergence of an unusual glow, one would absorb it while the other two maintained vigilance. Silence prevailed among them, each adorned with a blood-red mask. Jing Tian, acutely aware of the external situation, promptly seized a mutated rat and activated the elevator. Xiang had instructed it on the elevator and Oppos, operation, and for the astute Jing Tian, retaining such knowledge was effortless. It ascended directly to the top floor, where it found Xiang and others engaged in their meal. Master, trouble looms. A horde of women clad in red is ruthlessly slaughtering zombies. Jing Tian exclaimed. Continue your lunch. Let them have their moment, Xiang replied with remarkable composure. He surmised the identity of the assailants, a group of women, likely the Blood Roses. Within a mere 10 days, they had managed to establish their ranks. Jiang Mei was indeed no ordinary woman. Her capability and determination were impressive. In this lifetime, she was charting a different course than in her previous existence. In her past life, she had fought alone, but this time she clearly had allies. Once a person grasps power, relinquishing it becomes a formidable challenge. This was a primary reason Xiang refrained from establishing a large camp or exploiting others. His years of survival in the apocalypse had seen him traverse numerous camps and witness countless assimilations. There is always someone stronger, who can guarantee their supremacy. Furthermore, the larger the camp, the more susceptible it becomes to attacks and the harder it is to abandon. Ultimately, one becomes confined to a specific territory. Unlike Xiang, who enjoyed the freedom to roam wherever he pleased, they required minimal supplies. Just a handful of individuals could rely on his storage space to resolve their needs without depending on a camp. If resources ran low, they would simply seize what they needed. A small, robust team could thrive in the apocalypse and Oppos' harsh environment. This was wisdom gleaned from over a decade of survival. However, he was not opposed to nurturing a few factions. The Blood Roses were, in a sense, Xiang and Oppos' creation. Had he not rescued Jiang Mei and inspired her, she would not have taken such initiative. After their meal, Xiang and his companions lingered upstairs for a while. The battle below raged on unabated. Eventually, Xiang led his group into the hall to join the fray. Young Commander! Suddenly, from the ranks of the red-clad women, a voice called out, Commander! Over 200 voices echoed in unison. Xiang, scratching his nose, recognized they were addressing him, though he did not see Jiang Mei among them. Soon, 4 women rushed forward, kneeling before him on one knee. Lu Ying, Wang Zhuolin, Han Mengru, Li Tingting, we have met the young commander. You have worked hard. They greeted him. Xiang recognized them as the women he had saved alongside Jiang Mei that fateful night. I am not your commander. Please refrain from such titles. Xiang responded, somewhat bemused. It was likely Jiang Mei's idea to refer to him in such a manner. She had always been fond of historical novels and early fantasy literature, and it seemed she was intent on molding the Blood Roses into a formidable legion. Where is Jiang Mei? Xiang inquired, curious about her whereabouts. Young Commander, Madam is currently training the recruits at the Legion's base, they informed him. Madam? Really? Xiang could hardly contain his surprise, realizing that Jiang Mei had assumed a more authoritative role than he anticipated. Welcome back to the base, Commander. Please, this way. With that, the 4 women rose and gestured for him to follow, exuding an impressive military demeanor. It was evident that their trainer had an extensive background in military discipline. What if I refuse? Xiang wondered how they would respond to his reluctance. If the commander is unwilling, we shall not press the matter. However, Madam has stated that the Blood Rose Legion was established by the commander, and she merely manages it on your behalf. Whenever you wish to return to the Legion, you are welcome at any time. Xiang was taken aback by Jiang Mei's assertiveness. Given her unwavering nature, once she set her mind to something, it was as if 1,000 oxen could not sway her. Moreover, she would not tolerate Xiang's involvement with other women. In such circumstances, Xiang would not ensnare himself. It was best for him to maintain distance from her affairs, avoiding entanglements. The Blood Rose Legion stood ready, clearing a path for Xiang and his companions. If not for the young commander's audacious infiltration of the Chiao family's camp, resulting in the demise of 58 soldiers, we would not have the Blood Rose Legion as we know it. Remember the face of the commander and that of the madam. Xiang felt the fervent gazes of over 200 individuals upon him, their eyes ablaze with admiration. The 4 women spoke truthfully without him. The Blood Rose Legion would not exist in its current form. There remains a survivor from the Chiao family named Xiang, possessing both speed and healing abilities. Should you encounter him, do not show mercy, Xiang cautioned before swiftly departing. Guning and the others followed closely, their minds swirling with questions. What was the true nature of the Blood Rose Legion? They were aware of the Chiao family from Xiang and Oppo's covert operation to procure solar panels. So how had a formidable legion emerged from that endeavor in such a short time? In reality, the Blood Rose Legion was not as powerful as it appeared. Their strength lay in their unity. The absence of advanced abilities among them indicated that they had recently become evolved beings. Their success stemmed from strict discipline, which Xiang found remarkable. It was improbable that such a disciplined force could be trained in just over 10 days unless they had encountered someone with exceptional abilities. However, he was disinclined to delve deeper. Such powers held no significance for him. He had no desire to be bound to a specific location, nor to sacrifice his freedom. Chapter 76. The confident armored girl. Although everyone was curious about the Blood Rose Legion and the woman named Jiang Mei, wondering why she was the lady of the young marshal and why the legion belonged to Xiang, none dared to inquire about it. After all, it was a personal matter for Xiang. Upon departing, Xiang followed the location indicated by Lin Wanyu as planned. The number of zombies on the streets seemed to diminish. After walking for a while, they encountered only a few scattered zombies wandering aimlessly. With the streets largely vacant, there was little to attract the undead. The zombies had developed a sharper sense of smell, as Xiang explained, hastening towards a distant one and swiftly dispatching it with a blow to its head. Upon splitting its skull, an unusual light emanated, which Xiang absorbed before accelerating once more. The others showed no inclination to take action, merely trailing behind him. Xiang had not exploited them, and thus they were reluctant to compete for kills. Their benefits were tied to his strength. Along the way, Xiang collected several electric bicycles, allowing for quicker travel. The road conditions had improved significantly. There were fewer zombies, and many vehicles that had previously blocked the roads had been cleared by survivors seeking supplies over the past couple of weeks. This made it feasible to ride electric bikes, accommodating 2 or 3 individuals per vehicle. They could stop promptly when encountering zombies or mutated beasts. After over an hour of riding, they finally arrived at an industrial park. Here, a company specialized in modifying RVs, owned by a client of Lin Wanyu, awaited them. She had previously visited the facility. If all went as expected, there would be several modified and nearly modified RVs within the factory. Upon entering the industrial park, they were met with a significant number of zombies. It was reasonable to assume that there were many survivors here, thus attracting the surrounding zombies. Areas with a higher concentration of survivors tended to draw more zombies, as the undead had continuously evolved and their sense of smell had sharpened, making it easy for them to detect human presence. This was also why camps often preferred to keep their populations confined. It attracted mutated beasts and zombies to their locations. With the zombies blocking their path, Xiang and his companions began to harvest them furiously. They had started using their abilities more frequently to combat the undead, achieving maximum efficiency. Only when their energy was depleted did they resort to using their knives. After clearing a path, they eventually reached the factory Lin Wanyu had mentioned. Several RVs were parked outside, and numerous corpses littered the factory, indicating it had previously been the site of a battle. Xiang inspected the RVs, discovering they were still under modification and not yet operational. "Master, come look at this large house," Lin Wanyu called out. Xiang followed her gaze to a structure built from gray steel plates, resembling 2 large shipping containers melded together, albeit larger. "Are there people inside?" Lin Wanyu knocked on the door, attempting to gain entry. Xiang approached and effortlessly opened the door with his telekinesis. "Don't come any closer." "I wield a modified crossbow," warned a woman clad in armor, brandishing a formidable crossbow. Xiang was taken aback, inquiring, "Did you craft that armor yourself? It exudes a cyberpunk aesthetic and is quite impressive." "We merely sought shelter in this stronghold. We harbor no ill intent," she replied, momentarily stunned. "You intend to claim my post-apocalyptic fortress while claiming no malice? This is truly yours?" "I find that hard to believe," Xiang smirked. "Since it isn't yours, we can take it," he asserted. "Let us adhere to the principle of first come, first served," the girl retorted, her confidence wavering. "I believe matters should be settled by strength. Defeat me, and I shall withdraw, lose, and this fortress becomes mine. What say you?" Xiang scrutinized the stronghold, noting its appealing decor that resembled a rudimentary home. He was keen to acquire this fortress for future excursions into the wild to hunt mutated beasts, allowing for a more comfortable stay. "Agreed, that seems fair. Step outside. I shall show you the prowess of my armored might," she declared. Xiang nodded, wishing to avoid damaging the interior of the stronghold. Lacking a power system, merely a steel shell, Xiang had anticipated some form of power mechanism, but found it contrary to his expectations. It appeared she had awakened a rather ordinary power, one that merely enhanced strength. Such abilities were common, albeit slow to grow and demanding considerable energy, often twice that of other powers. Upon awakening an ability, one's physique would become notably robust. Most women preferred not to awaken such powers due to their impact on physique and appearance. Not many wish to become Barbie the Incredible. "Knowing I possess a strength ability, it seems you too are an evolved one. Perhaps you should leave while you can. I wish you no harm, as I have much to accomplish," Xiang chuckled lightly. "Who instilled such confidence in you, believing you could best me?" "None other than myself," she retorted. Xiang found amusement in her response but refrained from further mockery. There was an open area outside ample for their duel. "Only one may challenge me. Your companions cannot join," the armored girl emphasized, appearing somewhat uneasy. "Fear not. It shall be just me," Xiang assured with utmost seriousness. "Very well, come forth. I fear that once I strike, you may not get another chance," she taunted. Still underestimating him, Xiang nodded and dashed forward, delivering a swift kick to her abdomen. The onlookers witnessed the armored figure being sent flying. It was worth noting that Xiang was a third-tier evolved, his body enhanced daily by the system, rendering him incomparable to a first-tier evolved. Chapter 77. The alluring Doomsday Fortress. Upon emerging from the confines of her armor, the armored girl realized the formidable strength of the individual she had encountered. A wave of shame washed over her as she glanced at the indentation on her abdomen, her heart pounding with trepidation. Fortunately, the other party sought only the Doomsday Fortress, not her life. Otherwise, she felt certain her fate would have been sealed today. Xiang approached the armored girl, extending his hand to assist her. "According to our agreement, the Doomsday Fortress is now mine, correct?" The sight of the impeccably gentlemanly and strikingly handsome Xiang prompted a reluctant nod from the armored girl. "I, Ming Tian, am a woman of my word. It belongs to you. I shall gather my belongings and take my leave," Ming Tian stated decisively. As a mechanical enthusiast, her thoughts were straightforward, her demeanor leaning towards the masculine, bold, and forthright. "Your armor appears impressive. Although it lacks a power system, it seems quite agile. Did you craft it yourself?" Xiang inquired, a sense of familiarity sparking within him at the name Ming Tian. In his previous life, there had been a notable armor artisan by that name, though he had mistakenly believed it belonged to a man named Ming Tian. "Indeed, I designed it. It does not impede joint movement, allowing for a range of complex maneuvers, all while maintaining excellent protective capabilities. The drawback is that it is cumbersome to don. I am currently attempting modifications." Ming Tian and Appo's excitement was palpable as she spoke of her armor. Xiang nodded thoughtfully before posing another question. "Would you be interested in joining our survival team?" Although Chu Yuan possessed metal manipulation abilities, enabling her to alter the shape and properties of metal, her lack of expertise hindered her from crafting ideal armor. In contrast, Ming Tian and Appo's evident proficiency suggested that a collaboration with Chu Yuan could yield formidable alloy armor. Their current bomb-proof suits were increasingly inadequate, vulnerable to the claws and bites of mutated beasts. Really? Could that be possible? Ming Tian and Appo's expression brightened. She had considered seeking companions before, but others feared the noise she generated while crafting would attract zombies, dissuading them from joining her. "Absolutely, as long as you are willing. Our survival team consists of just a few members, all present here." Xiang extended a sincere invitation. "Without a doubt, I would be delighted to join you. This way, I need not leave the Doomsday Fortress and can continue building it," Ming Tian exclaimed with joy. Is it not finished yet? Xiang asked, somewhat surprised. Certainly. This is merely a portion of the project. It comprises 6 layers in total. We have completed 3, with 3 remaining. Originally, it was a custom build for a wealthy patron, intended to be situated in an abandoned mine. Alas, with the advent of the apocalypse, he never had the chance to utilize this doomsday fortress, Meng Tian lamented. Xiang raised an eyebrow. Taken aback by the whims of this affluent individual who chose to weld steel plates for construction, rather than erecting a concrete structure directly within the mine. What is the area of this layer? Xiang inquired, examining the single-layered fortress. The outer space measures 96 square meters. With a usable area of 90 square meters, a standard 3-bedroom apartment with 1 bathroom and 1 kitchen. It is quite impressive, fully equipped with a smart system. Once completed, it could be entirely self-sufficient, Meng Tian explained. Do the other 2 layers follow the same structure? Xiang continued his inquiry. His spatial system did not consider the size or shape of objects, only their volume. This fortress appeared vast, yet the materials required for its construction were not overly substantial. Thus, he could effortlessly accommodate it along with the other 2 layers within his storage space. The other 2 layers have yet to be furnished. One consists of 5 rooms and 2 bathrooms, while the other will feature a gym and a study. The remaining 3 layers include a UV plant room, an entertainment room, and an indoor swimming pool, Meng Tian elaborated, her enthusiasm infectious. Xiang felt a surge of excitement. This was a 6-layered doomsday fortress, poised to be transformed into a luxurious mobile stronghold. It was nearly impossible for others to relocate such a grand fortress, yet he could accomplish it with ease. His system and Oppo's storage space would accommodate it perfectly. Come, lead me to explore the other 2 layers. Meng Tian promptly guided Xiang through the facility, soon revealing 2 steel structures. As Xiang approached, one of the steel buildings vanished into thin air. What just happened? Meng Tian stood dumbfounded, her expression one of disbelief. It was no wonder. Watching a steel edifice of over 90 square meters disappear like magic was astonishing. Even more extraordinary, the vanished layer reappeared atop the other steel structure, seamlessly merging the 2. Am I seeing things? Meng Tian rubbed her eyes and turned towards Xiang. How did you do that? Can you teach me? Meng Tian recognized that this phenomenon was undoubtedly due to Xiang and Oppo's abilities, as such occurrences had never transpired before his arrival. This is a unique spatial ability. I regret to inform you that I cannot teach you, Xiang replied, snapping his fingers to make the 2 steel structures disappear once more. Is this truly possible? Such a massive building can simply vanish and be concealed? Meng Tian continued to grapple with the reality of the situation. Xiang paid her little heed, instead moving towards the next layer of the doomsday fortress. He intended to stack the 3 layers and observe the outcome. His earlier actions had clearly demonstrated his capacity to incorporate this steel doomsday fortress into his storage space. Moreover, the 2 layers occupied merely 5 cubic meters, indicating that the materials used were quite minimal. The addition of a 3rd layer would not significantly impact the available space. Unbelievable. Brother Xiang and Oppo's spatial abilities are astonishing. Chuning could not help but voice her astonishment, having witnessed the entire spectacle. Indeed, my spatial powers pale in comparison to his. She gazed at Xiang with immense envy. She was curious about the extent to which Xiang could construct a subspace. Could his abilities truly be so extraordinary? Nevertheless, the stronger Xiang and Oppo's capabilities, the more advantageous it would be for them. This doomsday fortress exuded a sense of security. If it were portable, it would greatly enhance their convenience. A motorhome? Such a contraption could never compare to this doomsday fortress. Relying on wheels for mobility pales in comparison to the sheer efficacy of having it at one and Oppo's side. With this doomsday fortress, motorhomes would surely become obsolete. Chapter 78. Can you bring my sister-in-law back to life? After the 3 layers were stacked together by Xiang, everyone entered the doomsday fortress. This fortress is quite remarkable. The interior space is sufficiently vast, and with 3 levels, it can comfortably accommodate all of us. Gu Ning gazed at the living room, which bore little difference from an ordinary suite, and couldn't help but express her admiration. Indeed, it felt as though they had stepped into a familiar living space. However, Xiang curiously observed Meng Tian, who was still in a state of shock, and wondered about the absence of visible staircases. How do we go up and down? He asked. There and Oppo's a simple elevator over here, Meng Tian replied. This elevator, featuring only a base and utilizing a magnetic system, was unlike any conventional one. making it particularly space-efficient. As she spoke, Meng Tian led them to the elevator and Appo's location. Inside, the experience of riding it felt no different from that of a regular elevator. Had she not mentioned the use of new technology, they would have truly believed it was merely an ordinary lift. The two upper levels were indeed quite spacious, yet devoid of furnishings. However, Xiang retrieved a 5-star hotel bed from the storage space. Everyone was enamored by these beds, considering them high-end pieces worth hundreds of thousands. Meng Tian couldn't and Appo's helped but twitch her lips, at a loss for words. She was enviously moved to tears, wishing she possessed Xiang and Appo's supernatural abilities, enabling her to carry this doomsday fortress with her wherever she went. Boss, the materials and various equipment for the remaining 3 layers are at the factory. Can we take them and finish the last 3 layers in our spare time? Since Meng Tian was unaware of Xiang's name, she referred to him as boss. Of course, where are the materials and equipment? Lead me to them. Let me take off this armor first, Xiang said. Meng Tian felt that since she had joined Xiang and Appo's survival team, there was no need to remain clad in armor. It was quite stifling, and many of its functions were not yet perfected due to limited time and materials. Once she removed the armor, a tall beauty with short hair emerged. Wow, sister. You are stunning. You look like a character straight out of a comic book. That short hair is just too cool, Luo Yin exclaimed, instantly turning into a fangirl. Indeed. Xiang acknowledged that Meng Tian possessed a strong anime vibe, truly resembling someone who had stepped out from a drawing. Moreover, her height was impressive, likely around 1.8 meters. Those abs and that figure are simply breathtaking. Sister Tian, may I touch them? Luo Yin gazed at Meng Tian, who was wearing a crop top. In truth, it wasn't a crop top but a tight-fitting outfit that had become so due to Meng Tian's growth spurt from 1.65 meters to 1.8 meters after acquiring her powers. This physique ISN and Appo's from my training. It transformed after I gained my powers. However, I quite like it. If you want to touch, feel free. Meng Tian smiled brightly at Luo Yin. I remember now, you are the youngest daughter of President Meng, right? You used to be quite chubby, didn't you? Lin Wanyu suddenly interjected. Meng Tian nodded shyly, then looked at Lin Wanyu with suspicion. Yes, I used to be like a ball, over 200 pounds. That's why I cherish my current self so much. Surgery can't compare to this. Indeed, powers are miraculous, Lin Wanyu remarked with a sigh. The former Meng Tian had truly been a chubby figure, one who struggled to lose weight. Though we've all become more attractive, our transformations pale in comparison to yours. Lin Wanyu said, reaching out to touch Meng Tian's flat abdomen. Her skin was smooth, and the muscles beneath were not particularly firm, likely due to a lack of exertion. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Xiang. You may call me Brother Xiang. As the others do, Xiang took the lead in introducing himself. The others followed suit, introducing themselves to Meng Tian, effectively welcoming her as a new member. After the introductions, Xiang accompanied Meng Tian to gather materials and various internal equipment for the Doomsday Fortress. Meng Tian also asked Xiang to assist in collecting some devices she needed, not only to complete the remaining 3 layers of the fortress but also to create other items. The others did not linger in the fortress. Instead, they turned to hunt nearby zombies. These zombies had a chance of emitting strange lights, which could empower them to keep pace with Xiang in this apocalyptic world. Seizing every opportunity to grow stronger was essential. After half an hour, Xiang finished collecting the materials. Next, Meng Tian prepared to begin welding the 4th layer of the Doomsday Fortress. Just how long will it take you to finish this alone? It can't possibly be a matter of 1 or 2 years, can it? Xiang inquired as he watched Meng Tian dive into her work. If it took too long, it would indeed lack significance. At best, it will take about 6 months, and that in Appo's, assuming I work 8 hours a day. If only I could resurrect a few employees from the factory, we could complete the outer walls in about 7 or 8 days, and then gradually perfect the interior. Meng Tian mused. Where are your factory employees? I can resurrect them. Isn't it just about reviving zombies? Xiang said. Resurrecting some workers would allow them to work for 12 hours a day. After becoming zombies, they could quickly regain their strength. I've already learned this from Gu Ning and others. Reviving zombies? Brother Xiang, you're not joking, are you? Is such a power even possible? Meng Tian found it hard to believe. In this world, how could there be abilities to revive zombies? If that were true, Wooden and Appo's the zombie crisis be non-existent? With such a talent, why would there be so few people around Xiang? I truly can, but reviving a zombie isn't as simple as it sounds. It requires a price to be paid. Moreover, the number I can resurrect is limited, and those revived can only maintain their human form for 12 hours. Once the time is up, they revert to being zombies. Now that Meng Tian was a member of the team, she naturally learned about Xiang and Apos' ability to resurrect zombies. You're not deceiving me, are you? Meng Tian grasped Xiang and Apos' arm in sheer excitement, tears suddenly streaming down her cheeks. Dad, Mom, brother, I'm so sorry. As she spoke, Meng Tian broke down in tears. Her parents and elder brother had all turned into zombies and were reduced to ashes. That fire had a direct connection to Meng Tian. In her eyes, her family had perished because of her. Now, learning that Xiang could resurrect zombies, she felt utterly devastated. Originally, they still had a chance to be revived. However, because of the fire caused by her carelessness, they had lost their opportunity entirely. And how could she not fall apart? Sister-in-law. Wait, I also have a sister-in-law who is pregnant. Can she be brought back to life? Meng Tian clutched Xiang and Apos' arms once more. Chapter 79. The unique pregnant zombie Xiang supported the nearly collapsing Meng Tian and spoke softly. As long as she is still a zombie, revival is indeed possible. As for the fetus within her, that remains uncertain, let's first ascertain their location. Meng Tian nodded vigorously, wiping away her tears. This way, over here. My sister-in-law and the workers are trapped here. With that, Meng Tian grasped Xiang's hand and led him deeper inside. Moments later, Meng Tian pulled up the roll-up door, and a dozen zombies surged forth. That's my sister-in-law. She pointed to a heavily pregnant zombie amidst the crowd. The abdomen remained intact, but it was likely that the fetus had already perished. Xiang activated his zombie control ability, managing to control several of the zombies. However, his power allowed him to control only 10 at once. Previously, Qin Yurong and Wang Min had used their turns, and he needed to reserve one for a mutated flying creature, leaving him with just enough power to control Meng Tian and Apos' sister-in-law, and 6 other workers. He had never attempted to control so many zombies simultaneously, and it was an opportunity for him to experience it. The controlled zombies, including Meng Tian's sister-in-law, came to a halt. Not only did they stop, but they also formed a line to block the other zombies, pushing them back. Meng Tian watched in astonishment. While Xiang's words were one thing, the reality was quite another. Xiang glanced at Meng Tian's sister-in-law and noted her status on the panel with some surprise. Controlled target, Shangguan Mu. Status, special pregnant zombie. Ability, life sharing. Affinity, 100 is the child in my sister-in-law and Apos' womb moving? I think I saw her belly twitch. Xiang nodded, guiding Shangguan Mu closer to him. He placed his hand on her abdomen and used his auditory ability to detect a faint heartbeat through her skin. The presence of a heartbeat indicated that the fetus was not dead. It was alive, ready for surgery. Xiang retrieved an operating table and various surgical instruments from his storage space. You can perform a cesarean section? Meng Tian was utterly astonished. To possess so many abilities was one thing, but to be skilled in surgery was another. Yes, I have learned, Xiang replied. In the apocalypse, he had become a quick learner, acquiring numerous skills in both traditional and Western medicine to complement his healing abilities. This was how he had survived for over a decade, becoming a legendary healer coveted by many factions. Otherwise, he would have long since been forgotten. What should I do? Meng Tian's heart raced with anxiety. Would the operation be successful? Was her baby truly alive? The catastrophe had passed nearly 20 days ago. How had the baby survived? You don't need to do anything. Just watch quietly. As he spoke, the surgical instruments began to levitate before him. Performing surgery with the aid of his abilities was a far cry from what ordinary doctors could achieve. Shouldn't we revive my sister-in-law first? In her nervous state, Meng Tian could hardly think straight. Zombies lack pain perception, but humans do. Do you wish for your sister-in-law to suffer? Xiang cast a glance at Meng Tian. What you need to do now is remain silent and not disturb my procedure. With that, he grasped the surgical knife from the floating instruments. Skillfully, he made an incision in Shangguan Mu's abdomen, who lay tranquil as though she were a mere corpse. Upon opening her belly, he beheld the fetus inside. Though not yet full term, the conditions within no longer permitted the fetus to remain. This was why Xiang prioritized the cesarean section over reviving Shangguan Mu. As he extracted the fetus, it appeared darkened. Xiang gave it a gentle pat, and the infant emitted a faint cry. Though weak, it was indeed a sound of life. Xiang cradled the newborn and produced a vial of mutated milk. Under his telekinetic control, drops of the milk transformed into small pearls that entered the infant's mouth. Within moments, the baby began to swallow. Congratulations on becoming an aunt. It's a girl. He placed the little girl in a nearby cart, continuing to nourish her with the milk. This mutated milk might just save her life. The infant was exceedingly fragile. Without the special milk, Xiang could not guarantee her survival after being delivered. Ming Tian covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. She yearned to hold the baby but hesitated, fearing she might inadvertently harm her. As a power-enhanced individual, it was all too easy for her to cause injury. After several minutes of feeding, the baby began to doze off. Excellent. Her heartbeat is strong, and her breathing is normal. This child has successfully survived. This was Xiang and Apos' first experience performing such a surgery, rescuing a child from the belly of a zombie. He was certain that this child was exceptional, and Shangwanmu's life-sharing ability played a crucial role. Only the combination of these two factors allowed the baby to thrive within her mother for so long without becoming a zombie or a stillborn. Watch her. Don and Apos' let her fall. He instructed Meng Tian before resuming the cleaning of Shangwanmu and Apos' abdominal cavity. His telekinesis proved remarkably effective. The versatility of this ability allowed him to accomplish any task. It was, without doubt, a universal power. In his previous life, Xiang had envied this telekinetic ability. But now his own more versatile powers made him invincible. After cleansing the cavity, he began suturing Shangwanmu's abdomen. The zombies had evolved, and their skin had regained elasticity. Their fat and muscles were no longer rigid. However, Xiang stitched casually, as he intended to employ his healing ability. He had yet to utilize this power on a zombie, making it a novel trial. Does it really work? Xiang observed the wound healing rapidly under the influence of his self-healing ability. He then removed the surgical threads, ensuring the wound would heal perfectly without leaving a scar. After his intervention, Shangwanmu's abdomen returned to normal, showing no signs of the surgery. Finally, Xiang revived Shangwanmu. Within a minute, she opened her eyes. Baby. My baby. As she processed her memories, she realized that Xiang had performed a cesarean section and that her child had survived. Sister-in-law. Meng Tian and Apos' tears flowed once more as she looked at her sister-in-law. However, she hesitated to embrace her niece, fearful of causing harm. Shangwanmu immediately sat up and attempted to get out of bed to hold her daughter, but Xiang firmly pressed her back down. I will hold her for you. You are not ready to get up yet. With that, he wrapped the infant in a towel and handed her to Shangwanmu. Chapter 80. Lightning returns with the mutated avian. Thank you for saving my daughter, and for bringing me back to life, said Shangwanmu, her voice brimming with gratitude. From now on, should you require anything from me, Shangwanmu, do not hesitate to ask. After expressing her heartfelt thanks, she embraced her daughter tightly. As she held her child, tears streamed down her face. In this apocalyptic world, children are pitiable, born into an existence fraught with peril, where losing their lives can occur at any moment. While dogs reach maturity in a year, humans do so only at 18. In this dire landscape, even the most gifted children must wait until they are at least 10 before they can harness their powers to hunt zombies. Caring for a child until the age of 10 is no small feat, and for ordinary people, raising a child is an unattainable dream when they struggle to feed themselves. Sister-in-law, have you and my brother decided on a name for the baby? Meng Tian approached, gazing at Shangwanmu. Yes, we have. If it is a boy, he will be named Meng Rong, and if a girl, Meng Xian. So, she is called Meng Xian now? Meng Tian looked joyfully at her sleeping niece. In her heart, she silently wished, brother, dad, mom, if you are watching from the afterlife, you must be at peace. Though her family could never return, the arrival of Meng Xian offered a glimmer of hope. At least her brother's legacy would continue. Rest for a while. Do not nurse her with your milk, as you still carry the zombie virus, Xiang advised. He remained uncertain whether Shangwanmu possessed mutated milk, so it was best for Meng Xian to consume Qin Yurong and Apos' modified milk for the time being. Xiang was confident that Qin Yurong and Apos' milk was free from the zombie virus. Otherwise, he would not have used it to feed little Meng Xian. Moreover, since Meng Xian had not contracted the virus after drinking, it confirmed the safety of Qin Yurong's milk. Subsequently, Xiang resurrected the remaining workers. Upon awakening, they expressed their immense gratitude to him, aware that their second chance at life was a rare gift. He instructed Meng Tian to take these workers to resume their tasks. After organizing this, Xiang began exterminating zombies throughout the entire park. The area housed numerous factories, all related to metalwork. In his original plan, he aimed to locate enterprises for metal smelting and processing. He intended to enlist Chu Yuan's help in crafting a set of armor to safeguard everyone, necessitating some metal materials. Xiang and his companions continued their efforts until dusk, and upon returning, they discovered that much of the outer frame of the fourth floor had already been installed, showcasing impressive efficiency. The group was quite satisfied with the apocalyptic fortress. Although 3 stories were deemed sufficient, Meng Tian would need to redesign it into a 180 square meter, 3-story fortress. While this would prolong the construction period, Xiang and the others were unconcerned. As long as they could cleanse the park of zombies, the area would be momentarily secure. Furthermore, they could continually expand outward, purging the surrounding undead. After dinner, Xiang and the others rested within the fortress. Meng Tian, however, continued to work alongside the workers who had just eaten, striving to expedite the fortress and Apos' construction. No one hindered her, for completing the fortress sooner was paramount. The interior decoration was not urgent, nor were the requirements particularly high. As long as there were beds, other aspects could be simplified. After all, most of their time would be spent in battle. Xiang luxuriated in massages from Qin Yurong and Yuan while practicing his telekinesis. Yuan, too, honed her abilities, ensuring that not a sound escaped her as she contained her voice within her immediate vicinity. Thus, even when facing Qin Yurong, she remained entirely unheard. In contrast, Qin Yurong relied solely on her willpower to suppress any unusual sounds. Being used as a practice target for Xiang's telekinesis brought her joy, though it was somewhat overwhelming, making it difficult for her to focus on providing a proper massage. Simultaneously, she worried about being discovered by Yuan. Little did she know that Xiang's practice target extended beyond her. Yuan was equally a focus of his telekinetic training. Stop. Suddenly, just as they teetered on the brink of collapse, Xiang halted everything. Master, what is it? Qin Yurong grasped his arm, instinctively leaning closer. Lightning has returned. I must see what has transpired. It likely encountered a formidable mutated avian. Xiang quickly rose and headed outside. He had heard Lightning's urgent cries for help, indicating it was being pursued by some mutated creature. Everyone, put down your tools and seek refuge within the fortress, Xiang shouted, noticing workers still laboring outside. They promptly abandoned their tasks and hurried into the stronghold. Chu Yu and the others, alerted by the commotion, emerged from the fortress, prepared for battle. What happened? Chu Yu sensed trouble and braced herself. Lightning called for help. It seems to have provoked a particularly powerful mutated avian. Just then, a blaze illuminated the distant sky, revealing the fleeing form of Lightning against the backdrop of flames. Jingtian, call out. Xiang knew Lightning was likely unable to pinpoint its position amidst the chaos, causing it to flit about in disarray. Earlier, he had distinctly heard Lightning calling from above the fortress. Jingtian let out a thunderous call, resonating like a clap of thunder. Fortunately, Xiang had already insulated everyone from the sound waves. Otherwise, they would have been startled by the sudden noise. Electric arcs flickered in the sky, signifying that Lightning was unleashing its powers. It swiftly soared toward Xiang and the others, while the pursuing mutated avian unleashed flames in an attempt to incinerate Lightning. It remained unclear what provoked the relentless pursuit, but the creature was determined not to release its grip on Lightning. Chu Yu, stay back. The rest of you, enter the fortress, Xiang commanded, then dashed forward. Simultaneously, arcs of electricity danced across his form, guiding Lightning in its flight. Recognizing that the mutated avian possessed considerable strength, he insisted Chu Yu accompany him. Chu Yu's power was also fire-based, and her rare black flames held tremendous potency. Even if she could not harm the avian, she would remain unscathed by its fiery assaults. Chapter 81. The third-order Harpy Eagle Chu followed closely behind Xiang, refraining from activating her extraordinary abilities. Help me, master. This Harpy Eagle is ferocious. I almost didn't make it back. Upon hearing Lightning's desperate exclamations, Xiang's demeanor became grave. The Harpy Eagle, also known as the horned eagle due to its 2 prominent black feather crest resembling horns, is the largest eagle species in the world, classified as a large raptor. A typical Harpy Eagle measures about 1 meter in length, weighs up to 9 kilograms, and boasts a wingspan of 2 meters. This description pertains to its pre-mutated state. Its current form remains uncertain. The Harpy Eagle unleashed a torrent of flames, yet this fiery attack was effortlessly thwarted. Xiang observed the creature's size, noting it appeared significantly larger than Lightning, almost as if a person were soaring through the sky. Its wingspan remained unchanged at around 2 meters, but its overall bulk was strikingly immense, reminiscent of a human figure. This resemblance sparked an idea in Xiang and Apos' mind. akin to the divine eagle from the Return of the Condor heroes. He realized that the harpy eagle could likely serve as a mount. Possessing an aerial steed would confer a considerable advantage, greatly facilitating travel to distant locations. Moreover, it would be particularly suitable for Xiang's solitary expeditions, allowing him to hunt mutated beasts and enhance his strength while securing more mutated meat for his companions. Lightning swooped down to Xiang's side, landing gracefully. "Master, my task is complete. Don't forget my reward." "Understood. Once I subdue this harpy eagle, your reward shall follow," Xiang replied as he launched an ice arrow at the creature. The harpy eagle nimbly dodged the projectile, but this was merely a ruse. His true objective was to employ a slowing ability. If the harpy eagle were to be struck by this power, its ability to ascend would be severely compromised. Although it successfully evaded the ice arrow, it could not escape the effects of Xiang's slowing ability. Struck by this force, the harpy eagle lost its balance and plummeted to the ground. Attempting to flee, the harpy eagle found its movements hindered, rendering it unable to take flight. Meanwhile, Xiang's psychic force ensnared the creature like a binding rope. In desperation, the harpy eagle resorted to unleashing flames against Xiang, yet he stood unfazed. For a fire-wielding expert accompanied him. Chiao, having advanced to the second tier, not only possessed the ability to conjure flames but also to control them. As the flames shot toward Xiang, they were deftly redirected by Chiao, leaving the harpy eagle bewildered and momentarily forgetting to unleash its fiery assault. Ultimately, it was merely a bird with limited intelligence. While binding the harpy eagle with his psychic force, Xiang also employed gravitational abilities to further restrain the creature, causing it to crash before him. Once it fell, the situation was resolved. Devoid of its aerial advantage, the mutated avian's capabilities diminished significantly. Its fiery attacks were rendered ineffective against Xiang, thanks to Chiao's control. Even if those flames encircled him, they would not inflict harm. "Lightning, give it a go," Xiang commanded. He then drew his machete, preparing to carve a wound into the harpy eagle's tough exterior. After some effort, he succeeded in inflicting a gash and produced a vial of blood from Gu Ning and Chu Yuan, infused with zombie virus. Xiang poured the blood onto the harpy eagle and amp Oppo's wound, hoping to induce an infection. If this approach failed, he would resort to sending some zombies to bite the creature. "You wretched human, what have you done to me?" The harpy eagle's furious voice reached Xiang, prompting a slight smile. However, he chose not to respond. Clearly, the virus had some effect, albeit minimal, as the harpy eagle, being a third-order mutated creature, exhibited remarkable resistance to infection. Its downfall was primarily due to being depleted of energy by lightning and a lack of experience in combat against humans. Recognizing the harpy eagle's resilience against the zombie virus, Xiang took control of the workers in the facility, all of whom harbored the virus within them. He summoned them from the Doomsday Stronghold, instructing them to swarm the harpy eagle and commence biting. Ultimately, the creature could not withstand the onslaught from so many infected workers and, battered and bruised, succumbed to the virus, transforming into a zombie avian. Xiang then wielded his controlling abilities over it. Unfortunately, the transformed harpy eagle lost its capacity for flight and required resurrection before it could soar again. Once revived, the harpy eagle took to the skies under Xiang and Oppo's command. Through its eyes, he perceived the world below, akin to a night vision device. Chiao, witnessing Xiang's success, felt immense joy, understanding the significance of possessing aerial superiority. Henceforth, they would no longer need to fear ambushes. Xiang could instantly detect any approaching threats, especially through the perspectives of the controlled zombies. "I truly envy your abilities. They are remarkably powerful. Thankfully, we are not your enemies, or we would hardly know how we might perish," Chiao remarked, filled with admiration. To act at will is indeed an invincible existence. Xiang relinquished his hold on the harpy eagle and the workers, allowing the eagle to circle in the air before descending before him. "Lightning, what exactly did you do to provoke this harpy eagle's relentless pursuit?" Xiang inquired, curiosity piqued. At that moment, lightning soared into the sky. "I stole its egg, and it believed I had consumed it. Now, I shall retrieve the egg for my master." Xiang couldn't help but smirk at lightning's response. Nevertheless, acquiring a harpy eagle's egg was quite a boon, as it appeared to be a formidable creature, likely suitable as a mount. With this thought, Xiang approached and placed his hand upon the harpy eagle and Oppo's wound, initiating a healing process. Once the injury was mended, he intended to ride the eagle and see if he could take to the skies. If successful, he would possess a unique mount, as he doubted anyone else at this stage could claim a rideable mutated avian. After all, such a feat was exceedingly rare in the previous world. Chapter 82. It turns out one can indeed ride. Riding a bird is no simple feat, for it possesses 2 legs and cannot lie down like a quadruped. One must wait until it takes flight before leaping onto its back. Fortunately, Xiang possesses gravitational abilities that allow him to soar several meters into the air. Under his guidance, the harpy eagle unfurls its wings and ascends. Xiang promptly leaps into the air, landing upon the harpy eagle and Appo's back. However, his weight proves too much for the creature, causing them both to tumble from the sky. Is it the weight it cannot bear, or merely a matter of unaccustomedness? He urges the harpy eagle to take flight once more, this time with an additional stick gripped in its talons. Subsequently, the harpy eagle dives down, and Xiang seizes the stick, allowing himself to be lifted high into the air. This indicates that the harpy eagle can indeed support his weight. It simply needs to adjust to his sudden presence on its back. Alternatively, his weight may have affected its flight dynamics. With a decisive leap, Xiang positions himself on its back. Soon, the harpy eagle begins to wobble, teetering precariously. Yet, it does not fall. Instead, it strives to accommodate Xiang's presence. After all, this is a novel experience for it, and a mishap is only to be expected. The ability to bear weight upon its talons is instinctual, honed since its predatory days. A non-mutated harpy eagle can capture prey weighing up to 3/4 of its own weight, and this particular harpy eagle is a mutant. If it were a male eagle, its strength would be even more formidable. Xiang settles into a cross-legged position, as standing requires considerable strength to maintain balance. For him, adapting to riding an eagle is unnecessary. Sitting cross-legged proves far more manageable. Indeed, once he adopts this posture, the harpy eagle's flight stabilizes. It turns its head to glance at Xiang, as if to say, "It appears I am suited for this position." Regrettably, he cannot ride upon its neck. Which would be more convenient? Upon uttering these words, the harpy eagle becomes animated. It turns to Xiang, realizing, "I can comprehend my master and Appo's words. This is hardly surprising. I possess the ability to communicate with beasts, enabling exchanges with mutated creatures." Xiang smiles gently at the harpy eagle, contemplating a name for it. The harpy eagle is known not only as the horned eagle but also as the human-faced eagle or siren, for it possesses a delicate human face that, from a distance, resembles that of a woman. Henceforth, you shall be called Siren. In your homeland, you bear the title of Siren. As Xiang strokes its feathers, the siren replies, "Master, to ride me, you must first sit upon my back. Do not wait until we are airborne to suddenly appear." Very well, I understand now. Initially, Xiang thought he needed to wait for the siren to take off before mounting, but he soon realizes his assumptions were misguided. Birds can flatten their bodies while standing. Indeed, it is riding, my master, and you may attempt it now. Xiang discovers he has truly underestimated the siren. He shifts his weight and positions himself upon the siren and Appo's neck. It does not falter. Instead, it flies even more gracefully. After flying for half an hour, Xiang instructs the siren to return him to the ground. The landing is remarkably smooth, requiring no extraneous movements from him. Wasn't that exhilarating? She gazes at Xiang with envy. Despite her formidable fire and spatial abilities, she can never possess the power of flight. Thus, witnessing Xiang soaring upon the siren fills her with admiration. Xiang smiles softly, extending his hand toward Chuyu. "Do not envy, if you wish to experience it. I can take you to the skies." Chuyu gazes at him in astonishment, then surveys the mutated avian beside him. Its legs are as robust as those of a human, exuding strength. Standing at over 1.7 meters, it appears quite imposing. Moreover, it bears a face reminiscent of a human and Appo's, particularly its eyes, which sparkle with vitality. The siren lowers its body, and Xiang effortlessly lifts Chuyu, leaping onto the siren's neck. This transition is smooth. The siren remains unperturbed by their combined weight. "All set, let us depart," Xiang commands in beast tongue. The siren leaps into the air, taking flight before unfurling its wings. Is it truly possible? Chuyu gasps in delight, her eyes alight with surprise. Though she is not flying herself, the sensation of soaring through the sky atop a mutated creature is utterly enchanting. How marvelous! From now on, I can journey wherever I desire upon it. She contemplates her parents, who are still far away in Xiang. If she could ride this mutated creature there, she could ascertain their well-being. If the siren were to fly at full speed, she estimates they could reach Xiang in under an hour. As Xiang speaks, he encourages Chuyu to sit in front of him. "Siren, is that its name?" Chuyu inquires, stroking the siren's thick, sturdy neck, which is reminiscent of a horse's, albeit adorned with feathers. After a brief conversation, Chiao finds herself contemplating various ideas. Their recent private encounters have been scarce, and now, in this secluded high altitude, they share an unprecedented experience. Soon, they engage in a deeper exchange. An hour later, the siren gracefully descends back to the ground. Carrying 2 passengers poses no challenge for it. However, accommodating 3 would require it to grow stronger. Additionally, the siren possesses the ability to shrink, allowing it to transform into a pigeon-sized creature for stealthy reconnaissance. Xiang can also utilize its vision for observation, something drones cannot achieve. Thus, with the siren's addition, the team's overall strength has significantly increased. Upon their return, Meng Tian is still diligently overseeing the workers, urging them to labor tirelessly. Clearly, these workers aspire to earn Xiang's approval through their efforts, hoping to gain continued resurrection, especially for those who have experienced revival as zombies. The awakening of their consciousness followed by a return to zombification is a painful ordeal. If resurrection is unattainable, they would prefer death, a release from the abyss. Chapter 83. The grandeur of space. Xiang observed their diligent efforts and decided to reward them upon his return. He instructed Gu Ning and the others to prepare a late-night meal, specifically a pot of stewed mutated beast meat. Such meat was a rare delicacy for ordinary humans, capable of nourishing their bodies and enhancing their strength, as well as facilitating rapid recovery. The construction of their doomsday fortress would require some time, and these workers needed to remain industrious. As night fell, the team members began to practice their abilities, honing their skills through repetition and mastery. There were no shortcuts. Only through diligent practice could they achieve proficiency. After Chiao returned, she too began to refine her spatial abilities. Xiang then visited Shangwanmu, whose situation was somewhat unique. Shangwanmu resided on the first floor, sharing a room with Meng Tian. However, Meng Tian was currently working overtime, leaving only Shangwanmu and her newborn daughter, Meng Xian, in the room. Upon hearing a knock, Shangwanmu invited him in, cradling her daughter who was in need of nourishment. "I apologize for the delay. My little one must be quite hungry," Xiang said, producing a bottle of mutated milk. Without a proper bottle, Shangwanmu was unable to feed her child, but fortunately Xiang could use his telekinetic powers to assist in feeding Meng Xian. Watching Xiang care for her daughter with such attentiveness filled Shangwanmu with admiration and gratitude. She realized she had encountered a truly good person, one who had not only resurrected her but also saved her child. Meng Xian drank sparingly, as the energy contained in the mutated milk far surpassed that of ordinary milk. Xiang then retrieved a refrigerator from his storage space and handed the majority of the mutated milk to Shangwanmu. "You should consume most of this. Keep just a little for Meng Xian. This special milk will aid in your recovery as well." Without hesitation, Shangwanmu accepted the bottle and began to drink, marveling at the comforting energy it provided. If not for the consideration of her daughter, she might have consumed it all in one go, for the milk's potent energy was truly remarkable. Xiang smiled gently as he placed the remaining milk into the refrigerator, recognizing that he could not always be present. Given Meng Xian's tender age and Shangwanmu's lack of combat training, it was crucial to ensure they had sufficient resources. Shangwanmu had fully recovered, thanks to Xiang's healing abilities, and her abdomen bore no trace of the cesarean section. The efficacy of healing powers was astonishing, leaving no scars behind. Before long, Meng Xian fell asleep and was gently laid on the bed. Shangwanmu, her cheeks slightly flushed, asked, "Xiang, is it really impossible for little Xian to have my breast milk? I'm not entirely sure. You should express some colostrum and store it in this bottle for testing. If it proves safe, then perhaps it can be given to your daughter." Xiang and Amp Apos S tone conveyed his skepticism, as Shangwanmu and Amp Apos S situation differed significantly from Qin Yurong and Amp Apos S. It was unlikely her milk had mutated or contained special energy. If it did, it would attract not only zombies but also evolved beings. Shangwanmu nodded and, without hesitation, lifted her shirt to express milk in front of Xiang. Her trust in him was absolute, free of any reservations. Xiang, though momentarily taken aback, assisted by holding the bottle steady for her. After assessing Shangwanmu's milk, Xiang confirmed the presence of the zombie virus but found no special energy. "It cannot be given to Meng Xian. You should wean her off gradually. The human body is remarkable. It will cease production naturally when it is no longer required. Of course, certain foods can expedite the process, but I am not well versed in that matter." Shangwanmu nodded, though she desired to nurse. She could not bear the thought of her daughter becoming a zombie. Despite Li Xiang's ability to resurrect the undead, she wished for her newborn to lead a normal life, not to become one of the afflicted. Thank you, Xiang. Without you, I would be at a loss. How can I repay you? What can I do for you? Shangwanmu expressed her gratitude sincerely. Do not dwell on it. There will be ample opportunities to repay me in the future. Focus on caring for your child. I will assist you as needed, Li Xiang reassured her before stepping out of the room. As he opened the door, he was surprised to find Hiyun waiting outside. I came to see if I could lend a hand. After all, it's her first time as a mother, and she lacks experience, Hiyun explained. As she spoke, she sensed Li Xiang practicing his telekinesis, compelling her to activate her sound abilities to synchronize with him. You are becoming quite bold, Hiyun remarked playfully. Noticing the youthful vigor radiating from her, Li Xiang conveyed through sound abilities, you are incorrigible, I am off to assist. After exchanging a knowing glance, Hiyun swayed her hips and re-entered the room. Li Xiang inhaled the faint fragrance in the air and made his way outside. Demoness, let us take flight once more. The size of the Demoness, akin to that of a pigeon, soared from the metallic rose basket, following Li Xiang into the sky. Li Xiang retrieved his tablet, searching for a maternity store on the map. With a baby now in the team, it was essential to gather necessary supplies. The advantage of having the Demoness was the convenience of travel. Other mutated avians dared not provoke her kind. Minutes later, Li Xiang and the Demoness descended onto a street where a maternity store awaited. He entered and swiftly scavenged the premises, nearly emptying the store of its wares. The vastness of his storage space afforded him a certain audacity. Chapter 84. Everyone acts separately upon returning. Li Xiang discovered that Hiyun had already departed, leaving only Shangwanmu standing alone in the room. The stance she was practicing must have been taught to her by Hiyun. How's my stance? Is it acceptable? Shangwanmu eagerly inquired. It's not quite correct. Let me assist you with some adjustments, Li Xiang replied, as he retrieved various baby items such as clothes and diapers from storage. Upon seeing this, Shangwanmu realized that Li Xiang had taken the time to gather these essentials for her, which deeply moved her. Subsequently, Li Xiang corrected her stance. Standing in a fixed posture is a crucial form of training, and it is something that every member of the team engages in. In the evenings, as long as they remain out of bed, everyone practices their stances while utilizing their unique abilities. After making the necessary adjustments, Li Xiang departed from Shangwanmu's room. Upon reaching the second floor, he found that everyone was engaged in their stance practice, and he joined them. It was until midnight that they gradually returned to their rooms to rest. Although Li Xiang did not have a room of his own, he was free to enter any of them. Soon, he chose a room and prepared to exchange combat experiences with the occupant. For Li Xiang, this had become a daily essential. The night passed swiftly, and the next morning, Li Xiang awoke naturally. Maintaining a proper routine in this post-apocalyptic world is vital for sustaining one's optimal condition. After rising, he prepared to commence his enhancements. System, enhance my skin. Enhancement successful. After the enhancement, Li Xiang felt an increase in his sensory perception. Furthermore, the resilience and strength of his skin had also improved. Although he had not yet completed the enhancement of his entire body, it would not be long before he could enhance every part of himself. At that point, he would be able to enhance external objects as well, such as his weapons or even the bodies and abilities of others. If he wished, he could even replicate his enhancement process for others. After concluding his enhancements, Li Xiang descended to practice his sword techniques. Others followed suit, preparing to train alongside him. This too was a daily requirement, with no one permitted to fall behind. Ming Tian and Shangwanmu joined in, although they needed to watch instructional videos for practice, as they had only recently joined the team and had yet to master the sword techniques. Additionally, Wang Min, who had joined before them, would guide them. This had become an unwritten rule. When newcomers arrived, the previous recruits were responsible for teaching them the sword techniques and stances. The workers, however, were not afforded this privilege. They resided in dormitories within the factory rather than the stronghold, and were unaware that Li Xiang and the others had risen so early. The night prior, Meng Tian had worked alongside them until 3 in the morning, successfully installing the first layer of steel plates. Today, they needed to connect this layer to the already completed first layer, which was a substantial task. After an hour of training, they began their breakfast, consisting of cooked mutated meat, simple yet quick, and most found it delicious. Following their meal, Li Xiang led Gu Ning and the others to continue clearing the zombies from the area, while Ming Tian oversaw the workers, and Shangwanmu tended to her daughter within the stronghold. As noon approached, Lightning returned, clutching an egg the size of an ostrich egg. This was the egg of a succubus, containing her offspring. Thus, Lightning returned the egg to the succubus, who was overjoyed. However, she had no intention of incubating the egg herself. As she could not easily adjust her size, she could either be pigeon-sized or stand at 1.7 meters tall. Therefore, she assigned the task of incubation to Lightning. Lightning felt quite vexed by this, but there was no room to refuse. Clearly, it was not an option. Xiang promptly instructed Chu Yuan to construct a metallic nest atop his metal backpack, laying down some padding before allowing Lightning to incubate the egg. This egg was laid by the succubus after her mutation, and the hatchling would likely also be a mutated avian. In the future, it might even become a mount. Under these circumstances, Lightning had no choice but to obediently serve as the incubating tool. After all, when it came to aerial reconnaissance, the succubus was far more effective than Lightning. Xiang could observe everything on the ground through the succubus and Apos' vision, but could not do so through Lightning's perspective. With the aerial Hawkeye advantage, Xiang no longer had to worry about ambushes. Should anything abnormal arise, the succubus would provide timely warnings to alert everyone. Transformed into a pigeon size, she was less likely to attract attention. At this moment, Xiang found himself wishing for the return of Chen Guixing, who had fled previously. This time, he would certainly offer no opportunity for escape. Unfortunately, Chen Guixing did not reappear. Within the area, many survivors were present. Given that many parts of the complex were factories, most of which had their own cafeterias, these survivors had managed to sustain themselves for a time with the supplies from the cafeterias, including several awakened evolvers. However, they were quite scattered, operating within their own factory zones without beginning to annex the surrounding areas. This situation was merely temporary. As time passed and resources dwindled, they would inevitably take that step. It had only been about 20 days since the disaster, and humanity had yet to fully adapt. Considering the relatively weak abilities of the evolvers in the area, Xiang decided that the group should act separately in the afternoon. If they acted together, many zombies would be eliminated by Xiang, thereby reducing the opportunities for others to gain abilities. He did not wish to monopolize the benefits, hence the decision to split up. He provided each person with a whistle. By blowing it, they would attract the succubus's attention and support. Simultaneously, Xiang would respond immediately. This was one of the advantages of having the succubus. Her presence allowed him to take such risks. Splitting up would also enhance everyone's individual combat skills and increase the likelihood of acquiring abilities. Naturally, the risks would also rise. As expected, Luo Yin had just entered a factory to hunt zombies when she was spotted by several evolvers. However, she remained oblivious, completely immersed in the joy of hunting zombies solo. In the distance, those men were murmuring among themselves. Brothers, they're and Apos, a woman. Wow, it really is a woman. I haven and Apos, seen one in over 10 days. Whose fault is that? It's because you all were too ruthless, killing the few in the factory. This one looks young, wearing a helmet. Not sure if she's attractive. But as an evolver, she must be hard to kill, right? Let us capture her and surround her. Don't give her a chance to escape. Chapter 85, Vigilance at all times. Luo Yin was utterly oblivious to the few individuals concealed within the horde of zombies, stealthily advancing towards her. At that moment, a piercing cry reverberated through the air, causing her heart to skip a beat. This sound was a warning, a clarion call from the sirens of danger. Instinctively, Luo Yin heightened her alertness. As soon as she discerned her adversaries, they shed their pretense and leapt forth. Sister, it's far too perilous to confront the zombies alone. Allow your brothers to assist you. Several figures emerged, swiftly dispatching the zombies encircling Luo Yin. This sister seems quite young. We have ample nourishing provisions here to nurture her. The sight of these lascivious individuals filled Luo Yin with revulsion. Without hesitation, she raised the spoon dangling from her neck to her lips and blew into it, producing a clarion sound. In that instant, she charged towards one of the directions. Sister, don't run, they called out, closing in to obstruct her escape. Frantic, Luo Yin unleashed a flurry of ice arrows at those who dared to impede her path. Ah, so you possess ice abilities? How exhilarating it would be to combine ice and fire. One of them dodged her attack, his grin widening. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his smile vanished. A dove swooped past him, leaving behind several deep gashes across his face, its speed astonishingly swift, leaving him no time to evade. As he stood in shock, an ice arrow pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Third brother. Damn it, I'll kill you. An enraged voice erupted. As a flurry of throwing knives hurtled towards Luo Yin, a glistening ice wall materialized beside her, shielding her from the assault. Surround her, incapacitate her. I will ensure she meets her end today. Another figure, now with red eyes, had shed the calm confidence he exhibited earlier. However, before he could finish his sentence, a blade plunged into his back, piercing through his body. At the moment he glimpsed the blade's tip, he felt no pain, yet he comprehended his fate. In an instant, his body was severed. Run! The remaining few, their hair standing on end, turned to flee. Several specialized short knives shot towards them, instantaneously piercing their bodies, followed by a swift, horizontal slash that ended their lives. Xiang, thank you for arriving just in time. Had you not come, I would have surely been captured. Luo Yin expressed, her heart still trembling. She had never anticipated that while hunting zombies, individuals would stealthily approach her, with such a clear intent to seize her and make her their plaything. Such experiences were foreign to her, leaving her utterly terrified. She threw herself into Li Xiang's embrace, clinging to him tightly. It's all right now. You're safe, Li Xiang gently reassured her, patting her back. He understood her panic. It was indeed her first encounter with such a targeted ambush, and the adversaries held a significant numerical advantage. Had he not discovered and rushed to her aid in time, she would undoubtedly have been captured, with dire consequences awaiting her. This is the apocalypse, thus. One must remain vigilant at all times, never granting the enemy an opportunity, Li Xiang admonished. He believed this experience would catalyze significant growth within her. Among the group, she was the only one who had exhibited such carelessness. However, he empathized. After all, Luo Yin was merely 15 years old, a high school girl who had grown up in a peaceful nation, sheltered from the darkness of the world. In her eyes, the world was a beautiful place, and everyone she encountered was inherently kind. Yet, the world was not genuinely benevolent. She merely resided in a tranquil country, her affluent background shielding her from potential threats. Now, with all semblance of order dismantled, no one adhered to laws or morals. What remained were raw desires and the instinct for survival. After a moment, Luo Yin released her hold on Li Xiang. Xiang, why is it that despite wearing a mask and helmet, revealing only my face, they still wish to capture me? Are they not afraid I might be unattractive? Upon hearing her, Li Xiang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Child, you are still too young. Nevertheless, Luo Yin's navet had diminished significantly of late. It seemed that Qin Yurong's mutated milk had a peculiar effect on women, enhancing certain physical attributes. With Luo Yin's development being particularly pronounced, she had progressed from a size A to a size C. He wondered what her final form might be. All right, let us continue hunting zombies. From now on, stay more vigilant, he instructed, tousling her hair affectionately. Compared to a fortnight ago, she had grown at least 5 centimeters taller, transforming from a young girl into a blossoming young woman. Xiang, may I ride with you to find Sister Ruyue tonight? Luo Yin suddenly inquired as he lingered nearby. Sure, he replied. Previously, he could use the inconvenience of transportation as an excuse, but now, with the siren as her dedicated mount, he found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, he yearned to explore Donghu Lake, where mutated fish and white egrets thrived. Thus far, he had yet to taste the flesh of the mutated egrets and was curious about its flavor. It would be a disservice to his current prowess not to procure one for a meal. Life's simple pleasures primarily revolve around a few pursuits, and eating is certainly one of them. With Li Xiang's consent, Luo Yin's spirit soared, and her determination to slay zombies intensified. Just as Li Xiang concluded his encounter with Luo Yin, he received a warning from the siren, indicating that Chu Yuan was also in peril. Through the siren's perspective, he observed several individuals pursuing her. Don't run. We mean you no harm. Let us make a deal, beautiful. We possess the flesh of mutated beasts that can enhance your strength. Indeed, we merely wish for you to assist us in modifying our weapons. Your metallic abilities should make this a breeze. For ordinary individuals, the extraordinary light could neither be preserved nor transferred, rendering it useless for trade. However, the flesh of mutated beasts could serve as an ideal form of currency in the post-apocalyptic world. After all, standard food contained insufficient energy for evolutionaries, failing to meet their bodily demands. In contrast, the flesh of mutated beasts not only provided ample energy, but also augmented one's strength, making it a highly sought-after medium of exchange. Chapter 86. Still quite fearful of men, do not pursue me any further. I shall not be courteous if you do. Chu Yuan warned, her voice firm. She had no need for the flesh of mutated beasts. Why would she risk trading with others? What if, after all, their intentions were merely a ruse? Initially, Chu Yuan believed her fear of men had subsided, but encountering these individuals revealed that her phobia was far from resolved. She still felt an overwhelming dread at the thought of other men approaching her. We can offer double the price. We genuinely seek to acquire some formidable weapons. We mean no harm, one man insisted, his tone laced with exasperation. He indeed harbored some peculiar intentions, yet at this moment, he merely yearned to strike a deal with Chu Yuan to enhance his weaponry, with the zombies becoming increasingly resilient. Conventional blades struggled to penetrate their defenses and inflict lethal damage. To remedy this, one must focus on upgrading their weapons. While abilities could indeed slay zombies, they could not be deployed continuously. Once the energy was depleted, one's powers would wane. In such moments, close combat became necessary to eliminate the undead. Previously, they relied on hefty hammers and steel rods to crush zombies, as their blades were too feeble. One could only fell a limited number of zombies before being overwhelmed. However, they discovered that Chu Yuan's spear made dispatching zombies remarkably effortless, and her ability to manipulate metal sparked thoughts of trading with her. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon seeing them, Chu Yuan would turn and flee, leaving no opportunity for negotiation? We are truly sincere and in desperate need of the type of spear you wield. Please, grant us a chance. We can agree to any terms. Noticing their relentless pursuit, Chu Yuan blew her whistle. To her, all men, save for Xiang, were as terrifying as zombies. If they could not be killed, they were even more fearsome. At least zombies could be dealt with through death, but these evolved individuals, who had not attacked her, were beyond her capacity to confront. It was exceedingly vexing. Within 5 minutes, Xiang arrived at Chu Yuan and Appo's side. What is happening? He inquired. Having observed through the perspective of the female demon that these men were trailing Chu Yuan without making any hostile moves, his curiosity regarding their intentions piqued. They want me to assist in modifying their weapons. When I declined, they began to pursue me, presenting an unwelcome semblance of coercion. Chu Yuan explained promptly. I have a fear of men and dislike their proximity. Everyone, I trust you heard that. Please return. Cease pursuing my girlfriend, Xiang stated. Not one to resort to violence without reason. While decisive in combat, he understood the importance of context. Sensing Xiang and Appo's formidable aura, the men reluctantly turned away. It is best if you accompany Chu Yu and Chu Ning. The 3 sisters should not be separated, Xiang suggested, recognizing that Chu Yuan was ill-suited for solitary ventures. He had already observed Gu Ning and He Yin teaming up, as well as Qin Yurong and Wang Min pairing off. Support-type abilities were ill-fitted for individual endeavors. Should Xiang be unable to arrive in time, unfortunate events could unfold. Chu Yuan nodded in agreement. She too felt that solitary action was unwise. Take me to find Xiao Ning, as Ye is far too powerful. Even accompanying her, Xiao Ning and I would struggle to keep up. Xiang nodded and guided Chu Yuan toward Chu Ning. Upon their arrival, they found Chu Ning employing her magnetic abilities to control several spears, cleaving through zombies with fervor. Upon noticing Xiang and Chu Yuan, she retrieved her spears. Your sister is not suited for solitary action, so I have arranged for her to accompany you. Is that acceptable? Xiang sought Chu Ning and Appo's approval. Of course, I enjoy having my sister with me. Chu Ning readily agreed. Her sister served as the team and Appo's healer, and with her presence, Chu Ning could engage in more zombie hunts. Such an advantageous arrangement was impossible to decline. Very well, take care of one another, and sound the whistle if any issues arise. With that, Xiang turned away, continuing his pursuit of zombies to gather more otherworldly light and experience. He intended to strengthen himself without exploiting others. Thus, he would hunt more zombies to acquire additional otherworldly light. Simultaneously, he needed to fortify the mutated rows behind him. By enhancing the mutated rows, he could keep pace with those who sought to exploit others, ensuring his survival in this apocalyptic world. In the apocalypse, only the strong would not be bullied. Only strength could protect those around them from harm. The weak could only grovel before the powerful. Whether one faced persecution depended solely on the whims and desires of the strong. Therefore, this time, Xiang was determined to avoid becoming a victim of weakness. He aspired to become strong and master his fate. Xiang was not alone in this sentiment. The others in the team shared similar aspirations. Although they lacked his years of experience in survival during the apocalypse, their 2 decades of existence had imparted the significance of strength. Without power, men would be reduced to mere beasts of burden, while women risked becoming both beasts and playthings for others. To avoid such fates, one must grow stronger. As the clock struck noon, everyone was required to return to the Doomsday Fortress for assembly. By 12 o'clock, Gu Ning and her companions would revert to zombies, necessitating Xiang's intervention for their revival. This timing allowed everyone to return for lunch as well. Upon returning to the fortress, Xiang noted that the first floor had expanded from 90 square meters to 180. The partition between the two units had been removed, creating a spacious interior. The newly constructed area remained untouched, save for the supporting columns, presenting an impressively vast expanse. In such a large space, everyone felt at ease. However, before the apocalypse, ordinary people had been forced to reside in cramped quarters. Xiang arranged a long table in the open area for communal dining. Shangwan Mu emerged carrying her daughter. After 2 days of consuming mutated milk, Xiang observed that Meng Xian had grown considerably. Though newborns naturally exhibit rapid growth, Meng Xian's transformation was notably pronounced. As Shangwan Mu cradled Meng Xian, everyone gathered around, captivated by the sight of the infant sucking her tiny hand, her large eyes sparkling with vitality. With her chubby little face, she appeared utterly adorable. A wave of affection washed over the onlookers, each yearning to hold her. Ultimately, only Xiang acted on that impulse. Chapter 87. Farewell to Ji Rua Yue. This little darling is simply too delightful. Xiang gently tapped Meng Xian's soft, chubby hand with his finger. The others nodded in agreement, casting envious glances at Shangwan Mu. However, Xiang was aware that the charm of other people's children was merely superficial. The reality of raising one's own would unveil not only their adorable side, but also their more demanding nature. If the child were particularly unruly, it could lead one to the brink of despair. Hence, it was best to enjoy the cuteness of others and Appos, children, without entertaining the notion of having one's own. After a while of holding her, Jiang Xian unexpectedly fell asleep in Xiang and Appos' arms. Perhaps it was the sense of security and comfort she felt in his embrace. He entrusted her to Shangwan Mu and joined the others for a meal. The workers remained outside, dining with Meng Tian. After lunch, they practiced their abilities within the fortress before embarking on a zombie hunt. Xiang glanced at the remaining time for Shangwan Mu. He needed to return before she transformed into a zombie. Otherwise, her child, Meng Xian, would suffer the consequences. The afternoon passed without incident, as they each handled any situations that arose without needing Xiang and Appos' aid. By evening, everyone returned safely to the fortress, thanks to the workers' fervent efforts. A third of the second floor was completed. Yet, Xiang pondered how they would feel once their labor was done, and he chose to abandon them. He believed his surroundings should be adorned with beautiful women, rather than surrounded by sycophantic followers. He felt he had outgrown the age of seeking validation through flattery. After dinner, Xiang set off with Luo Yao on the female demon, soaring towards East Lake. The demon did not fly at full speed, and within 10 minutes, they arrived. Ruoyue, can you hear me? Luo Yan retrieved a walkie-talkie, attempting to contact Ji Ruoyue. Luo Yan, is that really you? How wonderful. What about Xiang Gu and the others? Have you returned? Ji Ruoyue and Appos' excited voice crackled through the device. After being out of touch for so many days, she had thought she would never see Xiang and the others again. To her surprise, Luo Yin and Appos' voice brought her immense joy. Can I appear on your balcony? Luo Yin did not answer Ji Ruoyue's question directly, but instead posed one of her own. Of course. I'll head up now. Ji Ruoyue did not think twice and dashed towards the rooftop. Simultaneously, Xiang leaped down from the female demon and Appos' back, effortlessly descending from a height of over 10 meters, utilizing his gravitational powers to cushion his landing. However, ascending to such heights was beyond his current abilities. As he landed, Ji Ruoyue appeared. Yin Yin, Xiang Gu. She rushed over and embraced Luo Yin tightly. You two catch up. I'll go check on the lake, Xiang said, extending his hand. The female demon appeared just in time, and he grasped her claw. Ji Ruoyue's jaw dropped in astonishment. My goodness, what kind of mutated bird is that? She had not anticipated that a mutated creature could carry a person into the sky. Wait, did you just arrive on that mutated bird? She asked, her eyes glued to Xiang and the creature soaring towards the lake. Indeed, we rode here on the female demon, which Xiang Gu tamed. She is incredibly powerful. Luo Yin replied, gazing at Xiang with admiration. Isn't it amazing? Xiang Gu truly is the strongest. Ji Ruoyue's lips curved into a smile, reflecting her unwavering belief in Xiang's strength. She had always felt that he would never encounter danger, as he had never suffered harm from zombies or mutated beasts. He was an invincible presence, and that would remain unchanged. Of course, he is our Xiang Gu, Luo Yin affirmed with a nod. Oh, Yin Yin, you've grown taller. You're almost as tall as I am, Ji Ruoyue exclaimed, gesturing with her hands. You're not using any lifts, are you? Luo Yin blushed and immediately retorted. Of course not. I've just matured. She grinned mischievously. You should be envious. I must tell you, our survival team has gained a few new members. One of them, Sister Yurong, has a mutated milk that contains special energy, which not only strengthens people, but also promotes growth and enhances skin quality. Luo Yin eagerly shared this with her friend. What kind of ability is that? It can do all that? Ji Ruayue asked incredulously, poking her sister's arm. Your skin does look much fairer. It's astonishing. It's not an ability, but a special mutation, much like Xiang Gu's mutated rose. Look. I brought you some of this mutated milk. Luo Yin produced a bottle and handed it to Ji Ruayue. It smells divine. Although Ji Ruayue had not yet opened the cap, she could already detect its fragrance. Without hesitation, she twisted the cap off and took a sip. This is absolutely delicious. It has an exquisite flavor that seems to elevate straight to the heavens. So magical. Ji Ruayue realized she was becoming addicted. Indeed. It's reminiscent of the mutated honey in Li Xiang's possession. Once tasted, one finds it irresistible. It's not due to any addictive substances, but simply because it is so delectable, Luo Yin explained. Deliciousness aside, it also enhances strength. Hence, few can resist its allure. Ruayue, how have you been these past few days? Luo Yin inquired about Ji Ruayue's situation. Well, there is nothing particularly special to report, just as Li Xiang anticipated. My father and his team cleared the villa area, gathering a group of people, and began rescuing many survivors from nearby communities. Now, he has become the leader of the Chiao Family army, having eradicated zombies from over a dozen surrounding neighborhoods. The survivor count has exceeded 3,000, with over 500 evolves among them. Next, we will continue expanding, rescuing more survivors and collecting additional supplies. During this time, Ji Ruayue had been at the forefront, significantly improving her own abilities. Yet, she found herself feeling unfulfilled. Although rescuing others brought her joy, she constantly yearned for the days spent with Li Xiang and the others. Chapter 88. The abandonment of the wife by Ji Gang. Ji Gang has begun to exploit others. Fully aware that relying solely on his leadership skills cannot guarantee his position of authority, in a world where personal strength reigns supreme, it is all too easy for others to usurp power if one is lacking in capability. This is an era where sheer might can obliterate any adversary. Political machinations pale in comparison to raw power. The allure of those in power becomes a mere jest in the absence of sufficient strength to secure his standing. He finds himself compelled to act thus, even if it breeds discontent among others. Where there is oppression, there is bound to be resistance. Previously, such exploitation and oppression were relatively mild and could be sustained for a considerable time. However, circumstances have shifted. Every lost shard of power diminishes one's strength. No one is willing to relinquish the hard-won gains of their lives to empower another. In this apocalyptic age, these precious shards are acquired through the perilous act of hunting zombies. Similarly, mutated beasts must be slain to procure meat. Every morsel is earned at the cost of life, and its value is incomparable to the mundane labor of peaceful times. Individuals are loath to enhance others and oppose strength at the expense of their own hard-earned resources. While coercion may yield temporary compliance, the moment an opportunity for retaliation arises, they will strike without hesitation. Unless one can maintain unassailable strength and keep others subdued, can such dominance truly endure? Internally, control may be feasible, but what of external forces? This city is rife with countless ambitious individuals and formidable foes. The moment one becomes injured or weakened, the threat of retaliation looms. Although Ji Ruayue is young and not extensively educated, she perceives the looming crisis facing her father. She has attempted to advise him, yet he rebuffed her, chastising her for her feminine perspective. What more could she say? Ji Gang and Appo's burgeoning strength has inflated his ego, leading him to believe that he is invincible and capable of swiftly annexing the entire region to become the ruler of Hongdu. However, Ji Ruayue realizes that it would be a simple matter for Li Xiang to eliminate her father. Over the past few days, she has shared her concerns with Luo Yin, who, in turn, has recounted her experiences during this tumultuous period. While they exchanged thoughts, Li Xiang was on the water and Appo's surface, searching for signs of mutated fish. He attempted to lure them with the flesh of mutated beasts, but the water remained eerily calm, devoid of any trace of the fish. This silence suggested either that the fish had been entirely fished out or that they had migrated elsewhere. Consequently, Li Xiang began to scout the vicinity of East Lake for mutated herons. If there were no mutated fish, then mutated herons would suffice. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the Ji household. Ji Gang, you ungrateful wretch. I, Dong Yali, have followed you for so many years, and this is how you repay me? Bringing home those 2 vixens was one thing, but now you've brought back 2 more. Are you planning to establish a harem of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? Upon hearing her mother's voice, Ji Ruayue's expression shifted. Her father was becoming increasingly unrestrained, showing utter disregard for her mother. Frowning, she approached the balcony's edge. In the courtyard, Ji Gang, a burly man in his 30s, stood with his bare torso, bloodstains marring his skin, unsure if they belonged to him or others. He pointed at Dong Yali, who appeared to be in her late 20s, his expression contorted with malice. Dong Yali, if you can cope, then do so. If not, let us part ways amicably. What era are we in? You still cling to outdated notions in this new world? Do you not find that laughable? Look around. Every powerful man has a multitude of women. Open your eyes and stop living in the past. If you wish, you could also find a dozen men. I truly wouldn't mind. So, please, abandon your antiquated beliefs about this new world, all right? Dong Yali's face fluctuated between crimson and pallid, her hands trembling in fury. Get out. Take your vixens and leave. I never want to see you again. Fine, you said it. Ji Gang replied with a grin, seemingly pleased. Leave. Dong Yali erupted in rage, wreaking havoc in the courtyard. She loathed her own weakness. Luo Yin, observing the couple's quarrel below, could not help but smirk slightly. Such disputes must be commonplace in this post-apocalyptic world, she mused, glancing at Ji Ruayue. Clenching her fists, Ji Ruayue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet, Luo Yin and Appo's words left her without a retort. Indeed, this was a frequent occurrence. She had witnessed many similar scenes in the past few days. As men gained strength, their egos swelled, attracting numerous beautiful women. After all, ordinary individuals could not savor the delectable flesh of mutated beasts, but evolved beings could. Where are you? Let us leave this place. You wished to find Xiang, did you not? We shall seek them out now. Dong Yali's voice rang out across the courtyard, clearly directed at Ji Gang. Silence. Ji Gang returned, seizing Dong Yali by the throat. Ruiyue is also my daughter. You shall not take her away. If you wish to leave, do so alone. Let go of my mother. Ji Ruayue cried, wishing she could leap from the balcony. Alas, her strength was insufficient for such a feat. However, Luo Yin acted decisively, launching several ice spikes toward Ji Gang, directly attacking him. What sort of prowess is it to bully a woman? Luo Yin scoffed. Ji Gang had not anticipated a direct assault, yet his reaction was swift. His body transformed into rock, absorbing Luo Yin and Appo's attack. You are the daughter of the Luo family? Ji Gang inquired, narrowing his eyes at Luo Yin. He then scanned the surroundings warily. Her presence here, having departed alongside Xiang, suggested that he might also be near. The formidable impression Xiang had left on him lingered, and despite nearing the 3rd tier of evolution, Ji Gang harbored a profound apprehension towards him. In the days that followed, he had grown stronger, yet so too could Xiang. Your actions repulse me. Leave this place at once. I no longer wish to see you, Luo Yin remarked, sensing that Ji Gang and Appo's strength surpassed her own. Nevertheless, she felt no fear. After all, Xiang was in close proximity. Moreover, she was not entirely without hope. If they truly engaged in combat, the outcome remained uncertain. Should Ji Ruayue join forces with her, they could undoubtedly overpower Ji Gang. Chapter 89, Father-Daughter Estrangement. Get out. I refuse to acknowledge you as my father. Upon dashing downstairs, Ji Ruayue erupted with fury. She unleashed a bolt of lightning, directing it towards Ji Gang. After enduring several days of battle, Ji Ruayue had indeed honed her abilities. However, she adamantly refused to exploit others or absorb their powers, causing her progress to pale in comparison to Ji Gang's. What is this attitude, Ji Ruayue? I am your father. Do you dare to rebel against me? Ji Gang glared at her with uncontainable rage. Ji Ruayue and Appo's power was that of lightning, formidable and unparalleled within the Ji family army. Yet, there were numerous individuals possessing healing abilities, rendering him indifferent towards Dong Yali. As his strength grew, his dissatisfaction with the limited company of only a few women intensified. His physique had rejuvenated to that of a man in his 30s, brimming with vitality akin to that of a bull. In such circumstances, who could accept being surrounded by merely 1 or 2 women? Those women were not only youthful and beautiful but also revered him, attending to him like an emperor. And Dong Yali, relying on her status as the original partner, she dared to criticize his newly acquired companions, showing no leniency. Now, she even sought to take away his trusted aides. How could he endure this? If it weren't for Luo Yin intervening just now, you would have already choked my mother to death. How can you be a father who seeks to kill his wife? From now on, I shall no longer call you father. We are even. Ji Ruayue supported her mother and prepared to ascend the stairs. Leaving did not necessitate a ground exit. Li Xiang possessed the ability to transform into a mutated bird and could depart from the sky. At that moment, several individuals abruptly entered the courtyard. Marshal, urgent news. Ji Gang raised an eyebrow and turned to the intruders. What is it? How did you get in here? The Donghu Yujing Villa district was scarcely inhabited, with his trusted men guarding the surroundings. After all, he was wary of potential betrayals from the mid to high ranks of the Ji family army. The Xintian gang has attacked. Our men are severely injured. We implore the marshal for swift assistance. Upon hearing this, Ji Gang's expression shifted. The Xintian gang is far too audacious, daring to assault us. They seek death. I initially intended to offer them an opportunity to submit, but since they have shown such ingratitude, we shall annihilate them tonight. With that, Ji Gang strode towards the door. Before he could exit, his followers suddenly turned against him, unleashing a dark beam of light upon him. Immediately, others drew their weapons and assaulted Ji Gang. Encased in a layer of rocky armor, Ji Gang's physique grew towering, resembling a stone giant. You seek death, daring to betray me. You worthless scum, do you think you can breach my defenses? Die. With that, Ji Gang struck one of them, sending him crashing into the ground. Ji Ruayue and Dong Yali were taken aback, utterly unprepared for Ji Gang's subordinates to betray him and launch an attack. Consequently, they were at a loss on how to respond. Should they join forces with Ji Gang to repel these intruders? Or should they stand by and watch as he was slain? Though the couple had turned against one another, the bond between father and daughter still lingered. Big sister, young lady, please remain calm. We merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully ours and follow the fair leadership of the young lady. This Ji Gang old rogue has plundered others' powers solely to satisfy his own selfish desires. We can no longer tolerate him. Now, we have a brother capable of stripping others of their abilities, rendering them ordinary. Will the big sister and young lady need to worry about him consorting with other women? Upon hearing this, Dong Yali's eyes brightened. Daughter, do not engage. Let them fight among themselves. Dong Yali grasped her daughter's hand. Ji Ruayue hesitated, then replied, very well. Let us retreat to the rooftop. When the others arrived, Luo Yin had already hidden away. Thus, Ji Ruayue decided to head to the balcony. Ji Gang, soon to reach the third tier of power, demonstrated formidable strength. Those few individuals were unable to overpower him. By the time Ji Ruayue and Dong Yali reached the balcony, Luo Yin had already reported the situation to Li Xiang via intercom. Li Xiang had ceased searching for the mutated egrets and was en route to the Ji residence. However, he did not intend to make a grand entrance. Rather, he planned to descend quietly. He too wished to ascertain whether Ji Gang could withstand the onslaught of his subordinates and quell this betrayal. Minutes later, Li Xiang descended onto the balcony. The female demon had transformed into a pigeon-sized creature, perched upon his shoulder without causing any commotion. Xiang. Upon seeing Li Xiang, Ji Ruayue rushed over, throwing herself into his embrace. After being apart for more than 10 days, she finally recognized the significance he held in her heart. To her, Li Xiang had evolved beyond the status of a benefactor. What brings you here? Dong Yali inquired, her face a mask of surprise. She had always remembered Li Xiang's kindness and often told Ji Ruayue of her intention to seek him out to repay the debt of her life. Had it not been for Li Xiang's timely intervention, she would have perished from starvation at the company. Luo Yin expressed a desire to see Ruayue. So I brought her along, Li Xiang explained, then turned to gaze down at the courtyard below. The landscape had been utterly ravaged, and the battle raged on. Those few individuals still had not subdued Ji Gang. I never imagined Uncle Ji would end up like this, Luo Yin remarked. Li Xiang smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. There were far too many individuals like Ji Gang. The apocalypse was rife with such characters. Those with a modicum of power often became inflated with arrogance, believing they could control everything. Unfortunately, they would not survive for long, as there were too many rivals eager to usurp them. Abilities not only grant strength but also lead to self-disillusionment, magnifying one's desires. Ordinary individuals would inevitably succumb to such temptations when endowed with supernatural powers. Li Xiang, however, was immune. Having been tempered by years of survival in the apocalypse, his mindset now calm and unyielding. Xiang, take my mother and me away. Let us join you. I no longer wish to remain here. He is no longer my father. He has become a demon, a greedy demon, transformed into a stranger before my eyes. Watching the chaos unfold below, Ji Ruayue merely wished to escape. She no longer cared for Ji Gang's fate. Chapter 90. A betrayal unveiled. Had it not been for Luo Yin and Apos, as timely intervention, her mother might have truly met a dire fate at the hands of her father. Such a man, she could never acknowledge as her parent. She felt no need for a father like that. She had already forsaken the notion of paternal ties. Do not fret. We shall depart shortly, Xiang reassured, gently placing his hand on Ji Ruayue's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Are you aware of the situation concerning the mutated fish and herons in Donghu? They seem to have vanished without a trace, Xiang inquired, casting a glance at Dong Yali. Some were captured by that treacherous scoundrel, while the others have escaped, Dong Yali elucidated. Xiang nodded in agreement. The circumstances aligned with his suspicions. Ordinary sustenance could no longer satiate the needs of the evolved. They were compelled to hunt mutated beasts to resolve their hunger. Do you know where the meat of the mutated creatures is stored? Xiang probed, determined not to return empty-handed. He intended to secure some of the mutated beast meat as a gesture of gratitude for Ji Gang, who had previously expressed a desire to repay him. In the basement of the Luo residence, the loathsome traitor would have no cause for concern. Dong Yali promptly revealed the location to Xiang. Very well. I shall return shortly, he declared, swiftly making his way toward the Luo estate. The distance of a mere dozen meters was trivial for him, as he could traverse such lengths effortlessly with his gravitational powers. Upon reaching the balcony of the Luo residence, Xiang located the elevator and descended to the basement. There, he discovered an abundance of ice, transforming the space into a veritable cold storage. It housed numerous mutated fish and herons, alongside several clean mutated rats. Although Xiang had no appetite for the mutated rats, his companions, Jing Tian, Lightning, and the nymph, could consume them. Thus, he collected all the mutated beasts into his storage space. Additionally, he ventured to the lowest level, a wine cellar brimming with exquisite wines, which he also stored for future enjoyment. Returning to Luo Yin and the others, he found the battle nearing its conclusion. Ji Gang was on the brink of collapse, his energy nearly depleted. Ruoyue, come save your father. I have erred, and I shall no longer torment your mother. I swear, she shall be my sole companion henceforth. Please, come forth. Ji Gang cried out. Aware that Ji Ruoyue and Apos' intervention could turn the tide, Ji Gang abandoned such hopes. Ruoyue and I shall not be deceived by your ruse. Your true nature is all too apparent, Dong Yali interjected, shattering Ji Gang's illusions. Just moments ago, he had attempted to strangle her. Had it not been for her healing abilities, she could have perished. Now, he sought to ensnare them once more. Dong Yali would not fall for such trickery. Dear sister, your wisdom shines brightly. We shall seize this ingratiating wolf's abilities and leave it to you and the young lady to decide his fate. Rest assured, we will heed your commands, following your lead faithfully, the others assured, wary of Jiru's potential retaliation. Luo Yin poked Xiang, exchanging a glance that conveyed her inquiry regarding the veracity of the words spoken by those below. Indeed, it is mere deception. If they genuinely harbored such intentions, they would not act in this manner, Xiang scoffed. In this era, only those who fail are labeled as rebels. If they succeed, they would not relinquish the fruits of victory to others. True generosity would render rebellion unnecessary, unless, of course, this insurrection was orchestrated by Ji Riyue herself. But could she truly be capable of such treachery? If it were Dong Yali, I might entertain the notion, but Ji Ruoyue lacks the disposition for such actions. Furthermore, he had attuned himself to the thoughts of both women. Neither had incited rebellion. They did not trust that, should Ji Gang be subdued, those below would genuinely pledge their loyalty. Is it truly possible to usurp another and Apos' abilities? Luo Yin inquired directly, having discerned Xiang's insights. That remains uncertain, at least. I have not witnessed it before. In fact, throughout my previous life, I had never heard of anyone possessing such powers. If one could indeed seize another's abilities, would that not render them uniquely powerful? At that moment, a chilling scream erupted from below. Ji Gang and Apos' abdomen bore a gaping wound, the very repository of his energy. This injury effectively incapacitated his abilities. A brief application of healing powers would keep him alive for the time being. Brother Lei, we have subdued Ji Gang. You may enter. One individual announced through a walkie-talkie. Ji Ruoyue's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that these individuals had allied with Ji Gang's former associates to orchestrate his downfall. You have conspired with Lei Tong, she exclaimed incredulously. How laughable. I have stripped you of your powers. Do you think Lei Tong would remain exempt? Ji Gang retorted. His visage twisted in fury. By following Lei Tong, at least we have sustenance. With you, we would not even receive broth. Consider how one might choose, they replied. You have been excessively ruthless, demanding all to yield their abilities to you. Who do you think you are? You bring Xiang to intimidate us while claiming he is your son-in-law? Ridiculous. We have located Xiang, surrounded by women. How could he possibly be your son-in-law? Moreover, what strength does he possess? His advantages have long since dissipated. Rest assured, we shall not harm your wife or daughter. After all, it was your daughter who led Xiang to our aid, and we remember that kindness. Unlike you, devoid of any humanity, fixated solely on profit. Xiang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by whether those below were aware of his presence on the balcony, deliberately speaking to provoke him. Hearing their words, Xiang seized upon a sliver of hope, pleading, I too have aided you, have I not? Release me, and I shall serve you loyally. I implore you. Grant me this mercy for the sake of our past camaraderie. At that moment, several figures emerged from the throng of onlookers. The one-eyed Lei Tong lounged in a folding chair produced by one of his subordinates, languidly proclaiming, a path to survival is not bestowed by others. It is carved through one's own efforts. Is that not what you taught us, old friend? Chapter 91. Does Annie truly lack charm? Lei Tong, I implore you. For the sake of our past camaraderie, spare me. I can be your loyal dog, he whimpered, barking like a dog. Observing Gang's performance below, Ji Rue was utterly astounded. She had never anticipated that her once proud father would devolve into such a state. The apocalypse was truly terrifying, capable of transforming a person in such a manner. It was not only Ji Rue who found this hard to believe. Dong Yali felt the same. Be a dog? Will you bite me if I command it? Xiang glanced at Lei Tong and Ji Gang below and asked, Do you need my intervention to save your father? It seems Lei Tong will not relent. Xiang recognized the murderous intent in Lei Tong's eyes. Ji Rue hesitated. She believed Ji Gang ought to endure some hardship. If his abilities could truly be stripped away, it might be a blessing in disguise. Without powers, her father would not be so arrogant. However, this also meant she would have to shoulder the responsibility of protecting him and her mother. Those who had been wronged would not easily forgive Ji Gang. As Ji Rue weighed her options, Lei Tong made his move. Only the dead can bring me peace. Suddenly, he struck Ji Gang on the head, shattering it with a single blow. His power, while not as dazzling as other abilities, was remarkably formidable when fully developed. Dad, Ji Rue cried out involuntarily. Despite Ji Gang's current detestable nature, he had once been a good father. How could she remain indifferent upon witnessing his death? Miss Ji, I sincerely apologize. I could not restrain my fist, and I accidentally burst your father and Apos' head. I thought he was strong enough to withstand my strike. I never anticipated he would be so feeble. My apologies, Lei Tong said, licking his fist. Now that I have killed your father, we are sworn enemies. However, this can be resolved. Miss Ji, I can offer you and your mother a chance at life. How about you serve me? Lei Tong tilted his head, a cold smile gracing his face. Go to hell. Ji Rue could not overlook the enmity of her father's murder. Several lightning balls shot towards Lei Tong, intending to encircle and consume him. This was her ultimate technique, drawing upon all her energy to unleash the lightning spheres. Below, screams echoed as countless individuals were struck. Some perished, while others were injured. Capture her. Whoever captures her shall have the first taste. Lei Tong shouted, filled with trepidation. He had barely escaped his limit. Should I take action to eliminate them? Xiang glanced at Ji Rue. Some individuals were particularly sensitive to others avenging them. Kill them for me, Xiang go. Please. Ji Rue wept profusely. Very well. Xiang leaped down, simultaneously sending forth a dozen lightning balls toward various targets. Please, no. The impending sense of death gripped those individuals, compelling them to plead for mercy. Unfortunately, the next moment, they were struck by the lightning balls, their blood vessels electrified, rendering their bodies nearly cooked. Xiang? Upon recognizing Xiang's figure, Lei Tong turned to flee. He genuinely did not expect Xiang to appear at this moment. There was no point in begging for mercy, as he understood its futility. Block him. You must block him. Regrettably, Lei Tong had fallen victim to a slowing ability. His movements painfully sluggish. After delivering finishing blows to the others, Xiang approached Lei Tong, who was now utterly despondent. What kind of ability is this? He wondered, curious about the power that rendered him uncontrollable, akin to being subjected to slow motion effects. The answer was Xiang's sharp blade, which swiftly severed Lei Tong's head. Not a single person who entered the Ji residence emerged alive. They all perished. Shall I gather your father's remains? Xiang asked Ji Rue, who had joined him in the courtyard. Ji Rue nodded, her tears now dried. Xiang effortlessly utilized his earth abilities to create a pit in the yard, allowing Ji Ruoyue to place Ji Gang and Appo's body within for burial. Can we leave now? I wish to be away from here, Ji Ruoyue expressed, still plagued by guilt. If only she had made her decision sooner, Ji Gang would not have died. Xiang nodded and turned to Luoyin, saying, Luoyin, take Ruoyue back first. The female demon will come for me shortly. Luoyin nodded and descended from the upper floor, with Xiang and Appo's assistants. The two women mounted the demon and soared toward the temporary camp. Can we wait at the Luo residence? Dong Yali approached the courtyard, casting a glance at Xiang. Clearly, she wished to leave this place behind without delay. Of course, Xiang affirmed. Upon arriving at the Ji residence, Dong Yali seized a bottle of foreign wine from the Luo family's living room and took a hearty swig. Xiang, does Annie truly lack any charm? Huh? Xiang looked at Dong Yali and shook his head. Ji Ruoyue's beauty was primarily inherited from Dong Yali. How could she be unattractive? After gaining her abilities, Dong Yali appeared significantly younger, looking scarcely 30. She retained her desirable curves. How could she possibly lack charm? It could only be said that Uncle Ji had grown weary of the old and craved the new, a flaw common to many. Xiang touched his nose, recognizing his own tendencies in this regard, feeling unqualified to criticize others. Indeed, people do grow tired of the old in favor of the new. So, do you feel the same? Dong Yali burped from the wine. Is Ruoyue new to you? Do you like her? Auntie. You and Appo's had a bit too much to drink. Xiang thought her tolerance was surprisingly low, having barely taken a few sips before becoming tipsy. Men are fickle creatures. Dong Yali continued to drink. Xiang rubbed his forehead, choosing to disregard her. He stepped outside, lit a cigarette, and began to practice his abilities. He and Dong Yali shared little rapport, having spent a mere 10 hours together at most. Thus, there was not much to discuss. One person drank to intoxication in the hall, while another practiced abilities outside, creating a strange harmony. In just a matter of 10 minutes, the time would come. Xiang, turn around and look at me. Without a second thought, Xiang turned to glance back. Then, he was left speechless. How do I look? Do you find me charming? To be honest, I've long wanted to cast him aside. After decades together, I have grown weary. He was right. I should not cling to the notions of the old world. This is a new world, and I should embrace it. A new world, let me hold you close. Chapter 92. This is merely an excuse, Aunt Dong. You've had too much to drink. Please compose yourself. Also, do put your clothes back on. If Riva sees you like this, I want to know how to explain it. At this moment, Xiang felt a twinge of regret for not having allowed Luoyin to escort Dong Yali home earlier. What does a little alcohol mean? It's merely an excuse. Do you not understand? TSK, even in the apocalypse, you still wear a mask. Isn't it tiring? Xiang resolved to teach Dong Yali a lesson. Her audacity was astounding. If he didn't reprimand her properly, who knows what she might do in the future? When the female demon arrives, he cannot be preoccupied with reprimanding Dong Yali. She must not take advantage of her seniority to act unreasonably around him. In Xiang's domain, women could only assume a certain role. Seniority? That was non-existent. No one could be his elder. He was determined to live a life unburdened by the concept of hierarchy, living entirely at his own whim. By the time Xiang returned with Dong Yali, she had been tamed and appeared as docile as a little girl. Though she still carried the strong scent of alcohol, Ji Ruoyue, however, thought little of it and simply helped Dong Yali to rest. Were it not for the fear of being judged, Ji Ruoyue would have relished a drink herself. Perhaps intoxication would alleviate her worries and sorrows. The others were diligently practicing their abilities, each striving to better themselves in hopes of keeping pace with Xiang. They no longer sought him out in the dead of night to exchange insights or hone their skills. It was understood that if he did not approach them, he was not prepared for such exchanges. Before they knew it, the night had passed. Ji Ruoyue and Dong Yali rose later than the others, finding everyone already engaged in practicing their sword techniques. Ji Ruoyue had previously taught this technique to her mother, yet Dong Yali seemed lackadaisical, exhibiting a 3 days fishing, 2 days drying the net attitude. However, in this place, under Xiang and Appo's influence, such an attitude was unacceptable. The atmosphere here did not permit such complacency. Thus, Ji Ruoyue and Dong Yali instinctively joined in the sword practice. After their morning exercises, everyone gathered for breakfast. The atmosphere was harmonious, entirely different from what Dong Yali had envisioned. Following breakfast, they swiftly plunged into the mission of hunting zombies. Ji Ruyue and Dong Yali teamed up, ensuring they could look after each other. Moreover, with Dong Yali's healing abilities, she could provide substantial assistance to Ji Ruyue as a caretaker. Xiang did not offer them any special treatment. He merely provided each of them with a whistle for emergencies. Once everyone had departed, Xiang leisurely set out to hunt zombies. Today, he successfully enhanced his teeth, hoping to attain superior chewing capabilities. He had nearly fortified every part of his body that could be strengthened. In a couple of days, he expected to enhance other aspects as well. In the ensuing days, Xiang and the others remained in the compound, clearing out zombies. They had effectively wiped out the zombie presence here, acquiring luminous energy, granting the survivors a safe environment, albeit temporarily. With over 1,000 survivors in the compound, it was inevitable that numerous zombies and mutated beasts would be drawn to the area. These matters were no longer Xiang and Appos as concerned. They had done what they could. The Doomsday Fortress was complete. The only remaining task was the internal decoration. They could take their time arranging it themselves, requiring no surplus of workers. However, Xiang did not abandon them outright. Instead, he controlled them to hunt other zombies, curious to see if the zombies he commanded would yield experience points. To Xiang and Appos' surprise, he found that they could indeed gain experience points from the zombies they hunted. This revelation solidified his decision to retain these workers, though he did not intend to resurrect them. Resurrecting them would not count towards experience. They needed to remain in their zombie state to qualify. Perhaps the system regarded these zombies as Xiang's tools, as they could only hunt under his control. Unfortunately, there was a limit to the number he could command. Otherwise, he would have truly wanted to control a horde of zombies to hunt down more zombies. Under Xiang's command, the zombies advanced toward the outskirts. Brother Xiang, why are the zombies already wandering toward the city outskirts? Chu Yu inquired, intrigued by this development. Additionally, she wondered why Xiang was leading everyone toward the outskirts. Was it perhaps because there were more mutated beasts there? In his previous life, Xiang had never understood why, as everyone feared venturing to the outskirts due to the formidable zombies and mutated beasts present. Moreover, a barrier had formed between cities, safeguarding the major urban areas. This barrier impeded the passage of stronger zombies and mutated beasts into the cities. In his past life, Xiang had only roamed within the cities, alongside the factions that resided there. These factions were merely at the lower echelons. Those who stepped beyond the barriers were the true powers of the apocalypse. They existed in an entirely different realm from the evolved beings within the cities. In his previous life, Xiang lacked the capability to peer into that world. This time, he was determined to see the outside world for himself. There are many mutated beasts outside, Brother Xiang. Did you not mention this before? Chu Yu sensed an underlying meaning in his words. The world changes daily, surely. You can perceive it? It has been nearly a month since the disaster, and soon a barrier will appear at the city's edge. However, Xiang could not divulge this information. To do so would imply he possessed knowledge of future events. Seeing that Xiang remained tight-lipped, Chu Yu decided not to press further. The reasons were inconsequential. What mattered was that the zombies were undoubtedly migrating toward the outskirts. Consequently, the survival pressure within the city would significantly diminish. They took 2 days to reach the outskirts. During this time, Xiang utilized his storage abilities to gather a considerable amount of supplies, seemingly preparing for an extended absence. Furthermore, Chiao noted that numerous other evolved beings were also making their way to the outskirts. These individuals exuded formidable auras, rivaling her own. Hence, her curiosity deepened. What could be drawing these people to the outskirts? Was life in the city becoming unbearable? Or was there something alluring in the outskirts? Yet, why could none of her companions, aside from Xiang, sense any particular allure? The primary reason lay in their lack of advancement to the 3rd tier. Those willingly venturing to the outskirts were all 3rd tier evolved beings. Chapter 93. Innate Awakeners and Acquired Awakeners. If it weren't for Xiang having reached the 3rd tier himself, it would have been difficult to believe that the throng of people rushing to the outskirts were all at the 3rd tier. Now, he finally understood why he had not exerted himself to venture outside in his previous life. It was simply due to his weakness. In this life, he had ascended to the 3rd tier in less than a month, while it had taken him 3 years in his past existence. Thus, it was only natural that he remained unfamiliar with the outskirts. Brother Xiang, those countless figures ahead can't all be zombies, can they? As they approached the outskirts, Chu Ning and Appos' eyes widened in astonishment. In the distance, a dark mass appeared to be a multitude of zombies on the move. Undoubtedly, they were indeed zombies. Let us ascend that tall building over there. Perhaps we can gain a clearer view, Xiang suggested, pointing towards a distant skyscraper. The group hastened toward the building, reaching it with great urgency. However, upon reaching the rooftop, they discovered 3 individuals already present. The trio regarded each other warily, maintaining their distance. Upon noticing Xiang and his companions, one of them furrowed his brow. How rare to see individuals with a weaker aura than the 3rd tier here, he remarked, observing Xiang and Appo's group with surprise. Indeed, this is the first team I have encountered comprised of individuals below the 3rd tier, commented a blue-haired woman, glancing at Xiang and Appo's companions. Do you have any idea of the situation outside? There are likely millions of zombies. It is utterly incomprehensible. Xiang realized that the advantages of his rebirth seemed to have diminished in this context. The only assets he had left were presumably his system and abilities. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to return to the city. Having endured enough in his previous life, he sought a different kind of challenge and experience this time around. No one could discern the reason, yet curiosity permeated the air. Why were these zombies congregating in the outskirts in such numbers? If nothing else, these zombies must all be at the 3rd tier, another individual stated. Xiang inhaled sharply, finding the assertion exaggerated. 1 million 3rd-tier zombies? Is there truly such a multitude? What about humanity? He exclaimed, incredulous. That is simply preposterous. I can and Appo's say for certain about the 3rd tier. But all the zombies I have slain thus far have been at least 2nd tier, the blue-haired woman interjected. In just a month. I have a peculiar feeling that something significant will transpire. Therefore, I shall not waste time here with you. With that, a burly man leaped off the high-rise, plummeting dozens of meters. Let us go, hunt zombies, grow stronger, and await the impending upheaval. The blue-haired woman shot a glance at another individual before following suit and leaping from the rooftop. How enviable. If I were to jump, I would surely perish. The final person shook his head before heading towards the stairs. After the trio departed, Chu Yu and the others turned their gazes toward Xiang. What on earth is happening? It seems something truly monumental is about to occur. Chu Yu felt an unsettling anticipation gnawing at her. Unexplainably, there is a palpable sense that the world is on the brink of transformation. Perhaps those at the 3rd tier can sense it, Xiang urged. Let us hasten to strengthen your abilities. We have 3 days until the cataclysm marks 1 month. With that, Xiang leaped off the rooftop, landing gracefully on the ground, where he spotted the blue-haired woman wielding dual blades, spinning like a top amidst the horde of zombies. Wherever she went, the zombies fell in droves, and the luminous energy converged around her. You possess 4 abilities? Xiang was taken aback, astonished by the blue-haired woman and Appo's display. Was it not said that one could only awaken 2 abilities? Is that surprising? I have seen individuals with 7 abilities. The blue-haired woman rolled her eyes, seemingly unimpressed by Xiang's astonishment. Xiang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was at a loss for words. Originally, I believed that everyone could only awaken 2 abilities. How naive of me, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. You are an acquired awakener, are you not? The blue-haired woman turned to look at Xiang, her surprise evident. It is quite unexpected to see an acquired awakener reach the 3rd tier. What do you mean by that? Xiang and Appo's anxiety spiked. Was he truly an acquired awakener? Then what was she? An innate awakener? Quite literally, acquired awakeners awaken their abilities through the luminous energy gained from slaying zombies. We, on the other hand, awaken prior to the cataclysm and are known as innate awakeners. From my observations, acquired awakeners can possess a maximum of 3 abilities. By the way, my name is Yanran. Lu Yanran. And you? Lu Yanran swiftly appeared before Xiang, extending her hand. Xiang, a pleasure to meet you. Xiang felt far from pleased. He realized that he had truly squandered his previous life, having struggled for over a decade in the apocalypse only to discover that he knew so little about it. When did you awaken, if you Dawn and Appo's? Do you mind sharing? Xiang asked, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at Lu Yanran. 3 days ago, 3 days before the cataclysm. We innate awakeners all fell ill at that time, and that was when we began to awaken. However, at that moment, we had no inkling of the issues we were facing, nor did we foresee the impending disaster. As an acquired awakener, you are already quite formidable, at least. You are the only 3rd tier acquired awakener I have encountered. If you did not ascend to the 3rd tier by exploiting others, you truly stand out. Lu Yanran's words stung Xiang's cheeks. Though he had not relied on others to enhance his strength, he had depended on the system, his rebirth, the mutated rose, and the mutated milk. All of these factors barely allowed him to catch up with the innate awakeners. The gap was simply too vast. Are there many innate awakeners? Li Xiang inquired. Some have estimated that there are over 60 million worldwide. That's not insignificant, Lu Yanren replied while continuing to slay zombies. Yet, that hardly seems substantial. With a global population of 7 billion, only 60 million innate awakeners exist. Thus, cities function as novice villages, correct? Li Xiang unsheathed his machete and joined the hunt for zombies. Indeed, one could say that. From the very first day, powerful zombies began to move along the roads toward the outskirts. We have been in the outskirts for over 10 days now, and these zombies are growing increasingly stronger. Lu Yanran was intrigued, wondering what had propelled Li Xiang to the third tier. Could it be that you truly did not exploit others? However, the luminous energy obtained through exploitation had its drawbacks. It would ultimately cap one's potential. The more one exploited, the lower the ceiling became. Chapter 94. Could you assist me with treatment? Li Xiang felt a burning shame on his face at the thought of having loitered in the Andapos, novice village Andapos, for over a decade in his previous life. The primary reason for his embarrassment stemmed from his failure to thrive in the novice village. In his past existence, he had been woefully ignorant of the outskirts, knowing only that areas of human civilization were safeguarded by an Apos, barriers and Apos, and that the wilds were inhabited by formidable individuals. However, what these exceptional beings were engaged in remained an enigma to him. This time around, he found himself with the chance to gain insight into their world. Silently, Li Xiang dispatched the zombies with a fluidity akin to flowing water. Upon witnessing his prowess, Lu Yin and Apos' eyes sparkled with admiration. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. Reminiscent of battlefield techniques. Would you be willing to teach me? I could offer 10 shards of extraordinary light as compensation, she proposed. No need for compensation. I merely wish to forge a friendship, Li Xiang replied generously. It was no wonder that he was surrounded by so many beautiful women. Lu Yanran was instantly charmed by Li Xiang, accepting his kindness with enthusiasm. Having more friends opens up more paths, and she believed that as opposed to awakeners, Li Xiang could soon reach the third tier, ensuring his future strength. As they conversed, Chuyu and her companions approached Li Xiang. Seeing Chuyu, curiosity piqued within him. Had she ventured into the wilds in her previous life? How significant was the gap between post-awakeners like her and innate awakeners? Form a circle to clear the zombies. I will impart my swordsmanship, he instructed. The women acted without hesitation, surrounding him. Observing their compliance, Lu Yanran took a moment to scrutinize Li Xiang, subtly shifting her gaze downward. To command such respect from so many women must indicate extraordinary capabilities. Otherwise, how could he dominate among them? Fostering such harmony? In truth, a simple video demonstration would suffice. With Lu Yanran and Apos' third-tier abilities, she could easily learn from it. However, Li Xiang and Apos' direct instruction would expedite her mastery. Within an hour, Lu Yanran had thoroughly grasped his techniques, and their relationship grew more intimate. Before long, Lu Yanran began to apply Li Xiang and Apos' swordsmanship in real combat, growing increasingly adept. Meanwhile, Li Xiang continued to hunt zombies, simultaneously guiding 6 worker zombies toward the outskirts. He remained uncertain of how others would perceive his ability to control zombies, thus opting to keep this skill under wraps. Additionally, he sought to leverage these zombies to uncover more about the wilds. Yanran, shall we take a break for lunch? Would you care to join us? Out of courtesy, Li Xiang extended the invitation. No, I wouldn't Apos. Want to impose, Lu Yanran replied, feeling it inconvenient to join. Especially since she harbored many secrets and had yet to grow close to Li Xiang. Very well, we shall take our leave then, Li Xiang said, promptly leading his group away. Soon, they entered a restaurant, where the zombies had already broken through the windows and vacated the premises, allowing them a peaceful meal. Upon arrival, Shangguan swiftly removed her special armor, revealing Meng Xen, who was blissfully asleep in the protective cocoon, pacifier in mouth, seemingly unwilling to awaken. The others cleared several tables and pushed them together, while Li Xiang retrieved an array of pre-cooked delicacies from his storage space. Mutated fish, mutated egrets, mutated dogs, and mutated pythons, each offering a variety of flavors. Having adjusted the revival time to midnight to avoid disrupting daytime activities, Li Xiang was cautious, aware of the peculiarities of the outskirts. His vigilance proved prudent when Lu Yanran, who had initially declined his invitation, unexpectedly appeared, albeit slightly injured. Brotherly, does your team have a healer? Could you assist me with treatment? I have half a mutated deer to offer, she said, dropping a massive mutated deer at their feet. Chu Yuan, please provide treatment, Li Xiang directed the most capable healer in their group. "Thank you, sister," Lu Yin and expressed her gratitude with a sweet smile toward Chu Yuan. "Did you sustain those injuries from the mutated deer?" Li Xiang inquired, intrigued, as it seemed unlikely for her to be harmed by such a creature of the third tier. "It wasn't the deer, it was a sneak attack from a rival," Lu Yin explained, testing her healed injury, which had completely mended. Without hesitation, she sliced the mutated deer in half. "I apologize for interrupting your meal. Please keep this half," she said, preparing to carry the other half away. "Since you and Oppos, here. Why not stay and share a meal? It's merely an extra pair of chopsticks," Li Xiang urged. "Your feast looks so appetizing. I can't resist." "I'll join you," Lu Yanran said, taking a seat. "Brotherly, you possess spatial abilities as well?" Lu Yanran exclaimed in surprise as he produced more mutated meat. "Indeed. I was fortunate enough to awaken spatial powers," Li Xiang replied with a slight smile, subtly showcasing his advantages. Thanks to his ability to hear the thoughts of women. He sensed no ill intent from Lu Yanran. If she harbored any ulterior motives, he would be the first to know. However, at that moment, this ability allowed him to eavesdrop not only on Lu Yanran's thoughts but also on those of others nearby. Of course, he could surmise their thoughts even without activating this power. What surprised him was that Yun was now reveling in the thrill of peering into the minds of those around her. Reflecting on how many days had passed without meaningful conversation with her, Li Xiang resolved to have a candid discussion that evening. Such intrusive behavior should ideally be avoided. Should a slip of the tongue occur, it would not only expose Yun but also compromise Li Xiang. What would others think of their relationship then? Thus, it was best to keep this ability under wraps. After dinner, they returned to the fray. Since Chu Yu and her companions had yet to reach the third tier, each of them felt a sense of urgency. After lunch, Lu Yin parted ways with Li Xiang and his group, and he did not encounter her again that afternoon. Although curious, he refrained from investigating her whereabouts, focusing instead on Chu Yu, who was on the verge of breaking through to the third tier. Once she achieved that, they could finally engage in a profound exchange of experiences. Chapter 95. The outside world appears to be expanding as if on the verge of a breakthrough. Chu Yuan showed no signs of resting at mealtime, relentlessly slaughtering zombies. The others mirrored her fervor, pushing themselves to the brink. The acquisition of alleviated their fatigue and replenished sustaining their combat capabilities. In theory, as long as they continued to garner, they could engage in battle for several consecutive days. Naturally, this process also required the continuous consumption of mutated meat. Considering their circumstances, Li Xiang provided them with small portions of food in rotation, alongside mutated milk and nectar. After a few days of diligent effort, they could all elevate to the third tier. Thus, everyone fought with fervor. By Tenno and Oppos, clock at night, Ji successfully ascended to the third tier, becoming the second member of the team to achieve this milestone. In contrast, Li Xiang lingered on the threshold of the fourth tier, poised to advance at any moment. Therefore, Ji did not pause to rest after her own breakthrough. Instead, she continued to wield her cleaver and hunt zombies. However, she refrained from absorbing herself, dedicating her efforts to assist her sister Chu Yuan. She intended to elevate Chu Yuan to the third tier first, before helping her younger sister Chu Ning. The three sisters were determined to progress together, ensuring none fell behind. The third individual to reach the third tier was Gu Ning, the first person Li Xiang resurrected, belonging to the initial cohort of awakened postnatal evolvers. Following Gu Ning was Chu Yuan, with Chu Ning close behind. Ultimately, only Shang Wanmu remained in the group, as she was the last to awaken her abilities. Shortly after being resurrected by Li Xiang, she received a dose of awakening her wood-based powers. This ability was unique within the team, albeit with average combat effectiveness. Consequently, everyone except Li Xiang rallied to assist Shang Wanmu, hoping to expedite her ascension to the third tier. The efficiency of a dozen individuals aiding one was indeed remarkable. However, before Shang Wanmu could break through to the third tier, Li Xiang ascended to the fourth tier. As he transitioned, those around him sensed a palpable pressure emanating from him, a mental weight. Upon his breakthrough, several innate awakened evolvers emerged in the vicinity, evidently drawn to Li Xiang's presence. "Brotherly, is that truly you?" Lu Yin exclaimed in astonishment, approaching Li Xiang and circling him. "So, it is indeed possible to break through to the fourth tier. I had thought one might be forever confined to the third tier. Clearly, my understanding was superficial. Yet, what astonished me even more was that it was you, an awakened postnatal evolver, who achieved this." Realizing the urgency of the impending 30th day, Lu Yin resumed her assault on the surrounding zombies. The dark circles under her eyes indicated she had not rested for days, hunting zombies alongside Xiang and Chiao to absorb and enhance herself. With only 2 hours remaining, I must hasten, Xiang thought, glancing at his system panel, where he sensed his imminent breakthrough. Now that Chiao and the others had attained the 3rd tier, they too could sense that something monumental was about to occur. Thus, they fervently hunted zombies to allow Shangguan and her daughter to absorb the excess. Indeed, mother and daughter, though Jiang Xin was still quite young. She had absorbed a significant amount in recent days, growing to the size of a 1-year-old child. Her developmental pace had accelerated dramatically, prompting everyone to encourage her to absorb even more. While they did not expect her to reach the 3rd tier, attaining the 2nd tier would be a remarkable achievement. I'm finally at the 3rd tier. Thank you. Thank you all for your support, Shangguan expressed with deep gratitude, bowing profoundly to convey her appreciation. Now, the entire team led by Xiang had reached the 3rd tier, a formidable group not to be underestimated, particularly with their captain, Xiang, standing at the 4th tier. Shortly after Shangguan's breakthrough, the sky erupted in brightness, resembling a radiant aurora. Everyone gazed upwards, captivated by the celestial spectacle. Alas, I have yet to break through to the 4th tier. Brotherly, do you discern any clues from the skies? Lu Yanran inquired curiously as she approached Xiang. Shaking his head, Xiang focused on the heavens, attempting to recall any memories related to the appearance of such auroras. Regrettably, he found none. In his previous life, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon, having only heard tales of a luminous display in the sky for a time. At that moment, the auroras rapidly spread, quickly enveloping the entire sky. Soon after, they cascaded down like a rain of light. Everyone craned their necks, curious about the unfolding events. Xiang noticed that even the zombies were gazing upwards, seemingly entranced by the light rain. The luminous cascade did not reach the ground but instead gathered above the city, gradually intertwining to form a colossal light screen, resembling a glass dome that enveloped the city. It appears we are encased within this light screen. What could this mean? Chiao stood beside Xiang, her expression grave, sensing that this was not a good omen. Look, the outside world seems to be swelling, expanding. My goodness. It's utterly astonishing. Our planet resembles a balloon being inflated. Why is there no tremor beneath our feet? Is it merely an illusion? Perhaps a mirage? This is so peculiar. How could this happen? Unbelievable. There's a colossal door over there. It seems some creatures are emerging from it. Could it be a gateway to another world? Goodness, what on earth is happening out there? Is anyone willing to venture outside with me? The zombies appear unaffected. Surely we will be fine too? Xiang observed the world expanding before him, noting the zombies retreating in the distance, his lips twitching involuntarily. He had not anticipated such a monumental change in the world. It was astonishing to discover the outskirts in such a state. Xiang had long been aware of the light screen phenomenon, but the world expanding was a revelation to him. Furthermore, that massive light door seemed to genuinely connect to the dimensions of other worlds. He also spotted peculiar creatures emerging from the portal. If this were not a mirage or an illusion, it was highly likely a gateway to another realm. Now, he comprehended why those innate awakened beings remained in the outskirts. They were exploring the realms beyond human civilization. Chapter 96. Stepping into the outside world, some intrepid souls have already ventured beyond the Endapos, Light Veil, Endapos. All eyes are fixed upon these bold individuals, for there is a palpable fear of the dangers that may lurk outside. However, those who have stepped out encounter no peril. The world continues to expand. And even standing still, one feels the rapid distancing from their original position. Despite the absence of immediate threats, the remaining individuals hesitate to cross the threshold of the light veil. After all, none can predict the extent of this expansion or when it might cease. It is indeed a marvel that the roads remain unaffected by this phenomenon. Are they isolated by the light veil? Has the veil safeguarded our existing human civilization? This world grows increasingly incomprehensible. What course of action should we pursue next? Xiang lit a cigarette, silently gazing into the expanse outside. No one dared to leave. Curiosity peeked about when the outside would return to tranquility. The light veil has settled, and it seems the external world has ceased its expansion. After half an hour, someone finally spoke up. Xiang noticed that the 6 worker zombies had drifted beyond his control, rendering him unable to sense their presence. Nevertheless, they were likely simply out of reach, as the system still indicated he controlled 10 zombies. Although the light veil had calmed, it remained intact. Upon closer inspection, one could see the veil enveloping the city. Some adventurous souls had crossed through the light veil, eager to explore the outside world. The atmosphere was charged with energy, and the expansion had halted. "Hey, you all should come out. The outside is a new world," exclaimed one. "This sensation is exhilarating. Stepping outside feels like a breakthrough." Upon hearing the shouts from outside, the women beside Xiang turned to him. "Let and Amp, Oppos, S go out. It appears everything is settled," he declared, curiosity driving him forward. "Brotherly, we will follow you," said Lu Yanran, joining the red-clad girl in Xiang and Oppos' wake as they headed toward the outskirts. The allure of the outside world was undeniable. "This light veil is quite remarkable. It resembles a curtain." Guning playfully leaped back and forth at the veil and Amp, Oppos' edge. Many others echoed her actions, captivated by the novelty of it all. Indeed, Xiang realized he could not leap sideways. Once outside, entry was impossible. Was the light veil a barrier for those of the fourth tier? He took a few steps back and charged at the veil, only to be repelled as if he had collided with a soft surface. "What? Why can Amp, Oppos, I get in? I just broke through to the fourth tier. And now I am barred entry. You third-tier individuals can go in, but I cannot? This is absurd." Frustration welled up within him. "Brotherly, I regret this decision. I can and Oppos, get back in. What should I do?" Lu Yanran exclaimed in distress. "Wang Shihong, you must hurry inside. You are still third tier." Lu Yan urged the girl in red. "Not a chance. The energy outside is too potent. You want to grow stronger and leave me behind, don't you?" "I refuse to go back." Wang Shihong adamantly resisted. "Brother Xiang, what do we do now? What if we can end Oppos, return?" Ji Ruayue asked anxiously. "If we can end Oppos, go back. Then we won end Oppos, What is there to worry about? Since I have come out, I must be prepared to move forward," Meng Xiang replied nonchalantly, having grown weary of his previous life in Hongdu. "Indeed, what does it matter if we cannot return? Let us explore this new world together. It may grant us the strength we seek. I am curious about what lies beyond that great gate. Who wishes to join me? Huun and Amp, Oppos, be interested. Let and Amp, Oppos, go." But suddenly, alarm struck as the great gate began to fade. Oh no, the chance to traverse to another realm is slipping away. Some began to sprint towards the gate, eager to uncover its mysteries. Xiang remained still, believing that with the gate's disappearance, there was nothing left to pursue. "Now, it is your turn, female demon," he thought. While uninterested in exploring the gate, he was keen on hunting zombies. Thus far, the female demon appeared normal, as did Guning and the others, maintaining their human forms without transformation into zombies. The female demon soared into the sky, allowing Xiang to utilize her vantage point to observe the ground below. At that moment, a sudden burst of laughter erupted. "Ha! I managed to squeeze back in. It turns out it is possible. However, one S tier would revert to third upon re-entry. Hence, it was clear that the light veil barred fourth-tier individuals, yet did not entirely restrict access. As long as one fell back to third tier, they could freely come and go." With this revelation, Xiang felt no need to linger any longer. Many had ventured forth into the new world, and he felt compelled to join them. "I intend to delve deeper. What about you?" He surveyed the group. "It is now your time to choose freely. There is no need to accommodate me." Though Guning and the others had no choice. Those like Ji Ruayue and Dong Yali, who were not zombies, could remain behind. "I will follow you. No matter the danger, I will not regret my decision." Luo Yen declared first. Subsequently, others echoed their agreement. In the end, none wished to depart. Seeing their resolve, Xiang refrained from further persuasion. Choosing a direction, he sprinted ahead, intent on hunting a solitary zombie to observe the changes that awaited him in the outskirts. Chapter 97. Discovery of crystals containing elemental energy. Yanran did not follow Xiang, only his team remained by his side. After sprinting over 2,000 meters, Xiang caught up with a zombie. The creature noticed him as well and turned to charge at him. A third-tier zombie, indeed. There was something extraordinary in the outskirts. Rather than immediately slaying this third-tier zombie, Xiang engaged in a game of cat and mouse, eager to assess its strength and determine whether he could easily overpower it. Xiang sheathed his dagger and opted to confront the third-tier zombie with his fists. Unfortunately, he miscalculated his strength and ended up obliterating the zombie's head. To his surprise, the creature did not emit any strange light upon its demise. However, Xiang felt an inexplicable pull emanating from its shattered cranium. Upon inspection, he discovered a small crystal nestled within the remains. Its shape and size bore resemblance to a juju pit, yet it was a pristine white. The sight of this object sent a jolt of realization through Xiang and Oppos' mind. An elemental crystal, a crystal imbued with elemental energy. In his previous life, He had encountered and heard tales of such crystals, knowing them to be a rarity found only in the wild. However, he had never anticipated that one could originate from a zombie's head. Initially, he had suspected it was a product of a high-tier mutated beast. What is this? Chu Yu and the others gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the crystal in Li Xiang's hand. It feels as if it's drawing us in. It's so enchanting and beautiful. Indeed, I sense its allure too. I long to absorb it, Li Xiang replied. The crystal did not linger in his grasp for long before it began to melt, merging seamlessly into his body and transforming into elemental energy. Is it truly absorbable? What could this be? Everyone turned their gaze toward Li Xiang, awaiting his insight. After all, he was the first to have absorbed such a crystal. This should be a crystallization of otherworldly light, as it feels identical to the sensation of absorbing otherworldly light, Li Xiang elucidated. Does every zombie possess this? If so, wouldn't it be incredibly convenient for storage? This is too tantalizing. Let us hasten to find more zombies. The group was eager to experience the absorption of elemental crystals for themselves. With a subtle smile, Li Xiang retrieved an armored vehicle from his storage space, the only wheeled armored vehicle he had acquired, which had rarely seen use. Get in. I shall take you to hunt zombies, he declared, climbing aboard. The others swiftly followed suit, some entering the vehicle while others perched atop its roof. Utilizing the vantage point of the sky spirit, Li Xiang quickly located several zombies. In less than 10 minutes, they had arrived at the zombies' location. Everyone sprang into action, beginning their hunt. Every single zombie has a crystal. This is utterly delightful. If each one contains a crystal, our rate of advancement will accelerate significantly. Previously, it took dozens of zombies to yield even a single instance of otherworldly light. How much we wasted. Yet, there simply aren't enough zombies. They are too dispersed. If only they were as densely packed as before, it would be exhilarating. Wake up. One-on-one is already challenging enough. Facing that many would lead to our demise. Let us not travel at this late hour. Let us rest well tonight, Li Xiang decided, producing his mobile fortress. The others had no objections. They entered the fortress, retreating to their respective quarters to rest. The sky spirit remained outside, standing guard, alongside Jing Tian and Lightning. They were now in the wilderness. A stark contrast to the city, where danger lurked at every corner, and the mobile fortress might not withstand all assaults. Thus, keeping watch was of utmost necessity. The first night in the wild passed relatively peacefully, with no attacks occurring. The following day, as the sun rose amid the group's concerns, it appeared unchanged from the sun of yore. The planet's expansion had not altered the sun, which was a small comfort. Upon awakening, Li Xiang made his way to the window. The second floor boasted floor-to-ceiling windows made of extraordinarily strong bulletproof glass. Gazing outside, he beheld the lush greenery of this new world. Thus far, he had yet to encounter any new plant species. He glanced at the roses in the metallic backpack, basking in sunlight and exuding a fragrant aroma. Under the influence of his mental power, nectar was steadily gathering in the air. Has the quantity increased? Li Xiang mused aloud. Leaning in, he took a sip, discovering that the nectar and Apos' energy had intensified. Satisfied, he licked his lips, sticky with nectar, before storing the remainder. What should I enhance today? Li Xiang pondered, feeling that his body had little left to strengthen. It was time to focus on enhancing items beyond his physical form, either his weapons or various equipment. However, his dagger had already been upgraded to its limits by Gu Ning and Chu Yuan. It was sufficiently powerful for now. A thought struck him. System. I wish to enhance my mobile fortress. As there and Apos, home and Apos, in the wilderness, it was essential for it to be as robust as possible. Enhancement successful, with the notification. Li Xiang noticed the glass windows before him thickening. Numerous changes occurred throughout the fortress, though they were subtle. Li Xiang held great faith in the system and Apos' capabilities. No doubt, the defensive capabilities of the mobile fortress had been significantly bolstered. His sense of security increased accordingly. He stepped out of his room for a thorough inspection and found nothing amiss before descending to the first floor. The lobby was spacious, ideal for practicing sword techniques. When Li Xiang arrived, many were already honing their skills, the most diligent among them being Shangwan Mu, whose strength was the weakest and had joined the team most recently. Yet, it is never too late to strive for improvement. Have you noticed that practicing sword techniques in the wilderness feels remarkably easier? I don't feel fatigued at all, she observed. Indeed, I felt it too. It seems the air here contains elemental energy that nourishes our bodies, another chimed in. The air is refreshingly clean, absent of the foul stench found in the urban areas. I have no desire to return, someone else added. Surely, no one wishes to go back, right? Brother Xiang, do we even need to return? Chapter 98. Hunting monsters from another world, there is no need to return. There is nothing in the city that warrants our lingering presence. Xiang had stashed a considerable amount of daily necessities in a storage space, sufficient for their use over the next decade or so. Therefore, why should they return to that city, reeking of decay? To be honest, it held no allure for Xiang whatsoever. Many of his enemies from his previous life met their demise without his intervention, dealt with by their own subordinates or individuals from other camps. Those who betrayed him in the final moments would not resurface until many years later. Presently, seeking them out would yield no results. Perhaps they have fled to the outskirts? After all, the survivor camp housed nearly 1 million individuals, and a typical horde of zombies would not easily overwhelm such a vast settlement. It seems highly probable that some evolved beings from the outskirts intervened. The truth will reveal itself in due time. There is no need to rush. Matters that will unfold in a decade should not trouble him now. For the moment, he must prioritize enhancing his own strength. With greater power, any crisis can be resolved. After breakfast, Xiang stored away the mobile fortress. The others seemed oblivious to the enhancements made to the fortress, as if they were entirely unaware of its transformation. He then retrieved the armored vehicle from the previous day and continued his search for zombies. Upon encountering them, they disembarked to eliminate the threat. Unfortunately, the zombies they faced were merely small clusters, with the largest group numbering no more than 30, far from sufficient for their needs. Brother Xiang, what is that dark figure ahead? It's moving so quickly. Chiao warned, perched atop the vehicle. It appears to be some form of mutated beast. Everyone prepare for battle and ready your abilities. This is not a mutated beast. It is a monster. Xiang decisively halted the vehicle, as the creature was evidently charging towards them. Just as he parked, a luminous sphere shot toward them with alarming speed. An ice wall erupted from the ground, erected before the armored vehicle. This barrier was conjured instantaneously by Xiang's ice powers, intended to intercept the impending assault. Disembark, spread out, quickly. Xiang shouted while continuing to construct the ice wall, fearing that a single barrier would not suffice. Fortunately, his caution proved warranted, as the first ice wall shattered upon impact, followed by the second meeting a similar fate. The third wall bore numerous cracks but remained intact. Everyone exited the vehicle and fanned out. Xiang promptly stowed away the electric armored vehicle. It was the sole one he possessed, and he was reluctant to see it damaged. Bang! The shadowy figure collided with the cracked ice wall, shattering it and sending shards flying. What a hideous creature! Luo Yin exclaimed while launching ice arrows at it. The beast, completely blackened, bore grotesque, protruding tumors on its head. 6 limbs and 2 heads, presenting a most bizarre sight. It opened one of its mouths, unleashing a white luminous sphere. Be cautious. Do not let the white light strike you, Xiang warned, deftly avoiding the glowing projectile. The others followed suit, evading the danger. Boom! The white sphere struck the ground, resulting in a violent explosion that created a large crater. The sheer force sent shivers down everyone's spine. Given its potency, a direct hit could easily result in severe injury, or worse. Attack together. Xiang, lacking experience in confronting such a monster, prudently instructed his companions to engage. Simultaneously, he released a lightning orb. Various powers surged forth, converging on the creature. We hit it, Chuning shouted with delight. Bang! Perhaps overwhelmed by the sheer amount of force directed at it, the monster was obliterated. Fragments and burning remnants scattered, some emitting chilling vapors. Could this monster have emerged from the enormous portal we encountered last night? Xiang pondered, nodding in agreement, convinced that this was the only feasible explanation. The grotesque creature was distinctly different from mutated beasts, which were merely oversized versions of animals with no significant alterations in appearance. I can hardly believe I have slain a monster from another realm. This creature's offensive capabilities are formidable. Thank goodness it could be defeated. Or humanity and Oppos' survival would be exceedingly difficult. What should we do next? Do we continue onward? Xiang wondered, uncertain if such monsters possessed crystal cores. He sifted through the remains and discovered a core, which he levitated with telekinesis. Indeed, there is a core. This means we now have another target to hunt aside from zombies. Let us not hesitate. We shall delve deeper. Whatever monsters lie in our path, we shall annihilate them all. The group exchanged eager words, expressing their desire to press on. Wait a moment, Xiang interjected suddenly. What is it? Chiao inquired, sensing that Xiang would not speak without reason. There is a convoy approaching us, Xiang noted. having spotted the approaching vehicles through the aerial perspective provided by a ferry. Following his gaze, the others discerned a cloud of dust in the distance. Xiang promptly retrieved 2 SUVs from his storage space, enabling them to explain their presence in the area. Minutes later, the convoy halted around them, observing the vehicles. Xiang realized these individuals shared a similar mindset. In the vast wilderness, traversing on foot was impractical. They required transportation. Once the vehicles came to a stop, approximately 30 individuals disembarked. "Did you encounter any monsters on your journey?" One of them inquired first. "Indeed, we encountered a creature entirely black, with 2 heads and 6 limbs, capable of spitting luminous spheres. This crater was created by one of its projectiles," Xiang explained, gesturing to the nearby pit. "We faced a similar beast. It destroyed 2 of our vehicles and injured several members. Fortunately, we have a healer among us. Would you like to join us? It seems we will encounter many such creatures on this road." Xiang scrutinized their group. "What are your plans?" He was curious about the intentions of these awakened evolvers. "We have no specific plans. We take it one step at a time. Perhaps we will stop when we find a location rich in zombies," the apparent leader replied. "We intend to return, so we will not accompany you," Xiang responded. He held no trust for these individuals. Their group consisted of only 2 women. The rest were men. Traveling alongside them would put his companions at risk. Chapter 99, The Relentless Rain. No one pressed the issue, for the allure of what lay ahead was far more compelling. Thus, they boarded their vehicles and departed without delay. "Are we truly turning back?" Guning inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Of course not. That was merely a pretext. However, we shall take a detour and not pursue them directly," Xiang replied as he climbed into the car. Maintaining a distance between the 2 vehicles proved advantageous. Should an ambush occur, they would not all fall prey at once. With aerial reconnaissance at his disposal, Xiang held a distinct edge. The previous convoy had similar capabilities, employing drones for surveillance. Subsequently, Xiang led them in search of zombies while venturing deeper into the wilderness. They dispatched numerous zombies and encountered various monsters. A mutated fox fell victim to a coordinated assault from Lightning and Jing, becoming a valuable addition to their food reserves. Within the creature and Oppo's skull, Xiang discovered a crystal, indicating that the fauna in the outskirts possessed such gems. The only uncertainty lay in whether humans shared this trait. However, Xiang surmised that it was unlikely, as he had sensed no anomalies within his own mind. As dusk approached, Xiang decided against further advancement. "There is a forest ahead. Let us take refuge there for the night." He was apprehensive about being spotted in an open area, for the mobile fortress was quite conspicuous. They had encountered several convoys that day, and it was plausible that others might venture forth under the cover of darkness. Since the previous night, they had seen no signs of civilization, and thus any sighting of the mobile fortress would undoubtedly pique curiosity. Xiang and Oppo's decision met with no dissent. He secured both vehicles within his storage space before guiding the group into the forest. This ordinary pine grove held no peculiarities, and as it was their first foray into the outskirts, they remained vigilant. Upon discovering a relatively open area within the forest, they deployed the mobile fortress. They drew the curtains tightly to prevent any light from spilling outside. The dangers were not limited to other evolved beings. Mutated beasts, zombies, and monsters posed threats as well. It was prudent to take every precaution to avoid detection. The female demon opted not to enter the fortress. Instead, after consuming some mutated rat meat, she perched atop a tree, maintaining watch. Jing lay at the entrance, ready to raise an alarm at the slightest hint of danger. Within the fortress, others stood guard, while an array of infrared cameras monitored the perimeter for any signs of trouble. Xiang placed significant importance on safety, with Lightning needing to incubate its eggs. It remained inside rather than on watch, although it would have preferred to keep vigil from the treetops. That night, a sudden downpour ensued, the first torrential rain since the apocalypse began. No one knew whether this deluge was a natural occurrence or if it would impact the world at large. When they awakened the following day, the rain persisted, its intensity compelling Xiang to abandon any thoughts of exploration. Visibility was reduced to less than 10 meters, rendering any exploration perilous, as monsters could strike before one even realized their presence. To Xiang and Oppo's astonishment, the rain continued unabated for 5 days. As if the heavens had been pierced, floodwaters accumulated, submerging the mobile fortress by more than 2 meters. Fortunately, the fortress and Oppo's waterproofing was exceptionally effective. Not a single drop penetrated its interior. This remarkable performance was due not only to its original design and materials, but also to the enhancements Xiang had made during a prior strengthening session. It was conceivable that, given sufficient buoyancy, the fortress could float. Throughout these 5 days, everyone fervently practiced their knife skills and abilities. Although their quest for crystals had been delayed, the nectar from mutated roses and the mutated milk from Qin Yurong had contributed to some enhancement in their strength, preventing stagnation. As soon as the rain ceased, they eagerly set off. Although the water level exceeded a meter, Xiang and Apos' amphibious vehicle remained unaffected. After half a day and Apos' travel. As the waters receded, they exchanged the armored vehicle for a standard SUV. Brother Xiang, look at all that smoke over there. Could there be a village? Chiao asked. Her curiosity piqued by Xiang's aerial perspective. Peering through the demon's vision, he confirmed, Indeed, there is a village. Let us investigate. Upon arrival, they noticed numerous vehicles, likely belonging to other evolved beings. After a brief drive, they reached the village. How peculiar. The energy here is so rich. One of them exclaimed. Indeed. I feel as if my pores are opening up. It's astonishing. Another responded. Could this energy be akin to the spiritual power described in novels? Have we encountered a resurgence of spiritual energy? Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance to a revival of spiritual energy, he acknowledged. But would such a phenomenon turn people into zombies? Xiang speculated that it was unlikely to be a true revival. Rather, the situation merely resembled it. However, the village and Apos' energy was indeed more concentrated, rendering it a more comfortable place to linger. No wonder the inhabitants had begun constructing wooden cabins. Is anyone there? Xiang called out, having observed no activity outside. Approaching a wooden cabin, he inquired. Who is it? A voice responded from within. Ah, is that you? A woman in a red dress looked at him in surprise. Wang Qihong. Xiang, is that you? They both exclaimed simultaneously, astonished to encounter a familiar face. You and Apos. Here. What about Lu Yinran? Is she with you? Xiang asked eagerly, hoping to gather more information from her. Yes, she is here. But she went out to chop some wood. Her cabin is only half finished. She should return shortly. Wang Qihong smiled. Hearing that Lu Yinran was present brought a smile to Xiang's face. With her around, he could inquire about the situation here. Chapter 100. Is one person challenging our group? What is the situation here, with such abundant elemental energy? Chiao could not help but ask directly. Although she was not well acquainted with Wang Qihong, they had met twice. Wang Qihong did not hold back and replied candidly, I am unsure about that. I only know that once I arrived here, I had no desire to leave. Furthermore, zombies, mutated beasts, and ferocious creatures actively come to attack this place. Eliminating the need for us to search for them, we can simply wait for them to come to us. Xiang, should we settle here as well? Chiao glanced at Xiang. She too wished to remain, as it was exceedingly comfortable here. Xiang nodded. He certainly had no objections to staying. But residing in a wooden hut was not particularly comfortable. Could he simply conjure a mobile fortress? Clearly, he could, should he choose to do so. It was evidently inappropriate to lower his living standards for the sake of discretion. At times, it was necessary to showcase one and Apos' prowess. Thus, Xiang lit a cigarette and said, All right, let us find a suitable spot. This open space is quite good. No one seems to be preparing to build a wooden hut here. Wang Qihong promptly suggested a section behind her. Agreed. Xiang took a puff of his cigarette and continued, You all should hurry and clear the area. Chiao and her companions immediately set to work, removing various shrubs from the open space. After clearing it, Xiang directly summoned the mobile fortress from his storage space. What is the situation? Wang Qihong stood astounded before Xiang's mobile fortress. Am I seeing things? She rubbed her eyes, hoping it was merely an illusion. No hallucination. My situation is somewhat unique. Xiang explained and then extended an invitation to Wang Qihong. Would you care to step inside our mobile fortress? Xiang knew she would undoubtedly be curious about its interior. Ah, yes, I would love to see it, Wang Qihong replied, recovering from her shock and following Xiang. Is this inflatable? She inquired. Curiosity piqued as she approached to touch it. The surface consists of solar charging panels, while the interior is made of steel plates. Xiang elucidated. Wang Qihong twitched her lips, struggling to accept it. What kind of extraordinary spatial ability was this, to fit a 3-story steel structure within? The solid steel door imparted a sense of security. Standing at the entrance, Wang Qihong glanced at her own humble wooden hut. Such a wooden dwelling could not withstand even a second-tier zombie, let alone other evolved beings. The wooden hut, which had seemed appealing moments ago, now appeared utterly inadequate. She felt it was no longer livable at all. If someone were to covet her beauty at night, they could easily enter the wooden hut. Without comparison, one would not feel the hurt, but Xiang's offering was overwhelming, exceeding her capacity to bear the disparity. This mobile fortress was simply exquisite. The interior was decorated like a suite. After touring the first floor, Wang Qihong was envious beyond measure. After visiting such a place, how could she possibly return to a wooden hut? It was distressing. After her exploration, Wang Qihong found herself reluctant to leave. The decor, while not lavish, embraced a minimalist style that exuded comfort. Xiang, without needing to employ his mind's voice to listen, could discern her thoughts, yet he chose not to address them. It was inappropriate, for Gu Ning and her companions were zombies. Revealing their identities posed too great a risk. He remained vigilant regarding these innate awakened beings, as their lives were at stake, and he believed caution was paramount. Wang Qihong did not make any extravagant demands. After her tour of the first floor, she returned to her wooden hut. Master, will it not be too reckless to place the mobile fortress here? Lin Wanyu asked with a hint of concern. After all, there were numerous innate awakened individuals in the vicinity, and the numbers were likely to grow. The juxtaposition of such a mobile fortress among wooden huts was stark. Others might harbor thoughts of usurping their territory. This could be considered a test of the attitudes of these individuals. The abundance of elemental energy in this area would likely attract many to settle here, transforming it into a gathering point. We are likely to remain here. We cannot allow the fear of others seizing our mobile fortress to deter us from using it, Xiang asserted. If someone comes to claim it, let them. It will be an opportunity to demonstrate our strength. Though Xiang was cautious, it did not imply he was timid. Perhaps this was an opportunity to establish dominance. Everyone nodded in agreement and began practicing their abilities, preparing for potential combat. The surroundings gradually grew lively, with many coming to observe. For the time being, no one intruded or knocked on the door. They merely appeared to be assessing the situation of the mobile fortress. After all, caution was not exclusive to Xiang. Others were equally vigilant. Just as Xiang believed no one would seek trouble, a knocking sound echoed from outside. Without checking the surveillance, Xiang opened the steel door of the mobile fortress. Outside stood a bald man with a fierce countenance, exuding an intimidating aura. We from the High Society have taken an interest in your dwelling. Will you voluntarily surrender it to us, or shall I force you and your companions out? Xiang scanned the man and noted he was also a fourth-tier evolved being. No wonder he remained so arrogant upon seeing him. Is your entire society represented by just you? Xiang observed the bald man, showing no signs of retreat. He needed someone to establish his authority. And this fourth-tier evolved being was quite suitable. Indeed, we are. Do you intend to challenge us alone? 8 individuals emerged from the crowd, also motivated by the desire to assert their dominance. A force consisting of just 9 individuals was insufficient. A display of strength was necessary to attract more followers. They had set their sights on Xiang and Apos' mobile fortress, viewing it as an opportunity to bolster their reputation. Why engage in a one-on-one duel when we both have our own people? Xiang replied with a subtle smile. Soon, a line of individuals stood behind him. Oh, all women, huh? You lad certainly knows how to enjoy life, the bald man taunted. At this point, I am hesitant to kill you. Rest assured, after I defeat you, I shall spare your life, allowing you to witness how I treasure your women. With that, the bald man launched an attack on Xiang, hurling a basketball-sized lightning orb directly at him. Chapter 101. Establishing authority with the Fourth Order. With a crackling sound, the lightning sphere struck Xiang, causing arcs of electricity to flicker across his body. Regrettably, the lightning did not inflict any significant harm upon him. Nevertheless, he conceded that the bald man and Apos' lightning sphere possessed a certain level of potency, somewhat impressive, yet hardly formidable. With such limited abilities, you dare to challenge me? Xiang scoffed. Allow me to demonstrate the true art of wielding lightning. As he spoke, arcs of electricity converged, forming a swirling ring reminiscent of a tornado, ensnaring all within its grasp. The arcs multiplied, striking down upon the bald man like a tempest. Realizing the imminent danger, the bald man attempted to flee, but was already ensnared by Xiang and Apos' ability to slow him down. Countless currents surged towards him, each second delivering a barrage of strikes. The intensity of the assault grew progressively stronger, instilling fear among the onlookers, who hastily distanced themselves to avoid being caught in Xiang and Apos' tempestuous wrath. The bald man let out a desperate cry, as Li Xiang and Amp, Oppos, as thunderous attack exceeded his capacity to endure. Possessing the same type of ability did not grant complete immunity or disregard for attacks of that nature. It merely allowed one to withstand a certain threshold. Once surpassed, injury or even death became inevitable. Clearly, the bald man and Amp, Oppos, resilience was insufficient to withstand Li Xiang and Amp, Oppos, onslaught. Spare me. Faced with the specter of death, the fierce bald man chose to capitulate. However, Li Xiang showed no mercy, continuing his relentless assault until the man and Amp, Oppos' body was utterly obliterated. In the process, Li Xiang was particularly vigilant regarding the man's brain, searching for a crystal. To his relief, none was found, neither in his brain nor other parts of his body. This was, indeed, a piece of good news for everyone. Without crystals, humanity would not need to resort to hunting each other for survival, but instead could focus on slaying zombies, mutated beasts, and ferocious creatures. After Li Xiang had dispatched the bald man with his thunderous prowess, Chu Yu utilized her black flames to reduce another member of the Sea River Society to ashes. Together, Li Xiang and Chu Yu engaged in a fray, swiftly eliminating the remaining members of the Sea River Society. What a trivial organization, Li Xiang thought, incinerating their foes until nothing remained but dust. The gaze of those nearby shifted, now tinged with awe, as they dared not approach Li Xiang and his companions. This battle firmly established their dominance, and it was unlikely that anyone would covet their mobile fortress any longer. "Brotherly, your power is truly terrifying," exclaimed LV Yanran, her admiration palpable. "I never imagined you could so effortlessly suppress the leader of the Sea River Society. I hold you in such high regard." Li Xiang could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He was unaccustomed to such adulation and felt a hint of embarrassment. Nonetheless, there was a certain satisfaction in validating his strength. While he would not claim invincibility among his peers, he was undoubtedly more formidable than the average individual. A realization that dawned upon him during his encounter with the bald man. This was undoubtedly a testament to the system and Oppos' influence, as well as the enhancement provided by the mutated rose. The accumulation of small changes had precipitated a significant transformation. "Brotherly, can we rent a room in your mobile fortress? Chi Hong and I would like to share one." Compared to Li Chi Hong, LV Yanran was somewhat more familiar with Li Xiang, allowing her to voice her request with greater confidence. "Currently, our mobile fortress is still undergoing renovations, and we unfortunately do not have any extra rooms available. However, if you do not mind sleeping on the couch in the living room, that could be arranged. At present, Guning and her group are residing on the second floor, while the first floor is occupied by regular humans, not the zombies I have resurrected. If LV Yanran truly wishes to stay, I can arrange a room for her on the first floor, but the second floor is reserved for our own people. Of course, we don't mind. This little wooden house offers no sense of security whatsoever. Both Chi Hong and I are concerned about potential midnight ambushes. Brother Xiang, you are truly wonderful. Thank you so much. We will not stay for free. We will pay rent. We can offer mutated beasts and crystals as payment." While Li Xiang had no immediate need for such currency, he was not in a hurry to collect rent. Thus, LV Yanran and Li Qihong entered the mobile fortress. Once inside, they commenced practicing their abilities, as this location was rich in elemental energy, allowing them to harness greater power while utilizing their skills. There was no need to hunt zombies or mutated beasts. Simply remaining in this place and continuously exercising their powers would facilitate their growth. But why hunt zombies at all? They pondered. Presently, the zombies were exceedingly scattered, and searching for them was a considerable waste of time. Not long after they began, commotion erupted outside. "All earth and rock elemental evolvers, please step forward." Upon hearing the call, Li Xiang, who had just started honing his abilities, promptly exited, followed by others. "I propose that those with earth and rock abilities collaborate to construct sturdy walls. As we have all observed, employing our powers here enhances our strength, which could be considered a form of training. By building protective walls to shield us from zombies and mutated beasts, we would accomplish something beneficial. Additionally, we could measure the extent of the elemental energy and Oppos' reach. What do you all think?" Soon, individuals began to stand in support of his proposal. "I am an earth elemental evolver. I agree with your suggestion and am willing to aid in the construction of the walls." "I too am willing." Those possessing these two types of abilities rose to their feet, ready to take action. Li Xiang joined them, eager to ascertain the true dimensions of this unique locale. With the combined efforts of earth and rock elemental powers, thick walls began to rise from the ground. Once the earthen walls were erected, The rock evolvers gradually transformed them into immovable stone fortifications. Regrettably, the metal elemental evolvers were unable to convert stone into metal. Otherwise, crafting a metallic city would undoubtedly provide superior security compared to a stone one. It must be said, these two elemental abilities were particularly well suited for construction. And everyone reveled in the task, as utilizing their powers allowed them to absorb elemental energy, resulting in a cycle of increasing strength, a true win-win situation. The walls were constructed 300 meters beyond the area where elemental energy began to thin. This way, everyone could ascertain whether the energy would extend outward. The wilderness beyond remained a mystery to them all. Even though Xiang had been reborn, he was not a naturally awakened evolver in his past life. Unless a naturally awakened evolver were to be reborn, which was evidently impossible, he and the others would have to explore together. Chapter 102. It seems there are hidden hands behind the towering city walls rose abruptly, evoking a profound sense of awe. Moreover, Xiang and his companions felt a great sense of accomplishment witnessing the transformative power of their abilities. They had never anticipated that their powers could yield such remarkable results. Could it be that, in the future, they might use these abilities to construct homes? They had already built some, albeit with insufficient strength. They would need the assistance of their colleagues from the rock element to petrify them, which would undoubtedly make them sturdier than the previous structures. Xiang thought it wise to recruit a few professional designers to create model homes, enabling them to replicate their designs efficiently. Indeed, it would be prudent to harness the potential of their abilities rather than allow them to go to waste. While their powers may not excel in combat, they proved formidable in construction, particularly in erecting walls. It is true that no ability is inherently weak. Rather, it is the wielder who may falter. Thus, they should not underestimate themselves, for their earth-based powers can indeed become quite formidable. Repairing the city walls could be a public service. However, constructing homes would certainly require compensation. Perhaps a few hundred pounds of mutated meat or several energy crystals would not be unreasonable. After all, it is hardly fair to expect anyone to build homes for free, a notion that has been absent throughout history. As they worked on the walls, discussions flourished among them. Their powers had undeniably altered the landscape of their world. They toiled until darkness enveloped the sky, eventually returning to their respective abodes. To their surprise, many individuals brought them mutated meat, ensuring that their efforts would not go unrewarded. Xiang pondered how long this harmonious arrangement could endure. In the days that followed, Xiang and his companions devoted their days to fortifying the walls while resting at night. Gradually, more individuals were drawn to this locale, choosing to settle here. The number of earth and rock element evolvers surged, significantly accelerating the construction of the walls. By the 12th day, the walls had finally closed, forming a vast sanctuary protected by 5-meter-high barriers, capable of housing over 30,000 individuals. However, at this point, only a little over 7,000 evolvers resided within the sanctuary, though the numbers increased by several hundred each day. Naturally, it was not only evolvers that proliferated but also zombies and mutated beasts. They refrained from hunting zombies, as the walls provided ample protection, rendering those zombies incapable of breaching their defenses. The prevailing sentiment was that the zombies had become too feeble, their energy crystals lacking sufficient energy. They hoped these zombies would accumulate more energy over time. As for the mutated beasts, they captured and tamed them as needed. With the growing population of the camp, the demand for mutated meat escalated. If they relied solely on hunting, they feared depleting the mutated beast population. To satisfy the populace's need for meat pre-cataclysm, extensive breeding would be essential. Thus, some capable and astute individuals had begun taming mutated beasts. This endeavor not only secured a source of meat but also yielded energy crystals, a truly advantageous arrangement. Though Xiang possessed the ability to communicate with beasts, it did not guarantee effortless taming of the mutated creatures. Thus far, he had successfully tamed 2 mutated pigs and hoped they would produce offsprings, alleviating concerns about exhausting their supply of beasts. Xiang believed that sanctuaries like their elemental city sanctuary were likely abundant. After all, there were 60 million innate awakeners globally, along with countless postnatal awakeners. These innate awakeners would undoubtedly establish sanctuaries in regions rich in elemental energy. Humans are inherently social creatures, naturally gravitating toward one another and gradually forming a suitable order. Currently, there existed an acknowledged order within Elemental City. Mutual killing was strictly prohibited. Anyone who violated this decree would face the collective wrath of the community. Thus far, nearly 100 individuals had been dispatched due to this unyielding rule. Consequently, Any grievances must be resolved outside the sanctuary. Since the incident in which he eliminated a fourth-tier member of the Sea River Society, no one had dared to challenge Xiang. Although he preferred solitude, his reputation within the elemental city sanctuary was well known. Just as Xiang believed that life would continue in stability, unforeseen changes began to unfold. Mutated fruits began to appear in the outskirts, imbued with even greater elemental energy. Simultaneously, the zombies outside grew increasingly formidable, their energy crystals accumulating more power. As the allure of these new resources surpassed the benefits of refining abilities at home, it was only natural for individuals to venture out, leading to inevitable competition. It seemed as though unseen hands were orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. First, they guided the innate awakeners out of human civilization and into the outskirts, gathering them to construct the sanctuary. Once the sanctuary was established, external resources emerged to expedite their empowerment. If there were indeed hidden hands at play, Xiang found it hard to believe otherwise. Yet, even if such forces existed, what could he do? Could he confront these unseen manipulators? All he could do was follow the tide and strive to enhance his own strength. However, one comforting thought lingered. He had re-established contact with a long-lost zombie. This individual had been one of 6 workers and was situated over 1,000 meters away. Through its perspective, Xiang discovered it was surrounded by a group of 4th-tier mutated zombies, all possessing considerable strength. These 4th-tier zombies had undergone significant changes. They had reactivated their respiratory and circulatory systems, rendering them more akin to living beings. In essence, they were no longer mere corpses but rather a new form of life. Like the night creatures in I Am Legend, these 4th-tier zombies bore no fear of sunlight. Their speed was astonishing, surpassing that of ordinary leopards. While their physiques had grown remarkably robust, with sharp claws capable of effortlessly shredding metal. Furthermore, their energy crystals now contained a greater reservoir of energy. For Xiang and his companions to ascend to the 5th tier, they would need to absorb the energy within these crystals. The worker zombie under Xiang's control had yet to reach the 4th tier, remaining a 3rd-tier zombie. He was curious about what transformations awaited zombies upon their ascension to the 5th tier. Would they one day revert to human form, free from the zombie virus that once coursed through them, incapable of transmitting it to other normal humans? Perhaps time would provide Xiang with the answers he sought. He urged the worker zombie to draw closer, hoping to revive it and uncover the memories of its long absence. Chapter 103, The Terrifying Beetle. To his astonishment, Xiang discovered that he possessed the ability to read the memories of others. As he contemplated resurrecting the individual before him, a flood of memories surged forth, akin to a film reel playing in reverse. However, upon completing his recollection, he found nothing of significant value. The worker zombie had merely wandered to different locales as the world expanded, trailing behind the horde. It was evident that zombies could grow stronger without sustenance, and consuming food would only enhance their power further. Xiang exerted his control over the zombie, directing it away from the shelter to avoid being hunted by others. He required this zombie to remain within the throng of undead, thus providing him with a vantage point into their activities. The current state of zombies diverged drastically from their former selves, and the future held countless uncertainties regarding their evolution. In his previous life, Xiang had sheltered in the beginner and Appos' village, where the most formidable zombies were merely of the 6th tier. However, the zombies in the outskirts had already reached the 4th tier, and it was likely they would ascend to the 6th tier within a year. Xiang was eager to ascertain what would transpire at that level. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted, prompting Xiang to furrow his brow and glance at the commotion from the vantage of the aerial banshee. From the ground emerged a swarm of enormous beetles, their rigid exoskeletons and sharp scythe-like claws striking terror. Each beetle loomed as large as a vehicle and unleashed a corrosive liquid. The chaos stemmed from these creatures and Appos' noxious spray. Quickly, retreat. Return to the shelter immediately, Xiang urged, sensing the imminent danger posed by the beetles and instructing Chiao and her companions to withdraw. Without hesitation, Chiao led her group in a frantic dash towards safety, reassured by the knowledge that Xiang could always return on the banshee. Moreover, he was the strongest among them. As they retreated, hundreds of these grotesque beetles swarmed the ground. Those who remained, aside from the timely evacuators, were mercilessly slaughtered by the beetles. Rather than dispersing, the beetles feasted voraciously, consuming not only the evolved beings, but also the zombies. This marked Xiang's first encounter with creatures that preyed upon zombies. Previously, whether mutated beasts or ferocious predators, they would kill zombies only in self-defense, never consuming them due to the viral infection they carried. Yet these beetles appeared immune to the zombie virus, devouring hungrily, using their sharp claws to dissect the corpses before swiftly consuming them. Xiang and Apos' brow furrowed in contemplation. He recognized the formidable challenge these beetles presented. He had previously encountered ferocious beasts, which were not vastly different from mutated creatures, both possessing flesh and blood. Yet no one had dared to test whether the flesh of a ferocious beast was edible. This was no longer the early days of calamity, when food shortages compelled recklessness. After all, these beings hailed from another world, and the idea of consuming ferocious beast meat was met with resistance, shrouded in uncertainty about its constituents. What might be harmless today could harbor future consequences, akin to carcinogens that may not induce immediate illness but could lead to cancer with prolonged exposure. Damn it. How can I not vanquish these beetles? Xiang thought, frustration mounting. But we must not act rashly. We do not yet comprehend these beetles. Their defenses are incredibly formidable. Their shells harder than steel. Their presence is far from advantageous. They threaten to consume our zombies and compete for resources. Indeed, many regarded zombies as a vital resource, for their brains contained elemental crystals, prized artifacts that could enhance strength. Xiang approached the remaining individuals, all of whom were fourth tier, presumably confident in their abilities. What we must do is capture one of these beetles, eliminate it, and study its weaknesses, one proposed. Who does not know this? But how do we accomplish it? Who among you possesses the ability to withstand the corrosive spray of these beetles? Xiang surveyed the group before declaring, I shall attempt it. Grasping a vine, he infused it with wood-based energy. The vine rapidly grew, swiftly advancing toward a distant beetle. Soon, it ensnared one, wrapping it tightly. Excellent. You are truly commendable, one exclaimed. These vile creatures have slain my comrade. Once we discern their weaknesses, I shall eradicate them all. Their impenetrable shells could potentially be fashioned into armor. Though many believed Xiang could successfully capture a beetle, the vine was soon engulfed by the corrosive liquid, emitting white smoke before igniting in flames. Failure, Xiang lamented. The plan to ensnare the beetle thwarted. No one dared to venture into the midst of the beetles. Their strength was overwhelming. Who possesses metal abilities? I refuse to believe they can corrode metal. Someone exclaimed indignantly. I require some metal, Xiang stated, scanning the crowd. Metal manipulation could indeed achieve this, provided there was metal to transform into chains. Consequently, everyone offered their spare weapons. With a collection of metal in hand, Xiang transmuted them into iron chains, extending them toward the beetles. Employing a similar method as before with the vine, he ensnared the nearest beetle, which was currently dismembering a zombie. The chains swiftly enveloped it. After securing it, he began to retract the chains forcefully. Soon, white smoke billowed once more, but Xiang pressed on, accelerating the retrieval of the beetle from the horde. As the beetle drew nearer, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Prepare yourselves. We shall simultaneously unleash our abilities to see what transpires upon the beetle's demise, Xiang cautioned. Aware of the creature's formidable defenses, we are over 30 individuals. Might that be excessive? Someone queried. Indeed, and we are all fourth tier. If we all engage, we may never ascertain the beetle and Apos' true power. Chapter 104. Two peak fourth order beasts must be slain to ascertain the situation. We should eliminate one of the creatures first. Should it explode upon death, the resulting splatter of its viscous fluid would not bode well for us. I concur with Xiang. We should proceed to slay one and observe the outcome. He can undoubtedly procure another. Support for this idea swiftly emerged among us. With a commanding shout from Xiang, the iron chains ensnaring the beetles transformed into molten metal, liberating the insects within. The others, having prepared their abilities, unleashed a barrage of energy upon the beetle. The impact was catastrophic. The creature succumbed to the assault of over 30 types of energy, resulting in a tremendous explosion. What just transpired? The explosion was akin to that of a bomb. It was terrifying. A deep crater marked the site of the blast, a testament to its ferocity. Even more alarming was the resilience of its carapace. I attempted to block it with my fist, only to suffer a fracture. Healer, we need assistance. The gaze of the crowd shifted towards the individual who had taken the brunt of the blow, astonished that the carapace remained intact despite the intense explosion. Xiang approached to examine the shell. It was predominantly black, adorned with numerous luminescent specks that shimmered in the sunlight like a crafted artifact. This is not metal, Xiang concluded upon contact, as his metallic abilities showed no reaction. The sheer hardness of this substance, which was not metallic, was astonishing. If this carapace could be fashioned into armor, it would undoubtedly be formidable. However, realizing that this was easier said than done due to its exceptional hardness and non-metallic nature posed a challenge. Were it metallic, we could melt it with high temperatures to reshape it. Nevertheless, I proposed that we could embed this carapace into our city walls to significantly enhance our sanctuary and Appos' defenses. What a brilliant idea! The notion of incorporating it into the walls was feasible. Earth-based abilities could facilitate this. I shall attempt to melt it with high temperatures. Should it succeed, we could create not only armor but also weapons. As discussions unfolded, Xiang manipulated the iron chains towards the heap of insects. If over 30 individuals could slay a beetle, how many would be required for one? This question was crucial, and Xiang sought to find clarity. Those with the greatest attack potential among you. I will summon another to determine if a single individual can eliminate a beetle. With that, the chains ensnared another beetle. As smoke billowed, the creature thrashed violently. To everyone in Appos' astonishment, the chains snapped one after another within mere seconds. What is happening? No one anticipated the chains would fail. Hadn't it Appos' we succeeded moments ago? Perhaps the chains had been previously corroded, weakening their strength. I require more metal. Though Xiang possessed some in his storage, he chose not to retrieve it. Everyone began discarding their weapons, understanding the beetle and Appos' strength was paramount. Weapons could be replaced. But failing to grasp the beetle's capabilities would leave us inadequately prepared for future encounters. With a fresh supply of metal, Xiang swiftly extracted another beetle from the heap. Now we can engage. As he gauged the optimal distance, someone launched an attack. A massive lightning sphere struck the beetle, yet the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the beetle soared into the air, emitting a peculiar sound that unsettled everyone, igniting a desire to fight. Two of you, unleash your full power, Xiang shouted. It was disheartening that a single individual could not dispatch a beetle, especially considering the attacker was at the peak of the Fourth Order. In contrast, a Fourth Order mutated beast would have succumbed to a similar assault, its vessels ruptured by the electric charge. Yet this beetle appeared unfazed, soaring aloft. A lightning sphere and a light blade surged towards the beetle, resulting in yet another explosion midair, sending a powerful shockwave that knocked several individuals off their feet. To kill one of these beetles, it required the combined strength of two. Their resilience was truly extraordinary. Indeed, it was remarkable, especially since both attackers were at the pinnacle of the Fourth Order, nearing the threshold of the Fifth. Furthermore, the explosive nature of the beetle's demise precluded close combat. The devastation of such an explosion was formidable enough to severely injure a Fourth Order evolver at close range. Run, everyone, run, Xiang shouted as the beetles unfurled their wings. Without hesitation, everyone sprinted forward. Fortunately, the beetles did not possess great speed and appeared to have limited flight distance, landing after flying several hundred meters. These beetles were indeed formidable. How could we possibly contend with them? The only solution is to enhance our strength. Once we reach the Fifth Order, we should be able to confront them alone. However, they do not dwell solitary. They swarm together. Indeed, these beetles are overwhelming, and our understanding of them is still insufficient. Let us assign them a name. How about Starlight beetles? Their carapaces shimmer like starlight. Excellent choice. The name is quite fitting. It was unfortunate that we could not recover a carapace. Xiang remained silent about his own acquisition. The name Starlight Beetle resonated well. It was indeed appropriate. The sole consolation was their relatively slow flight speed, providing a chance for escape should we encounter them again. The evolver who had previously unleashed the lightning sphere spoke. Still shaken, the emergence of these Starlight beetles cast a shadow over the hearts of everyone present. Neither mutated beasts nor ferocious creatures had instilled such dread before. Concerns mounted regarding whether these beetles would assault our sanctuary. Should they attack, the destruction would be catastrophic, potentially claiming numerous lives, as many had already perished upon our initial encounter. Chapter 105. Finally ascending to level 6, the group had lost all motivation to return and confront the Starlight beetles, as their confidence had waned significantly. Perhaps only after reaching the 5th tier would they consider attempting to hunt those beetles again. With time passing, they also lacked the enthusiasm to search for mutated wild fruits, so they decided to return to the refuge of Yuan City together. Xiang had instructed the siren to keep an eye on the beetles, which had ceased their pursuit and burrowed into the ground. What transpired beneath the earth and where they went remained a mystery known only to the heavens. Xiang felt capable of taking down a beetle in a one-on-one encounter, but he doubted his chances against two. The emergence of these beetles had indeed instilled a sense of crisis among them. Was there only one type of beetle? Could there exist entities even more formidable? No one possessed the answer to this question, nor did they wish to discover it. They did not linger on the way back, arriving at the Yuan City refuge promptly. Upon their return, they found many within the refuge discussing the Beetles. After inquiring, they learned that the Beetles had appeared not only in their direction but in others as well. A palpable atmosphere of panic enveloped the entire refuge, marking the first time since the cataclysm that they faced an insurmountable challenge. Xiang went directly to his mobile fortress. Due to their lack of strength, Shang Guanmu and Dong Yali remained behind to train their swordsmanship with Ming Tian. "Brother Xiang, you are finally back. We were all worried about you," exclaimed Chiyu, rushing into Xiang's embrace. She had ceased to conceal the nature of their relationship, which had become somewhat public. "It's all right. I'm perfectly fine." Xiang reassured her with a gentle pat on her back. "On our way back, we encountered others and learned about the Beetles." "So, your order for us to retreat was due to those Beetles?" Gu Ning inquired curiously from the side. "Indeed, it was because of the Beetles. Initially, their appearance resulted in the deaths of several evolved individuals." Xiang responded while producing a Starlight beetle shell. "Brother Xiang is truly impressive. He even managed to kill a beetle and bring back its shell." Chu Yuan gazed at him with admiration. "It wasn't Apos, Timi who killed it. I merely found this shell. However, I could indeed slay a beetle under the condition of a one-on-one confrontation without any others present." Xiang aimed to convey the strength of the Beetles, as everyone was aware of his capabilities. "Are the Beetles truly that formidable? Even Brother Xiang can only handle one," Luo Yin remarked, her brow furrowing in concern. Xiang explained the situation regarding the Beetles and began to examine the shell. To his surprise, the shell was non-conductive, a rather advantageous trait. It possessed formidable defensive capabilities, was waterproof, resistant to corrosion, and remarkably lightweight, akin to carbon fiber. Xiang struck the shell with his spear, discovering it resilient against his blows. It was worth noting that his spear had been enhanced by Gu Ning and Chu Yuan, making it a pinnacle of metallic weaponry. He also attempted to heat it, but both his flames and Chu Yu and Apos failed to compromise its integrity. It was only after they combined their efforts for half an hour that they managed to burn a small hole in it. The shell did not melt, rather, it had a hole burned through, with the burnt section yielding some powder. Thus far, their abilities had proven insufficient to alter the shell. "Brother Xiang, Iasin and Apos, they're a materials expert in Yuan City? Shuden and Apos, we present this shell to him for analysis?" Chuyu suggested. "Very well, since we cannot derive much from it ourselves. Accompany me to meet that expert," Xiang decided resolutely. He stowed the shell in his storage space and set off with Chiyu to find Professor Xiang. Professor Xiang, whose full name was Zhang Haichao, was a nationally renowned academician in his 50s. However, thanks to his newfound abilities, he appeared to be in his 30s. His residence was expansive, as he had established his own laboratory. Despite possessing abilities, he preferred to delve into the study of new materials. His home, crafted by earth and rock-type evolved individuals, resembled a large marble 3-story villa, though it occupied a considerably larger area of over 1,000 square feet. He had a research team that he had rescued, who assisted in gathering equipment for his studies on new materials. Others voluntarily offered help, understanding the implications of new materials. His favorable treatment stemmed from his willingness to share research findings, allowing others to benefit in return. When Xiang and Chuyu arrived at his home, he was busy in the laboratory. Upon hearing of the Starlight beetle shell, Zhang Haichao hurried out to meet them. "This is indeed the Starlight shell. It radiates an enchanting brilliance," he exclaimed, handling it with ease. "This hole, how did it come to be?" "Caused by high-temperature combustion. Here are the remnants of the burnt powder," Xiang replied, offering a small glass vial. "Quickly, take this to the lab and use the best analytical instruments." Zhang Haichao instructed his assistant decisively. "Please, I won't take up any more of your time. I will begin my analysis of this shell immediately. Once I have results, I will share them with you at once," he stated before retreating into his laboratory with the shell. Xiang and Chuyu did not linger and returned to their mobile fortress. Once back, Xiang embraced the mutated rose, honing his mental powers. He yearned to grow stronger, continuously aspiring for improvement. Concurrently, he noticed his system experience points were increasing. Evidently, this was due to the zombies he controlled slaying other zombies or mutated beasts. Even from a distance, their kills contributed to his experience. If all went well, he anticipated leveling up within the next couple of days. After an hour, Xiang heard a long-awaited notification. Ding! You have accumulated sufficient experience and have automatically leveled up to level 6. Please check your panel. Finally, he had ascended to level 6. Chapter 106, The Transformation of Level 6 System. Display the panel. Host, Xiang, level, LV6, experience for upgrade, 1300,000, ability, gravity. Unrestrained, zombie control, 1030, zombie resurrection, 730, effect, 72 hours. Cooldown, 24 hours. Empower all, 1-1. Storage space, 186 cubic meters. Upon witnessing the changes at level 6, an uncontrollable smile spread across Xiang's face. This upgrade proved to be remarkably potent, with the quantity of zombies he could control escalating from 10 to 30. Although the number of resurrected zombies remained unchanged at 30. The duration of their resurrection effect had soared from 12 to an impressive 72 hours, a six-fold increase. The storage space also expanded astonishingly, increasing by 100 cubic meters. This left Xiang eagerly anticipating his next upgrade, yearning to venture out and hunt zombies immediately. Although the experience required for the next upgrade was substantial at 300,000. Each Tier 4 zombie yielded 80 points of experience. It was anticipated that a Tier 5 zombie would provide around 100 points. Moreover, the zombies under his control could also gain experience by hunting mutated beasts or ferocious creatures, which was quite enticing. Now, he had the capacity to control an additional 20 zombies. Controllable zombies 1. Had one of my controlled zombies been slain? Xiang glanced at his panel and noted that the count of controllable zombies had diminished from 10 to 9. Indeed, one zombie had met its demise. Regrettably, the distance was too great for Xiang to discern what had transpired. Before he could take further action, another prompt appeared before him. Controllable zombies 1. Yet another loss of a zombie. This only heightened Xiang's curiosity about their fate. Were they ambushed by the Starlight beetles? Alas, the distance rendered him oblivious to any details. I must go out. Please ensure your safety, Xiang instructed his companions before departing the sanctuary. The entrance of the sanctuary was now manned, as several powerful factions had begun to emerge within the camp, taking turns to guard the area, thereby enhancing their reputations. Forming alliances is a common occurrence, embodying one of humanity's inherent instincts. Shortly after leaving, Xiang summoned the succubus to enlarge, mounting her to soar into the sky. This was his distinct advantage, one that no one else currently possessed. No sooner had he ascended than he encountered a mutated avian creature. The succubus expressed interest in hunting it, but Xiang disallowed it, as his objective was to locate zombies and utilize his control quota. While riding the succubus, he scanned the skies for the presence of zombie hordes, seeking larger groups to enhance survival rates. Although he could regain control of zombies that perished, it would take time to locate and control new ones. As he traversed, Xiang encountered numerous small clusters of zombies, none of which met his requirements, prompting him to continue onward. During his journey, he also discovered another sanctuary, reminiscent of the Yuan City Sanctuary, evidently constructed by individuals wielding earth and rock abilities. This was hardly surprising. Not only the evolvers of Yuan City would conceive such ideas, but those from other regions would as well, as shared understanding is a hallmark of civilization. Without civilization, akin to primitive humans, reaching consensus would be improbable. After an hour of flight, Xiang finally located a horde comprising over 100,000 zombies. Without hesitation, he instructed the succubus to fly low. As they skimmed over the zombie horde, Xiang randomly exerted control over several zombies. Once he had secured control, he directed the succubus to ascend once more, commanding the zombies to gather. In total, he amassed 21 zombies, a formidable force indeed. All these zombies were Tier 4, demonstrating commendable strength. Thus far, Xiang had yet to encounter any Tier 5 zombies. The 21 Tier 4 zombies constituted a significant power, and Xiang intended for them to mingle within the zombie masses, seeking opportunities to hunt mutated beasts or ferocious creatures. Along the way, he indeed encountered several mutated beasts and fierce creatures. Therefore, these zombies still had a chance to hunt them. However, there was also the looming threat of the Starlight beetles. Throughout his journey, he had also encountered numerous Starlight beetles. If all proceeded as expected, a chaotic battle loomed ahead. After all, anyone could ascend to the top of the food chain, leading to incessant struggles to establish their position within it. Chaos was inevitable. Having made the necessary arrangements, Xiang set his course back toward the Yuan City Sanctuary. It wasn't long before he observed a swarm of Starlight beetles besieging a group of zombies. He decided to observe for a while, allowing the succubus to circle above. He noted that the zombies were not merely passive victims, they employed strategy, targeting specific Starlight beetles for attack. Moreover, when a Starlight beetle perished, it would indeed explode. Even when the zombies utilized physical attacks, the explosion would still occur, sweeping away a number of zombies in the process. It could be said that the Starlight beetles were exceptionally formidable, possessing not only tremendous offensive power but also remarkable defense, with their deaths inflicting devastating damage on surrounding creatures. In a confrontation between a horde of several thousand zombies and a group of over 100 Starlight beetles, the latter left behind over 50 casualties, yet the zombies were entirely annihilated. Such a stark disparity left Xiang feeling a chill run down his spine. If this continued, the Starlight beetles would soon eradicate all zombies. The remaining Starlight beetles would grow stronger by consuming the corpses of so many zombies. However, even in the face of this dire situation, Xiang found himself powerless to alter the course of events. The Starlight beetles were simply too formidable. It was not easy for humanity to contend with them. As the Starlight beetles scavenged the battlefield, Xiang decided to join the fray. The incredibly tough shells of the fallen Starlight beetles became his target, and he sought to collect them. Utilizing his storage space, he quickly gathered several shells. However, the Starlight beetles soon took notice of the succubus and Xiang, attempting to launch an attack. Fortunately, both Xiang and the succubus reacted swiftly, ascending to a higher altitude. The Starlight beetles were unable to fly very high, rendering them incapable of pursuing Xiang and the succubus. Due to the size of the succubus, she could not accompany Xiang in his escape. Ultimately, Xiang decided to employ his shape-shifting ability, transforming himself into a Starlight beetle to blend in and continue collecting the remaining shells. These shells would undoubtedly prove useful in the future, and it would be prudent to gather as many as possible. Chapter 107. The Solo Hunt for the Starlight Beetle. Although the exact application of their findings remains elusive, Professor Zhang Haichao and his team have commenced their research, and perhaps results will soon manifest. Despite his unfamiliarity with the new world beyond the city, one certainty stands out. Human activity persists in the outskirts even after a decade. This implies that the evolved beings in the wilderness have not been eradicated by the Starlight beetles, indicating humanity must possess means to combat these creatures. It is conceivable that Zhang Haichao, along with other scientists, has played a pivotal role in this. The advantage of rebirth still holds true. After transforming into a Starlight beetle using his shape-shifting ability, Xiang descended from the succubus onto the battlefield. He remained prepared for an immediate escape, as these Starlight beetles were no easy adversaries. However, it appeared that the beetles had not detected his anomaly, refraining from launching an attack. He swiftly maneuvered, collecting the scattered exoskeletons into his storage space. His transformation ability was indeed remarkable, though it was limited to maintaining one form for approximately half an hour. Nonetheless, this was sufficient for clearing the battlefield and gathering the exoskeletons. Having surveyed the area, Xiang seized the opportunity to discreetly exit the battlefield before the Starlight beetles noticed his departure. The operation went surprisingly smoothly, leaving him somewhat astonished. While collecting, he felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. With over 50 Starlight beetles nearby, should they realize he was an imposter, his fate would be sealed. Upon reverting to his original form, Xiang noticed his back was drenched with perspiration. Yet, he hesitated to leave, driven by a desire to see if he could hunt a few Starlight beetles. He was determined to test his limits, for he could not fathom being unable to lure at least one of these beetles away. Each beetle he killed would count. After regaining his composure, he swiftly took action. Drawing closer to a Starlight beetle, he ensnared it with his telekinesis. The creature immediately retaliated, prompting Xiang to flee. While running, he remained vigilant, observing the movements of other Starlight beetles to assess whether they would follow suit. During his time in the shelter, Xiang had encountered an evolved individual with speed-based abilities, from whom he gleaned insights into the power of speed. Without this newfound understanding, he would not have dared to take such risks. With speed as his ally, he felt emboldened to undertake this perilous endeavor. The Starlight beetle pursued him for several dozen meters, only to find Xiang swiftly turning the tables. Following a lightning-fast assault, he unleashed a flurry of abilities in rapid succession: lightning, light blades, and shockwaves. The three powers struck the Starlight beetle almost simultaneously, resulting in a violent explosion. Xiang shielded himself with the exoskeleton he had collected, absorbing the blast and oppos as shockwave. Even if the exoskeleton could not be processed immediately, it served remarkably well as a protective barrier. Gazing at the Starlight exoskeleton in his grasp, he couldn't help but marvel. Successfully eliminating one Starlight Beetle bolstered his confidence. He replicated his strategy and quickly lured out a second Beetle. However, upon its emergence, he refrained from employing 3 different abilities. Instead, he utilized a single ability. It became evident that one was sufficient, albeit requiring 3 consecutive strikes to achieve the desired explosive outcome. 2 strikes alone proved insufficient to obliterate the Beetle, merely inflicting injuries. This output exacted a significant toll on his energy reserves, limiting him to the slaughter of 3 Beetles before his energy waned, rendering him incapable of vanquishing a 4th. Discovering this limitation was crucial. At the very least, he recognized the boundaries of his capabilities. Despite his eagerness to eradicate the remaining 50 Beetles, he found himself constrained by his own strength. After resting for an hour, he returned to the fray, successfully dispatching 3 more Starlight Beetles before ceasing his endeavors. He then mounted the succubus and returned to the Yuan City shelter. Within the Yuan City shelter, tranquility reigned, though no one ventured outside. Clearly, the threat posed by the Starlight Beetles had instilled a sense of caution among the inhabitants. Upon his return to the mobile fortress, Xiang was greeted by an announcement. The evolved beings of Yuan City had resolved to form the Yuan City Army to confront the increasingly perilous external environment. Enlistment in the Yuan City Army would entail rigorous training and mobilization, subjecting members to a fully militarized management system. Of course, joining the army also promised certain benefits. The Yuan City Army would venture beyond the city to gather mutated fruits, distributing them equitably afterward. Given the current circumstances, even individuals or small groups face the risk of being obliterated by the Starlight Beetles. Small groups often lack the numbers to contend with the Beetle swarms, rendering victory virtually impossible. However, enlisting in the Yuan City Army would provide the strength of hundreds or thousands of evolved individuals acting in concert, thus enhancing their chances in the face of Starlight Beetle hordes. Consequently, many solitary individuals, recognizing the futility of their solitary efforts, began to agree to join the Yuan City Army. Chu Yu and her companions, however, did not inquire whether Xiang intended to join. They were unwaveringly loyal to him. Should Xiang enlist, they would follow suit. Conversely, if he chose not to, they too would abstain. Thus, the army's recruitment drive bore no relevance to them. As they remained engrossed in their training, each of them diligently honed their abilities, striving to enhance their strength. For their current weakness rendered them incapable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiang. They were fervently eager to grow stronger, yearning to fight alongside him. Xiang, on the other hand, harbored no intentions of aligning himself with any faction. Despite the Yuan City Army and Appo's rhetoric of fairness and mutual support, he recognized that once militarization occurred, ordinary individuals would inevitably be exploited. Human nature is inherently greedy. Those in power are inclined to use their authority for personal gain. To evade exploitation, one must retain independence. As long as the Yuan City shelter refrained from conscripting everyone into the military, Xiang would remain there. Compared to the outside world, the energy reserves within this shelter were undeniably more abundant. Here, he could refine his abilities and achieve personal growth. Thus, Xiang found no compelling reason to depart. Other shelters might not offer greater reliability than Yuan City. Since he had actively participated in the development of this place, it felt akin to home. Unless it became perilous or began to marginalize ordinary evolved beings like himself, he had no intention of leaving. Chapter 108, Jungle Rescue in the ensuing days. More than 2/3 of the evolved individuals joined the Yuan City military. Among them were Liu Yan and Wang Qihong, acquaintances of Xiang. However, they did not stay long in Xiang and Appo's mobile shelter, as they requested his assistance in constructing an earthen building. They found it challenging to integrate into Xiang's team and establish a unique bond with him. Xiang also harbored some reservations towards them, considering that they had known each other for nearly a month since the catastrophe began. If he were to resurrect zombies, there would be no issue, as he would not have to worry about his secret being exposed. However, with humans, the situation was uncertain. Hearts can easily change. They may not betray you now, but when the stakes are raised, loyalty can falter. To avert such a scenario, Xiang resolved to be cautious about admitting new evolved members into his team. Henceforth, new additions would solely consist of the zombies he resurrected. Yuan City was bustling with activity. Thousands of soldiers were undergoing rigorous military trainings, adhering to traditional formations from ancient times. Firearms proved ineffective against zombies and mutated beasts alike, serving merely as a form of mild annoyance. Therefore, the ancient military formations regained their significance, as melee combat and supernatural abilities became paramount. Xiang spent a day observing the training before returning home to hone his own abilities, primarily awaiting the research results from Xiang Haichao. Should the Starlight armor be developed into protective gear, Xiang could equip the zombies under his control with such armor. Additionally, resurrecting 30 zombies to join his ranks would significantly bolster his team's strength to over 60. With such power, he would no longer need to remain hidden in shelters but could venture out to hunt zombies. Regrettably, a month passed without any results from Xiang Haichao, leaving Xiang in a state of frustration as he had scarcely ventured outside during this time, having only hunted a few hundred zombies. Thus, he decided to alter his strategy of remaining cooped up in the shelter. He understood that hunting zombies was essential for gaining experience and Yuan crystals, which would expedite his growth and strength. Although he might encounter Starlight beetles outside, his speed abilities would allow him to escape swiftly if necessary. As long as he acted independently, he had little to fear. Throughout the past month, the Yuan City military had not strayed far from their base, mostly training just outside the city. However, the training had transformed the soldiers and Oppo's demeanor. They now exhibited the qualities of seasoned warriors, their comportment reminiscent of ancient soldiers. Perhaps sensing diminishing returns from further training, the day after Xiang commenced his hunts, the Yuan City military also mobilized. They could no longer remain idle, as the scarcity of mutated beasts necessitated their departure from Yuan City to hunt. The deployment of this substantial force quickly showcased its advantages. Wherever they went, zombies and mutated beasts alike found no escape from their relentless advance. Equipped with numerous drones, they could scout extensive areas. Although mutated avians lurked in the skies, vigilant personnel could effectively respond before any attacks on the drones occurred. This was a distinct advantage of their numbers, allowing each member to fulfill their role. Smaller teams lacked the personnel to assign specific watch duties. Subsequently, the Yuan City military planned to return to Hongdu to recruit a new batch of postnatally awakened evolved individuals. While they were weaker compared to those with innate abilities, their larger numbers compensated for this deficiency, especially since a newly formed army required ample manpower for logistical support. During this time, there was a pressing need for postnatally awakened evolved individuals to undertake such tasks. The weaker were often subjected to exploitation and bullying. Unbeknownst to the Yuan City military, Xiang was engaged in hunting mutated beasts in the forest with 6 zombies under his control. He preferred hunting mutated beasts over zombies, as it provided multiple benefits. The meat of the mutated beasts could be consumed, while also yielding experience points and Yuan crystals to enhance his strength. Although these creatures were elusive, typically hiding among the trees, Xiang had the assistance of Lightning and Nymph, 2 mutated avians. With their aid, he could easily locate and eliminate the mutated beasts. However, the jungle posed its own dangers. Some mutated plants possessed lethal capabilities against all forms of life. Xiang observed mutated vines ensnaring Starlight beetles, forcing them to navigate around the area cautiously. These beetles entered the jungle with a similar intent as Xiang, to hunt mutated beasts. Perhaps hunting these beasts was equally advantageous for the Starlight beetles. In a dense thicket, after Xiang had dispatched a mutated leopard, he noticed 2 mutated beetles approaching. These beetles boasted dark red exoskeletons and were slightly smaller than the Starlight beetles. Even from a distance, Xiang could sense their fierce aura. Instinctively, he ordered Nymph to elevate him into the air. Just as he ascended, he heard cries for help. Help? Is anyone there? Help us. What do we do now, sister? Be quiet. If there's a chance to escape, take it. If not, we fight. Following the sounds, Xiang discovered a man and woman surrounded by a horde of mutated lizards. This was his first encounter with these creatures, and Xiang was intrigued. However, he refrained from immediate action, opting to observe their strength and attack methods while keeping an eye on the 2 dark red beetles, which seemed to have also noticed the lizards and the siblings, drawing closer to their position. Nymph, set me down on that tree, then go help them, Xiang instructed. He then called out, raise your hands. I and Amp, Oppos, LL send my mutated avians to rescue you. Upon hearing his voice, the brother and sister looked up in surprise. Chapter 109. 2 completely different worlds simultaneously, Xiang launched his attack. Countless fireballs soared towards the mutated lizards, erupting into a vast sea of flames upon impact, engulfing the creatures entirely. At that moment, the banshee swept past. The 2 siblings grasped the enormous claws of the banshee, being lifted into the air towards Xiang and Oppos' direction. As they drew closer, Xiang observed that the mutated scorpions below remained unharmed, their bodies cloaked in a layer of ice that effectively shielded them. Xiang remained vigilant regarding the situation with the mutated lizards and the crimson beetles while also assisting the siblings to steady themselves atop a tree. Are you all right? He inquired anxiously. The sister shook her head, sighing in relief. We are fine. Thank you. The brother nodded, gazing at Xiang with deep gratitude. That's a relief. You were fortunate I happened to be nearby. Otherwise, your escape would have been perilous. Not only were there those fierce mutated lizards, but also 2 formidable crimson beetles. Given your current strength, merely at the 3rd tier, you would struggle to confront such threats. In the distance, the 2 crimson beetles rapidly approached, suddenly appearing near the mutated lizards. The lizards seemed acutely aware of the danger posed by the beetles, growing increasingly alert and unleashing beams of blue light towards them. Upon contact, these beams instantaneously froze the surrounding area. It must be acknowledged that the mutated lizards were indeed formidable adversaries. The siblings' ability to survive their onslaught without injury attested to their exceptional nature. The 2 crimson beetles vanished from Xiang and Appo's sight, possessing a remarkable ability to burrow into the ground. The mutated lizards, now on high alert, appeared to have noticed the beetles' underground retreat. Suddenly, one of the mutated lizards let out a dreadful scream, leaping high in an attempt to flee. However, Xiang observed a crimson beetle emerging from beneath its abdomen, swiftly burrowing into the lizard as it leapt. In mere moments, the lizard's body was devoured, revealing its skeletal structure. Another mutated lizard met the same fate. Witnessing this, Xiang and the siblings felt a chill run down their spines. The remaining mutated lizards, sensing the peril, fled in a frenzy, abandoning any thoughts of vengeance for their fallen kin. Xiang decisively commanded the 6 zombies to advance, for he remained uncertain of the beetles' capabilities and needed to ascertain them. Their appearance indicated an inevitable encounter. Understanding their strength was imperative for effective strategy. Should the zombies perish, he would harbor no regret, for he could always regain control over others. The 2 crimson beetles completed their gruesome feast on the mutated lizards, leaving only a pair of skeletons behind. What manner of monstrous beetle is this, possessing such an insatiable appetite, capable of devouring creatures larger than itself? Xiang pondered, his brow furrowed. That is the blood demon beetle, do you not know? The girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Xiang turned to her, a sense of perplexity emerging within him. Her tone suggested an intimate familiarity with this species. Unsettling, indeed. Xiang concealed his bewilderment, replying coolly, I am unfamiliar with this beetle. It is merely my first encounter with the crimson beetle. That cannot be. It is a rather common species, akin to the azure-winged beetle, among the most prevalent of beetles. The sister elucidated. Listening to her explanation deepened Xiang and Appo's confusion. Azure-winged beetle? What is that? He mused. Were they truly inhabitants of the same world? Same world? He contemplated, suddenly recalling the enormous portal in space-time. Perhaps they hailed from entirely different realms, which would explain their perception of beetles as commonplace. Have you encountered such mutated lizards? Xiang inquired directly. The siblings shook their heads, curiosity evident in their expressions. Given the circumstances, you seem well informed, they remarked. Xiang nodded, inhaling deeply. He had now confirmed that the siblings were not from the same world as him. These are mutated lizards, transformed through mutation and endowed with ice abilities. Thus, we are indeed from disparate worlds. As the cataclysm caused the 2 realms to merge, he theorized, attempting to make sense of the phenomenon. The world had expanded, likely due to the fusion of 2 realms, allowing beings from both to coexist in a single location. What do you mean? Are you not from the Azure Star? The brother asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Azure Star? Certainly not. Our world is called Earth, not Azure Star. Thus, as I stated, we are not from the same realm. These mutated lizards are creatures that have undergone mutation in our world, while those beetles are foreign entities. Months ago, our world experienced a cataclysm, resulting in the emergence of a colossal space-time portal from which peculiar beings appeared, alongside the arrival of various beetles. Upon hearing Xiang's explanation, the siblings exchanged glances. It seemed their suspicions were validated. You were correct. We too experienced a similar event. Shortly after the cataclysm, a massive portal appeared in our world. And our realm has been continuously expanding, the sister recounted. It appears we have encountered the same ordeal, Xiang stated with palpable excitement. How surreal it was that 2 entirely different worlds could converge, and that their realm had also undergone a cataclysm. Do you have zombies in your world? Xiang inquired, intrigued to determine whether the calamities of their worlds were identical. Zombies? What are zombies? The brother asked, a puzzled expression crossing his face. He continued, when our world experienced its cataclysm, many individuals transformed into ferocious monsters, which we refer to as demon beasts. Those are zombies, high-tier zombies, Xiang clarified. gesturing toward the approaching zombies under his control. Chapter 110, Direct Engagement with the Crimson Blood Beetle. This creature was unlike the demons of our world. Although they possessed a humanoid form, their appearances had become exceedingly grotesque. Upon witnessing the zombies, my sister immediately offered an explanation. It appeared that despite both our worlds having endured apocalyptic transformations, the circumstances were markedly different. While discussing, Xiang maneuvered the zombies closer to the two Crimson Blood Beetles. They exchanged insights regarding the aftermath of the calamities, primarily focusing on the current conditions. Conversations about the pre-catastrophe era seemed futile, as those belonged to a bygone age. Soon, their dialogue ceased as the Crimson Blood Beetles initiated their assault on the zombies. Under Xiang's command, 6 mutated zombies prepared for confrontation. These zombies were of the 5th tier, significantly stronger than the preceding group of 4th-tier mutated lizards. However, the Crimson Blood Beetles proved to be formidable adversaries. One of the beetles lunged at a zombie, burrowing directly into its abdomen. In a brief moment, the zombie exhibited an expression of agony before collapsing lifelessly. Another zombie attempted to crush the beetle with its claws, only to be met with a corrosive black liquid that eroded its appendage. The zombie emitted a harrowing shriek, its body trembling in distress. Witnessing this, Xiang and Appo's expression shifted. The might of these beetles surpassed his expectations. Initially, he believed that the 5th-tier mutated zombies could adequately contend with the 2 Crimson Blood Beetles. To his astonishment, the beetles disregarded the zombies' attacks entirely, breaching their defenses effortlessly. He pondered swiftly, closely observing the movements of the beetles. The 5th-tier zombies were rendered utterly powerless before the might of the Crimson Blood Beetles, their defenses shattered. What course of action should he take next? Should he engage directly? If he did, could he vanquish these beetles? He speculated that perhaps the inhabitants of the Azure Star had unique methods to combat these creatures, and he wondered about their vulnerabilities. Only special abilities can be utilized against them, and currently, we are unaware of their weaknesses. However, your aura is formidable, so confronting them should not pose a significant challenge. His sister remarked, her voice tinged with helplessness. She wished to assist Xiang but felt her own strength inadequate to provide any meaningful support. If he engaged in battle, she and her companions could not join him, for they were merely 3rd-tier evolvers. In many respects, the Azure Star and Earth mirrored each other. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the 2 realms as parallel worlds, given the numerous similarities. They too had gained abilities following the catastrophe, referring to those endowed with such powers as evolvers. The Crimson Blood Beetles continued their assault on the zombies for as long as the zombies' heads remained intact. Even if they were reduced to mere skeletons, they could continue to fight. As Xiang controlled the zombies, he readied himself to intervene in the battle. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to ascertain what it felt like to confront these Crimson Blood Beetles and whether he could eradicate them. After a few moments, he resolved to engage directly, leveraging his own strength against the 2 beetles. He unleashed his abilities, emanating an overwhelming aura. The 2 beetles sensed his presence and immediately lunged toward him. Undaunted, he advanced toward one of the Crimson Blood Beetles. As he approached, he swiftly retreated a step and delivered a powerful punch to the beetle's head. With a resounding thud, the beetle was sent flying from the force of his strike. He did not pause, swiftly charging at the other beetle and employing the same technique to send it hurtling away. The beetles appeared momentarily intimidated by his assaults, ceasing their previous rapid advances. Witnessing this scene, the siblings could not suppress their astonishment. They had anticipated Xiang would unleash his powers against the beetles, yet he opted to rely solely on his physical strength. They surmised his intent was to ascertain the damage inflicted by various attacks on the Crimson Blood Beetles, as they were an entirely unfamiliar species to him. Thus, employing such a strategy was essential to understand how to effectively eliminate them. It must be said that a 6th-tier evolver indeed possessed such confidence. Even with pure physical force, he was capable of inflicting damage upon the Crimson Blood Beetles. Xiang remained vigilant, cognizant that the battle was far from over. Just then, one of the battered beetles unexpectedly expelled a crimson liquid, aiming directly at his body. Reacting swiftly, he dodged to the side, though a portion of his clothing was corroded away. He realized that the beetle was preparing to self-destruct. Should he be caught in the blast, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Thus, he rushed toward the beetle and delivered a powerful punch, sending it flying. However, the other Crimson Blood Beetle charged at him with significantly increased speed. He was compelled to abandon his pursuit of the first beetle and turn to face the oncoming attack. The successive strikes sent the beetle hurtling away time and again, yet they persisted, launching repeated assaults against him. Enough. It seems you are not as formidable as I imagined, Xiang declared, delivering a decisive blow to one of the Beetle and Apos' heads. The sheer force shattered the outer shell of the Beetle and Apos' head, which was less resilient than its body. The power penetrated its skull, effectively pulverizing its brain. Crimson Blood Beetle, eliminated. Turning to the remaining beetle, he noticed it seemed to sense his gaze, curling up and emitting a low, ominous hum. It was preparing to self-destruct. His sister shouted a warning from the sidelines. Xiang nodded, focusing intently on the beetle. Suddenly, he surged forward with astonishing speed. With a resounding impact, he struck the beetle and Apos' head with a heavy punch. He did not afford the beetle the opportunity to detonate. Instead, he utilized his strength and devastating force to shatter its head and obliterate its brain. The second Crimson Blood Beetle, eliminated. Chapter 111. Of course we are willing. Incredible! Exclaimed the younger brother, his face alight with excitement. Sister, I've never seen anyone obliterate the Crimson Blood Beetle with sheer strength before. In his eyes, there was nothing but admiration for Xiang. Are all the people from your world as strong as you? The girl murmured in astonishment, for Xiang and Apos' power was truly remarkable. Just moments ago, she had been drenched in anxiety, fearing that if Xiang succumbed to the two Crimson Blood Beetles, they would surely meet the same fate. Sister, let us go down. We haven't even told our savior our names yet. All right. With that, the two of them gracefully leapt from the treetops to the ground. Now that the threat of the Crimson Blood Beetles had dissipated, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Approaching Xiang, they found him meticulously tending to the carcasses of the two beetles. You arrived just in time, he said, looking up at them. I was just about to ask if these Crimson Blood Beetles are edible. Absolutely not. Their flesh is laced with potent toxins and corrosive properties. Consuming them would be fatal. The girl replied emphatically. Xiang nodded thoughtfully and continued. Then how should we dispose of these carcasses? Can their shells be utilized? Shaking her head, she explained. We usually incinerate them. As for their utility, we are still exploring that in our world. Currently, we use these sturdy shells as shields, and they work quite effectively. Very well, thank you, Xiang said, conjuring a fireball to incinerate the remains of the Crimson Blood Beetles. By the way, my name is Xiang. What about you two? I am Qin Su. She introduced herself, her admiration for him evident. I am Qin Hao, and I am grateful to Brother Xiang for saving my sister and me, he added, gazing at Xiang with awe. You're too kind. It is fate that brought us together. Xiang smiled gently before inquiring further about various insects, aware that Qin Su and her brother were more versed in such matters, while he himself had greater knowledge of zombies and mutated beasts. Before long, the two beetles were reduced to ash, leaving behind only a resilient red shell. Xiang promptly stored the shell in his spatial pouch and retrieved the shell of a starlight beetle. What kind of beetle is this? He wondered aloud, curious whether Qin Su and Qin Hao had ever encountered it. That's a starlight beetle, Qin Hao replied without hesitation. Xiang paused, taken aback. We have named it the same. What a remarkable coincidence. Perhaps it is not mere coincidence. Upon seeing it, we instinctively felt it should bear that name. Maybe we were influenced by something, Qin Hao mused, glancing up at the sky. At his words, Xiang furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying implication in Qin Hao's statement, though it remained unspoken. If what Qin Hao suggested were true, it might not bode well. For such power not only affected the people of Ocean Blue Star, but also those of his own world. They had felt the same instinct when naming it, and the name had garnered universal acceptance. What are your plans now, you two? Xiang asked curiously after storing the starlight beetle and Apos' shell. We have no plans. We have yet to find a suitable shelter and will likely continue searching, Qin Su explained. How about accompanying me back to my shelter? The walls there are sufficiently high and provide a degree of protection. However, you must keep your true identities concealed for the time being. Upon hearing Xiang's offer, the siblings' eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. Following Brother Xiang would be a blessing. We would be more than willing, Qin Su exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. You both blend in well with me. You certainly don't resemble aliens. You can claim to be from Hongdu, Xiang offered, crafting an identity for them on the spot. The siblings memorized their new identities and introduced themselves to Xiang. After confirming there were no discrepancies, they practiced their story to avoid any suspicion. In truth, even if they made a mistake, no one would likely question them, as it was probable that no one in the entire Yuan City had encountered anyone from Ocean Blue Star. As they delved deeper into their mutual understanding, Li Xiang increasingly felt that Earth and Ocean Blue Star were parallel worlds, inexplicably merged. However, the timelines of the two worlds had diverged over 1,000 years ago, embarking on entirely different paths. This revelation struck him as profoundly intriguing. He chose to keep the siblings close, hoping to glean more intelligence and insights. Rather than departing immediately, Li Xiang continued his search for suitable prey. He had yet to taste the mutated lizards and was eager to procure one. The range for hunting was limited with the siblings alongside him, so he commanded the remaining 4 zombies to scour the area. Wait, what is that? Li Xiang suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on the distance. Before him, a faint green mist began to rise, gradually enveloping the woods. What is that smoke? Qin Hao asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. That is, Li Xiang contemplated for a moment, recognizing a familiar essence within the mist, and declared, "It is a poisonous fog from mutated plants." Poisonous fog? Qin Su gasped, her eyes wide with terror. "Do not fear, we are safe," Li Xiang reassured them, though inwardly he remained vigilant. He turned to the Qin siblings and cautioned, "Just be wary of the ground, mutated plants can be quite formidable, and we cannot afford to miss this opportunity. However, you must distance yourselves from this poisonous fog while I deal with the mutated plant. The fog will not disperse without reason. Something must have intruded upon its hunting ground." They quickened their pace, swiftly vacating the area shrouded in toxic mist. After walking for a while, Qin Su finally exhaled in relief, sensing they were now secure. "Wait here, I will investigate the location of the mutated plant. Rest assured, I have summoned the zombies to protect you, and I will have the Banshee scout from above. If anything arises, I will come to your aid at once." With that, Li Xiang mounted the Banshee, prepared to return to the site of the mutated plant. Chapter 112. Harvesting the unique life crystal. The poisonous mist posed no threat to Li Xiang, which is why he chose to ride the female demon back. Once airborne above the toxic fog, he leaped from the demon's back. For the demon, however, the mists were quite damaging, hence, it remained aloft, circling rather than descending. Additionally, it had to keep an eye on the situation of the Qin sisters, preventing it from landing on the ground. Upon reaching the ground, Li Xiang spotted 2 mutated lizards attempting to flee for their lives. They had already been weakened by the poisonous fog, their movement sluggish. At the same time, a vine had ensnared them. What a stroke of luck, Li Xiang grinned, swiftly severing the vine with his blade. Simultaneously, flames emanated outward from beneath his feet, causing the approaching vine to retreat in fear of the searing heat. Next, Li Xiang unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the 2 weakened lizards, instantly ending their feeble existence. After their demise, he stored the mutated lizards in his storage space. The poisonous mists not only failed to harm humans but also rendered the flesh of the mutated lizards more delectable. Thus, Li Xiang had a fondness for this type of mutated vine. Unfortunately, the poisonous fog did not constitute a supernatural ability. Otherwise, he could have duplicated it. After securing the 2 mutated lizards in his storage space, Li Xiang did not leave immediately but instead followed the vine to trace its origins. Mutated plants were treasures, as they produced a unique crystal. Li Xiang referred to it as the life crystal. It was extraordinary, capable of healing beings on the brink of death, especially those whom healing abilities could not save. In essence, this life crystal was akin to granting one an additional life, allowing for instantaneous recovery from severe injuries. In his past life, Li Xiang had been fortunate enough to possess one, thus he was aware of its significance. Now that he had the means to obtain such a life crystal, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Utilizing his fire abilities, he quickly located the root of the mutated plant, which lacked the capacity to flee. Li Xiang unleashed a fiery assault upon it, and it retaliated desperately, releasing poisonous fog and attacking him with its vines. However, the vines were consumed by the flames upon nearing them, and the poisonous mist could not inflict any harm on Li Xiang whatsoever. Soon, the mutated vine succumbed to the flames of his fire abilities. After its demise, Li Xiang unearthed the root of the vine and discovered a green crystal within. It was the life crystal he sought. Holding it, he could feel a surge of vibrant life energy. Placing it beside a plant could also accelerate its growth. After securing the life crystal, Li Xiang called for the female demon and rode it back to Qin Su and Qin Hao. The siblings were seated on the grass, engaged in light-hearted conversation, appearing quite relaxed. Their faces brightened upon seeing Li Xiang return. "Let us depart. I will take you both back to Yuan City," Li Xiang announced after landing. He then retrieved a U-8 vehicle from his storage space. Given the current difficulties in acquiring gasoline, a new energy vehicle was undoubtedly the optimal choice, as it could be recharged. "Brother Xiang, how did you manage that?" Qin Hao exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated that Xiang could conjure a vehicle so effortlessly. It and Oppos. A spatial ability. Don and Oppos. Do you have anyone in your realm with such a power? Xiang inquired, intrigued. Although spatial abilities were rare, they were not exceedingly uncommon. Indeed, we do have some, but your spatial capacity is astonishing. It can accommodate a vehicle and other items. Qin Su struggled to articulate her amazement. Previously, Xiang had stored the shells of the 2 blood fiend beetles and had even produced the carapace of a starlight beetle. Such a vast storage space was something they had never heard of, let alone witnessed. My spatial ability is somewhat unique. It has a considerable capacity. Now let's get in. I will take you home, Xiang said as he took his place in the driver's seat. In their world, cars existed, but new energy vehicles were absent. Thus, once inside, both Qin Su and Qin Hao were filled with curiosity. Brother Xiang, what sort of technology is this? The vehicle is incredibly quiet, Qin Hao observed, thoroughly intrigued. Indeed, it and Oppos, as an electric vehicle, which is why it operates so silently. Don and Oppos, do you have any in your realm? Xiang explained. We only have electric bicycles, Qin Hao replied, his face alight with envy. The technology in your world is incredibly advanced. Not particularly advanced. Besides, after the catastrophe, technological progress has stagnated. It's quite challenging to produce such electric vehicles now. I wonder how many years it will take to recover, Xiang mused. This vehicle is remarkable. It traverses these mountain roads with minimal jolting. Qin Su, unfamiliar with cars and technology, could still appreciate the smooth riding experience. Yes, this vehicle employs cloud chariot technology, which is quite powerful, Xiang remarked. He had chosen the U8 precisely for its exceptional driving experience and off-road capabilities. Prior to the calamity, he had longed for such a vehicle, but could only admire it through videos, as his means were insufficient to purchase it. However, after the disaster, he could procure anything he encountered without cost. One could be a bit domineering and even seize others and Oppos' possessions. As the vehicle sped toward Yuan City, the 4 zombies did not follow Xiang. Instead, they remained in the forest, hunting mutated beasts to earn him points. Xiang aspired to swiftly reach level 7, enabling him to control more zombies and resurrect additional ones. Previously indifferent to forming a team, as his understanding of this new world deepened, he recognized his own vulnerabilities and felt an increasing need for a formidable team. A powerful team would ensure his safety in an increasingly perilous world. If he wished to continue his existence in this new realm, he must possess both strength and allies. Alternatively, he could choose to return to the mundane human cities protected by the barrier. However, the old world held little allure for Xiang. He had already lived through that time in his past life and wished to move on. Remaining in that old world, even as its king, would offer little satisfaction. It would merely grant him countless women and a life of indulgence. Yet, he understood that a more exhilarating world awaited him, one that could foster his growth. Beneath the protective barrier of the old world, Xiang's abilities were limited. One day, if the inhabitants of the outside world amassed sufficient strength, they might shatter the barrier. At that moment, everything he had acquired would be rendered meaningless. Chapter 113. Surely it must be delicious. Over an hour later, the vehicle arrived at the outskirts of Yuanqing, which is currently safeguarded by the Yuanqing military, rendering it relatively secure. Moreover, there are no tolls or fees. Humans can enter and exit freely. Upon entering Yuanqing, the brother and sister looked around with a sense of wonder, for it is a different world, a city of another civilization. The architectural styles of the 2 worlds differ significantly, and this novelty captivated them. Presently, the streets were devoid of shops and lacked liveliness. There was little to behold. The vehicle soon stopped before Xiang's doomsday fortress, which stood in stark contrast to the other buildings. We've arrived. This is my residence, Xiang declared as he stepped out of the car. The siblings followed suit, curiously examining Xiang and Oppos' fortress. Xiang swiftly stored the vehicle in his spatial inventory, and the door opened automatically. Everyone was busy honing their abilities within the fortress, as Xiang had instructed, for they were still too weak. Aside from Chuyu, who had reached the 4th tier, the others had yet to step into that realm. However, Xiang had decided it was time to take them out. Not only to venture beyond, but also to bring the Doomsday Fortress along for them to reside in externally. The team needed to increase its numbers and enhance each member's strength. Individuals with great potential, like Chuyu, should not remain hidden in Yuanqing. They ought to hunt zombies outside. Without engaging in combat, their progress would stagnate. Upon returning, the siblings were not at all surprised. Yet, The presence of a man left them somewhat incredulous. Nevertheless, considering they were a pair of siblings, they could understand. Their enthusiasm for the Qin siblings was restrained, merely maintaining basic politeness. Once introductions were made, Xiang produced the shell of a crimson blood beetle. They gathered to observe this new species, which possessed formidable strength. Even fourth-tier evolved beings would likely fall to it in a one-on-one confrontation. Of course, this was under the assumption of a fair fight. Its primary method of attack involved targeting the opponent's abdomen, burrowing into it, and consuming the opponent's flesh. Additionally, it could expel a highly corrosive liquid. Chiao touched the hard shell of the crimson blood beetle and inquired, "How does the shell compare to that of the Starlight beetle? Is it more resilient? Should we send it to Professor Xiang for further research? It should be tougher, as the crimson blood beetle is considerably more powerful. I will send one to Professor Xiang shortly. Having additional research material is beneficial," Xiang replied. After all, he possessed 2 specimens, so parting with one was inconsequential. Although he planned to lead everyone away from Yuanqing, he would occasionally return. Otherwise, he might miss out on new research developments. Currently, the research team in Yuanqing was growing ever stronger, with promising opportunities for breakthroughs. Yuanqing had also dispatched individuals to various cities within the light screens to recruit diverse talents, ensuring the research team would continue to expand. Undoubtedly, Yuanqing was on track to become a vital sanctuary for humanity on Earth. It was essential to cultivate a good relationship with such a refuge. One more thing I must share with you, but it remains a secret. It must not be disclosed. Upon hearing this, the Qin siblings understood Xiang was referring to their origins. Everyone promptly assured him they would keep the secret. Qin Su and Qin Hao are not from our world. They hail from a realm known as the Blue Star. I suspect that world is a parallel universe to Earth. Though I have no proof, Xiang revealed. Everyone was taken aback by Xiang's words. Another world? What does that imply? Literally, our world has not expanded. Rather, it has merged with the Blue Star, resulting in its enlargement. Their world also faced apocalyptic cataclysms, but the circumstances differ from ours. Let them explain the specifics. I shall visit Dr. Xiang, Xiang concluded, retracting the hard shell of the crimson blood beetle into his spatial inventory before departing the Doomsday Fortress. He made his way to Zhang Haichao and Oppo's experimental center, which had undergone significant transformation, now standing as the largest complex in Yuanqing. Heavily guarded, it appeared exceptionally secure. Upon his arrival, Xiang was not hindered, as everyone recognized him and acknowledged his status as the pinnacle of individual combat power in Yuanqing. Many regarded Xiang as an idol, aspiring to reach his level. Presently, he was the sole 6th-tier evolved being, and numerous individuals sought his guidance, though few were fortunate enough to receive it. Once inside, Xiang proceeded directly to Zhang Haichao's laboratory. "Xiang, what brings you here? Is there something of importance?" Zhang Haichao inquired, feeling the weight of pressure as he had yet to make significant progress on the Starlight beetle and Oppo's hard shell after extensive research. "I have acquired a new type of beetle and brought its shell for you to study," Xiang stated, producing the hard shell of the crimson blood beetle from his spatial inventory. "I have named it the Crimson Blood Beetle. Its power far surpasses that of the Starlight beetle." He proceeded to describe the attack methods and capabilities of the Crimson Blood Beetle. Regardless of its utility, it was essential for Zhang Haichao to gain further insight into this beetle. After the introduction, Xiang inquired about the research findings on the Starlight beetle's hard shell. Finding no substantial progress, he departed, acknowledging that achieving results in the short term was unrealistic. It was more prudent to explore utilizing abilities to penetrate such hard shells. Generally, overcoming one type could be applied to others, aiding humanity in obtaining remarkably defensive armor. Upon returning from Zhang Haichao and Oppo's experimental center, an enticing aroma wafted from the Doomsday Fortress. It was evident they had commenced cooking the mutated lizards. Upon entering, the fragrance became even more irresistible. "It smells divine. This is the first time I have encountered such a delectable scent," Qin Hao exclaimed, wiping his mouth. "Surely it must be exceptionally delicious. Why is it that we have no such mutated beasts where we come from? What have we been consuming all this time?" Qin Su lamented, nearly moved to tears as she recalled their past hardships. Fortunately, they had encountered Xiang, who not only saved their lives, but also brought them back to enjoy such exquisite mutated lizard delicacies. Hearing the siblings' remarks, Xiang could not help but furrow his brow. "Didn't see you have mutated beasts where you came from? Was their meat not tasty? Could it be that the mutated beasts of the 2 worlds differ?" Chapter 114. The right path is to fight through it and amp. Oppos. S. Unpalatable, utterly dreadful. With meat as tough as wood, impossible to stew, Qin Hao lamented. Qin Su, a true foodie, was solely focused on eating at that moment, indifferent to everything else. You are truly unfortunate. The flesh of mutated beasts is not only delectable, but can also enhance one's strength. If only the two worlds could freely traverse. I could become a prosperous merchant, Xiang jested. Everyone was immersed in the delightful taste of mutated lizard meat, soothing their appetites. After dinner, Xiang escorted the Qin siblings to their resting quarters. There were still vacant rooms in the Doomsday Fortress, and it was feasible to provide one for Qin Su and Qin Hao. Once settled, Xiang proceeded to the entertainment room. He sipped on some light alcohol, having received a subtle hint from Chuyu. The entertainment room was expansive, capable of accommodating over 30 individuals, and appeared even more sophisticated than the karaoke lounges before the calamity. The lighting system was impressive, and the sound system cost several million. Initially, when the affluent commissioned it, these items were transported to the factory, and Xiang stored them within his spatial storage. Later, Meng Tian and the workers arranged the entertainment room, which was multifunctional, allowing for karaoke and movie viewing. Shortly after, Chiyu and her sister Chu Yuan entered, arm in arm. Upon seeing the two sisters, Xiang and Oppos, eyes brightened. Such a scene was unprecedented. Previously, Chiyu never sought him out privately with Chu Yuan. At most, Chu Yuan would come with Gu Ning, and those occasions were rare. They preferred to visit Xiang alone for in-depth discussions and skill exchanges. Today, one sister donned a white form-fitting dress while the other wore black, both sporting stockings that contrasted their outfits. As they approached Xiang, he couldn't and Oppos. Tea help, but swallow hard. He was intimately familiar with both. Yet their simultaneous presence offered him a refreshing novelty. Do you two have something significant to discuss with me today? Xiang asked, gesturing for them to sit beside him. We indeed have matters to address, Chuyu replied with a serious expression. Xiang nodded, encouraging them to speak while retrieving some chilled beer, fruit platters, and various snacks from his spatial storage, items he rarely shared with others. I believe we should not remain in Yuan City any longer. The more time we spend here, the weaker we become, Chuyu expressed her concerns. Indeed, I have already devised a plan. Tomorrow, I will take you out to hunt zombies and mutated beasts. We have strayed from our path, mistakenly believing you could not handle those beetles. In this apocalyptic world, the more we protect, the more we risk rendering ourselves weak. To grow stronger, we must confront crises head-on. The risks outside are indeed high, but remaining in Yuan City cannot shield us from danger. Once those around us become powerful, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage, easily manipulated. In this world, beauty itself poses a threat, and their peril is greater than that of ordinary beauties. Hearing Xiang's decision to lead them in hunting zombies brought joy to Chuyu. She felt stifled, on the verge of illness from being cooped up. Deep down, she relished the thrill of battle, particularly fierce confrontations. Master, my legs have been inexplicably sore lately, and I often feel the urge to curl up. Could you please examine them thoroughly? Chu Yuan earnestly placed her legs on Xiang's knee, gazing at him with utmost seriousness. It's not just my legs. Xiaoyu has similar issues, which is why we came to seek your help. Then I must conduct a thorough examination to ensure there are no underlying issues. Xiang replied, gently grasping Chu Yuan and Oppos' soft and smooth little foot. His examination was meticulous, employing touch, smell, and even taste. Unfortunately, he found nothing amiss, suspecting the issue lay elsewhere. Thus, he proceeded with a comprehensive check of both sisters. Ultimately, he discovered the root cause, a deficiency in yang energy. After several hours of intensive treatment, their symptoms temporarily alleviated. The following day, Xiang announced his plan, garnering unanimous support from everyone as they exited the Doomsday Fortress, which had been their refuge for an extended period. Due to the sizable group, Xiang opted to walk rather than drive. Brother Xiang, do you think humans can tame mutated beasts to serve as mounts in the future? The radiant Chiyu inquired with curiosity. Certainly. I have succeeded, and others have too. There may even be abilities specifically for taming mutated beasts, Xiang responded confidently. Using electricity is inconvenient, and oil is even less viable. Taming mutated beasts will undoubtedly be a future trend. Given the chance, I would also attempt to train suitable mutated beasts to serve as your mounts. This idea had long been in Xiang's mind, though he lacked suitable targets. To him, either mutated wolves or dogs seemed the most reliable options, while he found mutated horses lacking in combat prowess. Of course, they had yet to encounter mutated horses or donkeys. Once outside the city, Xiang and his companions quickened their pace. He then produced two U-8 vehicles, with some riding atop due to limited space. The two vehicles sped through the open terrain, approaching a zombie gathering point. Utilizing the female demon, Xiang conducted aerial reconnaissance. This gathering point was teeming with thousands of zombies, drawn in by numerous mutated rats. The sheer number of mutated rats emitted an odor that attracted various mutated beasts and zombies. Upon arrival at the zombie horde, chaos ensued. Humans were far more enticing to zombies, which preferred to attack them. Xiang took direct control of two zombies, commanding them to assault their brethren, thus aiding in accumulating points. The zombies in this throng were predominantly Tier 3, with a few reaching Tier 4, perfectly suited for their needs. Xiang plunged into the mass of zombies, drawing a significant number away. The stronger the evolver, the greater their allure to zombies. Not to be outdone, Chiao ignited in flames and charged into the horde of zombies. Chapter 115. The assault of the azure-winged beetles. Qin Su and Qin Hao wielded their weapons and charged towards the zombies, finding this task significantly easier than facing the demon foes. Primarily, zombies appeared less grotesque than demons, rendering them less terrifying. Additionally, combating zombies proved to be relatively straightforward, as the defensive capabilities of demons were markedly superior. The bodies of demons were filled with highly corrosive substances, necessitating extreme caution. Everyone was wholly engrossed in the battle. Even Jing Tian and Shandian joined the fray against the undead. The sole exception was the female demon, who circled above, scouting the area to serve as Xiang and Amp, Oppos, eyes in the sky, providing aerial reconnaissance. Continuously hunting zombies, she extracted crystal cores from their brains. Compared to the ethereal lights beneath the barrier, these cores were decidedly more practical and eliminated the risk of oversight. For every zombie and mutated beast possessed one. The situation was akin in the Sea Blue Star, where a similar barrier existed, showcasing otherworldly phenomena beneath it. Beyond the barrier, besides the bizarre beetles and humans, demons and mutated beasts also harbored crystal cores, sharing the same nomenclature. The battle raged on for 3 hours, reaching the team's limits. Xiang promptly produced the Doomsday Fortress, marking the moment of its trial. Instead of entering directly, he surveyed the situation from above. Others entered the fortress to ascertain its capacity to withstand the zombies' onslaught. The zombies clearly sensed the presence of humans within the fortress, relentlessly assaulting it. Regrettably, their attacks inflicted no damage upon the structure. Chiao and her companions monitored the external situation through various cameras installed in the fortress, rejoicing at the zombies' futile attempts. The fortress had truly lived up to its name, embodying the essence of a fortress. Consequently, they could rest within its confines, free from the fear of harm or losses from outside. Xiang commanded the female demon to land on the fortress roof at a height of several meters, where the zombies could not leap high enough to reach him. This allowed him and the female demon to oversee the battleground. After resting for over an hour and replenishing their energy with food, Yuan and the others leaped from the balcony to re-engage in battle against the zombies. The clash resumed, with all participants pouring their efforts into the fight, seemingly striving to make up for lost time. Midway through the skirmish, the female demon in the sky suddenly issued a warning. Xiang decisively blew a whistle for an emergency assembly and immediately linked to the demon and Amp, Oppos, as perspective. It soon became evident why the demon had sounded the alarm. Swarms of beetles were approaching, their target unmistakably clear, the zombies. "We need to retreat to a safe distance to observe the situation," Xiang declared, retracting the Doomsday Fortress and leading everyone away. Once they had retreated 500 meters, he raised his binoculars. The mutated beetles swiftly descended upon the zombies, unleashing corrosive liquids in their initial wave of attack. This tactic had caught Xiang off guard. He had not anticipated that the beetles would employ such a method. "Do you know what kind of beetles these are?" Xiang inquired of Qin Hao beside him. "Brother Xiang, these are azure-winged beetles. Their strength surpasses that of the crimson blood demon beetles. I fear your team may struggle against them." "It would be wise to avoid confrontation," Qin Hao said cautiously. So these were the azure-winged beetles. Xiang pondered whether other types of beetles existed beyond the few known. If they were limited to these, he felt somewhat reassured, as humanity's evolved beings were rapidly gaining strength and would soon possess the capability to counter these beetles. "Indeed, while I wish they did not exist, I prefer honesty over deception," Qin Hao replied. Humanity remained at a disadvantage. "We should retreat further into the nearby forest," Xiang suggested, pointing towards the distant thicket to evade the onslaught of the azure-winged beetles. With over 100 of them, Xiang felt ill-equipped to confront them directly and opted for evasion. Nevertheless, he would keep a vigilant watch on the situation, eager to discern whether the zombies could withstand these beetles or if they truly lacked any means of resistance. The beetles, too, had a clear objective, the crystal cores. Observing this, Xiang's brow furrowed in concern. If beetles could absorb crystal cores, it would mean they too could grow stronger, posing an even greater threat to human survival. Hearing Xiang and Appo's words, the others shared his worry, their expressions grim. This was disheartening news for everyone. Utilizing the two zombies under his control, Xiang gleaned insight into the azure-winged beetles and Appo's attack methods through their perspective. They employed sound wave attacks, remarkably powerful, capable of shattering the muscles of zombies. Their sound waves pulsed like a weapon, pausing for several seconds between strikes. The zombies and Appo's advantage lay in their insensitivity to pain. As long as their brains remained intact, they would continue their assault. Implementing a mass attack strategy, several azure-winged beetles perished. Unfortunately, the zombies failed to utilize the beetles' shells, which could have provided excellent defense. Xiang directed the two colossal zombies to attempt to strip the hardened shells from the fallen azure-winged beetles. After several minutes, one of the zombies fashioned a shield from a beetle and Appo's shell and charged at the remaining azure-winged beetles. This strategy proved fruitful, as the beetles' armor effectively deflected their attacks. Regrettably, with only two zombies, the first quickly fell to a coordinated assault on its back, while the second, now armed with a shell, was similarly overwhelmed. This indicated that the beetles possessed a degree of intelligence, otherwise they would not have executed a strategy to surround and attack the two zombies sequentially. For Xiang, this was a sliver of good news, as he had acquired several beetle shells to protect himself against the unique sound wave attacks of the azure-winged beetles. Thus, upon retreating into the forest, Xiang chose not to lead the group away further, opting instead to continue monitoring the battlefield. With the loss of the two zombies' perspectives, he still had the aerial viewpoint from the female demon. The azure-winged beetles had yet to attack her, allowing him to keep a close watch on the unfolding situation. Chapter 116. It seems we can no longer eat like this. The carnage was exceptionally brutal. Apart from Xiang, everyone else was observing the battlefield through binoculars. Corpses of zombies fell one after another, yet they showed no signs of retreating, relentlessly charging towards the azure-winged beetles. The beetles, undeterred by the dwindling numbers of their comrades, continued their frenzied assault on the zombies, absorbing their essence. The fiercer the battle raged, the more Xiang felt at ease. This allowed him to reap the benefits without exerting much effort himself. He took out his doomsday fortress and led everyone to the balcony. There, they commenced a barbecue, grilling the flesh of mutated beasts while sipping on drinks and beer. This spectacle left Qin Su and Qin Hao in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly a world fraught with peril? It resembled a vacation instead. Watching the battle between zombies and azure-winged beetles, Xiang even organized a barbecue. However, Qin Su found joy in this lifestyle. Perhaps this was what life was meant to be. Previously, they had merely strived to survive, having not indulged in the pleasures of life since the cataclysm. Which side do you think will ultimately triumph? Xiang asked, holding a bottle of wine, which would have cost over 100,000 before the disaster. In his former life, he would never have dared to open a bottle of such value. Yet now, even using it to rinse his mouth seemed trivial. Nonetheless, he was reluctant to waste fine wine. For evolved beings, wine was a valuable commodity, as sobering up was effortless. Once their powers were activated, the effects of the alcohol would dissipate rapidly. Thus, they could comfortably enjoy the inebriation without fear of adverse consequences. Should danger arise, they could instantly regain their senses, for as evolved beings, their instincts were remarkably sharp. I suspect the zombies will win, given their overwhelming numbers. If the fight continues, they will undoubtedly eradicate the azure-winged beetles. At that point, we can collect their shells, Guning speculated, although they were unsure how to utilize those hard shells. Securing them to the fortress and Appo's exterior posed no significant issue, as their current limitation was merely the quantity of the shells. I also believe the zombies have the upper hand due to their sheer numbers, Dong Yali added her perspective. I think the ultimate victor may be the azure-winged beetles, albeit at a great cost. As you mentioned, the zombies possess a numerical advantage, being many times more than the beetles. Xiang articulated his viewpoint. While some agreed with Xiang, none voiced their support. The group and Appo's attention shifted to the delectable food, as barbecuing in such a wilderness was a novel experience for them. The presence of the Doomsday Fortress made things significantly more convenient. The enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, complemented by a touch of upbeat music to set the mood. The surrounding area was under the watchful eye of a lightning sentinel, which circled above the fortress, ready to issue warnings at the first sign of danger. With their quick reflexes, Xiang and his companions could respond instantaneously. Indeed, the meat of this mutated lizard is delectable. Its texture is exceptionally tender, truly delicious. Xiang exclaimed joyfully while savoring his skewers. Absolutely delightful. Chu agreed, indulging heartily in the meat. Qin Su and Qin Hao abstained from eating, having suffered from a bout of diarrhea after their meal the previous night, as they struggled to acclimatize to the food and environment of Xiang's world. Thus, the siblings only dared to consume light fare. After a few minutes of feasting, Xiang noticed something amiss with his body. He discreetly communicated with Yun using his sound abilities. Yun, do you sense anything unusual? Your face seems a bit flushed. Yun promptly replied, yes, something feels off. I am experiencing an overwhelming heat and intrusive thoughts. I feel the same. It's strange. As everyone else appears unaffected, it seems the issue lies with our wine, Xiang remarked. Among those present, only he and Yun had consumed red wine, while the others had either beer or soft drinks. It must be the red wine causing this. What should we do now? I feel like I can't hold it in any longer. Yun and Appo's blush deepened. Let us depart from here and descend into the air, Xiang suggested, swiftly guiding the female demon to fly towards the fortress. Before long, they reached the edge of the Doomsday Fortress. Xiang leaped onto the back of the female demon just as Yun interjected, Xiang, I've never ridden your demon before. May I take a turn today to experience the sensation of flying? Certainly. Hop on, Xiang replied with a gentle smile, maintaining control over his thoughts and words. The others paid little heed, recognizing the need for vigilance at such a time. Soon, the female demon soared high into the sky. Xiang, the wind is so strong. It's tearing my clothes. Turn around and take a look, Yun exclaimed, her voice trembling. The demon had grown larger than before, providing ample space on its back and increased carrying capacity. Xiang produced a specially modified mattress to secure on the demon's back. This garment is so white, and these buttons are excessively large. Its quality is subpar. I shall avoid wearing such attire again, she remarked as they allowed the alcohol and the meat of the mutated lizard to induce some peculiar transformations within them. Only by fully surrendering could they discern the ultimate impact of these changes. It seems we can no longer indulge in such feasting. My skin sensitivity is heightened tenfold. In the wind feels. Yun struggled to articulate the sensation. Yet she understood that Xiang shared her experience, requiring no further explanation. I shall investigate this phenomenon. It may not be entirely detrimental, perhaps enhancing our control over our powers, Xiang stated earnestly. Yun nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. I shall attempt to harness my sound abilities, she declared, earnestly beginning her practice. The two of them were completely immersed in their exploration, engaging in mutual sparring, validation, and discovery. For them, this day marked an unprecedented experience and exploration. Perhaps, after today, both would gain newfound insights into their abilities. Chapter 117. Returning with a mutated avian time seemed to stretch endlessly, and at last, the battle reached its conclusion. The ground lay in disarray, slick with viscous fluids. While not a single zombie remained standing, only 3 azure-winged beetles persisted. The outcome aligned with Xiang and Appo's predictions. The azure-winged beetles had triumphed, albeit at a staggering cost. I never imagined Brother Xiang would be so formidable. Actually getting it right, Ji Riwa expressed, her face radiating admiration. Regrettably, Xiang was absent, unable to witness the adoration reflected in her expression and tone. Otherwise, he would surely have worn a smile of justified pride. I wonder where he rode off with the succubus. It's been nearly an hour since he vanished. I hope nothing dire has occurred, Gu Ning remarked with concern. For both individuals were dear to her heart. In such a perilous environment, an hour and Appo's disappearance was indeed worrisome. Jiu approached, draping her arm around Gu Ning and Appo's shoulder, offering reassurance. Fear not. With Xiang by their side, they are undoubtedly safe. He is a 6th-level evolver, mounted on a 5th-level avian. There's no need for alarm. I understand, but I can't help but worry. They usually don't just vanish without reason, Gu Ning replied, her brow furrowed as her gaze scanned the skies. There must be some extraordinary circumstance requiring their attention, perhaps a rescue mission, situations Xiang frequently encountered. As she spoke, Chiu's gaze inadvertently drifted to Qin Su and Qin Hao, who were resting on the balcony. Were they not the very individuals Li Xiang had rescued during his last excursion? Perhaps they too had run into similar circumstances, necessitating their departure. Everyone knew Li Xiang was not the kind to disappear without cause. Look, they're returning, Qin Su suddenly exclaimed, pointing skyward. Alongside a succubus, another mutated avian appeared in the distance. I told you something special must have happened, Chu Yu smiled, experiencing a wave of relief. After all, it was not only Gu Ning who worried. The others shared her concern for Li Xiang's safety. The mutated avian trailing Li Xiang was drawn to the succubus, yearning for companionship. Naturally, Li Xiang seized this opportunity. Though not of the same breed as the succubus, this avian was sufficiently large and nearing fifth-tier status, making it a worthy candidate for control. However, to do so, it needed to be transformed into a zombie. This task would fall to the succubus. Sacrificing a bit of the succubus and Oppo's essence to satisfy the avian would allow the virus to spread. What was there to refuse? Upon arrival, Li Xiang leaped down from the succubus and Oppo's back, radiant alongside Yuan. They were now within mere dozens of meters from the 3 remaining azure-winged beetles. Stay here. I'll handle them, he declared, charging towards the beetles, whose condition appeared dire, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, they were absorbing essence crystals. Given a moment's respite, they could quickly regain their strength. But Li Xiang would not grant them that opportunity. As he surged forward, numerous lightning orbs cascaded towards the beetles. The air crackled with electricity, and soon, smoke billowed from the creatures. The might of the dozen 6th-tier lightning orbs was far beyond ordinary attacks. 2 of the beetles exploded on the spot, their corrosive fluid splattering everywhere. However, the liquid posed no threat to Li Xiang. A mental barrier formed before him, deflecting the hazardous substance away. He then unleashed fireballs, engulfing the 3 azure-winged beetles. They were encircled by flames, desperately attempting to flee, but their bodies were already ignited, rendering escape futile. As their wings unfurled, they were reduced to ashes. Within minutes, the 3 azure-winged beetles succumbed to the inferno. Remarkably, their hardened shells remained unaffected, a testament to their extraordinary resilience. The next step was to cleanse the battlefield. Li Xiang continuously released his fiery abilities, incinerating the fallen azure-winged beetles. The entire area transformed into a sea of flames, consuming not only the beetles but also the zombies. A wave of heat radiated through the air. Chu Yuan and her companions soon arrived, anxious for Li Xiang and Yuan, curious about what they had encountered during their absence. Chu Yu, take care of the burning. I will secure the Doomsday Fortress, Li Xiang instructed. Retrieving a vehicle and driving towards the fortress. After expending considerable essence energy to unleash flames, he needed a moment to recuperate. Once the fortress was secured, he returned to the blazing inferno. Not far off, the mutated avian was on the verge of transformation into a zombie. Clearly, it remained oblivious to the impending danger. By the time it realized, it would be too late. Li Xiang swiftly approached and launched his assault. Death would accelerate the transformation. Upon its demise, the avian immediately morphed into a zombie. Li Xiang seized control and resurrected it. Thus, his team gained 2 mutated avian mounts. Regrettably, this avian could not shrink to the size of a dove like the succubus, but it possessed a unique ability, wind manipulation, making it highly valuable. With its wind powers, it soared faster and could carry greater loads. After careful consideration, Li Xiang named it Swift Wind, a title he deemed fitting. Everyone eagerly anticipated the chance to ride Swift Wind, particularly Qin Su and Qin Hao, who had yet to experience the thrill of riding a mutated avian. The sensation of flight was a coveted ability among them, though only a few possessed it, and even fewer could carry others aloft. In contrast, Swift Wind could transport 4 individuals into the sky, and the siblings could hardly contain their excitement at becoming the first to ride this extraordinary creature. Chapter 118, Brother Xiang. There is something we haven't told you regarding the siblings' request. Li Xiang did not refuse but rather fulfilled it without hesitation. The others did not contest with them, allowing the 2 to ascend into the sky atop the swift steed. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xiang gathered the hard shells of the azure-winged beetles into his storage space. With such an abundant harvest, he believed it was time for Meng Tian to begin using these shells to reinforce the outer walls of the Doomsday Fortress for its protection. By the time Qin Su and Qin Hao returned, Li Xiang had already stored all the hard shells. Next, they needed to search for the next gathering point of the zombies. Although mutated beasts were plentiful, they rarely congregated in hordes of hundreds or thousands, as such behavior would increase their survival costs and challenges. After all, mutated beasts require sustenance, unlike zombies, which can derive energy from the air even without food. The deeper they ventured, the more lush the vegetation became. These were not mutated plants, but rather a result of the elemental energy in the air, causing them to grow more wildly. Occasionally, they would encounter some mutated beasts and stop to hunt them. However, this could not continue, as the dense flora obstructed their path. It is important to note that in this new world, roads are non-existent. There are paths everywhere, as long as one can traverse them. This environment must also affect the zombies, right? She remarked as she observed Xiang parking the vehicle. Indeed, Xiang affirmed. Both mutated beasts and zombies are certainly impacted. However, not every area is like this. He sensed that such regions were sporadic, not universally prevalent. If they were, the zombies would be significantly affected. For mutated beasts, which are inherently wild, the abundance of vegetation would merely mean a richer habitat for herbivores, alleviating concerns about starvation. I have located a zombie gathering point, Xiang announced. Let us proceed in batches using the swift steed and the siren. Through the siren's perspective, he beheld a throng of zombies, numbering in the tens of thousands, sufficient for an extended hunt. I wonder when the siren's egg will hatch, Chu Yuan mused, glancing at the large bird egg in Xiang's backpack. Despite the time that had passed, there were no signs of hatching. Even though the heartbeat within could be distinctly heard. It should be soon. I can feel it becoming increasingly active. Perhaps it will break out of its shell shortly. Xiang expressed his anticipation, believing it would be even more formidable than the siren. It would be wise to have the siren lure a few mutated birds back. Much like the swift steed, Gu Ning suggested, feeling that relying on the siren was the simplest approach. The swift steed and Appo's emergence served as an excellent model for replication. While others may find it challenging, Xiang possessed the means to both resurrect and control zombies. With such abilities, what kind of zombie could elude him? Had the Beetles not been immune to the zombie virus, they would eventually have become part of Xiang's team, continually generating value for him. Xiang proceeded promptly, unleashing the Doomsday Fortress at a distance from the zombies, as he intended to bolster its defensive capabilities. He invited Ming Tian to ride with him on the siren, so that once they landed and established the fortress, Ming Tian could commence her tasks. With 4 individuals on the swift steed, they could transport 6 at a time. An efficient arrangement that would require only 3 or 4 trips to bring everyone over. The 2 mutated birds returned without needing a guide. Those who had already arrived immediately engaged in battle. Each individual was eager to grow stronger, spurred on by the victory over the azure-winged beetles. Those who were too weak would surely perish when faced with such beetles, possibly even losing their chance to flee. Everyone fought fiercely, ruthlessly eliminating zombies. After each kill, they promptly extracted the elemental crystals from the zombies' heads, absorbing them while continuing to assault other zombies with their powers. No one wished to pause for rest. Nor did anyone seek shelter within the Doomsday Fortress to laze about. Only Ming Tian, who needed to secure her shell, was afforded some respite. But Xiang had promised that for every 10 elemental crystals absorbed, one would be reserved for her. This way, even if Ming Tian did not engage in battle, she would accumulate a comparable number of crystals, ensuring her growth was not hindered. As night fell, it became unsuitable to continue fighting, prompting everyone to retreat to the Doomsday Fortress. The fortress and Appo's air system had been enhanced by Xiang, ensuring that the filtered air would not attract zombies. As long as they did not expose themselves, the Doomsday Fortress remained effectively invisible to the zombies, which lacked the intelligence to discern human presence through anything other than smell and sound. It has been a while since I experienced such exhilarating combat. I truly enjoy fighting, Chu Yu remarked, looking through the fortress's bulletproof glass at the scattered zombies outside. It seems you all have pent up energy, but soon you won't have to anymore. We will likely return less frequently to interact with others, Xiang noted. His storage space brimmed with supplies, eliminating the need to return for resupply. In terms of food, they feasted on mutated beasts, which were abundant in this environment. As long as they entered the forest, finding traces of mutated beasts was effortless, alleviating any concerns about food scarcity. Dinner was a communal effort, with everyone participating, creating a lively atmosphere. After the meal, Qin Su and Qin Hao sought out the entertainment room and were somewhat surprised by its contents. Speak up. What matters have you two brought to me today? Xiang inquired, curious as to why they had sought him out on this particular day. Did they wish to leave? Brother Xiang, there is indeed something we have not been entirely honest about, they admitted. Xiang furrowed his brow at the seriousness of their demeanor. What is it? Speak freely. I shall not hold it against you, he encouraged, sensing that it must be of significant importance. His curiosity was piqued regarding what they had concealed from him. Chapter 119. The two worlds are not fully integrated actually. We are sixth-tier evolvers, Xiang revealed, and we traverse through a temporal portal to arrive in your world. Our two realms have not completely merged. Upon hearing this, the siblings exchanged glances, hesitant to meet Li Xiang's gaze. So that's why I've never encountered anyone else. Nor the so-called demon beings you mentioned, Li Xiang remarked, a hint of realization dawning upon him. According to Qin Su and Qin Hao, their world also boasted a population of 9 billion. If 50 had transformed into demons, that would amount to 5 billion entities. Such a staggering figure could hardly go unnoticed. In a world where zombies roamed freely, it seemed implausible that demons would be absent. Do you not blame us? Qin Su inquired, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. She had anticipated an outburst of anger from Li Xiang, perhaps even punishment or severe interrogation. Instead, he responded with an air of understanding. Why would I blame you? Your actions were driven by self-preservation. After all, you did not harm us, he said. A gentle smile gracing his lips, displaying remarkable magnanimity. The siblings shared a glance, both recognizing a glimmer of relief in the other and Appo's eyes. They had been apprehensive about revealing their truth, having deliberated for quite some time. They were prepared for any outcome, yet Li Xiang and Appo's calm demeanor had taken them by surprise. How long have you been in our world? Li Xiang inquired, curiosity piqued. Altogether, it has been 18 days. After we passed through the portal, it vanished, leaving us unable to return, Qin Su elucidated. Ah, so it disappears after use. Li Xiang mused, lighting a cigarette. Since we cannot return for now, let us remain here. I believe our two worlds will eventually integrate completely. As he inhaled, he contemplated the complexity of this integration, suspecting that it might not occur naturally and could involve hidden forces at play, as evidenced by the presence of the beetles. Your world has beetles, and so does ours. Perhaps a third world is intertwined with ours, he speculated, pondering the origin of the beetles that did not belong to either realm. We think along similar lines. Otherwise, we would have no explanation for their existence, Qin Su replied, her eyes brightening with a sense of shared insight. With their honesty laid bare, Qin Su and Qin Hao felt a measure of comfort. All right, no need to be tense. Relax, Li Xiang said, producing some fruits and beer. Tonight. He refrained from serving red wine, as its combination with the mutated lizard meat produced intense effects that incited passionate emotions. Qin Su and Qin Hao did not linger long before departing, and soon others entered the recreation room. The following day, Li Xiang shared the siblings' revelations with the group. No one expressed discontent regarding their concealment, understanding that Li Xiang had already indicated he did not intend to pursue the matter further. I and Appo's am sharing this to remind everyone not to venture through temporal portals. Otherwise, you might find yourselves in another dimension, unable to return temporarily. Additionally, your powers may be diminished, which is far from ideal. This was a plausible concern, as the siblings had been transported to Li Xiang's world by an unexpectedly opened portal. Upon hearing this, no one was inclined to explore unfamiliar realms. After breakfast, they resumed their relentless battle against the zombies. In the ensuing days, Li Xiang and the others continued their hunt, returning to the Doomsday Fortress to rest when fatigued, then emerging once more to slay the undead. Gradually, they came to understand why this area attracted so many zombies. It was the presence of primordial energy, concentrated in a small region, that drew them in. Initially, they suspected mutated beasts to be the lure, only to discover that such creatures were scarce and would flee in the face of overwhelming hordes. However, compared to Yuan City, this location was relatively small, encompassing only a few acres. Yet, it suited Li Xiang and his companions well. Thus, he resolved to eliminate all the zombies in the vicinity while using earth-based powers to construct a protective wall. In no time, a sturdy wall several feet thick began to take shape, and in a matter of days, the entire area was secured. Consequently, Li Xiang positioned the Doomsday Fortress atop this newly fortified region, allowing them to bask in the nurturing energy. On the first day, he joined his companions in preparing a grand feast to celebrate their discovery of this promising locale. The primordial energy here was not overwhelmingly potent, ensuring that outsiders would not come to seize it, as the area was merely 2 acres in total. Claiming this territory held little significance, especially when faced with the incessant threat of zombies. Without formidable combat prowess, it would be challenging to maintain control. Moreover, aerial reconnaissance capabilities and shelters akin to the Doomsday Fortress were essential, conditions not easily met by just anyone. Thus, Li Xiang and his group felt particularly satisfied with their newfound haven, believing it to be tailor-made for them. "Let us raise a toast to our new homeland," Li Xiang exclaimed, raising his glass with joy. The ongoing attraction of zombies and mutated beasts to this place meant they need not scour the land for a base. This location served as a continual point of convergence for their foes, akin to ordering takeout, providing them with a steady supply of primordial crystals. Such a fortuitous find was undoubtedly worthy of celebration. Cheers! Everyone joyfully raised their glasses. After downing their drinks, they indulged in the sumptuous feast. Midway through their meal, an exhilarating brightness enveloped them. "Wait, the temporal portal. It's opening. Everyone hurry!" Qin Su shouted. Li Xiang felt a ripple of unusual energy. He swiftly pushed everyone aside, pulling Qin Su and Qin Hao close. Transporting a multitude of people to another world was perilous. However, if it were just him, the risk felt manageable. "Sister, have we returned?" Qin Hao asked, his voice brimming with excitement. "Night has suddenly fallen. It's highly likely we've returned," he continued. "Li Xiang, are you there?" Qin Su called out. "Yes, no need to search. I am right here," Li Xiang replied, illuminating the space around him. At that moment, a system notification resonated in his mind, igniting a spark of joy within him. Chapter 120. The establishment of a transdimensional transport mechanism. You have arrived in a new world. Would you like to anchor the coordinates of this new realm and establish a transdimensional transport mechanism between the two worlds? Yes, establish it, Li Xiang exclaimed excitedly within his heart. The system's prompt was clear. He could utilize the system to transport himself back. Initially, he had been concerned about being unable to return from this new world, but he was pleasantly surprised by the system and Apos' immediate response. It was crucial for him to be able to return. Otherwise, the resurrected zombies would revert to their former state, thereby weakening everyone and Apos' abilities. Establishing. Estimated completion time, 36 hours. Upon hearing this time frame, Li Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a lengthy delay. They would be able to return before turning into zombies. "Brother Xiang, this is wonderful. You're here too," Qin Su exclaimed, rushing towards Li Xiang and embracing him. Qin Hao shook his head helplessly. He understood that his sister had developed feelings for Li Xiang. However, surrounded by so many beautiful women, he felt that his sister was not suited to harbor such affections. Yet, matters of the heart are seldom governed by reason. If they were, they would not be called emotions. Li Xiang surveyed his surroundings while attempting to contact his controlled succubi and Gale, but found himself unable to reach them. "What shall we do next? I wonder if this temporal gate can reopen," Qin Hao said, furrowing his brow. "I hope this is indeed your world." "If it turns out to be a third one, that would be troublesome," Li Xiang remarked, primarily because he was uncertain if he could transport others along with him. He inquired of the system, but it offered no response. "The third world?" Qin Su frowned, expressing her concern. "Surely we can't be that unfortunate, right? The two of us can't be that unlucky." Hearing Qin Su's words, Li Xiang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Some individuals do indeed possess such misfortune. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts aloud. "Let us take a rest and prepare some food," Li Xiang said leisurely, retrieving a motorhome from his storage space. This vehicle had been collected from Meng Tian and Apos' factory and had never been used until now, presenting a perfect opportunity. "Brother Xiang, just how much space do you have?" "It's astonishing." Qin Su was utterly amazed by Li Xiang's storage capabilities. Each time she thought he had reached his limit, he always managed to surprise her further. "I'm not sure of the exact size. All I know is that it's quite expansive," Li Xiang shrugged, opting for a vague explanation. Once inside the motorhome, Li Xiang produced some food. They had only just begun their dinner when they were transported to this new world, still feeling hungry. The assurance of being able to return allowed him to remain composed. However, Qin Su and Qin Hao were oblivious to this. Both siblings were captivated by Li Xiang's strong mindset. The motorhome was indeed impressive, boasting luxurious interiors. It was the first time the siblings had encountered such a vehicle from Earth, as their world lacked such advanced technology. After finishing their meal, they curiously explored the motorhome. Li Xiang, undistracted, reclined on the bed, contemplating his mental energy and elemental power. He believed that elemental energy could be cultivated, resembling the spiritual powers mentioned in novels he had read. While not identical, there was a notable similarity. However, having lived two lives, Li Xiang had never learned of any cultivation techniques. He pondered whether the third world might possess such knowledge. "Brother Xiang, may I discuss something with you?" Qin Su stood in the corridor of the motorhome, reaching to remove her clothing. "That is excessive. If you wish to discuss something, do so without undressing. Speak, and I shall assist you. I am always eager to help. Xiang remained seated, showing no inclination to change his position. This matter is something you can undoubtedly help with, but I feel embarrassed to say it aloud, so I can only whisper it in your ear. With that, Su slowly approached Xiang. Upon hearing her hushed words, Xiang realized her hesitation was indeed warranted. True to his nature, he was generous. And thus he took action without delay. Su sought to become stronger, and Xiang felt compelled to assist her in this endeavor. After a night had passed, Su appeared markedly different from the previous day. She exuded a more mature and feminine aura. Her body had undergone a significant transformation due to Xiang and Appo's extraordinary abilities. As dawn broke, Xiang and Su emerged from the motorhome. Hao sat on the ground outside, propped up by a piece of wood, with a fire still smoldering nearby. Clearly, he had not been vigilant all night, but had ventured nearby to gather wood. Sister, we have returned to our own world. Last night, I defeated 2 demon men and discovered the hot blood fruit. With that, Hao tossed 2 fruits into the air. Xiang caught one. The fruit resembled an apple, yet its skin was akin to that of a banana, an unusual sight indeed. Such a fruit did not exist on Earth. The hot blood fruit invigorates one's spirit, hence its name. It tastes delightful and is non-addictive, so there is no need for concern. Hao explained as Su peeled the fruit. Inside, the flesh resembled that of a mangosteen, yet it was a deep crimson hue. Xiang observed as Su took a bite, and he followed suit. Moments after consuming it, he experienced the exhilarating sensation Hao had described. The rush was intense, as though he were prepared to confront the world with nuclear weapons. However, this feeling was fleeting, lasting merely 10 seconds, brief yet exhilarating. The taste is superb and quite unique. Indeed, Xiang remarked. Where did you find these fruits? I intend to gather some, Xiang thought, wishing to share these fruits with Yu and others. With about 20 hours remaining before his return, he figured he would collect some hot blood fruits while he still had the chance. Right over there. I will guide you. Su replied, ready to lead Xiang. After Xiang stored the motorhome, he followed Hao to the base of a towering tree adorned with yellow fruits. Climbing the tree was no challenge for Xiang. Utilizing his abilities, he swiftly ascended and employed his mental energy to gather thousands of fruits into his storage space. While picking the fruits, Xiang noticed a group of creatures approaching from a distance. Chapter 121. The third world surprisingly has beast-eared maidens with a long-lensed camera in hand. Xiang adjusted the focus. This device, acquired for the purpose of compensating for his inability to operate a drone and conduct aerial reconnaissance, had become an essential tool for observing distant targets. After years of surviving in the apocalypse, Xiang had amassed various strategies and solutions for different situations. Through the lens of the camera, he observed a group of creatures resembling the demonic beings described by Su and her brother. After recording a brief video, Xiang leaped down from the treetop. A horde of demons was approaching. Should they fight or retreat? Xiang turned to the 2 siblings. His own strength had diminished. He was now merely at the 3rd tier. This level of power left him lacking in confidence to confront such a multitude of demons. Presently, he was uncertain whether the siblings had regained their strength. Fight. We have fully recovered our abilities. We can engage, Hao declared with conviction. Fight, you say? We have no idea how well we've recovered, Su retorted, playfully flicking her brother's forehead. What should we do now? Climb the tree? Hao glanced at his sister, then at Xiang. This is your world, your territory. You are in charge. Whatever decision you make, I shall comply. Xiang replied with calm assurance. Let us climb. These demons are not adept at tree climbing, Su concluded decisively. Thus, they ascended the tree, selecting a neighboring bloodfruit tree where Xiang could gather more bloodfruits for his storage space. Utilizing their extraordinary abilities, the 3 swiftly scaled the tree. Upon reaching the top, Xiang wasted no time in harvesting the bloodfruits, storing them in his spatial inventory. As he finished collecting, the demons drew ever closer. It appeared they were in pursuit of something fleeing ahead. Xiang then produced a pair of binoculars. Good heavens! He exclaimed, astonished by what he beheld. What is it? Su inquired, her curiosity piqued. She envied Xiang's ability to store items in such a space, a skill she deemed essential for travel and outings, significantly enhancing one's quality of life. I suspect you will find it hard to believe, but I have spotted a beast-eared maiden, Xiang elucidated. A beast-eared maiden? What does that mean? Hao looked at Xiang with genuine curiosity, evidently unfamiliar with the term. Beautiful women with animal ears are referred to as beast-eared maidens. Li Xiang explained earnestly. Ah, are they creatures from your world? I've never heard you mention them before, Qin Su remarked, equally intrigued. They are not creatures from our world. Rather, they are products of imagination from our realm, a form of artistic creation, not entities that exist in reality. Upon hearing this, Qin Su couldn't help but twitch her lips, beginning to understand Li Xiang and Appo's astonishment. The transformation of fantasy into reality can indeed be shocking. Should we rescue her? Qin Hao expressed a desire to see the beast-eared maiden, curious if she would meet his aesthetic standards. Absolutely, we must save her. She could be a being from the third world, aiding us in understanding it and the Beetles, Li Xiang asserted with utmost seriousness. Agreed. Both siblings nodded in unison, recognizing the logic in Li Xiang's reasoning. Since neither of their worlds possessed beast-eared maidens, she must belong to the third world. The Beetles they encountered were formidable adversaries, far more challenging than zombies, mutated beasts, or the demons from their own world. If they had the opportunity to learn how to combat the Beetles, any risk would be worth it. Consequently, the trio leaped from the tree and sprinted towards the direction of the beast-eared maiden and the demons. Minutes later, Li Xiang caught a clearer glimpse of the maiden. She was extraordinarily beautiful, her features remarkably refined, resembling a creation rendered by 3D software. Her skin as smooth as polished jade. Li Xiang extended his hands, conjuring a dirt wall behind the maiden to block the demon's advance. Their goal was to rescue her without engaging in a deadly confrontation with the demons. He then retrieved several corpses of mutated rats from his storage space and tossed them aside, hoping to divert the demon's attention. Clearly, Li Xiang had underestimated the demon's fixation on the beast-eared maiden. They continued their relentless pursuit. Let us go. There are too many of them. We need to climb. Li Xiang communicated to the maiden. However, she did not respond, darting swiftly into the forest. Is it a language barrier? Qin Su wondered aloud as she chased after the maiden. Upon entering the forest, the beast-eared maiden rapidly ascended a tree, her speed unparalleled, leaving even Li Xiang in awe. The trio hastened their pace, following her into the woods and began to climb as well. They soon noticed that the maiden had leaped to another tree, seemingly on guard against them. Can you understand us? Li Xiang inquired further. Effective communication was paramount. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. The beast-eared maiden remained silent, continuing to leap from tree to tree, showing no inclination to engage with Li Xiang and his companions. Below, legions of demons appeared, attacking the trees instead of climbing them. Consequently, the trio was forced to leap from branch to branch, evading the demons' assaults on the trees. They stayed closely behind the beast-eared maiden, determined not to lose sight of her. The demons soon lost their target. Their vision appeared quite limited. After more than half an hour, the maiden finally came to a halt, warily observing Li Xiang and the Qin siblings while uttering peculiar sounds. Clearly, she was speaking a language. The Qin siblings were bewildered, entirely unable to comprehend her words. Yet, a glimmer of joy emerged on Li Xiang's face. He had to admit that Wang Min and Appo's beast language ability was indeed remarkable. Perhaps the maiden and Appo's speech was a form of beast language that could be and Appo's, translated and Appo's, by this special ability. Soon, Li Xiang found himself mimicking the sounds, and the beast-eared maiden looked utterly astonished. She leaped to Li Xiang's side, sniffing him intently, as if attempting to discern whether he was one of her kind by scent. Chapter 122. May I touch your ears? It was utterly astonishing that you could communicate in our language. The beast-eared girl gazed at Li Xiang with wide-eyed surprise. Indeed, it was remarkable. I possess a unique linguistic ability, Li Xiang explained with a smile. That is simply wonderful. I was on the verge of madness. The beast-eared girl excitedly grasped Li Xiang and Appo's arm. What kind of world is this? Will I ever return? Observing her anxious demeanor, Li Xiang found her particularly endearing. He noticed that her ears resembled those of a cat. What should I do? I am so tempted to touch them. Li Xiang's thoughts were completely captivated by the fluffy ears of the beast-eared girl. What is your name? May I touch your ears? Cat you must not. It is strictly forbidden for the opposite sex to touch one's ears. Cat Yu firmly rejected Li Xiang. She had already seen Li Xiang extend his hand, prompting her to quickly step back a few paces. What a pity. Seeing her reaction, Li Xiang realized that he was unlikely to have that opportunity. You came through a time-space portal to this world, didn't you? Li Xiang glanced at Cat Yu. Indeed, a door suddenly appeared and pulled me in, Cat Yu lamented, feeling frustrated that it was not a choice she had made. I am in a similar situation. I was also drawn here by a time-space portal. Li Xiang expressed his sympathy. Ah, So you are not from this world either? Cat Yu and Appo's eyes sparkled as she once again clutched Li Xiang and Appo's arm. The shared feeling of being lost brought her closer to him. Yes, they are from this world, while I am not. My world is called Earth. What about yours? Li Xiang inquired with curiosity. If the azure blue star is a parallel dimension to Earth, then what about Cat Yu? Is she too? But can Earth sustain beast-eared beings? The beast star realm. Earth, are you all on the same sphere? Cat Yu looked at Li Xiang with intrigue. From her words, Li Xiang found something peculiar. Surely, the beast star realm must understand that the so-called worlds are indeed spherical bodies? Precisely, the world we inhabit is a planet, a colossal celestial body. After hearing this, Cat Yu appeared profoundly shocked, yet she struggled to comprehend Li Xiang and Appo's explanation. Qin Su and Qin Hao were both curious as to how Li Xiang had learned the language of the beast-eared girl, and they were even more interested in what the two were discussing. Unfortunately, engrossed in their conversation, they paid little attention to the siblings, leaving them somewhat vexed. So, what plans do you two have? Li Xiang suddenly asked in a manner that both siblings could understand. We need to find a gathering point. It is perilous out here. Our powers are limited and cannot handle every situation. The best course of action is to join a gathering point and then seek out the time-space portal. Qin Su articulated her thoughts, knowing that they could not remain in the wilderness indefinitely. Li Xiang nodded. He had only briefly encountered the magical beings of this world, and his third-tier abilities were insufficient to deal with them. Indeed, entering a sanctuary would be a better choice. Lead the way, then I will follow you with her. Li Xiang stated, then spoke to the beast-eared girl. Cat Yu had no objections. For her, Li Xiang was her sole reliance. If she could not return, he was the only one she could communicate with. Thus, she had no choice but to accompany him. Qin Su and Qin Hao exchanged glances before saying, all right, you can come with us. If all goes well, there should be a sanctuary nearby. However, Qin Hao's gaze was fixed on Cat Yu. Utterly captivated by her beauty, Li Xiang promptly produced a baseball cap and handed it to Cat Yu, signaling her to wear it. After she donned it, he also gave her a pair of headphones. Fortunately, these items were available. With such disguises, it was hard to discern any significant difference between Cat Yu and an ordinary human. Oh, and one more thing. She is simply too beautiful, and her figure is stunning. Thus, Li Xiang retrieved a set of loose clothing and applied some makeup to make her appear less attractive. Once everything was settled, they began their journey. Qin Su is indeed correct. There was a gathering point nearby. After traveling for 5 hours, they discovered a large gathering point. It is the Bai Qin Sanctuary. Our gathering place, Bai Qin. Upon spotting the distant gathering point, Qin Su became visibly excited. From the name, Li Xiang surmised that Qin Su and Qin Hao likely held a significant position in this Bai Qin Sanctuary. As they approached, Li Xiang heard someone shout, "It's the young lady and young master. How splendid, they are alive. Quickly, go inform the city lord." Goodness. Your father is actually the city lord? Li Xiang looked at Qin Su with surprise. Yes, are you scared? Qin Su teased, sticking out her tongue at Li Xiang. Li Xiang could not help but recall her mischievous side, swallowing hard. Before long, Li Xiang led Qin Su and the others into the grand city. This city, too, was constructed using extraordinary abilities, yet it appeared even more magnificent. The grandeur was likely related to the population and strength of Bai Qin City. Qin Su, what tier is your father as the city lord? Li Xiang was curious about the peak combat power of this era. Is it stronger than in my world? When we departed, he was at tier 8. I am uncertain of his current strength, Qin Su replied candidly. Also, my father is a formidable individual. If my tone seems offensive, please forgive me. After saying this, Qin Su quickly pecked Li Xiang on the cheek. Little girl, are you trying to stir things up? You only kiss when there are people around? However, Li Xiang was unbothered and undaunted. He was quite intrigued by an 8th-tier evolutionist. Regrettably, his own powers had been diminished. Otherwise, he would have been eager to test the other's skills. Understanding the combat prowess of an 8th-tier individual could be quite beneficial for Li Xiang. Knowing where the disparities lay would enable him to better protect himself. Before long, Li Xiang observed someone descending from the sky, clad in metallic armor, gracefully landing before Qin Su and Qin Hao. Where have you two been? I dispatched people to look for you everywhere, yet found nothing. Qin Bai regarded his children with a serious expression. Father, we encountered a time-space portal and entered another world, Qin Hao explained. Another world? What kind of world is it? Is it safe? Qin Bai remained serious, revealing no signs of excitement. Chapter 123. The consequences of touching the ear. Our world is quite similar. Yet it has also undergone apocalyptic transformations, albeit in a different manner. In their realm, the monsters that emerge were zombies, infected by a certain virus, which significantly distinguishes them from the demons. Furthermore, the beetles are not exclusive to their world. They too are of foreign origin, Xiang succinctly explained. How did you return then? Did you also come back through the time-space gate? Xiang stepped forward, embracing his daughter, Qin Su, and then gently patting Qian on the shoulder. Indeed, we returned through the time-space gate, Qian clarified. In that world, we were well taken care of by Brother Xiang. Dad, you must express your gratitude to Brother Xiang. At this revelation, Qian and Appo's face exhibited a look of astonishment. For he had not anticipated that Li Xiang was from another world. He assumed he was merely an evolutionary like his two unfortunate children. Is there any difference between him and the people of our world? Li Xiang smiled slightly and replied, there is indeed no difference. If circumstances permitted, I would love to conduct a DNA test to ascertain their similarities. How astonishing it is that the two worlds are so alike, Qian remarked, reaching out to touch Li Xiang's shoulder. Immediately, Li Xiang discerned that Qian possessed the ability of telekinesis, as he was using it to inspect his own body, seeking to confirm whether he was disguised as one of them. After thorough examination, he found that Li Xiang and Appo's internal structure was identical to that of people in their world. Does your world also have people of different races, such as Caucasians and Africans? Qian inquired curiously. Yes, we have those ethnicities as well. And they have established different nations, Li Xiang elucidated. Qian nodded appreciatively, then said, thank you for protecting my daughter and son. Please, go and rest. I will arrange for someone to properly attend to you. No need, Li Xiang waved his hand dismissively. We only require a tranquil and comfortable environment. We truly need to rest. Li Xiang contemplated that the time was nearing, yearning for a serene atmosphere. Dad, let us arrange for them to stay at the manor you gifted me. It's quite peaceful there, and it would be convenient for me to visit them. Qian suggested proactively, realizing it was a matter he needed to address rather than leaving it to Qin Su. Very well, you may lead them there. Once settled, come see me, Qian instructed, casting a glance at Qin Su. Understanding her father's intention, Qin Su took hold of her father's hand and said, Brother Xiang, please rest well. Once you feel refreshed, have someone notify me, and I will take you to explore our Bai Qin sanctuary. All right, see you later, Li Xiang responded politely. Then followed Qin Hao. After traversing through layers of security for several minutes, they entered a secluded manor. Admittedly, residing here would ensure safety, yet it was also cumbersome, requiring extensive verification unless they possessed a special pass. Clearly, Qin had not completely entrusted Li Xiang yet. Li Xiang was unfazed, knowing he would be departing in 7 or 8 hours. This manor boasts splendid scenery and is typically uninhabited, ensuring that you will not be disturbed. If my father truly sends someone, they will be stationed outside the manor. Please forgive his caution, Qin expressed with sincere regret, recognizing that without Li Xiang's intervention, he and Qin Su might have perished at the hands of mutated lizards or the blood-red demon beetles. Hence, he felt immense gratitude towards Li Xiang. It's quite understandable, considering the safety of this world. You may attend to your matters. We will explore the manor, Li Xiang replied with a gentle smile. Qin nodded. Yet he sensed that Li Xiang had unspoken words lingering in his mind. Once he departed, Mao Yu spoke up, are we safe here? I sense hostility from the surroundings. Do not worry, they won't harm us for the time being. Besides, did you not mention that no place can confine you? One of your abilities allows you to teleport using a certain energy field, Li Xiang reassured her. True, I can, but what about you? Mao Yu glanced at Li Xiang, aware that her own powers were suppressed, rendering her unable to teleport with him. Me? Li Xiang replied with a mysterious smile. In a few hours, I can return to my own world, so there is no need for concern. What? Mao Yu grasped Li Xiang and Appo's arm. How will you return? Have you found a way? Can you teach me so I may return as well? Her excitement was understandable, had it been her. She too would have felt the same thrill. May I touch your ear? Li Xiang proposed. Mao Yu instinctively recoiled, staring at him in disbelief. After a moment, her face flushed crimson. Do you realize what this action signifies in our world? She questioned Li Xiang with a calm demeanor. I can make an educated guess. Li Xiang replied with a subtle smile. Then why are you so insistent? We have only just met, Mao Yu said, her expression tinged with grievance. Having suspected Li Xiang and Appo's awareness of the implication but not expecting him to admit it outright. Because I like you. You are the first beast-eared girl I have encountered. and you captivate me deeply. Few otaku can resist your allure. You have no idea what it means to someone like me when fantasy becomes reality. It is an extraordinary sensation. Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Mao Yuyu's eyes widened. For your world, this action is trivial, isn't it? Indeed, it is insignificant. Friends may engage in such gestures, Li Xiang said, a smile gracing his lips. Have you grasped the shift in mindset? If so, go ahead. I am in your world now, and I ought to respect your customs, Mao Yuyu reassured herself. Though her words held truth, she alone knew the conflicting emotions within her heart. Upon receiving Mao Yuyu's consent, Li Xiang reached out and touched her ear. To his surprise, it was softer than he had imagined. The sensation was akin to touching a sponge of memories, remarkably soft yet resilient. The tactile experience was genuinely delightful, evoking an irresistible urge to continue. Hey, what is happening? Li Xiang noticed a peculiar fragrance emanating from Mao Yuyu. It's impossible. How can this be? You. No, this cannot be. Mao Yuyu gazed at Li Xiang in utter astonishment before leaping toward him, akin to a cat, tearing through his clothing with abandon. Chapter 124. Truly return to one and Appo's own world indeed. The beast-eared girl embodies wildness in its purest form. As Li Xiang observed the feline Yo-Yo and Appo's antics, he discerned that she had entered a state of desire. Earthen walls continually emerged around them, enveloping the entire space in a protective cocoon. Soon after, a mobile home materialized. Li Xiang, not wishing to be observed, swiftly embraced the entranced Yo-Yo and entered the vehicle. It was then that he truly grasped the essence of wildness. Yo-Yo epitomized this concept, imparting sensations that Li Xiang had never before experienced. As time leisurely passed, a notification echoed in Li Xiang and Appo's mind. Dimensional teleportation has been initiated. Would you like to proceed? Yo-Yo, please put on some clothes. We are about to teleport, he instructed, producing a set of garments for her. Teleport? Oh. You haven't taught me how to teleport yet. Yo-Yo recalled, realizing that her agreement to let him touch her ears was predicated on obtaining knowledge about teleportation. However, the events had veered far from her expectations and spiraled into chaos. Admitting her satisfaction with Li Xiang, despite his being a different kind of being, she accepted her circumstances. There was no turning back now. Come, let me show you our world, Li Xiang said, guiding Yo-Yo out of the vehicle. After securing the mobile home into his storage space, he took her hand and activated the teleportation. A rift in time and space opened, enveloping them in a mysterious force as they traversed instantaneously through the dimensional tear. Moments later, the rift vanished. What? Yo-Yo gazed around, astonished by the transformed surroundings. Li Xiang closed his eyes, sensing the environment, and a smile graced his lips as he detected the presence of a succubus. Who could escort them? How did you accomplish this? Yo-Yo found it incredible, recognizing that they were indeed in a different realm. She preferred to believe Li Xiang's assertion that they had arrived in his world. My unique ability allows me to teleport only to worlds I have previously visited, Li Xiang explained, glancing at his system interface, which displayed a new skill. The skill, World Teleportation, boasted a cooldown period of 240 hours. Though lengthy, it was acceptable. For Li Xiang had no intention of traversing between worlds incessantly. Is your ability akin to the energy fields constructed from elemental forces in our world? Yo-Yo inquired with genuine curiosity. That requires us to engage in profound exchanges and sparring to uncover, Li Xiang replied, lifting Yo-Yo into his arms. She gasped, wrapping her arms around his neck. Shortly thereafter, a succubus descended from above. Is this your mount? Yo-Yo asked, intrigued. Indeed. Do you have mounts in your world as well? Li Xiang questioned, eager to learn about Yo-Yo's realm, which remained a mystery to him. Yes, there are flying creatures known as griffins, she answered. Griffins? Li Xiang was taken aback. What's wrong? Yo-Yo observed his bewilderment, curious as to why he seemed familiar with griffins, despite their worlds being distinct. In our world, there exists a creature called a griffin, Li Xiang responded, settling Yo-Yo onto the succubus. He then retrieved his long-unused phone from his storage space, surprisingly still functional. Searching through his gallery, he found a photo of a griffin. Is this the griffin from your world? He asked, holding Yo-Yo tightly to prevent her from getting too excited. Impossible. How could your world possibly know of our griffin mounts? Yo-Yo was flabbergasted, her mind in disarray. Li Xiang maintained a semblance of calm, though internally, he was equally perplexed. Why do mythical creatures exist in Yo-Yo and Appo's world? Has anyone on Earth truly seen a griffin? But how could that be? What about angels in your world? Li Xiang queried, showing Yo-Yo an image of an angel. Those are the winged ones. Yes, we have them, Yo-Yo replied. More confused than ever, convinced that Xiang must have visited her world, pretending otherwise. After all, how could he speak her language? Do you have dragons? Xiang asked again, pulling up an image of an eastern dragon from his phone. No, we do not have those. Yo-Yo shook her head. What about this? He presented another image, but she remained adamant that such a creature did not exist. How can that be? They are also mythical beings. Xiang was at a loss. Surely, you must have Qilins? He asked, retrieving a photo of a Qilin. Yo-Yo shook her head once more. No, we do not have those either. Is it possible that your world distinguishes between Eastern and Western mythologies, resulting in different creatures? Xiang pondered aloud. Firstly, our world does not categorize itself into Eastern and Western. Moreover, while we have numerous civilizations, they are not defined by direction. I have encountered every creature in our world. And I assure you, those two you just mentioned do not exist, Yo-Yo asserted. Xiang was left speechless, contemplating the mystery of their worlds. It seems we must thoroughly investigate these phenomena. All right, we have arrived home. Let us return, Yo-Yo suggested. As the succubus soared back to the sky above the Doomsday Fortress, the others emerged from within, having anticipated Xiang's return. Chapter 125. Congratulations on your level advancement, Xiang. How wonderful, you have finally returned. We thought we would never see you again. Sob, sob, sob. I missed you so much. Please do not disappear like that again, all right? As Xiang was about to be surrounded by a throng of women, Mao Yuyu quickly executed a backflip, leaping out of the crowd to avoid being engulfed herself. During Xiang's absence, the women realized just how vital his presence was to them. Without Xiang, they found themselves utterly incapacitated. Particularly for those still afflicted by the zombie virus, without Xiang, they would revert to being zombies once more. Truth be told, before Xiang and Appo's return, they were on the brink of collapse. Without him, they would never be able to resurrect as humans again. Experience update complete. Congratulations on your level advancement. From level 6 to level 7, entering a brand new phase, upon hearing the notification, Xiang could not help but feel elated. He had only just returned and had already leveled up. It seemed that during his 36-hour absence, the zombies under his control had been fervently hunting targets, accumulating points for him. System, check the panel. Host, Xiang, level, LV7, experience for upgrade, 10, 000600, 000, powers, universal gravitation. Unrestrained, zombie control, 21100, zombie resurrection, 7100, effect, 720 hours, cooldown, 24 hours, enhance all, 11, transdimensional teleportation, 11. Cooldown, 360 hours, storage space, 182 386 cubic units. Upon witnessing the transformation at level 7, a smile of uncontainable joy spread across Xiang's face. The changes were astonishing, and the upgrade was remarkably empowering. It was no wonder the notification proclaimed his entry into an entirely new phase. He could now directly control 100 zombies. How many could he control at the next level? Not only had the limit for zombie control increased to 100, but the resurrection capability had also risen to 100 individuals, with an effect duration that had skyrocketed to 720 hours, equivalent to 30 days. 3 days had transformed into 30. This effect was simply invincible. The storage space had similarly expanded, adding an astounding 200 cubic units. Xiang was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the sheer power of these upgrades. Now, he need not worry about his resurrected zombies in his absence. With 30 days at his disposal, even a return to Qin Su and Appo's world would pose no concern. I have wonderful news to share. After venturing into that world, my abilities have significantly improved. Xiang decided to first share this good news with them, hoping to ease Gu Ning and Chu Yuan's concerns. He could sense their emotions, aware of their deepest fears. Once they returned to human form, no one would wish to revert to being a zombie. The abyss of darkness that accompanied such a transformation was a fate to be dreaded. What good news? Have you found a way to deal with those beetles? Chu Yu inquired curiously. For her, zombies and mutated beasts were not terrifying. However, those beetles were a formidable adversary, exceedingly difficult to combat. Even her dark flames struggled against them. Should they encounter them again, her proud black flames might lose their potency entirely. Not exactly. But my ability to resurrect zombies has received a massive boost. The duration of resurrection has increased from 3 days to 30. Xiang revealed the answer directly. How much? Chu Yuan gasped in astonishment, excitedly clutching Xiang's arm. 30 days, an increase of a full tenfold. Impressive, right? My journey to that other world was certainly worthwhile. Li Xiang grinned. This increase is simply excessive. Lin Wanyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable, for she harbored a great fear of becoming a zombie. ISN and Oppos, it fantastic? Li Xiang wrapped his arms around Lin Wanyu, playfully squeezing her cheeks. Absolutely extraordinary. A tenfold increase is remarkable. Lin Wanyu blushed, reveling in the moment. Indeed, from now on. You need not worry, Li Xiang smiled gently, using his telekinetic abilities to comfort each one of them. Even Shang Wanmu felt it. Though she merely perceived a sensation akin to someone kissing her cheek and embracing her. One must admit, Li Xiang and Oppos' telekinetic powers were indeed extraordinary and wondrous. He could condense air into a transparent entity, simulating his form while performing various actions. Others had yet to achieve such a feat. It remained unclear whether Li Xiang and Oppos' telekinetic abilities had mutated or if other factors contributed to their uniqueness. All right, let us return to the fortress. I still need to introduce you all to a special sister, Li Xiang said, glancing at Mao Yuyu. The others stepped aside, creating a passageway. Mao Yuyu walked directly to Li Xiang's side, nestling against him. The group entered the shelter, which now bore a significant portion of its exterior clad in the shells of beetles, presenting a strikingly cyberpunk aesthetic. Everyone was filled with curiosity towards Mao Yuyu. Yet they could not discern anything peculiar about her. The hat she wore concealed the most significant difference between her and humans. Unless someone possessed X-ray vision, no one could see through the disguise. However, as of now, no one had such an ability. Once inside the Doomsday Fortress, Li Xiang seated himself on the living room sofa, with Mao Yuyu curling up beside him. Come, take off your hat, Li Xiang instructed Mao Yuyu. Without hesitation, she removed her hat. Wow, why do her ears resemble cat ears so much? Indeed, they are fluffy and utterly adorable. Who is this person with such beast-like ears? Is it a consequence of the catastrophe? Someone inquired, noticing another girl nearby. Could she also be from Chinsu's world? Jiu scrutinized Mao Yuyu, eager to uncover any other distinguishing traits. That shouldn't and Oppos' be the case. The people from Chinsu and Oppos' world are clearly not from such a vast region. Wang Min quickly dismissed the idea. If she were from the same world as Chinsu, Li Xiang would not have felt the need to emphasize Mao Yuyu's uniqueness. You guessed correctly. She is a being from the third world, likely far superior to us humans, as well as to those from Chinsu's world. Since we cannot reach her world, she will be staying with us. Therefore, I hope everyone can show her a bit of tolerance. Chapter 126. The terrifying combat power of Cat Yuyu. What adorable ears. May I touch them? Gu Ning inquired, gazing at Cat Yuyu's ears. Absolutely not. Her ears are exclusively for me to touch, Li Xiang clarified. Is it because you two are in a romantic relationship? Chu Yuan remarked somewhat enviously, her excitement mirroring that of her affection for cats upon seeing the cat-eared girl. It is well understood that beauty captivates not only men but women as well. Li Xiang did not refute this notion. She cannot communicate with you all, as her language is remarkably unique. Presumably, only Wang Min can comprehend it. He elaborated on Cat Yuyu's situation. The inability to communicate left everyone feeling rather disheartened, thus sparking envy towards Wang Min, who could converse with Cat Yuyu. However, Wang Min's elation was short-lived, as she found herself unable to understand Cat Yuyu's words. Master, did you not say I could communicate with her? Why is that not the case? Wang Min looked at Li Xiang, her expression one of discontent. Is it not possible? Li Xiang responded, equally perplexed, as he had employed his beast language ability. Furthermore, Cat Yuyu had merely introduced herself, a simple concept that should not have been difficult to grasp. Yet, Wang Min was utterly lost. The reason for this misunderstanding remained a mystery. Now, Li Xiang stood as the sole individual capable of conversing with Cat Yuyu, which intensified her dependence on him. While this posed no issue for Cat Yuyu, it created an unfriendly atmosphere for Chu Yu and the others, with Cat Yuyu present. How could they engage in deeper conversations with Li Xiang? Having a cat-eared girl observing was rather inhibiting. Did you not say she possesses a similar ability to yours? Why then can I not understand her? Cat Yuyu cast a wistful glance at Li Xiang, yearning for another individual with whom she could communicate. Alas, her hopes were dashed. As Wang Min's words left her bewildered, I am uncertain why. My ability is a mimicry of hers, Li Xiang admitted, feeling equally frustrated. Could there have been an oversight somewhere? Cat Yuyu could only accept this predicament with resignation. Enough with the sulking. Allow me to treat you to the culinary delights of our world. With that, Li Xiang retrieved a mutated creature from his storage space, preparing to personally cook a meal for Cat Yuyu. Come on, stop staring. Do you intend to watch them flaunt their affection? Chuyu, feeling quite vexed, hooked her arm around her sister's shoulder, ready to lead her outside. Where to? Yuan asked, glancing at Chuyu with a frown. They've been taken away. Where are we going? To hunt zombies. Where else? Chuyu replied, swinging open the gates of the Doomsday Fortress. Stop lingering. He has returned and one T flee again. Let us go and unleash our frustrations on the zombies. With that declaration, Chuyu stepped outside alone. The others nodded in agreement. Unable to vent their frustrations on Xiang, they resolved to take it out on the zombies instead. Not only could they release their pent-up emotions, but they could also grow stronger. Where else could they find such a splendid opportunity? Thus, everyone exited the Doomsday Fortress to hunt zombies. The surroundings remained unchanged since Xiang's departure, as he had only been gone for a mere 36 hours. What are they up to? Catgirl inquired, curiosity piqued. They are hunting zombies. If you are interested, you may accompany them, Xiang responded. Though Catgirl had heard of zombies, she had yet to see one in person or hunt them herself. All right, I am indeed curious about what zombies are like. Catgirl nodded and followed suit. Eager to observe their hunting methods, although language posed a barrier, she could glean valuable information through observation. As Catgirl stepped outside, Chuyu and the others were already scaling the walls constructed by Xiang using earth manipulation abilities. The outer layer of these walls was fortified with metal, thanks to Gu Ning's metal enhancement and Chu Yuan's metal abilities. Their reinforced walls were robust enough to withstand the onslaught of zombies. Standing atop the walls, they could continuously unleash their powers to attack the zombies below. This strategy allowed them to hunt effectively while simultaneously enhancing their abilities, a dual benefit. As for the essence crystals, they would collect those collectively later to ensure everyone remained on par. Such teamwork was feasible because they shared a unique bond with Xiang, functioning as a cohesive unit. Their collective growth bolstered their overall strength, a feat only manageable for small to medium-sized teams. Catgirl observed from the wall, taking in the actions of each individual. She realized that their abilities and combat methods were vastly different from those of her world. Furthermore, the energy in this realm was considerably sparser, a stark contrast to her own world. In her world, the energy was abundant. Here, it felt as if she were in an entirely different realm. Catgirl found it challenging to unleash her full combat potential. After a moment of contemplation, she utilized her energy to create an energy field. What is that cat-eared girl doing? Someone exclaimed, noticing Catgirl's actions. What an intriguing energy. Is that a weapon? Chuyu furrowed her brow, sensing a powerful energy fluctuation. It does not resemble any ability, Ji Ruayue remarked, her eyes filled with curiosity as she observed Catgirl. At that moment, Catgirl gestured within the energy field, and countless beams of white light shot forth like laser beams. The rays struck the zombies and oppos heads, causing them to explode. Wow, how impressive. What kind of ability is this? It's utterly outrageous. Goodness, is this an energy weapon? It feels like something out of alien technology, given that Catgirl hailed from another world. Labeling her an extraterrestrial seemed fitting. The spectacle bore a striking resemblance to scenes from science fiction films. Everyone was astounded by Catgirl and Oppos' method of attack, as it was astonishingly and Oppos, sci-fi, and Oppos, entirely distinct from their abilities. The power was overwhelming. If they could master such skills, zombies would pose no threat whatsoever. Catgirl was effortlessly annihilating zombies, including those of the 4th and even 5th tiers. The 5th-tier zombies met the same swift demise. Chapter 127. She may have mastered the cultivation method before long. They discerned the predicament of Miao Yo-Yo. She could hardly endure for 3 minutes. Her attack ceased abruptly, and she appeared exceedingly weak. I had thought she could persist longer. Yet it was disheartening to witness her falter before she could fully enjoy it. Gu Ning pouted, casting a glance laden with hostility towards Miao Yo-Yo. It was evident that Miao Yo-Yo hailed from another realm, possessing a pair of beastly ears that bewitched countless souls. What defines a fairy? Miao Yo-Yo epitomized the true essence of a fairy. With such a creature near the man Gu Ning admired, how could she not feel a twinge of emotion? She believed she had shown remarkable restraint, coexisting peacefully with others, yet she found it impossible to reconcile with this different species, especially one who had not shared in their struggles. Lady, you exude a sin of sourness. Such demeanor will only evoke disdain from Xiang. Please be mindful, Chuyu. Gu Ning and Amp, Oppos' closest confidant, directly cautioned her to prevent any further missteps. I am aware, but I am simply irate. Gu Ning retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Miao Yo-Yo observed the unfolding drama but chose to remain silent, knowing that her words would fall on deaf ears. She was cognizant of Li Xiang's unique bond with them and could sense their emotions. Although the elemental energy here was scant for her, she could still draw upon it to facilitate her recovery, albeit at a slower pace, falling short of the effects in her native realm. Seated in meditation, she began to regulate her breathing. At this juncture, Chuyu shifted her focus towards Miao Yo-Yo. Have you noticed? The elemental energy is continuously converging towards that cat girl. It differs significantly from our usual experiences, she remarked after observing for a while. Indeed, I too have noticed. It appears she is rapidly absorbing the elemental energy. Chu Ning articulated her findings. Yes, Sister Yu. I also sense that she is absorbing elemental energy at an impressive rate, Luo Yin added. Regrettably, communication is impossible, otherwise. We ought to inquire, He Yun mused, examining Miao Yo-Yo with envy and curiosity. Do you think their world allows for cultivation, akin to the narratives in novels, where one cultivates elemental energy and spiritual power? Just now, her method seemed reminiscent of the techniques depicted on television, Ji Ryu's speculated, her imagination running wild. It is indeed plausible. Let us have Li Xiang inquire. Perhaps he is unaware of this cat-eared girl's circumstances. Gu Ning expressed her excitement. If cultivation were feasible, they could become stronger. The zombies were growing increasingly formidable, and they felt the burden intensifying. Moreover, occasional beetle assaults added to their woes. The pressure of survival loomed larger, and they earnestly wished to bolster their strength to confront the zombies and beetles more effectively in this increasingly harrowing world. Let us not rush. We shall observe further. Chu Yu advised, unwilling to disturb Li Xiang, who had not prepared a feast in quite some time, and she quite missed his culinary skills. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging Chu Yu's high standing among them. In Li Xiang's absence, she naturally assumed the leadership role due to her unparalleled strength and capabilities, garnering the respect of all. Miao Yo-Yo continued to absorb the elemental energy, undistracted by other activities. As time passed, Li Xiang completed the cooking and beckoned Miao Yo-Yo and the others to return and savor the meal. They responded promptly, as if they had been eagerly anticipating the feast. Upon returning to the apocalyptic sanctuary, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with strikingly beautiful women, creating a visually pleasing scene. Li Xiang stood atop the city wall for a moment, noting the uncollected elemental crystals below. He promptly controlled 60 zombies to commence the gathering of these crystals. Once that task was complete, he returned to the sanctuary. The group had washed their hands and taken their seats, sitting casually yet maintaining a distance from Miao Yo-Yo. Li Xiang approached and took a seat next to her. Just as he settled down, Chu Ning spoke up. Brother Xiang, I believe the beast-eared girl may possess the ability to cultivate. She seems to have mastered a method to absorb elemental energy. Just now, an energy field manifested before her, and the energy shot forth like lasers, obliterating the zombies. Both 4th and 5th tiers fell instantly. Upon hearing Chu Ning's description, Li Xiang glanced at Miao Yo-Yo. He understood that she must have referred to the offensive techniques from her world. Utilizing her own elemental energy to form specialized energy fields could serve various purposes: offensive energy fields for attacking and defensive energy fields for protection. Their world relied on diverse energy fields to confront adversaries and various crises. I comprehend now. I shall engage her in a thorough discussion later. While their world lacks supernatural abilities, they can construct unique energy fields using elemental energy. I had intended to explore the possibility of integrating this with our supernatural powers to enhance our strength. However, there is no need to rush. Such a feat cannot be accomplished in the short term. Let us enjoy our meal first. Li Xiang's words ignited a wave of anticipation among them. If they could indeed learn such methods, confronting zombies would become significantly easier. Here, try this meat. I put a lot of effort into it. Li Xiang offered Miao Yo-Yo a piece of meat. Ah, it smells delightful, Miao Yo-Yo replied with a sweet smile towards Li Xiang, then tasted the meat he had served. The moment it touched her palate, the flavor captivated her senses. She instinctively closed her eyes, savoring the exquisite taste with heightened appreciation. I have never tasted such delectable food. It is simply unbelievable, Miao Yo-Yo expressed her astonishment and satisfaction. It was no wonder. Her world was a culinary wasteland with scarce delicious fare. The best they could manage was to roast what little they had. The notion of intricate cooking was unfathomable to them. As long as they could satiate their hunger and gain energy, that sufficed. In this meal, Miao Yo-Yo relished every bite, experiencing immense joy and fulfillment. Once they had eaten their fill, Li Xiang led her out of the apocalyptic fortress. The others followed suit, curious about the gift he had promised them. Upon reaching the wall, they beheld a horde of zombies kneeling on one knee before a pyramid of elemental crystals. Chapter 128. The distinction between bestiar tribe and humans. Are these zombies all under your control? Chuyu could hardly believe her eyes. For there were simply too many kneeling zombies before her. There are 60 zombies here. Have you truly mastered the ability to control so many? Qin Yurong and Apos. Eyes were filled with astonishment. This was akin to commanding a legion of the undead. Such overwhelming elemental energy. Mao Yuyu leapt down, landing before the elemental crystal pyramid. The bestiar tribe possesses an acute sensitivity to elemental energy. Can you give this to me? Mao Yuyu inquired directly, her desire to regain her strength palpable. Only by restoring her power could she regain her confidence and composure. Of course. But might you share with us your methods of absorbing and utilizing elemental energy to create energy fields? Xiang candidly expressed his intentions. Certainly. This is not a secret in our world. And as you are my lord, it is only natural that I would impart this knowledge to you. Mao Yuyu responded with enthusiasm. Very well, then these elemental crystals shall belong to you. As a token of our gratitude, Xiang smiled faintly, surveying the group. Now, since Mao Yuyu has agreed to teach us how to absorb elemental energy, I am offering these crystals as a form of tuition. Does anyone have any objections? Upon hearing Xiang and Apos' words, the crowd erupted in cheers. No objections. It and Apos' merely some elemental crystals. These are abundant as long as we hunt zombies and mutated beasts. They did not perceive the crystals as significant, especially since many had been slain by Mao Yuyu herself. Thus, their animosity toward her diminished considerably. Next, Chu Yuan and Gu Ning. You two need to cover the zombies' bodies with a layer of metal armor. As he spoke, Xiang produced a substantial amount of metal. This was essential to signify that these zombies were part of Xiang and Apos' controlled army, especially since they did not speak. All right. Chu Yuan and Gu Ning exchanged excited glances. They had long desired to forge a set of metal armor, but had yet to find a suitable opportunity. These zombies would serve perfectly as experimental subjects. I can provide you with a design. We can create a unique metal armor for them. Ming Tian eagerly offered her assistance. That and Apos, splendid. Your designs are always beautiful. Chu Yuan admired Ming Tian's aesthetic sensibility, confident that she would produce something remarkable. Everyone, let us spring into action and hunt zombies. We must clear this area first. Xiang declared, leaping down to engage the zombies. The others quickly followed suit, joining the fray. Xiang relished the thrill of plunging into the horde of zombies. Feeling invigorated, limbs from the fallen undead scattered in all directions. Mao Yuyu and Apos' eyes sparkled upon witnessing the scene. Her innate beastly nature made her appreciate Xiang and Apos' fervor. At that moment, if she had sufficient elemental energy, she would have yearned to join him in battle. Xiang and his companions carved a path through the undead, driving toward the outskirts of the horde before turning back to engage once more. Countless zombies fell at their feet. What a rush! Such exhilaration! Xiang exclaimed, surveying the multitude of zombies that lay defeated. This location was truly exceptional, a perfect stronghold where he could continuously grow stronger, amassing experience to elevate his level swiftly. Moreover, the number of zombies was just right, not overwhelming, and new zombies continued to emerge from all directions, alleviating any concerns about running out of foes. After several rounds of combat, Xiang, exhausted, began to employ his extraordinary abilities against the zombies. This method maximally stretched his limits, pushing his potential further. Xiang, a reborn individual from a post-apocalyptic world, was particularly ruthless with himself. Most people would find it challenging to reach his level of self-discipline, believing it unnecessary to exert themselves to such extremes. However, Xiang was different. He had suffered greatly from inadequacies in his previous life. Furthermore, he increasingly sensed that this world was fraught with peril. While zombies might present the least complex threat, they were also incapable of reproduction. Given the current circumstances, it was exceedingly difficult for them to infect other humans. Thus, zombies were akin to a diminishing resource. Each one slain was one less in existence. In contrast, mutated beasts and insects were entirely different. They possessed reproductive capabilities, continuously spawning offspring, which could potentially grow stronger and more formidable. Additionally, there were threats from two other worlds. Once Xiang became fatigued, his horde of zombies encircled him and his allies, gradually retreating within the protective walls. The task of collecting elemental crystals was naturally delegated to the zombie legion, as these fifth-tier zombies had developed capabilities comparable to humans, adept at executing various intricate tasks. Upon returning, Xiang glanced at Mao Yuyu, who was still absorbing elemental crystals atop the wall. The crystals swirled around her, destined to shatter once fully consumed. Thus, Xiang approached her, eager to learn the techniques of absorbing elemental energy. Once he mastered this technique, Xiang was confident he would ascend to become the strongest being in this world, excluding invaders from other realms. Mao Yuyu willingly shared her knowledge, revealing her methods of absorption. While recording the techniques was relatively straightforward, Xiang found himself struggling to comprehend the intricacies of her methods. Despite this, he was not entirely without recourse. He activated his X-ray vision, a seldom used ability, to examine Mao Yuyu and Appo's internal structure, seeking to understand how she manipulated elemental energy. He also needed to discern the differences between her physiology and that of a human. Before long, he identified several extraordinary aspects. Primarily, he discovered the three elemental cores she referred to as heaven, earth, and body. These cores were the key to cultivation and represented an organ absent in humans. Xiang realized that unraveling the mysteries of cultivation hinged upon these elemental cores. If humans could possess such an organ, they would seamlessly master the art of cultivation. For Xiang, this was not an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 129. The profound transformation of Yuan City. It is both perceptible and palpable. He must comprehend the entirety of Yuan Dan and Appo's structure and its operational mechanisms. Perhaps, in doing so, he could decipher its functions. Simultaneously, he is curious to ascertain whether it is feasible to simulate its functions within his own body, thus achieving a responsive effect. After all, humanity possesses its own advantages, namely, the extraordinary abilities. These abilities are truly wondrous. Perhaps, this avenue could be explored further. After obtaining the consent of Cat Yuyu, Xiang began to channel his mental energy into her body. How do you feel? He inquired, aware that this was a novel experience for Cat Yuyu. It feels quite strange, yet profoundly mystical, she replied, grappling to articulate her sensations, as she had never encountered anything of the sort before. It seemed as if she had become a part of Xiang's being, establishing a unique connection with him. It feels as if we have become one. I can sense your thoughts, Cat Yuyu exclaimed, her face aglow with excitement. Really? You can perceive my thoughts? Xiang was equally astonished, not anticipating that during his mental intrusion, she would be able to grasp his thoughts. You must not think indiscriminately, Cat Yuyu said, her cheeks flushing instantly. It appeared to be genuine. Xiang smiled slightly, as an array of thoughts began to burgeon in his mind. Cat Yuyu's innocence and charm captivated him, and he found delight in teasing her. All right, I shall cease the teasing. Can you still perceive my thoughts now? After imposing some limitations, Xiang inquired. Cat Yuyu shook her head and replied, No, I cannot sense them any longer. How did you manage that? Her curiosity piqued. She relished the ability to grasp Xiang's thoughts. The experience of sharing thoughts was profoundly enchanting to her. I imposed some minor restrictions, however. I gleaned some insights from you. Perhaps I could indeed master your extraordinary techniques, thereby harnessing your abilities. Upon hearing this, Cat Yuyu and Appo's curiosity intensified. She was aware that the internal anatomical structures of the Beast Ear clan differed from those of humans, and their capacity for cultivation stemmed from these structural differences. If Xiang could truly decipher and master such abilities, it could indeed alter the fate of humanity. This was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. It necessitated persistent and in-depth research. Xiang embraced Cat Yuyu, lifting her in his arms. The battle had concluded, and he required a respite to recuperate. The others had returned to the Apocalypse Fortress, and Xiang was reluctant to leave Cat Yuyu alone outside. Upon their return to the Apocalypse Fortress, Xiang continued his examination of the Amp, Appo's, Yuan Dan and Amp, Appo's, within Cat Yuyu and Amp, Appo's body. In the ensuing days, Xiang hunted zombies daily, with Cat Yuyu joining him in combat. With the Yuan crystal, she could swiftly recover, alleviating concerns of depleting her Yuan energy and diminishing her strength. Xiang diligently studied Cat Yuyu's body, and as time passed, a month had swiftly elapsed. During this period, however, he had made little progress. After concluding a day of battle, they returned to the Apocalypse Fortress. The fortress had undergone considerable transformation, its exterior now cloaked in a layer of beetle shells. The Beast Ear clan possessed the means to manage the beetle shells. But Cat Yuyu was not particularly inclined toward learning, so she had not acquired this skill. According to her, the energy matrix constituted by that large energy field could not be managed by just one or two individuals, It required hundreds. Recognizing the potential for processing, Xiang deemed this news promising. Thus, he resolved to take Cat Yu to Yuan City the following day to discover any new developments. After all, they had not returned to Cloud City in over 2 months and were unaware of the circumstances there. I plan to take Cat Yu to Cloud City tomorrow. Is there anything you wish for me to procure? Xiang surveyed the group. During this time, they had coexisted harmoniously, and his rapport with Cat Yu had flourished. Cat Yu had witnessed the other facets of most of the individuals, which they did not display aside from Xiang. Everyone shook their heads. Most of what was available in Cloud City was already in Xiang's storage space, consisting mainly of daily necessities. They understood that Xiang was primarily informing them of his intention to take Cat Yu to Cloud City. Seeing that no one had any requests, Xiang ceased his inquiries. Early the next morning, Xiang and Cat Yu mounted a female demon and set off toward Cloud City. After 2 hours of flight, they arrived above the city. Over the course of 2 months, Xiang noted a remarkable transformation in Cloud City. It had expanded exponentially, evolving into a vast metropolis. The city walls had also risen, now standing at over 10 meters, with substantial sections having been reinforced with metal. Clearly, this was the result of the efforts of the metal ability evolvers in Yuan City. Perhaps Xiang's rebirth had instigated some changes. Yuan City was now actively absorbing postnatal evolvers within the barriers. Xiang descended from the sky with Cat Yu, opting not to reveal the female demon. The current state of Yuan City and how it differed from the Yuan City of 2 months prior remained uncertain. Halt. Please declare your identity. I shall register you. They were accosted as they approached. Xiang observed that the individuals wielded firearm-like weapons, piquing his curiosity. Hadn't AMP, Oppos, T firearms been rendered obsolete? Why were they being utilized once more? Had new technologies emerged? It appeared that much had transpired during his 2-month absence. Are you wanderers or residents of other shelters? One inquired. I am Xiang. Just returned from Yuan City. Here is my identification badge. He presented his identification card. Upon seeing it, the individual immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Esteemed Black Iron Sovereign. Welcome back. Afterward, they presented Xiang's identification card with reverence. It seemed that during his absence, significant developments had transpired in Yuan City. Indeed, Yuan City is undergoing daily transformations. You may wish to visit the municipal hall. There will be professionals available to assist you. Please follow me to the vehicle, they suggested. Xiang was taken aback. He had not anticipated the establishment of a municipal hall akin to those before the apocalypse. His curiosity was piqued regarding the events that had unfolded. Additionally, he wished to know whether Xiang Haichao had yielded any research results. If so, he could better utilize those beetle shells. Chapter 130. It seems you wish to stay. Xiang spent an hour in the municipal hall, gaining a comprehensive understanding of Yuan City's development over the past 2 months. Presently, Yuan City boasts a population of 300,000 evolvers, with numbers steadily rising each day. This surge is attributed to Yuan City's active recruitment of evolvers, offering them shelter and assistance. The intent is unequivocal, to enhance Yuan City's strength and to transform it into the most formidable city rather than merely a simple gathering point. Additionally, a multitude of talented individuals have been flocking to Yuan City. The city has issued tasks to all evolvers. Finding a talent yields points that can be exchanged for various goods. In essence, Yuan City is undergoing rapid development while simultaneously crafting the rules of a new world. It must be said, the management of Yuan City indeed possesses noteworthy qualities. However, Xiang felt that many of Yuan City's regulations seemed to be directly lifted from certain novels. After departing the municipal hall, Xiang proceeded directly to the research center. The center had expanded significantly, accommodating a multitude of researchers engaged in numerous projects. Utilizing his identity card, Xiang navigated smoothly to find Xiang Haichao. Compared to 2 months ago, Xiang Haichao appeared much more spirited, and his strength had also seen enhancement. The reason being, he now had access to elemental crystals, allowing him to absorb them to augment his abilities and grow stronger. Having leveled up, his overall condition visibly improved. However, progress on the hard shell of the beetle remained stagnant. Yet, giving up was not an option, and research continued daily. They had sent the beetle and AMP, Oppos, S shell to the nation and AMP, Oppos, S super collider for experimentation, hoping that such advanced tools might yield valuable results. Xiang, these communication devices are our latest research achievements. They possess ultra-long-distance transmission capabilities, and we are constructing a brand new network. Each device is equipped with quantum chips. There are a total of 500 units, allowing for the formation of a small network or integration into a future larger network. As a token of gratitude for your prior assistance to our laboratory, observing the array of wristband-like devices, Xiang promptly accessed his storage space. These were indeed valuable items that he needed. Thank you. Should you require any assistance, feel free to let me know. Xiang generously offered his support. After all, maintaining contact with Zhang Haichao was essential, as he might provide insights on how to utilize the Beetle's hardshell technology in the future. I currently have no request for your assistance, but I will reach out if that changes, Zhang Haichao replied, not one to indulge in pleasantries. Very well. It's settled then. Xiang and Zhang Haichao shook hands, and he departed the research center with Mao Yuyu. Instead of leaving immediately, Xiang took Mao Yuyu on a stroll through Yuan City. The city had taken on a semblance of urbanity. However, building heights were regulated, preventing skyscrapers. The streets were lined with numerous shops selling an array of goods and diverse culinary delights. If not for the zombies lurking outside the city, Xiang would scarcely believe he was in a new city established amidst the apocalypse. Mao Yuyu was filled with curiosity about the various products, relishing the experience of shopping. Finding it immensely entertaining, she discovered many novel items, some of which she found quite appealing. Xiang accompanied her for the better part of the day. And as night fell, they settled into a hotel in Yuan City. Xiang was pleasantly surprised by the presence of hotels. The price for a night's stay was equivalent to a third-tier zombie's elemental crystal, which he considered rather expensive. This experience was novel for Mao Yuyu, as it marked her first entry into a human city, witnessing how others lived. Everything in Yuan City was fresh to her. That night, they explored the night market together, sampling countless snacks. In that moment, Xiang felt a sense of nostalgia for the vibrant life that existed before the apocalypse, relishing the long-lost tranquility. Aside from the fact that transactions required elemental crystals, their exploration continued until late at night, only returning to their hotel when the vendors had closed up for the evening. Is this how your world used to be? Mao Yuyu nestled against Xiang, clutching a bottle of wine. Yes, more or less, Xiang nodded. Aside from the absence of vehicles, it closely resembled human society prior to the apocalypse. Naturally, many forms of entertainment were still lacking, such as karaoke and cinema, which had yet to appear in Yuan City. Nevertheless, Xiang was confident that these recreational activities would soon emerge. In the future, he could bring Chu Yu and others back to experience these aspects of life, reliving the joys of the past. The merchants were ordinary people, conducting business for the greater good of Yuan City. Their earnings contributed to the city, yet they received points as compensation. This arrangement provided them with the opportunity to gain abilities, transforming from ordinary citizens into evolvers. Xiang understood well the immense allure this held for the common folk. Before long, Yuan City would blossom into a metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million, if not more. Such a lifestyle was the aspiration of countless individuals. Amidst the apocalypse, Yuan City undoubtedly represented a haven, naturally attracting throngs of people. To establish such a foundation within 2 months left Xiang thoroughly impressed. Even he, as a reincarnated individual, could hardly achieve such feats in a short span. For all of humanity, Yuan City symbolized a monumental boon. I envy you. Our world is far less interesting than yours. Consumed by constant conflict and chaos, Mao Yuyu remarked with a look of envy. Endless fighting is not a viable solution. Only peace can foster development. If our worlds were to connect, the flames of war would likely engulf our realm. Xiang expressed his concerns. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the future would see the worlds intertwining. At that time, it would precipitate a grand conflict among the three realms. If the beastkin were as belligerent as rumored, they would surely provoke skirmishes everywhere. That's exactly why I despise our world. I find your time to be splendid. At least, this place is particularly wonderful, Mao Yuyu replied with delight. It seems you truly cherish Yuan City. I hope you will choose to reside here, Xiang teased, playfully pinching Mao Yuyu's nose. Wait a moment. I believe someone is approaching our room. Mao Yuyu twitched her nose, glancing toward the door. The budding warmth between them was abruptly interrupted when the door was suddenly kicked open and 2 individuals rushed in. Chapter 131. The attack of hundreds of thousands of beetles. Surrender everything you possess. A rugged man brandishing a long knife gestured threateningly at Xiang. Be swift. I am a second-tier evolved being. If you wish to live, hand over your belongings. Do you see this? My flame ability can incinerate you if you resist. As he spoke, the fierce man conjured a ball of fire. Xiang was taken aback. He never anticipated that someone would dare to rob him. It seemed he had been too discreet, leading others to perceive him as an easy target. What if I refuse? Xiang inquired, intrigued by how the man would proceed. What emboldened him to rob? Was it strength or sheer folly? I will burn you all to ashes and take what I desire, the man declared with brazen arrogance. Then burn away. I refuse to comply, Xiang retorted resolutely. Very well, I shall send you on your way. Do not think the hotel staff will come to your aid. No one can hear your cries for help. I possess the ability to silence all sound. Xiang merely smiled, awaiting the man's next move. Clearly, you value wealth over your lives. Thus, you shall perish. With that, the man unleashed a fireball. It was indeed a genuine fire ability, yet it proved feeble, halting before Xiang, unable to approach him. The man and Apos' expression shifted as he realized he faced an insurmountable challenge. Just kidding, bro. This is merely a special reminder service provided by the hotel, aimed at enhancing customer safety awareness. Yes, it's just a safety drill. Xiang remained silent, allowing the flame to swell larger and larger. The two men attempted to flee, but their bodies felt immobilized, and their screams were utterly futile, producing no sound. They understood their fate was sealed. Trembling with fear, they awaited their doom. Soon, the flames engulfed them, yet they burned within a confined range, as if the heat were isolated, failing to warm the surrounding air. The pleasant atmosphere was tainted by the presence of these two wretches. All right, I'll lay my cards on the table. Our world is not as splendid as it seems. In truth, it is rife with relentless warfare, with only a few places enjoying relative peace. Mao Yu nodded, sensing the gravity of the situation. Even if she could not grasp the exact words of the two men, this thought brings me some solace. Otherwise, wouldn't your world become a utopia for our bestial tribe? She expressed earnestly. Xiang disposed of the remnants and then embraced Mao Yu to rest, hoping this incident would be a solitary occurrence and that no one would disrupt their peace again. For some time, no further disturbances arose. The two engaged in profound conversation until dawn, before departing Yuan City together. Upon reaching the city gates, they discovered a throng of people queuing to exit the city. With no mutated beasts or zombies within, acquiring Yuan crystals necessitated venturing outside. Everything in Yuan City was either obtained through points or purchased with Yuan crystals, significantly heightening the demand for the latter and compelling everyone to move outward, unwilling to remain stagnant. Xiang noticed that many teams were preparing to exit, some waving flags, others clad in identical attire, with a few sporting matching tattoos. Yet, amidst the crowd, he discerned a familiar emblem, the Rose Legion. This revelation took him by surprise. Had the Rose Legion been affected, prompting them to abandon their comfort zone and protective barrier? However, Xiang chose not to engage with them, utilizing his shape-shifting ability to alter his appearance to avoid recognition. Surrounded by numerous trustworthy individuals, he remained uncertain of the Rose Legion and Apos' reliability. In the apocalypse, trust grew increasingly scarce as time progressed. Xiang would rather resurrect zombies than mingle with ordinary humans. Mao Yu, noticing Xiang's transformation, found it peculiar but understood he had his reasons and refrained from questioning him, instead feeling envious of his diverse abilities that afforded him the freedom to act as he pleased. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from ahead. This is bad. Something has gone awry. Xiang's expression darkened as he utilized the vision of a banshee to witness countless beetles assaulting Cloud City. The city's guards were utterly overwhelmed by the onslaught, with those preparing to exit also falling victim to the attack. Alarms blared throughout the city. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiang summoned the banshee and stored the communication devices in a box for her to take. He recorded a video to instruct Chu Yu and the others on how to use the devices. Then, he contacted Zhang Haichao, urging him to prepare for evacuation, as the sheer number of beetles, estimated at 50,000, was alarming. Their sudden appearance, all emerging from the ground, was evidently intentional, not coincidental. Countless Yuan City soldiers rushed from all directions to engage in battle. As the banshee departed, Xiang commanded the swift return of Jifeng from his camp, for he needed to lead Mao Yu away. Coexisting with Yuan City was not an option. He could not fathom how such a multitude of beetles had emerged. Could Yuan City genuinely withstand such a siege? Shall we not join the fray? Mao Yu asked, glancing at the clash between the masses and the beetles. Concern etched on her face. Yes, but you are ill-suited for combat. Your method of fighting could lead to significant trouble, Xiang explained. Knowing Mao Yu utilized a special energy field rather than abilities. In the eyes of those with ill intentions, this could pose a serious threat. Mao Yu nodded, choosing not to press further. Xiang refrained from entering the fray himself, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation. Soon, he noticed the beetle numbers continuing to swell. Not confined to a single area, but saturating every corner. The massacre had devolved into a one-sided slaughter of humans by the beetles, many evolved beings. Only at the second or third tier could not muster their strength before being slain by the relentless insects. Countless individuals perished, with no opportunity to escape. As the area outside the city teemed with beetles, effectively sealing off and surrounding Yuan City, the only escape route appeared to be through the skies. Chapter 132, The Fall of Yuan City. Few survivors. Xiang hurriedly made his way towards the research center, accompanied by the cat, Yu. After receiving a distress signal from Zhang Haichao, who reported an onslaught of beetles emerging from the ground to attack the center. The threat was not confined to the research facility. Beetles were rampant throughout the city, having breached its defenses and launched assaults on humanity. Yuan City was doomed, and there was no escape this time. How could such a splendid place fall victim to so many beetles? Yu, overwhelmed with grief, could hardly comprehend the devastation, as she had always cherished her memories of Yuan City, viewing it as a marvelous locale that had left an indelible mark on her heart. Yet, before she could even depart, the beetles attacked and laid waste to everything. The viscous fluid of the beetles sprayed everywhere, corroding the fleeing populace and dissolving the very structures they sought refuge in. Run, quickly, flee back to the protective barrier, they cried. Wasn't Apos, the construction of city supposed to summon a protective dome? Where was it? Come forth, barrier. Help? Is there anyone to save me? I do not wish to perish. I have only just arrived. The apocalypse had truly arrived. Laughter echoed in the chaos, a sinister glee at humanity and Apos' suffering. Die. All of you die. Humanity should have faced extinction long ago. Countless individuals succumbed to despair, realizing they were no match for the beetles and could be slaughtered with ease. Xiang felt regret for not having left with Yu sooner. Perhaps he should not have lingered here. Yet, he was reluctant to abandon the fight. He battled his way to the research center, only to find it a scene of utter devastation, infested with beetles and surrounded by collapsed, corroded buildings. Attempts to contact Zhang Haichao via communication devices yielded no response. It was highly probable that Zhang had perished, given his limited combat prowess. Soon, explosions echoed from afar. Yet such detonations were unlikely to inflict significant harm upon the beetles. Yuan City was indeed lost. Ultimately, Xiang had no choice but to ascend into the sky with Yu. His mental strength now allowed him to soar up to 100 meters, even while carrying her. However, he could only take Yu with him, leaving others behind. A few individuals possessing flight abilities managed to escape, their sights firmly set on the old civilization and city protected by the barrier. Xiang chose not to flee but to watch from above, observing as hundreds of thousands of beetles relentlessly attacked the survivors below, dragging their corpses into the depths. How could such a beautiful place be reduced to ruin? Yu struggled to accept the destruction of a city she had held dear, obliterated in less than 2 hours. The desperation of those resisting was palpable. This was their home, painstakingly built, only to be annihilated by beetles, leading to countless deaths. Xiang noticed a few small teams attempting to break free from the encirclement, and the beetles did not pursue them. He shouted for others to fight their way out and cease resistance. Under Xiang's rallying cries, more individuals surged forward. Once they broke free, they fled towards the safety of the barrier-protected old world. It was their only hope. In total, only a few thousand managed to escape Yuan City. Xiang saw no other survivors. The impact of this catastrophe weighed heavily on him, leaving him in a state of profound disquiet, despite being a 7th-tier evolver. He felt helpless against the overwhelming odds. Even in combat against beetles, he could manage to take on 5 at most. Yet here, there were hundreds of thousands. A veritable sea of them, rendering any effort futile. The beetles did not ascend to attack Xiang. They were occupied with transporting the bodies, dragging them into the subterranean realm. No one knew what transpired below, or what kind of world awaited. Yuan City was irrevocably lost. The new home painstakingly constructed by countless evolvers vanished. Aside from the few thousand who escaped, nearly 1 million inhabitants were gone, including numerous elite humans and scientists. This was not merely a significant loss for Yuan City. It was a catastrophic blow to humanity as a whole. These beetles were terrifying, capable of demolishing a city with a population nearing 1 million in mere hours. Many of the inhabitants were 5th-tier evolvers. Xiang gazed at the ruins of Yuan City below, his emotions a tumultuous blend of confusion and sorrow. He could find no words to articulate his feelings, nor any means to cope. He had always known beetles were formidable adversaries, Yet he had never imagined they could obliterate a city built by humans in such a swift and devastating manner. In their world, tribes frequently fell victim to Beetle attacks. But more than half of their people typically managed to escape, unlike the tragedy that befell Yuan City. Yu watched the destruction below, her brow furrowed. The place that had once held such beautiful memories was now reduced to ruins. It seemed they had underestimated the Beetles, failing to comprehend their nature. Xiang lamented their lack of thorough research, having only studied the Beetles' hardened exoskeletons. In the face of opponents possessing such undeniable superiority over human evolvers, humanity had built sanctuaries in perilous locations, risking that the Beetles would not target their gathering points. Yuan City had gambled and lost, utterly and comprehensively. He could not discern whether this assault was unique to Yuan City or if other human strongholds had also fallen under attack. Perhaps he had never received news from outside the city because those beyond its borders had been slaughtered by the Beetles. Anxiety surged within Xiang as he urged Yu to hasten towards the direction of the approaching wind. They needed to act swiftly to evacuate Chu Yuan and the others to the nearest city. Their location was favorable. A small county lay just a few dozen kilometers away, shielded by the barrier, where some fortifiers resided. Xiang fervently hoped that the female demon would return quickly and provide the communication devices to Chu Yu and her team. This way, he could establish contact with them. Otherwise, by the time he and Yu rode the wind back, he might find himself confronting unforeseen dangers. Should a large number of Beetles attack, they would stand little chance of resistance. The zombie horde remained too weak, even with many possessing metal armor. They were still vulnerable against the might of the Beetles, whose numbers were overwhelming. The female demon was swift, even faster than the wind. Thus, when Xiang and Yu finally regrouped with the wind, the female demon had already arrived at their camp. Once Chu and her team figured out how to utilize the communication devices, they immediately contacted Xiang. Chapter 133, Conditions for Entering the Light Barrier is that you. Xiang? The voice of Chu emerged from the communicator. Yes, it and Apos, me. You all need to evacuate swiftly. Heading towards the nearest town, Xiang urged urgently. What happened? Is there a problem? Chu inquired, astonished. Yuan City has been attacked by hundreds of thousands of Beetles, resulting in the massacre of nearly 1 million inhabitants. Xiang replied, his voice heavy with sorrow, haunted by images of the Beetles slaughtering humanity. The sense of helplessness weighed heavily on him. What, 1 million people? Chu exclaimed, utterly incredulous at Xiang and Apos' words. Thus, you must evacuate immediately to avoid any unforeseen incidents. A few survivors from Yuan City have also fled, and the Beetles did not hinder their escape, Xiang stated with grave seriousness. What about the Doomsday Fortress? Chu asked, her concern palpable. Understanding the gravity of the situation. Don't worry about that. Just evacuate without hesitation. I will reunite with you as soon as possible, Xiang instructed, guiding his swift steed towards the fleeing survivors of Yuan City. He was anxious to ascertain whether they could safely return to the old world, to successfully traverse the light barrier and regain sanctuary. All right, we will evacuate now. We will keep in constant contact and report any developments immediately, she replied, keeping the line open rather than hanging up. She briefed others on the situation, and they proceeded to evacuate without a moment and Apos' hesitation, as it was Xiang and Apos' command. They secured the Doomsday Fortress and took along the alerting beasts, thunder and lightning, while the Banshee hovered above, also serving as a warning system. Simultaneously, the zombie army followed suit. Fortunately, Xiang's control was sufficiently far-reaching. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to manage everything remotely. Meanwhile, Xiang, accompanied by the cat, Yu, swiftly pursued the survivors on his steed. The speed of the steed allowed him to catch up without delay. He refrained from engaging with them, as they were likely not in the mood for conversation. After more than an hour, Xiang received a communication request. Upon connecting, he heard Chu and Apos' voice. We have successfully arrived at the county town. Should we wait here, or attempt to enter? Xiang hesitated momentarily before responding. Let us proceed inside, regardless of the circumstances. We must cross the light barrier and enter the county town. Understood. We will enter the county town and pass through the light barrier, Chu confirmed, relaying the situation. Shortly thereafter, Chu's voice echoed again. Xiang, just as we attempted to cross the light barrier, a voice warned us that our energy would be extracted. After the extraction, our powers would be reduced to the second tier. However, we would gain a passage mark allowing us to enter and exit freely in the future. Given this situation, should we proceed? Chu Yu expressed uncertainty, concerned about the significant reduction in their powers. What if we encounter danger inside? How can we respond if we are diminished to the second tier? Let us hold off on entering for now. Remain outside and wait. If any beetles approach and attack, then you can enter, Xiang decided, recognizing that being reduced to the second tier was indeed excessive. It was perilous to enter the county town blindly, especially when the circumstances within remained unclear. Reducing their powers would only heighten the risks. All right, we will wait for you. When will you return? Chiyu's worry for Xiang was evident, considering the terrifying events that had unfolded. We will approach the light barrier, observe the survivors entering, and then I will return to reunite with you. Xiang laid out his plan. It won't take long. We are nearing the light barrier, Xiang assured. The survivors were desperately fleeing, terrified by the ferocity of the beetles, eager to escape into the light barrier. Their speed was remarkable, as they were predominantly 4th or 5th tier evolvers. Those of lower tiers had perished in the battle against the beetles, having no chance of survival. After another hour, the survivors finally reached the nearest city. Xiang and Yuyo descended from the sky, joining them at the light barrier. Some individuals reached out towards the barrier, only to begin cursing moments later. This is too harsh. From 5th tier directly down to 2nd tier? How can we accept that? Exactly. 2nd tier is far too weak. We want to even be able to protect ourselves. This light barrier is simply taking advantage of our plight. The evolvers inside are mostly 3rd tier. Now we are being reduced to 2nd tier, making us weaker than them. This is unacceptable. I protest. A reduction to 3rd tier would be manageable. What is the use of discussing this here? They don't belong to the same civilization. They want to understand us. Look out. The beetles are appearing again. Suddenly, someone pointed and shouted in alarm. Xiang scanned the area, his expression shifting dramatically. The individual had not been mistaken. A massive swarm of beetles was indeed approaching. Seeing the beetles, the faces of all survivors turned pale. Quick, get inside. 2nd tier is better than death. Think of the 80,000 souls from Yuan City. Only by surviving can we seek vengeance. If you don't go in, I will. With so many beetles, can the light barrier truly protect us? Time was of the essence, and everyone quickly reached a decision. They would enter, even if it meant being reduced to 2nd tier. For remaining outside risked being slaughtered by the beetles. Xiang also touched the light barrier and heard a voice. Do you wish to enter the light barrier? If you do, your power will be reduced to 2nd tier, but you will gain the ability to enter and exit freely. What is that voice? It sounds strange. Yuyo remarked curiously. It's a notification, indicating that entering the light barrier will result in a reduction to 2nd tier, Xiang explained. Yuyo frowned, glancing at the countless beetles in the distance. The choice was starkly clear. Not entering meant certain annihilation. As Xiang and Yuyo hesitated, the others had already begun to step into that ominous place. Chapter 134. Changes after passing through the light barrier. What should we do? Should we go in as well? Cat Yuyu inquired with a hint of curiosity, her palms beginning to sweat from the overwhelming number of beetles. The thought of being consumed by these creatures sent shivers down her spine. She and Xiang would likely be left with nothing but bones. Xiang hesitated for a moment before responding. Let Indapos ascend first. If the beetles do not attack us, we shall refrain from entering. With that, Xiang summoned the swift wind, and the two rode upwards into the sky with great haste. As they soared higher, they noticed the beetles below seemed unable to fly to such heights, ceasing their ascent at several hundred meters. A sigh of relief escaped their lips as they observed the beetles repeatedly colliding with the light barrier, yet failing to inflict any damage upon it. Xiang was intrigued, pondering whether these beetles could breach the barrier. If they did, would they not also absorb energy, consequently diminishing their strength? After a while, the beetles began to retreat, seemingly abandoning their assault. However, a few persisted, battering the barrier in a desperate attempt to penetrate it. Upon breaching, they were immediately obliterated, clearly demonstrating their weakened state. As Xiang descended to the ground, he did not have the chance to inquire further when someone emerged from the light barrier. Xiang, thank you for your earlier warning. Otherwise, I fear I would have met the same fate as others in Cloud City. The newcomer expressed gratefully. You're welcome, Xiang replied, only to be interrupted by a voice calling from a distance. Xianggu, I'm so relieved you're safe. Upon recognizing the voice, he was taken aback. It was Wang Qihong, whom he had met in Cloud City. I'm glad to see you here, and it's truly a relief that you're unharmed. Xiang exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, I only managed to escape thanks to your warning. Yan, come here. Wang Qihong called for her companion. Seeing Lu Yanyan approaching with a limp, Li Xiang hurried over and used his healing skill upon her. Under the effects of his healing magic, Lu Yanyan's injured leg was restored. "Xiang Ge, thank you. You've helped me once again," Lu Yanyan said, deeply moved. "There's no need for such gratitude. Our fates are undeniably intertwined, meeting once more after our previous encounter." Li Xiang remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "Indeed, it is quite serendipitous." Wang Qihong nodded emphatically. "How do you both feel?" Li Xiang asked curiously. Knowing their powers had been diminished, relegating them to the second tier, he was eager to learn how such demotion felt. "Not well at all. It feels as though my strength has vanished, leaving me unsettled," Wang Qihong lamented. "The sensation of losing power is disheartening. Everyone's spirits are low." Unwilling to accept this reality, this is why they hastily emerged after the Beetles retreated, desperate to regain their strength. Yet, upon exiting, there was no change. Their power remained at the second tier. "Xiang Ge, if you can avoid entering, please do. The experience of losing power is indescribable. I believe no one wishes to endure it," Lu Yanyan implored earnestly. Li Xiang nodded and continued. "Did those Beetles weaken after entering?" Having not witnessed the battle firsthand, he sought confirmation. "Yes, they did weaken. Their shells are no longer as resilient, easily penetrated by second-tier attacks," Wang Qihong replied promptly. "Could you retrieve a specimen for me to examine?" Li Xiang attempted to use his telekinesis but found it entirely obstructed by the light barrier, affirming its formidable strength. "All right. I will fetch one," Wang Qihong declared, once again passing through the barrier with newfound ease and without adverse effects. Before long, she returned dragging a beetle carcass. The creature had been decapitated, yet its body remained relatively intact. Li Xiang produced his dagger and, with minimal effort, pierced through its hard shell. "This is astonishing." It pierced so effortlessly, he remarked, struggling to believe such a fragile shell once belonged to the formidable Beetles. Next, Li Xiang retrieved a shell from his storage space for comparison, observing the stark differences. "This one lacks luster, appearing quite dull," he noted. Lu Yanyan immediately recognized the distinction. "Yes, it's incredibly evident. This one resembles a living specimen, while that one appears as though it has been dead for ages," she asserted. "Indeed, I concur," Wang Qihong added. Li Xiang nodded in agreement, noting how the weakened Beetle's shell appeared lackluster, reminiscent of something antiquated. Conversely, the other shell gleamed with vibrancy, exuding an aura of sophistication, mystery, and vitality. "Perhaps the resilience of the shell is attributed to its vitality," Lu Yanyan speculated. I find your theory quite plausible," Li Xiang acknowledged thoughtfully. After studying the two shells, he placed both into his storage. "What are your plans moving forward?" he inquired, glancing at the two women and surveying the surrounding individuals. "We shall remain outside the light barrier for now, observing the situation. We have no intention of entering just yet. We hope to restore our powers. Without strength, we lack confidence," Wang Qihong replied. "And what of your survival supplies? What shall be done about that?" Li Xiang posed a practical question, considering the area had already been scoured by Yuan City, leaving scant resources, given their diminished second-tier strength. The absence of mutated beasts nearby posed a significant survival challenge. His inquiries left everyone momentarily speechless. Previously, Yuan City provided a sanctuary with ample supplies. Now, they numbered fewer than 3,000. "Our Yuan City forces shall not perish here. We can organize ourselves to gather supplies and construct shelters. One day, we shall return and take vengeance upon those Beetles." "Yes, revenge." A chorus of voices echoed in agreement. Observing their fervor, Li Xiang refrained from further commentary and instead produced two communication devices, handing them to Lu Yanyan and Wang Qihong. He proceeded to instruct them on their usage, employing his sound manipulation ability so that their conversation remained discreet. Chapter 135. With no choice but to enter upon hearing the news, both individuals were taken aback, astonished that Li Xiang possessed such a remarkable item. However, neither of them brought it up, instead silently stowing it away in their pockets, preparing to seize an opportunity to make use of it later. "I must reunite with my team, so I will part ways with you for now," Li Xiang resolved. Deciding to seek out Chu Yu and the others, his concern for them was paramount. No one impeded Li Xiang's departure, as he was a formidable sixth-tier warrior. Nearing the seventh tier, they were merely at the second tier, and should Li Xiang unleash his wrath, most of them would certainly perish. Thus, everyone remained tactful, refraining from commenting on his exit. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Li Xiang mounted the swift steed, Cat Yo-Yo, and soared along the city's periphery. "Yin Yan, do you think Brother Xiang will return?" Wang Qihong inquired curiously, her fingers caressing the still-warm bracelet in her hand. In truth, nothing felt safer than being by Li Xiang's side. She secretly wished to remain with him, even if it required sacrifices on her part. Perhaps he will, perhaps he won't. However, Brother Xiang has left us with something. The likelihood of his return is quite substantial, Lu Yinyan articulated her analysis. Let us hope so, for Brother Xiang is currently our strongest asset. I wonder if only our Yuan city was attacked, or if other sanctuaries faced the same fate. Li Xiang was unaware of Wang Qihong and Lu Yinyan and Apos' discourse as he sped towards the small county town. Fortunately, he still possessed his mobile phone to chart his route. By following the city's edge, he could reach his destination. After establishing contact with Chu Yu, he learned they were still at the fringe of the light barrier. Taking no immediate action, as no signs of the beetles had been detected, eliminating the need for concealment. Halfway there, Li Xiang abruptly received a message from Chu Yu, alerting him to a massive swarm of beetles approaching. Through the perspective of the siren, he confirmed the news and instructed Chu Yu and Ji Ryue to ascend into the sky on the siren, while the others took refuge in the town. Before long, the beetles assaulted the barrier, relentlessly crashing against it in an attempt to breach its defenses. Yet, as Li Xiang had forewarned, most of the beetles withdrew, leaving only a small number to infiltrate the barrier. These few were swiftly exterminated by Chu Yuan and her companions, causing minimal harm. After all, the zombie horde had also entered the barrier under Li Xiang's control, their strength diminished to that of second-tier zombies. Thus, the light barrier proved effective in providing protection for humanity, albeit at the cost of restraining their powers. The reason behind this restriction remained a mystery. 2 hours later, Li Xiang finally arrived at the small town and reunited with Chu Yu and the others. All but Chu Yu and Ji Ryue appeared dejected, their powers having diminished, mirroring the sentiments of those from Yuan City. Upon seeing Li Xiang return, everyone gathered around him. Master, what should we do? My strength has waned. Will you scorn me? One lamented. My power has regressed to the second tier. Can I even safeguard myself now? Why is it that I still cannot restore my strength after all this time? And I can no longer absorb Yuan crystals? Li Xiang was taken aback by the mention of their inability to absorb Yuan crystals. What do you mean you cannot absorb Yuan crystals? He turned directly to Luo Yin, as it was she who had spoken. It's as if they cannot be absorbed at all, Luo Yin replied, opening her palm to show her empty hands. The others nodded in agreement, as this was not an isolated incident but a shared plight. Li Xiang took a Yuan crystal and extracted Yuan energy from it. This indicated that the issue did not lie with the crystals themselves, but rather with the individuals. Is it because second-tier beings are incapable of utilizing the Yuan energy contained within the crystals? He furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed. After pondering for a moment, he contacted Lu Yinyan. Brother Xiang, have you arrived? Lu Yinyan's voice resonated from the communicator. Yes, I have arrived. Yinyan, do you have any Yuan crystals on hand? Li Xiang inquired directly. No, but Qihong does. However, it's strange, she cannot absorb the Yuan energy from the crystals anymore. Lu Yinyan shared her observations regarding the Yuan crystals. Li Xiang's brows knitted tighter as he replied, our situation mirrors yours. It seems that second-tier evolvers are incapable of utilizing the Yuan energy from the crystals. This is disastrous. We have already regressed to the second tier. And now we are denied the opportunity to absorb Yuan energy from the crystals? This is outrageous. Must we revert to absorbing them? Li Xiang's eyes brightened, and he quickly asserted, yes, we will likely have to absorb them. Thank you, Yin Yin. I now know what to do. He then turned to address the group that had fallen back to the second tier. Now, we must make a choice, to remain here or to venture inside and personally experience the power of the light barrier. Master, you need not enter. Leave such perilous endeavors to us. Lin Wanyu stepped forward, believing she was most suited for the task at hand. She could adapt to any form. And in the post-apocalyptic world, being a woman posed significant dangers. Thus, she could transform into a man. In no time, Lin Wanyu assumed a masculine guise. Wait until I clarify the situation before making a decision. After all, those beetles have limited flying capabilities and will not soar to great heights. Allowing you to conserve your strength for now. Li Xiang nodded in agreement with Lin Wanyu's reasoning. It was indeed prudent to ascertain the situation before attempting to cross the barrier. Mother, be careful. Luo Yin rushed forward to embrace her mother. Someone had to take action. It was impossible for everyone to remain here indefinitely. Waiting served no purpose and would not unravel the mystery of this unforeseen predicament. Li Xiang commanded lightning to breach the light barrier to ascertain its effects on animals. It was proven that there was indeed an impact. However, Xiang did not exert full control over lightning, granting it considerable freedom. Furthermore, once inside the barrier, communication became exceedingly challenging, not as simple as one might wish. He even intended to remotely guide a drone inside, but upon entry, the drone screen went black. Consequently, Xiang found himself at a loss, unable to discern the distant happenings. Fortunately, the communication devices remained functional, allowing for contact even within the barrier. Before long, Lin Wanyu relayed an important message back. Chapter 136, Reclaiming the Doomsday Fortress. To one's astonishment, humanity indeed possesses the ability to absorb anomalous light. Lin Wanyu successfully dispatched a zombie, absorbing its peculiar radiance, and promptly relayed the news to Xiang. This was indeed a positive development, as it meant that they could continue to enhance their powers, potentially returning to the 4th or 5th tier of strength. What should we do now? Chu Yu inquired, her brow furrowed, as the current circumstances were particularly precarious. Entering would result in a reduction of strength, while remaining outside posed its own dangers. Xiang also wore a troubled expression, uncertain of the best course of action. Let us remain outside for the time being. I will first retrieve the Doomsday Fortress, Xiang decided, reasoning that entering would be disadvantageous due to the inevitable weakening of their abilities. He was eager to ascertain whether Gu Ning and the others would face demotion again upon regaining their 4th tier. If that were the case, entering would be futile. Be cautious, Yu advised, not attempting to dissuade Xiang from his plan. His strength was formidable, and with the succubus accompanying him, he could ascend to the skies at any moment. The Beetles, on the other hand, exhibited limited aerial capabilities and could not soar into the heights. Indeed. You must also take care, he replied. Subsequently, Xiang had a brief conversation with the cat Yu before mounting the succubus and soaring towards the direction of his Doomsday Fortress. The advent of communication devices had significantly facilitated their coordination, allowing them to stay in constant contact. Remarkably, the communication devices boasted a coverage range of 100 kilometers, with each device acting as a signal point, serving as a base station. Theoretically, if positioned appropriately, the communication distance could be limitless. After over an hour, Xiang hovered above the Doomsday Fortress. The zombies had vanished, replaced by a multitude of beetles, while dozens scuttled across the ground. It remained uncertain whether more lurked beneath the surface. After careful consideration, Xiang descended at a distance from the fortress. He then utilized his shape-shifting ability to transform into a beetle, encasing himself in the creature's hard shell, which he conveniently had in his storage space. Once disguised, he began to move toward the fortress. Curiosity piqued within him. Did beetles possess their own form of communication? Would his unique beast language ability allow him to comprehend their discourse? If so, it would provide insight into how to deal with the beetles, perhaps even revealing how to exploit the potential of their hard shells. After several minutes, Xiang drew nearer to the fortress, though still separated by the city wall. The other beetles were busy scavenging the remains of the zombies, seemingly oblivious to the presence of a transformed Xiang. He lingered there, attempting to discern the beetles' and Appo's mode of communication. However, he noted their silence. Everything was hushed. Their interactions appeared to rely on their antennae. If that were indeed the case, it would be rather unfortunate. After observing for a while without any further discoveries, he flew atop the wall, drawing close to the Doomsday Fortress. Once in proximity, he promptly absorbed the fortress into his storage space. After securing it, Xiang remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings for any signs of movement, prepared to ascend to the skies at a moment's notice. The beetles, however, showed no signs of agitation, and the ground beneath seemed devoid of activity. Noticing this, Xiang chose not to depart immediately, opting instead to continue his observations of the beetles. Seizing the opportunity, he transformed once more, integrating himself into the wall, remaining motionless as he scrutinized the scene. An hour later, the beetles appeared to receive some command, suddenly commencing the excavation of a tunnel. Watching the beetles vanish into the earth, Xiang retrieved a remote-controlled tracked vehicle. He had yet to witness where the tunnel would lead or what lay beneath. Under his guidance, the small vehicle slowly burrowed into the soil, the tunnel sloping downward at approximately 45 degrees, continuing into the unknown. After advancing about 200 meters, the vehicle lost signal. Xiang ventured a bit further before the signal returned, yet he hesitated to proceed recklessly. He thus directed the vehicle to reverse and retreat. Upon exiting, he mounted the succubus once more. Just as he settled in, his communicator vibrated to life. Xiang, what is the situation on your end? Are you well? Chiyu's voice resonated through the device. I am well, and the beetles have not attacked me. I am now preparing to excavate some trees for planting. Xiang explained his intentions. Excavate trees for planting? What is the purpose of this? Chiao questioned, puzzled. This will allow the succubus and wind chaser to rest among the trees, granting me their vantage point to observe the surroundings, Xiang elucidated. Realizing that the vicinity of the town was devoid of foliage, with the landscape barren, Chiao and Apos' understanding dawned. Please ensure your safety, Royue, the beast-eared girl, and I will await your return here. Understood. I shall return promptly, Xiang affirmed before instructing the succubus to fly toward the distant forest. Upon reaching the forest, he began searching for tall trees, as a higher vantage point would provide a broader view. Before long, Xiang identified suitable trees. Utilizing his powers, he loosened the soil around the trees and easily uprooted them. He successfully excavated over 50 trees, which would also aid in concealing the Doomsday Fortress. For the time being, he did not intend to enter the light barrier and would remain within the fortress, which offered relative safety. Currently, the Doomsday Fortress was entirely encased in the Beetle's hard shells, including the base, rendering it significantly fortified. Even if the Beetles were to approach, breaching the sturdy armor would not prove simple. Previously, Xiang and his companions had tested the hard shell as a shield against the Beetles, who were unable to penetrate its defense effectively. Having stored the large trees in his space, ample enough to accommodate them, Xiang returned to the town's edge, where Chiao and the others were engaged in the hunt of a mutated beast. Chapter 137. Countless mutated beasts begin to flee. This is a 6th-tier mutated bear. How did it end up here? Xiang was astonished upon seeing the mutated black bear. I do not know. It seems to be fleeing for its life. Chiao explained while unleashing dark flames. A 6th-tier mutated beast in flight? Xiang furrowed his brow and immediately used his lightning powers to strike at the mutated black bear. He speculated that the bear must have been attacked by the beetles, prompting its desperate escape. Although he had previously surmised that the mutated beetles would assault mutated beasts, witnessing it come to fruition still left him somewhat shocked. This indicated that the outside world was turning into a domain ruled by insects, rendering both humans and mutated beasts unable to find refuge. Given the formidable strength and astonishing defensive capabilities of the beetles, they were exceedingly difficult to contend with. The mutated black bear was already significantly weakened and bore several wounds. Xiang and Apos' violent assault swiftly claimed its life. After dispatching it, he extracted its essence crystal. 6th-tier essence crystals were relatively rare, and Xiang possessed only a few. He also stored the mutated black bear in his storage space, recognizing it as prime material. Have you contacted them? How are they faring? Xiang inquired. Due to the barrier, he was unable to perceive the perspective of the zombies he controlled and had no knowledge of their circumstances. Only that the number remained at 100, indicating none had perished. I and Apos' made contact. They are currently utilizing the zombie horde to hunt down other zombies, Chiao replied. Have they encountered any other survivors? Xiang asked, intrigued, as the town was not small and should have some survivors. Moreover, those who remained should be evolved beings unless they were in some sort of refuge. None that they mentioned, Chiao replied, uncertain. Xiang nodded, not dwelling on it further. He then led them in search of a suitable location to plant trees. After surveying the area, he identified a spot and began planting the large trees at an appropriate distance to obscure the Doomsday Stronghold. Once the planting was complete, he positioned the stronghold in the central area and commenced setting up surveillance cameras. By employing cameras with infrared capabilities and motion detection, he would be alerted should anything approach. However, before he could finish, he noticed a multitude of mutated beasts drawing near. How can there be so many mutated beasts? Chiao frowned at the sight. Contact Chu Yuan and inform her that a large number of mutated beasts may be approaching. They need to prepare, Xiang instructed. After conveying his message, he summoned the Sky Siren and the Wind Spirit, who needed to ascend and assess the situation. Chiao dialed Chu Yuan and Apos' communicator to relay the circumstances. What? Could it be that those mutated beasts, like the people of Yuan City, have been heavily attacked? Chu Yuan and Apos' astonished voice echoed through the communicator. That is highly probable. Otherwise, those mutated beasts have no reason to head this way. Chiao concurred with Chu Yuan's assessment. This world is exceedingly strange. Is it attempting to force us into hiding as the weak? Chu Yuan expressed her bewilderment. Perhaps it seeks to confine us, which is why such perilous beetles roam outside. After all, during the escape, the beetles did not attack the crowds. It appears they are driving humanity into the barrier. Lin Wanyu and Apos' voice interjected through the communicator. Confining humanity? She repeated, a shiver running down her spine. If this were the truth, did humanity still possess the capacity to resist? Must they truly become caged birds, confining humanity? Xiang murmured, gazing up at the sky. Could it be that this was indeed the reality? Such a notion was utterly despairing, regardless of the truth. Xiang beheld countless mutated beasts rushing towards them. Upon nearing the barrier, they did not halt but instead pressed on, attempting to force their way inside. A dense throng of mutated beasts, numbering in the thousands, approached. Xiang's brow furrowed. He was certain that this had occurred in his previous life. For a time, the frequency of mutated beasts attacking human settlements had surged dramatically. However, that was 4 or 5 years after the apocalypse had begun. Now, it seemed to be happening much earlier. Xiang, look. Chiao pointed into the distance, her voice trembling. A dark mass surged forth, resembling a tidal wave. Could it be the Beetles? Jiruayue's voice quivered with trepidation. Most likely, it is indeed the Beetles. I never anticipated there would be so many in the sky. Xiang felt a chill run down his spine. It seems we cannot remain outside any longer. We must cross the barrier, he stated with resignation. Can we not fly higher? Chuyu asked, somewhat disheartened, unwilling to relinquish her powers and grow weaker. Entering would result in a significant decline in strength. A prospect she found difficult to accept. Let us assess the situation. We must be prepared to enter regardless, Xiang replied. Reluctant yet aware that sometimes unwillingness does not preclude necessary actions. Soon after, the Beetles caught up with the vast number of mutated beasts. Countless mutated beasts fell. Utterly no match for the relentless onslaught of the Beetles. It was a massacre, one-sided and brutal. Xiang felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Mirrored by the sky siren beneath him. As innumerable mutated beasts perished, many also breached the barrier and entered. Sister, what is the situation outside? Chuning and Amp, Apos, S voice came through the communicator. Not good. Countless Beetles are pursuing the mutated beasts and are slaughtering them mercilessly. Chiao described the dire situation. The individuals inside fell into silence. Although they could not see, they could easily imagine the perilous circumstances. Fortunately, they had entered the barrier. And Xiang and Apos' timely warning had spared them from becoming mere bones. Sister, do you intend to come in? Chu Ning asked with concern. While crossing the barrier would diminish their strength, they still retained some self-preservation abilities. Remaining outside was far too perilous. If attacked by the Beetles, they would be annihilated. In comparison, entering the barrier no longer seemed a significant sacrifice. Xiang stated they would assess the situation. If the Beetles posed no threat, they would remain outside for the time being. If they did become a threat, they would not hesitate to enter. After all, if one is lost, there is no opportunity left. After saying this, Xiang cast a glance at Xiang not far away, curious about what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. Chapter 138. Entering for survival. Enter quickly into the light. Upon sensing an anomaly, Xiang urged Chuyu and the others to step into the glowing barrier. Without the slightest hesitation, he guided the female demon toward the light as well. The process of entering the barrier took merely a few seconds. And as they crossed the threshold, countless Beetles descended upon them from the sky. Had they remained outside, they would have surely faced an onslaught from those insects. These Beetles flew at a considerable height, albeit their size was relatively small. Nevertheless, it was evident that their strength was formidable. Had Xiang not reacted swiftly, they might have been overwhelmed by the swarm, unable to ascend in time. The barrier had its limitations. It resembled a semicircular dome enveloping the earth below. Thus, Xiang dared not ascend too high, fearing that more Beetles awaited them above, leaving them no chance of entering the barrier. This sensation of diminished power was profoundly unsettling. Upon realizing her own weakened abilities, Chiao became increasingly distressed. Jiruayue mirrored her anguish, her expression marked by evident torment. How about you? Have your powers been suppressed? Xiang inquired, glancing at Mao Yuyu, who, being a creature not native to this world, might have experienced something unique. Indeed, I feel restrained. My strength has diminished once more. Moreover, the lack of elemental energy fluctuations here is driving me to despair, Mao Yuyu replied, a look of frustration evident on her face. And you? Mao Yuyu scrutinized Xiang, noting his calm demeanor, which stood in stark contrast to her own turmoil. Likewise, I cannot be the only one who is exceptional. Xiang shrugged helplessly. With that, he directed the female demon toward the horde of zombies. Upon entering, Xiang established a special connection with the zombies he controlled, allowing him to pinpoint their locations. Simultaneously, he observed the situation of his zombies through the horde, noting that they had taken refuge atop a tall building. using binoculars to survey the edges of the barrier. After approximately 7 to 8 minutes, Xiang and his companions descended onto that very balcony, successfully reuniting their team. "What shall we do next?" Yuan asked, her gaze fixed on Xiang, who noted her lack of former decisiveness. The impact of her diminished strength was evidently significant. "We must hunt zombies and mutated beasts to bolster our power. With so many beetles outside, we cannot ascertain how long the barrier will hold." Xiang responded with firm resolve. An influx of mutated beasts presents an opportunity, yet it is unwise to act now due to their overwhelming numbers. As he spoke, Xiang retrieved his phone, which contained an offline map of the entire nation. He sought to assess the situation in this county, searching for any valuable resources. His storage space was ample, allowing him to collect supplies without waste. Meanwhile, the others continued to observe the chaotic streets below, where numerous mutated beasts fled in panic, eager to distance themselves from the barrier and those terrifying beetles. Knowing the name of this town, a simple input will reveal its details. He thought to himself as he swiftly opened the map for investigation. To his delight, the map indicated a plethora of metal processing factories. "What a stroke of luck!" he exclaimed internally. The discovery of numerous factories meant abundant metal resources. With sufficient metal, they could forge armor for Yuan and Gu Ning. Some zombies in the horde still lacked metal armor, as did they themselves. Given their current weakened state, the necessity for such protection had risen significantly. With metal armor, they would gain an additional layer of security. "Wait here, Yuan, and I will head to the nearest factory to gather metal," Xiang decisively announced. Before departing, he took out some food, uncertain of how long they would be gone. Once everything was arranged, he mounted the female demon with Yuan and set off toward the closest factory. After a brief flight of several minutes, they arrived at the factory, which was still teeming with zombies. Upon sighting them, Xiang and Appo's eyes gleamed with excitement. "These are the materials we need to enhance our strength." Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, he descended and unsheathed his knife to begin dispatching the zombies. Most of these zombies were of the second tier, comparable to their own strength. However, they were no match for Xiang and Yuan, whose battle skills honed outside proved remarkably effective against the zombies. Though the mutated rows behind Xiang had also been weakened, it could still provide him with energy, a significant advantage he retained. One by one, the zombies fell, occasionally releasing ethereal light. The probability of zombies emitting this light had notably increased. Typically, 1 in every 2 zombies would manifest it. After absorbing the ethereal light, Xiang felt a slight enhancement in his own strength, indicating that this light indeed assisted in their recovery. They continued their relentless assault, even the female demon joining in the fray. Regrettably, the little female demon in the cage behind Xiang had only recently hatched. Otherwise, she could have participated in the battle. Half an hour later, the factory was cleared of zombies. They then began collecting metal, focusing on high-strength materials such as manganese steel and titanium. Xiang had chosen this particular factory because it specialized in the production of titanium utensils like cups and pots. Titanium alloys possess remarkable strength and, once reinforced by Yuan and Gu Ning, would become even more formidable. Additionally, they retained a lightweight quality, making them ideal for crafting armor. The factory housed a substantial stockpile of titanium, likely amounting to several tons. Xiang was elated, swiftly storing all the titanium in his storage space. Once their collection was complete, he and Yuan made their way back. Upon their return, they found Yu and the others still on the balcony, having not departed. The county was now a veritable hive of mutated beasts, exploring their new environment with wide-eyed curiosity. "With so many mutated beasts, we are at a loss as to how to proceed. What should we do?" Xiang inquired, her curiosity directed at Xiang. "We must retreat. We possess 2 mutated flying creatures that can take us to the nearest city. The city is densely populated, with a multitude of zombies. These mutated beasts will take time to migrate there," Xiang resolved. The sheer number of mutated beasts was overwhelming, and given their significantly reduced strength, it was unwise to confront such vast hordes. Otherwise, they risked being overwhelmed by the mutated beasts. Chapter 139. Longing to remain by your side. Fortunately, they possessed mutated avians, albeit in limited numbers. If only the little sprite could grow up, they would then have 3 mutated birds at their disposal. Additionally, there was lightning, still too small to carry a person aloft. "Xiang, what about the Doomsday Fortress? Shall we abandon it?" Yun inquired, her heart heavy with memories intertwined with Xiang within those walls. She hoped fervently that the fortress would not be forsaken. "I'll retrieve it after everyone has relocated. How could I possibly discard such a sturdy bastion?" Li Xiang reassured her. The others nodded in agreement. For it was not just Yuan who felt this way. They all cherished their beautiful memories tied to the Doomsday Fortress. Let us form groups of 4 and commence the transfer, Li Xiang declared, opening his mobile map. He needed to direct the 2 mutated avians to fly directly into the city, thus requiring the assistance of the map. The round trip would take over an hour. And henceforth, they would utilize the 2 avians for their evacuation. Compared to other survivors who had fled within the protective veil, they were indeed fortunate to be able to escape from the skies, while others could only retreat on foot, potentially encountering countless mutated beasts along the way, necessitating either combat or a race against them. Gradually, Li Xiang managed to transfer everyone to the city, leaving himself the last. He waited for the final flight to arrive before summoning the sprite to return for him. However, during this wait, his communicator buzzed to life. He promptly answered, and the voice of Yin echoed through. Li Xiang, how goes your situation? We are besieged by numerous mutated beasts here. She sounded anxious and fearful. It's overwhelming. There are far too many, and everyone is terrified. We cannot cope with such a horde. We are in a similar predicament. You must flee swiftly, he replied urgently. The beetles are attacking the mutated beasts, forcing them to retreat. They will soon flood the city. You must keep your distance or risk being engulfed by the beast tide. The beast tide? Everyone run, Yin shouted, and soon, Li Xiang heard countless voices echoing the same warning. He could not ascertain how many would be saved, but he hoped at least a few would escape. These were the embers of hope, aware of the truth beyond. Perhaps this was the significance of his rebirth. In his previous life, there may have been no embers left at all. Li Xiang, will we meet again? I wish to express my gratitude properly and remain by your side forever, Yin and Amp. Apos' voice continued through the communicator. Certainly, I plan to return to Hongdu. Protect yourself well. And we shall meet again, Li Xiang assured her confidently. All right, I will safeguard myself. And me, Wang Qihong. I too wish to be Li Xiang and Amp, Apos' woman. Came Wang Qihong's voice through the communicator. Li Xiang then heard a muffled sound, evidently Yin covering Wang Qihong's mouth. The call abruptly ended, likely due to Yinran's intervention. A smile graced Li Xiang's lips as he mounted the sprite and soared towards the edge of the protective veil. He still needed to reclaim his Doomsday Fortress and assess the situation beyond. The sprite flew swiftly, reaching the edge in less than half an hour. After observing for a while, he noted the absence of beetles outside. They must have turned back before entering the veil. Satisfied to see that his carefully tended little forest remained unharmed, he stepped through the veil into the outside world. Upon entering the forest, he spotted his Doomsday Fortress. He promptly stored it within his spatial storage before departing the forest and remounting the sprite. With no other matters demanding his attention, he returned to the protective veil and pinpointed the locations of Chu Yuan and the others, then sped off on the sprite. After several hours of flight, he finally reunited with them as twilight descended. They were all waiting on the balcony, unable to sleep until his return. With his arrival, a collective sigh of relief filled the air. Li Xiang released the Doomsday Fortress, allowing everyone to enter. This night was destined to be one of insomnia. The following day would herald the start of a new chapter in their lives. Li Xiang, however, was not troubled by sleeplessness. He engaged in teaching the cat, Yuyo, the human language, as they embarked on a gentle yet profound journey through simple vocabulary. Due to the differences in articulation, Yuyo found the learning process quite challenging. The next morning, upon waking, Li Xiang found that Chu Yuan and the others had prepared breakfast. If it weren't an Amp, Apos' tea for their strength having regressed to level 2. It would have been a truly delightful morning. Now, however, their spirits were rather subdued. Recovering from this setback would likely require time. After breakfast, they readied themselves for battle. Emerging from the Doomsday Fortress, each held a machete. With their powers diminished to level 2, Li Xiang no longer dared to leap from the heights. As they gathered their resolve, their aim became clearer. As Li Xiang had stated, the external beetles were formidable, and the duration of the protective veil remained uncertain. Should they fail to enhance their abilities, they would ultimately fall victim to the beetles. Such an outcome was unacceptable. Hunting zombies and mutated beasts became their collective objective. With so many individuals, Li Xiang planned to divide them into smaller units. 2 individuals would pair up, forming a squad with 5 controlled zombie warriors for protection, eliminating the risk of uneven distribution of strength among the group. Li Xiang teamed up with Yuyo, as he needed to continue teaching her the human language. Presently, Yuyo had managed to articulate a few words. Good, so good, Yuyo exclaimed after struggling to slay a zombie, managing to express her excitement in Mandarin. Li Xiang couldn't and Apos' helped but twitch his lips, unsure how to react. Was it truly exhilarating merely to slay a single zombie? Nevertheless, he refrained from discouraging her, offering encouragement instead, fostering her eagerness to learn and communicate with others. Chapter 140. The inept plea for help. Help. Who will rescue us? The pitiful mother and daughter. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from afar. What is happening? Upon hearing the distress call, Mao Yuyu instinctively glanced at Xiang, who was gazing into the distance, where someone was waving a red garment from a high-rise building. Xiang retrieved his binoculars for a closer look and then handed them to Mao Yuyu. This performance is rather theatrical. You cannot possibly believe she is genuinely in distress, can you? Mao Yuyu questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. In her understanding, Xiang should not fall for such tricks. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Of course, I do not believe it. Even before using the binoculars, I suspected it was a ruse, far too clumsy. They ought to find someone in a more precarious state, perhaps a famished individual, to lend their act more credibility. Xiang remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Mao Yuyu nodded in agreement upon hearing his critique. That is reassuring. We need not concern ourselves with it. Thus, she resumed her efforts to eliminate the zombies. No, we should pretend to be deceived. I wish to gauge their capabilities and intentions. Xiang articulated his thoughts. Mao Yuyu paused momentarily before nodding in understanding. We are not well acquainted with the circumstances here, so we must gather intelligence about the surrounding power dynamics and their strengths. Xiang conveyed his intentions to Mao Yuyu. She wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing the validity of his approach. What role should I play in your plan? Mao Yuyu expressed her concern regarding the language barrier, feeling significantly hampered without Xiang's translations. Simply follow my lead. There is no need for you to speak. Xiang instructed. After all, he possessed aerial reconnaissance abilities that set him apart from others. Mao Yuyu nodded, refraining from looking up, aware that doing so would expose the aerial sprite. Now the sprite had shrunk to the size of a pigeon, making it difficult for the average person to perceive its presence. The duo continued towards the woman in distress, swiftly reaching the building and Oppo's base. Please, kind souls, save us. We are starving. My daughter and I have gone days without food, the woman pleaded, leaning out of the window clad only in a black undergarment, her skin appearing strikingly pale against the fabric. We have little food ourselves, but we can spare some. Lower a rope, and we shall send it up, Xiang replied, feigning caution. After all, those who lacked prudence had perished long ago. The zombies on the street had thinned out, indicating previous cleaning efforts. We have no rope. We fled here days ago to this office building and cannot find any. We are too terrified to venture outside with the zombies lurking. You must possess some extraordinary abilities to be outside. Please, we beg you, come to our aid. The woman explained, her voice tinged with desperation. Yet, her tone struck Xiang as somewhat insincere. Regrettably, we cannot take that risk. We must decline your plea. Xiang firmly rejected her, believing that even the act of deception required a certain level of authenticity. He felt he could perform the role of a distressed damsel far more convincingly than this woman. Please, don't leave us, handsome. I implore you, show us mercy and save us. Whatever reward you desire, we shall oblige. We are truly starving and desperate for sustenance. You are the only people we have encountered, the woman continued to plead. Xiang remained unmoved and continued walking forward. Using the aerial sprite, he surveyed the surroundings and detected no immediate threats. However, he could hear faint noises from within the building, suggesting an ambush of about a dozen individuals, far from a substantial team. Nevertheless, Xiang remained vigilant as his own powers had diminished, leaving him uncertain of the opponent's levels and combat capabilities. Keeping his distance appeared to be the wisest course of action. Luring them out would be a much safer strategy, but they seemed too cautious to fall for the ruse. Xiang led Mao Yuyu away from the street, keeping the aerial sprite's gaze on the area. Didn't we agree to investigate? Why are we retreating? Mao Yuyu inquired, her brow knitted in confusion. We must not appear too naive, otherwise they will suspect us. Furthermore, I have gathered information. There is indeed an ambush within that building, and their numbers do not exceed 20, Xiang explained. Mao Yuyu nodded, accepting his reasoning. What shall we do next? Should we simply leave? She asked, glancing at Xiang, feeling lost in this unfamiliar world. We shall continue to hunt zombies and absorb the ethereal light, without any distractions. They will likely devise a new strategy. Xiang elucidated as he dispatched a nearby zombie with his blade. At this point, he was still uncertain of the motives of those in the building. In truth, he possessed the means to infiltrate their ranks, but with Mao Yuyu present, he hesitated. Had it been Chuyu or another ally, he would have already utilized his various abilities to blend into that building. For now, he could only wait for them to grow impatient and make a move. Additionally, gaining strength remained a primary objective for Xiang. By hunting zombies, he could absorb ethereal light, thus the necessity to continue his hunt. One by one, the zombies fell, and Xiang absorbed a significant amount of ethereal light. Meanwhile, the building fell silent. The cries for help ceased. However, Xiang suspected they were merely deliberating their next course of action. As Xiang and Mao Yuyu distanced themselves, they hunted zombies in the opposite direction, appearing to deliberately avoid the building. They're coming out. Two women, one is the same who waved the red garment, and the other appears to be in her teens. Xiang informed Mao Yuyu, speaking in a language only she could comprehend, ensuring that no one else could overhear. If they could understand, it would be advantageous, after all. Even Wang Min failed to grasp Mao Yuyu and Appo's language. With aerial visibility, it was impossible for them to conceal their movements from Xiang. Chapter 141. I want to eliminate these scoundrels. What shall we do now? Cat Yuyu glanced at Xiang, uncertain of his inner thoughts. She yearned to share ideas with him, for that would allow her to grasp his intentions at any moment and synchronize their actions perfectly. However, it appeared that Xiang harbored many secrets and was reluctant to share his thoughts with her. In comparison, her simplicity was stark. Regardless, you need not speak. Adapt as the situation unfolds. Should there be any arrangements, I will discreetly inform you, Xiang conveyed. Possessing a unique ability to manipulate sound waves, he could communicate with Cat Yuyu without uttering a word, rendering any potential issues moot. Moreover, he could listen to the innermost thoughts of the woman and the girl, which would facilitate his decision-making. Before long, the two women approached Xiang and Cat Yuyu but refrained from immediate contact. Others were already emerging stealthily from the building, and Xiang noted that they were armed. Why must these despicable scoundrels force me into a situation where I must betray others? Oh, divine being, can you rescue me? I do not wish to harm anyone, nor do I wish to die. Why don't you flee? Why do you remain here? I truly do not want to bring harm upon you. Upon hearing their thoughts, Xiang paused momentarily. Nevertheless, he did not fully trust their inner voices. They could merely be a ruse. After all, countless abilities existed, and perhaps they were wary of someone with mind-reading capabilities. At this juncture, it was imperative not only to heed their thoughts but also to observe their actions. Even if coerced, one could still make alternative choices. As the adversaries advanced, Xiang simultaneously directed his armored zombies into action. The line between ambusher and ambushed was yet unclear. Although the opposing side held numerical superiority, Xiang possessed his own advantages. Despite his rank having reverted to the second tier, his strength remained intact. His body had undergone countless enhancements, distinguishing him from an ordinary individual of the same tier. Handsome, wait a moment. Could you spare us some food? One of the women suddenly exclaimed. Just then, a peculiar voice penetrated Xiang's mind. He was certain it resonated within his consciousness rather than through his ears, indicating that they had employed a unique method of communication distinct from his sound manipulation ability. Run. Do not heed her. She intends to harm you. There are many villains behind. Xiang feigned ignorance, wishing to observe their subsequent actions. The aerial banshee was poised to launch an assault, capable of attacking those individuals or whisking Xiang and Cat Yuyu away at any moment. Xiang felt no trepidation regarding firearms. After all, he possessed the hard shell of a beetle. Bullets would scarcely penetrate such formidable armor, let alone rockets. If worst came to worst, he could retreat into his doomsday fortress, rendering himself impervious to their threats. It was due to such an arsenal of strategies and contingencies that Xiang felt emboldened to remain in this precarious situation. Cat Yuyu, noticing Xiang's lack of response, continued her assault on the zombies. As Xiang had indicated, he would communicate any directives directly. Besides, it was unlikely that others could comprehend her language. Didn't you say there were only zombies in the building? Why are they emerging? Xiang deliberately poked his head out to observe the street from which they had come. The opportunity had been presented. It was merely a matter of whether they would take action. He discerned that they were attempting to navigate behind him, showing no immediate inclination to attack. Clearly, they were quite vigilant. However, as they moved, they encountered Xiang's armored zombies. The armored zombies retaliated with an attack, catching the fully armed survivors off guard. Gunfire erupted as battle commenced. So there was an ambush. You truly are suspect. Xiang feigned shock, eager to gauge the reactions of the two women. Run. Hurry. They are not good people. The woman shouted at Xiang and seized his hand, attempting to lead him away. Come with me. They are beasts. scoundrels who capture and consume others. When she realized she could not budge Li Xiang, she began to cry out desperately. Li Xiang furrowed his brow. The actions of these scoundrels had crossed a line. Have you ever consumed anyone? Li Xiang fixed his gaze on her. Of course not. How could I? They are my kind. She hastily defended. And what about her? Li Xiang pointed to the girl beside her. No, they would not force anyone to eat. We have not eaten anyone, the woman explained. Is she telling the truth? Li Xiang directly asked the little girl. She is both deaf and mute. She cannot hear or speak, the woman interjected. Yes, we have not eaten. Can you hear me? I know you can hear me, right, big brother? The girl affirmed. Li Xiang nodded and instructed, you two take refuge in that building, follow her. Then, addressing Cat Yuyu, he said, Yuyu, lead them into that building and find a safe place for them to stay. I will deal with these scoundrels. Faced with such vile individuals preying upon their own kind, Li Xiang and Appo's only response was to eradicate them. The city was rife with resources and sustenance, not to mention mutated beasts available for consumption. Yet they chose to devour their own kind. When Li Xiang encountered such scum, he would eliminate them without hesitation whenever he had the capacity. Cat Yuyu nodded and charged forward with her machete. The previous woman lacked any abilities, as Li Xiang had already verified. The girl possessed special abilities. Yet he chose to refrain from copying them until he had dealt with the scoundrels. He retrieved a Beetle and Appo's hard shell to shield himself from bullets. With his rank diminished to the second tier, he could no longer rely on his abilities to withstand gunfire, necessitating external protection. Nevertheless, the primary force in battle remained his armored zombies, whose armor could effortlessly deflect bullets. The adversary's weapons were already smoking, yet they could not breach the defenses of the metallic armor. Under the relentless assault of the zombies, the attackers found their skulls shattered one by one. The banshee had reverted to its true form, fixating on the assailants. Any attempts to flee would result in their demise at its claws. Many had already sought refuge within the building, yet they would find no escape from their impending doom, as Li Xiang had marked them as targets. Chapter 142. The desire to blend in. Once those individuals retreated into the building, Li Xiang commanded his armored zombies to pursue them. None of these people could be spared. They were all marked for death. The bullets ricocheted off the heavily fortified armor, failing to penetrate its defenses, as the zombies shielded Li Xiang from harm. However, ammunition was finite, and it was not long before he exhausted his supply. There was no need for a meticulous search. With his sonic abilities, he could discern the presence of life within the confines of each room, merely by listening through the doors. Rather than exterminating everyone, Li Xiang opted to leave a few alive, seeking valuable intelligence from them. Having endured countless hardships in his past life during the apocalypse, interrogating was a trivial task for him. After an hour, he had gleaned consistent information from various sources. These miscreants were affiliated with an organization known as the Common Strength Society. Among them, only one was a second tier. While the rest were first tier, they were incapable of independently absorbing the radiant energy and relied on their leader for guidance. Although this leader was second tier, Li Xiang's 5 zombies were originally fifth-tier beings whose realms had diminished, yet their physical prowess remained unaffected, bolstered by formidable armor. Consequently, he was swiftly dispatched by Ji Chang's armored zombie. Li Xiang had acquired intelligence regarding the Common Strength Society. Their most formidable member was a 4th-tier ice ability user, alongside 16 third-tier leaders and 39 second-tier squad captains. They commanded a force of 3,000, the majority of whom were ordinary individuals, with half being first-tier ordinary fighters. Most of these fighters resorted to cannibalism, believing it would enhance their strength. Thus, the Common Strength Society represented a significant threat that must be eradicated. The sheer number of third-tier members, coupled with a 4th tier, imposed considerable pressure on Li Xiang. After all, if they encountered a dozen third-tier members, their survival would be in jeopardy. Having dealt with the others, Li Xiang sought out Cat Yuyu, who was tirelessly hunting zombies, eager to regain her strength. Her desire to recover was more pressing than his, as she had faced repression twice, first upon entering the New World and then crossing the light barrier. From 8th tier to 2nd tier, her resilience in the face of such adversity spoke volumes of her mental fortitude. Upon locating Cat Yuyu, Li Xiang joined her in searching for the woman and the girl. Can we leave now? The woman exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Li Xiang. She had noticed that Cat Yuyu was dismissive, offering not a single word. Yet, fear of leaving lingered. Encountering other perilous survivors was a daunting prospect, as finding normal ones had become increasingly challenging. The squad from the Common Strength Society has been eliminated. We no longer need to leave, Xiang clarified. What? They had 30 members, and you are alone. How could that be possible? The woman's disbelief was palpable, her tone rife with skepticism. It was reasonable, for she had only witnessed Xiang alone, with Cat Yu absent, preoccupied with hunting zombies nearby. Who told you we were only two? Xiang scoffed, settling onto his sofa. Tell me your perspective on the Common Strength Society. What kind of organization are they? Are they truly united? Waiting to attain 4th-tier status could take months, so Xiang aimed to infiltrate them directly. However, success hinged on the woman's cooperation and her potential utility. With his shape-shifting abilities, blending in would pose no challenge. Once he ascertained the internal dynamics, he could eliminate them one by one and strategically planned explosives to create chaos. Certainly not united. Internal strife is rampant. After all, if they absorb all the radiant energy, they cannot grow stronger, the woman explained. Do you know who harbors the most significant conflict? Xiang narrowed his eyes, assessing the woman before him. He sought to determine her worth. If she proved valuable, he would not hesitate to allow her to absorb radiant energy and awaken her own abilities. Everyone knows that the greatest discord lies between a man named Gong Qi and another called Wang Yulong. They frequently engage in violent confrontations, she replied promptly, sensing Xiang's intent to confront the Common Strength Society. Such attempts were not unprecedented. 2 factions had previously sought to assimilate the Common Strength Society and absorb its evolved members, yet all had failed miserably. However, Xiang's ability to dispatch one of their squads indicated they were not without vulnerabilities, suggesting a glimmer of hope. If I were to take you back to the Common Strength Society, would you be willing? Xiang probed, testing the waters. He valued his controlled zombies, all 2nd tier, and had no desire to eliminate them unnecessarily. This woman, however, did not hold the same worth. No, I refuse to return. I would rather die than go back. It is a den of demons. She vehemently shook her head, rejecting Xiang's proposition. What if I offered you radiant energy to awaken your powers? Xiang presented a tempting condition. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue, and after a moment's contemplation, she nodded. In that case, I would be willing. But how will you gain entry? They do not permit strangers inside. Apart from the leader, no one is allowed to bring living men back. Do I not resemble the captain? Xiang retorted, transforming into the captain and Apos' likeness. The woman gasped in shock, and even the little girl beside her was taken aback. The resemblance was uncanny. Even the voice matched perfectly. She was utterly astonished, realizing that had Xiang not been dressed differently, she might have mistaken him for the captain resurrected. Now she comprehended why Xiang sought to infiltrate the organization. With such abilities, entry was assured. Very well. But I must first awaken my powers to accompany you, she decided, laying forth her conditions. Not a problem. I shall lead you in hunting zombies to help you acquire your abilities, Xiang affirmed, albeit with lingering skepticism towards her. Nevertheless, he intended to bring her into the heart of the Common Strength Society and Apos' stronghold. Once inside, he could assume any identity, rendering any betrayal futile, as it was improbable they would execute all their members.